Inside a classroom, a teacher's stern voice echoes as he gives a highly serious lecture. Look at me. Look at me. If you don't look at me, how will you ever know what a monster looks like? Right at that moment, Meng Chao abruptly woke up from his daze, staring blankly at his surroundings. Am I not dead? The college entrance exam? I'm not dead. And I actually regressed back to high school right before the exam? Wait, so that means I still have to take the college entrance exam? Honestly, I'd rather just die. Even though he had just come back from the dead, Meng Chao clearly had his priorities mixed up. He just stood there, completely frozen, dreading the exam. Just then, the teacher yelled out with murderous intent, Meng Chao, even if you sleep in class, don't you dare disturb your classmates. Staring at his teacher, Meng Chao's jaw dropped in disbelief. Teacher Yan, aren't you supposed to be dead? Wait, no, he was still very much alive. Instantly, the entire room fell dead silent, and his classmates completely froze. Only Meng Chao's best friend let out a silent sigh. As expected of Class 6's absolute madman. Don't worry, buddy, I'll make sure you get a grand funeral. By now, Teacher Yan was practically fuming, holding back his urge to throw hands. Meng Chao, care to explain yourself? Sensing the raw bloodlust radiating from his teacher, Meng Chao snapped out of it and instantly stood at attention, bowing a full 90 degrees. Teacher Yan, I just had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed that a massive swarm of bizarre monsters was invading Dragon City. Our century-old home crumbled in an instant. I panicked and woke up in a cold sweat. Oh, and Teacher Yan, in my dream, you died a beloved hero, highly respected by everyone. For real, I swear. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Teacher Yan's eyes flashed with rage as he unconsciously crushed the monster skull in his hand. So, in your dream, Dragon City fell, and I ended up dead too? Meng Chao thought about it carefully before replying. Well, you died without any pain, sir. It was very peaceful. In his mind, he could vividly picture Teacher Yan's horrific death. He got torn to shreds in the blink of an eye, so that probably didn't hurt much, right? Hearing that, Teacher Yan gritted his teeth, completely shattering the monster skull in his grip. Dragon City. Destroyed? Utterly ridiculous. Go stand against the wall. Meng Chao, still bent over, raised his head and asked, Teacher Yan, how am I supposed to stick my butt out while standing flat against the wall? Seeing his teacher glare at him, he quickly shut his mouth. He knew that if he muttered one more word, his punishment would be a whole lot worse than just standing in the corner. Teacher Yan then walked over to him, asking in a booming, serious voice, Meng Chao, tell me loud and clear. 50 years ago, when Dragon City transmigrated to this other world, plague spread, and zombies ran rampant. Did Dragon City fall back then? After the zombie plague, the fog rolled in, monsters attacked, and we lost 1/3 of our population. Countless brave heroes fought to the death, carving out a path of survival from the very jaws of beasts. Tell me, did they ever surrender? Did Dragon City fall? Teacher Yan got right in Meng Chao's face and roared. Meng Chao immediately stood straight as a board and shouted back, reporting, Sir, we never surrendered, and Dragon City did not fall. Teacher Yan then turned his gaze toward the rest of the class, raising his voice to fire them up. Listen up, everyone. Once the mist clears, our tide of steel will sweep through like a raging storm. We will bring Earth's brilliant civilization to illuminate the sky of this entire alien world. How could a city like ours ever be destroyed by a bunch of petty native creatures? In this world, we humans are the most ferocious ones around. Hearing his words, a burning fire ignited in the students' hearts. That's right, humans are the most ferocious. Sooner or later, we'll conquer this entire other world. One of the students suddenly stood up and declared passionately, well said, Teacher Yan, we must train harder to become the strongest and dedicate our power to Dragon City. How can we fear the enemy? Why waste our days worrying about our city's downfall? I'm sure that, except for a few cowards, most of us are on the exact same page. Dragon City will prevail. Earth will prevail. The classroom erupted in agreement as the students cheered repeatedly. Some even started making hand hearts while throwing shade at Meng Chao. Seriously, why is Meng Chao such a slacker? He does nothing but sleep in class, and his grades are literally rock bottom. Well, you can't really blame him. His cultivation went wrong and he got severely injured. If that were you, wouldn't you end up the same? Meng Chao frowned, highly annoyed by their chatter. What the hell? Are you looking for trouble? Do we even have beef? Wait, actually, I think we do. In his past life, the reason he missed the college entrance exam was because this guy had beaten him half to death. On top of that, this traitor ended up siding with the alien race when Dragon City was under attack. Remembering this, Meng Chao couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, he marched right up to the class monitor. The class monitor flinched. The look in Meng Chao's eyes felt incredibly strange, completely different from how he usually looked. But to everyone's surprise, instead of blowing up, Meng Chao clasped his hands and bowed politely. "Monitor, you spoke beautifully. You've truly opened my eyes. I'm so deeply touched. Thank you, Teacher Yan and Monitor, for pointing out my mistakes. From this day on, I promise to stand firm, train my hardest, and give everything I have to make Dragon City rise in this other world. I will give my full strength for it." Seeing that he seemed sincere, Mr. Yan finally lowered the training sword in his hand. "Glad you finally came to your senses. You should take a page out of Zuo Haoran's book. Now, get to the back of the classroom and hold the dragon hibernation stance until the bell rings." Seeing Meng Chao agree so quickly, Chu Feixiong was so worried he was literally sweating bullets. Meng Chao had been slacking off on his 9 great stances lately, so holding this 10th stance for even half a period would probably make him collapse and run home. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was scratching his head on his way to the back. The dragon hibernation stance. It actually seemed pretty simple, but it had been a long time since he woke up from his nightmare. How exactly did he do it again? Seeing him hesitate, his classmates immediately started mocking him. "Stop acting tough, man. Just beg the teacher for mercy. Look at him trying to show off. Simple? Seriously? You will be crying for your mama in a minute." I thought Mr. Yan was brutal, but this punishment is actually way too light for you. As for Zuo Haoran, he kept up his gentlemanly facade while secretly laughing his head off. "One bad apple spoils the bunch. You brought this on yourself." But right then, Meng Chao twisted his body, effortlessly executed a series of smooth moves, and locked into a perfect, flawless stance. Witnessing this masterclass performance, even Mr. Yan was taken aback. As for the haters, who were just talking trash, yeah, they just got slapped hard by reality. Holy crap, since when was Meng Chao's dragon hibernation stance this good? He is actually better than the class rep. This has got to be an illusion. It must be. He is definitely just forcing himself to look good. There is no way he lasts more than 1 minute like that. Little did they know, this stance was nothing but child's play to Meng Chao. Still, he decided to play dumb and hide his true power, calling out to the teacher in a pitiful voice. "Mr. Yan, I am so sorry. I haven't been practicing hard enough, so my movements are still super sloppy. I promise I will train diligently from now on. Please go easy on me." Finding absolutely nothing to complain about, Mr. Yan could only turn around and resume his lecture. Meanwhile, Zuo Haoran was absolutely seething with rage, though he forced himself to stay composed. "Meng Chao, since you wanted to play games and embarrass me, I am going to make you regret this." As the top student in class, being outshined by a bottom feeder was a pill he just couldn't swallow. Just then, a holographic system prompt popped up right in front of Meng Chao's eyes. Kindling synchronization complete. Host identity confirmed as the fire bearer. Looking at the screen, Meng Chao suddenly recalled the horrific moment right before his death. Wasn't this the exact same flame from his nightmare when Dragon City was destroyed? The one that erupted from the city center and fused with his body? While Meng Chao was still trying to process this, more system prompts flooded his vision. "Congratulations, host, on becoming the fire bearer of civilization. Please do your utmost to spread the spark of civilization. Initial contribution point bonus, 10,000 points. Warning. Scan indicates the host's body suffers from long-term chronic internal injuries, and you lack proficiency in any basic skills. Would you like to automatically allocate your initial contribution points to restore your body to its peak state?" Even though he had absolutely no idea what was going on, Meng Chao boldly accepted. Instantly, he felt a powerful change surging through his entire body. The internal injuries he got from a training mishap last year, the ones even top doctors said were untreatable, were actually healing themselves. I can literally feel my shattered meridians patching themselves back together. Ah, this feels so good, don't stop. But the system wasn't done yet. It immediately spent 3,500 contribution points to upgrade his basic reckless bull technique, all the way to expert level. Floodgates of memories from his past life regarding the reckless bull technique suddenly rushed back into his mind. Just as he was riding this absolute high, everything suddenly came to a screeching halt, leaving him completely bewildered. Wait, why did it stop? Keep it going. System. Keep exchanging them. Don't stop. I have tons of contribution points. Well, that's what he thought, but a system notification quickly slapped him right in the face. Current remaining contribution points. 3. Insufficient contribution points. Unable to continue exchanging. Please accumulate more. Just like that, all 10,000 points were gone. Meng Chao started shaking like a leaf and began to beg. Come on, just upgrade my Reckless Bull technique to master level first. I can sign an IOU, I swear. But of course, the system wasn't going to let him buy now and pay later. Denied. The fire of civilization must thrive. The stronger human civilization becomes, the more powerful the fire bearer will grow. Please contribute to civilization as soon as possible to unlock more powers and missions. Reading this, Meng Chao was still completely in the dark about how to actually earn these contribution points. So, he just stood there, racking his brain about it until the final bell rang. The moment class was dismissed, everyone turned to look at Meng Chao, their jaws dropping to the floor. Holy crap, he actually made it through the whole class. If you do it right, that stance is incredibly good for training your mind and body. It looks like the old top-tier Meng Chao is finally making a comeback. Little did they know, Meng Chao was actually on the verge of passing out. I am so hungry. My stomach is literally eating itself. Does the system's healing and skill leveling consume so much energy that I have to replenish it with food? Meng Chao's vision started to blur, and he was about to pass out from sheer starvation. Suddenly, his best friend Chu Feixiang jumped out and grabbed him. Meng Chao, how dare you hide the fact that you have mastered the dragon hibernation stance? Seeing his face, Meng Chao immediately recognized his best bud. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned in and whispered under his breath. Help me out, fatty. I forgot my wallet today. Treat me to a meal, and I promise I will buy you lunch for the next 2 days. Hearing this, Chu Feixiang felt highly suspicious and quickly pushed Meng Chao's hands away. Are you for real? Since when did you become so generous? There's definitely a point to this. Meng Chao pointed at himself and boldly declared, Come on, we're practically brothers from another mother. Why would I lie to you? Chu Feixiang was skeptical at first, but he quickly grinned and locked his arm around Meng Chao's neck. Yeah, you're right. Besides, the whole class heard you. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't dare back out. Just like that, Meng Chao's plan was a total success. The moment they stepped into the convenience store, he immediately lunged at the food, stuffing his face to fill his empty stomach. Watching this happen, Chu Feixiang was practically crying from the pain in his wallet. Finally losing his cool, he shoved him and yelled, Meng Chao, are you even human? You're a straight-up beast. Do you have any idea that this single meal just wiped out 2 weeks of my allowance? I'm gonna kill you. But out of sheer instinct, Meng Chao casually swiped his hand and sent Chu Feixiang flying. It looked like the skills he got from the kindling system were the real deal. Realizing he'd been tricked but couldn't win a fight, Chu Feixiang could only stomp back to class in frustration. Having eaten his fill, Meng Chao took his sweet time walking back to the classroom. On his way, he casually lent a hand to a nearby janitor. Right at that moment, the kindling system interface popped up again. Helping others, promoting positive energy in Dragon City. Contribution points plus 0.001. Meng Chao was a bit surprised by this method of earning contribution points. He didn't expect it to be so simple. Back at school, Meng Chao froze, staring blankly at a group of female students playfully teasing one another. Seeing this, Chu Feixiang smacked him on the head and scolded, Are you asking for a beating? Why are you staring at them like a total creep? Meng Chao stared ahead thoughtfully. Brother Bear, you just don't get it. Only now do I realize that this peaceful, ordinary life is truly worth fighting to protect. Misunderstanding his point, Chu Feixiang blushed and looked over as well. I seriously gotta hand it to you. You managed to act totally shameless with a straight face every single time. Stop staring. Seriously though, did you really just dream about killing old Demon Yan and the destruction of Dragon City? What about me? Did I get to be a great general in your dream? Hearing this, Meng Chao yelled back in annoyance. Who said anything about me destroying it? I just saw a few fragmented scenes, and as for you, looking at Chu Feixiang's innocent eyes, Meng Chao couldn't bring himself to say another word. How could he tell Brother Bear that, in the end, he would only be an ordinary frontline soldier? Or should he tell him that the monsters would evolve, and even more vicious beasts would appear? Or should he say that they wouldn't even survive the tutorial phase before they were doomed to extinction? The same went for his parents. Meng Chao clenched his fists, at a loss for words. Finally, he looked his best friend in the eyes and said, Brother Bear, do you remember? I used to dream of passing the college entrance exam and becoming a superhuman, while you wanted to join the military and become a general. We're definitely going to make our dreams come true. With 50 days left, let's push our limits together. Though, in reality, it would be Meng Chao doing the heavy lifting. After all, Brother Bear had met a tragic end in his past life. With that, the two resolved to charge forward together. After the break came the literature class that everyone had been eagerly waiting for. While the class sat quietly waiting for Teacher Huang, Zuo Haoran suddenly announced, "Teacher Huang is sick. Everyone, line up and follow me to the self-study room for review." Hearing this, the entire class slumped in disappointment. "Are you kidding me? Not this trick again. Give us back, Teacher Huang. Give us back our literature class. I heard that back on Earth, kids our age had over 20 literature classes every week. Man, what a blissful life that must have been." On the way, Zuo Haoran noticed Meng Chao lagging at the back of the line, so he intentionally stopped and barked, "Hurry up! Pick up the pace." This made Chu Feixiang's blood boil, and he whispered to Meng Chao, "I absolutely despise how fake this guy is. Do you know why he gave up his spot in the elite class, just to be the class president in our ordinary class?" Always down for some good gossip, Meng Chao was all ears, leaning in as close as he could. Chu Feixiang continued, "Isn't it just for the cultivation resources the school hands out to the class president? His family owns a massive corporation, yet he's stealing resources from poor students like us. What a total scumbag." Meng Chao glared at Zuo Haoran with pure disgust. Exactly. If Zuo Haoran hadn't used his connections to stay in our ordinary class, the class president position would definitely be yours, Brother Bear. With those resources. Right at that moment, Zuo Haoran glared back and yelled at them, "What's all the noise back there? Stop wasting everyone's time." Chu Feixiang had officially had enough. Fuming with rage, he took a step forward. "I'm going to teach this brat a lesson." Fortunately, Meng Chao held him back before things could escalate. "Let's focus on training first. We've got plenty of time to settle this." Despite his words, Meng Chao cast a knowing glance at Zuo Haoran. There was no way he was going to let a traitor like him off the hook. Once they reached the training center, Zuo Haoran told everyone to choose their own practice drills. The facility was packed with training equipment, looking exactly like a professional gym. Wasting no time, Meng Chao immediately focused on his training, determined to get into college. But after throwing just one punch, his entire body felt like wet noodles. "No way. I'm still way too hungry." In order to heal his internal injuries, the kindling had completely drained all the energy in his body. "The kindling system helped heal my body, but it can't actually power me up. Right now, I'm basically a tank running on empty. I need a ton of cultivation resources to refuel." Seeing Meng Chao in such a pathetic state, several female classmates looked at him with pity. What a waste of potential. Meng Chao originally had a shot at becoming a superhuman, but Zuo Haoran was going out of his way to make life miserable for him. He even barked, "If you're not going to train, Meng Chao, get lost. Leave the equipment for the actual superhumans to use." Dragging Meng Chao away, Chu Feixiang tried to comfort him. "Dude, you've been weak for a long time. Recovery takes time, so don't rush it." Meng Chao looked like a dried-up corpse, completely drained and gaunt. He could only sit by himself on the sidelines, watching Chu Feixiang practice the reckless bull force. But as his friend threw punches, Meng Chao cringed with disapproval. Noticing this, Chu Feixiang asked in annoyance, "Meng Chao, are you judging my training? Do you think I suck or something?" Meng Chao simply told him he didn't need to waste his energy like that, but Chu Feixiang totally took it the wrong way, saying, "We are brothers, man. Are you seriously flexing on me right now?" Meng Chao quickly explained, "No, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about you. I mean, the way everyone channels their force nowadays is all." Before he could finish, Chu Feixiang snapped, "All garbage? Bro, I swear you're acting incredibly shameless this afternoon." Left with no choice, Meng Chao came up with an idea and dragged him to the restroom. He carefully checked to make sure they were alone, then locked the door. "Hurry up, take your clothes off so I can inspect your muscles. This is way too creepy." Chu Feixiang pressed his back flat against the wall, too scared to move. "Meng Chao, what on earth are you trying to do? If I fight back, don't say I didn't warn you." That's when Meng Chao asked, "Just now, when you channeled the reckless bull force down to your ribs, you felt a surge of energy leaking out, didn't you? And when you stepped on the ground, you felt a sharp, needle-like pain shoot from the sole of your foot up to your knee, right?" Hearing this, Chu Feixiang's jaw dropped in sheer shock. He was completely exposed. "How do you know that?" "I literally haven't told a single soul about this," Meng Chao then explained. You haven't mastered the true essence of the reckless bull force at all. Half of your energy is just running wild inside your body. If you keep training like this, getting osteoporosis is the least of your worries. Hearing this, Chu Feixiong immediately threw himself down, grabbed Meng Chao's leg, and begged in tears, "Meng Chao, you have to save me." Right after that, Meng Chao's eyes lit up with the glowing symbol of the reckless bull art. The knowledge he received from the kindling system was finally put to good use. "All right, throw a punch and let me see." After a few quick adjustments, Chu Feixiong was over the moon. "Meng Chao, those tweaks you just made boosted my punch power by at least 3%. Right then, the kindling system popped up a notification, guided ordinary citizen Chu Feixiong in the basic reckless bull art. Learning progress, 10%. Ordinary citizens grow stronger, raising the overall combat power of Dragon City. Congratulations, Master. As civilization grows stronger, you also become stronger. Contribution points, +10. Seeing this, Meng Chao's eyes widened in surprise. So teaching the martial arts he obtained from the kindling system to the citizens of Dragon City actually counts as making a contribution? If I can teach the martial arts of the future to the entire city, making everyone 100 times stronger than they were in my nightmares, we will easily crush all those monsters from the other world. Is this the true meaning of, the stronger the civilization, the stronger I become? Since this was his first contribution, the kindling system offered Meng Chao one of 3 rewards. Option A, upgrade the reckless bull art from expert to master level, worth 756 contribution points. Option B, awaken basic marksmanship, worth 3,100 contribution points. Option C, awaken ripple force, worth 1,500 contribution points. With the reckless bull art and ripple force, one hard and one soft, one an upgrade and the other a new awakening, Meng Chao was torn on what to choose. After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to choose basic marksmanship, grinning like a total rascal. Since it is free, of course I am taking the most expensive one. It is a no-brainer. Then, he looked at Chu Feixiong while licking his lips deviously. "Fatty, don't worry. I will definitely help you get into the military academy." That creepy smile sent shivers down Chu Feixiong's spine, making him break out in a cold sweat. Afterward, the two of them returned to the training center to test out the results. Before the test, Chu Feixiong whispered, "Meng Chao, where did you learn that bizarre technique?" Meng Chao replied that they would talk about it later. "Right now, we need to test the limit of your punch first." Chu Feixiong flashed a confident grin, braced his entire body, and got ready to unleash a heavy punch. Right then, Zuo Haoran barked, "Stop right there. Who gave you permission to touch the punch force gauge? You snuck out with Meng Chao the second class started, came back 20 minutes later whispering to each other, and now you want to use the machine? Did you even get permission?" Having been pushed to his limit after being targeted over and over, Chu Feixiong could not hold back anymore and yelled, "Oh, respected class monitor. Do you actually think you're the teacher here? I just had a breakthrough with my reckless bull force, and even a teacher would not stop me. Who do you think you are, sticking your nose in other people's business?" Zuo Haoran sneered confidently. "I saw how you channel your force. Your posture is completely crooked and off balance, which is a far cry from the standard reckless bull force. You haven't even mastered the basic form, let alone had a breakthrough. If you really want to use the force gauge, go stand in the corner and learn what the reckless bull force actually is first." Feeling insulted, Chu Feixiong was about to charge forward to teach the class monitor a lesson, but Meng Chao stepped in to stop him. "If that's the case, why doesn't the class rep show us how reckless bull force is actually done, so we can all learn from you?" Provoked by the challenge, Zuo Haoran takes off his watch and heads straight for the punching machine. Look closely. This is what real reckless bull force is all about. With just one punch, the machine rattles, displaying a force of 225 kilograms. Seeing this, the girls in the class immediately start cheering. Last time, the class rep had to try so hard to set the class record, but this time, he did it with just a casual swing of his arm. Our class rep is leveling up so fast, getting into a top university is practically guaranteed. Besides, even though he's much smaller than that chubby bear, his punching power is several times stronger. Hearing this, Zuo Haoran grows even more smug, giving them a dismissive look. "Did you two see that clearly?" The classmates standing nearby also try to hold him back, saying, "Chu Feixiong, just try it later with the rest of us. Meng Chao, you should talk some sense into him too." But instead of stopping him, Meng Chao encourages his friend. "Chubby bear, I'm leaving this to you." Chu Feixiong grits his teeth, determined to take on the punching machine. but Zuo Haoren still stands in his way, blocking him. Step back. Try it with the others before class ends. Everyone is convinced that Chu Feixiang is going to lose this matchup. But the moment Chu Feixiang exerts his strength, Zuo Haoren is sent crashing to the ground, with no one left to block him. Recalling Meng Chao's guidance, Chu Feixiang gathers his strength and unleashes a massive punch. This overwhelming aura leaves Zuo Haoren, who is sitting nearby, completely speechless. With just one blow, the punching machine is pushed back quite a distance, registering an astonishing 785 kilograms, setting a brand new class record. Looking at the results, Chu Feixiang stares blankly at his fist, unable to believe his own eyes. Just then, Meng Chao points at him and shouts, "Chubby bear, you sneaky rascal, how dare you secretly practice such a powerful super reckless bull force behind my back? You completely crushed the class rep." Hearing about super reckless bull force, everyone gets curious about what kind of technique could possess such insane power. Since things are going exactly as planned, Meng Chao continues his act. No amount of money can buy you a master who can teach super reckless bull force. Boosting your score by more than 10 points is as good as getting more than 10 extra points on the college entrance exam. Brother Xiang, please teach me super reckless bull force. Seeing Meng Chao putting on this pathetic, begging act, Chu Feixiang's eyes widen in sheer shock. Wait, didn't you just teach me this? But Meng Chao just keeps playing his part. All right, I know your time before the exam is incredibly precious. How about this? I'll pay for my tuition with cultivation resources, so you won't lose out. Hearing this, Chu Feixiang instantly catches on to what's happening. Oh man, is Meng Chao trying to make some quick cash? I guess I'll have to play along. Hearing Meng Chao's words, the rest of the class gradually starts to believe the story, and they all follow suit, begging Chu Feixiang to save them. At this point, Meng Chao chimes in with a suggestion. Since you're already herding one sheep, you might as well herd the whole flock. Why don't we set up a study group for super reckless bull force, and everyone can pay you back with cultivation resources. This way, you can help everyone bring out their true potential too. Instantly, the crowd surges forward, with everyone scrambling to join the group to boost their college entrance exam scores. Suddenly, the kindling interface pops up once again. Your suggestion has received unanimous approval, boosting their motivation to learn, which will lead to better results and allow them to contribute more to civilization in the near future. Contribution points plus 11. Not stopping there, Meng Chao flashes a sly smile and speaks up again. Chu Feixiang is honestly too humble. With someone so selfless and powerful, I wonder why our teacher didn't make him the class rep in the first place. Instantly, everyone turns their gaze to Zuo Haoren, who is still sitting on the floor. While Zuo Haoren is glaring at them with bitter rage, Meng Chao suddenly reaches out a hand to help him up, saying, "Class rep, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Zuo Haoren pulls his hand back, gets up on his own, and puts on a friendly smile. Not at all. A class rep is supposed to support everyone. But deep down, he is absolutely boiling with rage. With the college entrance exams right around the corner, I'll make sure you never step foot in a university for the rest of your life. That evening after school, Meng Chao and Chu Feixiang sit down together to divide up the cultivation resources they collected from their classmates. Meng Chao, you should take all of this. You've missed out on an entire year of training, so you need it way more than I do. But regardless, Meng Chao insists on a 70-30 split. Having no other choice, Chu Feixiang accepts his friend's generosity, but can't help but ask about this training method. Of course, Meng Chao can't tell him the truth, so he quickly makes up an excuse, saying he stumbled upon it on some omnipotent science forum. But don't worry, I've thoroughly researched this version of super reckless bull force, so there won't be any issues. If you're worried about any mishaps, you can just tell everyone it's an experimental beta version. It's take it or leave it, and since it's just a voluntary contribution anyway, there's no pressure on anyone. Hearing this, Chu Feixiang knows exactly what he needs to do, bids his friend goodbye, and leaves. Left alone, Meng Chao stands there staring blankly at the scenery before him. Dragon City. I used to hate the fog because it kept this entire city sealed away. The buildings in Dragon City are way too cramped, the streets are too narrow, and the pressure to cultivate is just too overwhelming. Like many other young people, I used to secretly read books and watch movies about Earth. Back there, students only had to take 2 gym classes a week, but had to sit through dozens of hours of literature and math. Back on Earth, adults only had to work 8 hours a day to make good money, buy a big house, and live in absolute comfort. But Earth is a home we can never go back to. And tomorrow, a living nightmare awaits us. This harsh world right in front of us is our only home now, and we must survive it at all costs. Without realizing it, tears streamed down Meng Chao's cheeks. He swore to himself that he would never let the apocalyptic future from his nightmare come true. After checking the kindling system, his contribution points were continuously skyrocketing. The reckless bull force worked incredibly well on ordinary citizens. The overall combat power of Dragon City had surged. Right at that moment, an announcement echoed across the sky. Attention all citizens. The latest update from the Municipal Meteorological Bureau. Thick fog will roll in tonight, and monsters are expected to breach the city limits. The primary monster activity is expected to concentrate in one area, specifically the metallurgy plant in the Northern District. The Survival Committee orders the Longgang Group to immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness, while all other sectors prepare for Level 3 combat. All citizens, please listen carefully. Stay highly vigilant, prepare for battle, and keep this in mind at all times. We are the Expeditionary Army of Earth. Earth and us, we are one. Dragon City must prevail. Hearing this, Meng Chao's eyes widened in sheer shock. He immediately rushed back home. Because his family was poor, he had to squeeze onto a cramped, stuffy bus, a stark contrast to the wealthy Zuo Haoran, who was riding comfortably in a luxury car. Before long, the bus reached his stop. Meng Chao looked up at the familiar sight, smiling with a sense of relief. He was finally home. Walking through this rundown market, warm memories started flooding back. The familiar, bustling sounds made everything feel incredibly real. This was the true comfort of ordinary, everyday life. Right then, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, big brother, come help me, quick. I'm completely exhausted here." Seeing his little sister, Jia Cao, Meng Chao smiled warmly, but suddenly, he clutched his head in intense pain. Visions flashed before his eyes. Wherever she walked, she brought an endless, devouring darkness. The Black Darkness Witch. The haunting memory of his sister stepping on him seemed permanently seared into Meng Chao's mind. It took his sister shouting his name several times to finally snap him out of it. Shaking and breaking out in a cold sweat from the vision, Meng Chao quickly asked her, "Xiao Cao, tell me, if you ever got insanely powerful, would you step on me and crush me under your feet?" Xiao Cao offered a sweet smile and replied, "Oh my gosh, my dearest, most beloved big brother, what on earth are you even talking about? How could I ever do something so cruel to you?" But underneath her innocent, gentle act, she was secretly laughing with pure joy. "Hee hee, you totally nailed it. If I ever get superpowers, the very first thing I'm doing is stomping you into the dirt. You annoying jerk, and I'll step on you as hard as I can. Mwah ha ha." Even so, Meng Chao couldn't shake off his anxiety. No, there has to be a reason why Xiao Cao turned into the Black Darkness Witch in that nightmare. But what could that reason be? Just to be absolutely sure, he pushed further. "Then let me ask you this. Do you have some sort of grudge against me?" Just like before, outwardly, Xiao Cao claimed she had no complaints at all, but internally, she was screaming with endless resentment. Meng Chao didn't suspect a thing, but he still teased and pinched her like he always did. Hey, you can't blame him. Who told her to stomp all over him after becoming the Black Darkness Witch anyway? While he still had the upper hand, he was going to mess with her as much as he wanted. Since he had returned from that horrible nightmare, he was determined to never let her become the feared Black Darkness Witch. He was going to make sure she became the happiest, most loved little princess in the entire world. And so, the two siblings kept teasing each other all the way home. The second they got home, Xiao Cao immediately whined to their mom that her big brother was bullying her. Seeing his mother limping out on her crutches, carrying a familiar plate of spring rolls, Meng Chao couldn't hold back his tears. After surviving that horrific nightmare, being reunited with his beloved family brought him unspeakable joy. Just then, his father opened the door and walked in, grumbling, "Where are your manners? I could hear you complaining about your brother from outside. Hurry up and turn on the TV. Let's watch the live stream of the battle." In a flash, Xiao Cao turned on the TV just as her father said. The latest news. At 8:50 p.m. tonight, the military's vanguard team is about to complete the defensive line in the north. This steel crab machine is the newest and most advanced war machine in our Dragon City. The monsters from the other world will ultimately be swept away by Dragon City's steel tide. Next up was an interview with a professor discussing the monsters' weaknesses. Since she had already heard all this in class a million times, Xiao Cao boredly switched channels. The moment Master Luo Wu appeared on the screen, her eyes lit up, and she actually started drooling. At least, that is what her parents thought, But in reality, Xiao Cao was staring at the room shown behind him. It was a massive apartment, at least 200 square meters, and she desperately wanted to live in a place like that. The mind of a teenage girl is truly a mystery. Suddenly, the power went out, and the ground began to shake violently. Immediately, Meng Chao realized that the monsters were coming. The warning sirens blared right after. Attention! Tianfu Court residential area is activating its defensive stronghold. All power is being redirected to support the defense infrastructure. Hearing the announcement, everyone rushed back inside. Moments later, heavy steel walls quickly sealed off the area. The defensive stronghold was fully active, standing ready to face the oncoming tide of insect monsters. All the surrounding power has been redirected to the bunkers and high-voltage towers, easily pushing back the approaching monsters. Inside his house, Meng Chao watches the situation unfold through his binoculars, completely gripped by anxiety. Are there really this many? Luckily, I finished all my nutrient fluids earlier, but who knows if I can survive this battle. Suddenly, his dad rushes in, frantically asking about the battle. Meng Chao quickly reassures him that everything is fine for now and still under control. Just then, Grandma Wang walks in with a large dog. She tells them, "You two just worry about keeping watch outside. Leave Sushin and the little one to me and Da Ya, don't worry." But when Meng Chao tries to give her some warnings, Grandma Wang snaps right back and lectures him. Right at that moment, a massive explosion outside catches everyone's attention. A new species has emerged among the monster horde, easily tearing down the high-voltage towers and bunkers. Seeing this, Meng Chao's dad panics. Those are mutated black-armored fire beetles, flying fire beetles. Chao, those mutated bugs are no joke. Let them get closer before we shoot. Tonight is not going to end well. Grabbing their guns, the father and son join the residents of Tianfu Gardens in the desperate firefight. But with how agile and heavily armored these pests are, bringing them down is pure luck. If things don't turn around soon, there's going to be a bloodbath tonight. Right on cue, the kindling system prompts. Do you want to unlock the first mutant marksman combat mission? The reward for the first combat mission is 1,500 contribution points, and the option to level up any basic skill of your choice. Without a second thought, Meng Chao accepts instantly and begins utilizing the marksmanship skill he acquired earlier. Seeing Meng Chao frozen in place, Grandma Wang walks over in concern. "Chao, did you freeze up out of fear? Let me handle this." Grandma Wang must have been a real badass back in her youth. But suddenly, Meng Chao fires 3 rapid shots, successfully taking down a flying fire beetle. Just like that, he earns 1 point, 1 contribution points, and his marksmanship proficiency climbs to 25%. Witnessing this, Grandma Wang happily pats her grandson's head. "Not bad, kiddo. Those 3 shots were almost as good as your late grandfather's." After that, Meng Chao begins picking off the monsters one by one with ease. The longer he fights, the more his muscle memory from his past life returns. Seeing his son's godlike marksmanship, his dad can't help but praise him. Meng Chao smiles and replies, "Since my injury last year made it hard to practice martial arts, I decided to focus on my marksmanship instead." With that, the father and son continue their relentless assault. As the swarm starts to thin out, his dad tells him to pace himself. But at that exact moment, Meng Chao tenses up, desperately recalling memories from his past life. No, this is wrong. There is still a terrifyingly mysterious monster that hasn't shown itself yet. I have to find it. After searching frantically, he finally spots it. That's the one. In his memories of the future, this was the beast that ambushed this place, the very reason his sister became the Black Darkness Witch. Meng Chao immediately aims and fires, but the bullet can't even scratch its hide, let alone take it down. Just as I thought, my basic marksmanship is way too weak to even scratch it. To deal with this thing, I need to reach at least master tier, or even perfect tier. Suddenly, the monster soars into the sky and lets out a deafening screech. As if receiving an order, the other beasts launch into a frenzied assault against the humans. The soldiers also realize something is terribly wrong, risking their lives to shield the civilians. As time ticks away, Meng Chao fires like a madman, desperately trying to level up his proficiency. I won't let you get your way. I must max out my basic marksmanship before these monsters fully awaken. Meanwhile, the military notices this unique beast and immediately reports it to headquarters. It's another super beast. An unidentified super beast has been spotted at Tianfu Gardens. Repeat, an unidentified armored flying super beast has been spotted at Tianfu Gardens, requesting immediate backup from the superhumans. But at the worst possible moment, their communications are jammed. and the distress signal can't get through. At this rate, the entire neighborhood is going to be wiped out by these monsters. In a panic, Meng Chao's dad grabs his son to flee. Chao, take your mother and the others and get out of here, quick. That giant thing in the sky might be a super beast. But completely focused, Meng Chao keeps firing. Dad, you take everyone and go. I'm staying right here. I know exactly what this bastard is. Back outside, the heavy fog prevents the military from getting a clear shot, making it impossible to take down the super beast. Buffed by the super beast, the monster horde suddenly grows several times stronger, breaching the defensive line and storming into the residential buildings. Fortunately, the defense force manages to intercept them in time, preventing any civilian casualties for now. Meanwhile, Meng Chao receives a notification. The first mutant marksman combat mission is complete, rewarding 1,500 contribution points and 1 basic skill upgrade. Despite the rush, Meng Chao keeps a cool head. Hold on, let's not redeem the upgrade just yet. I'll dump all my contribution points in first. First, I've got to max out my basic gunmanship. Using a ton of contribution points, I upgrade my basic shooting skill by 2 levels, instantly pushing it to master rank. Right after that, the system reward kicks in, upgrading the skill all the way to perfect rank. Now, every single weakness of this absolute beast of a monster is crystal clear in Meng Chao's mind. With an armor-piercing magazine in hand, he's totally confident he can take this thing down. Just then, his troublemaker sister rushes in to help with a homemade gun. Helping? More like making things worse, because she successfully draws the beast's attention right to them. As the monster charges straight at them, memories of Meng Chao's past life flash before his eyes. In his past life, Xiao Cao also tried to help kill the monster, but the loud gunshots only ended up attracting a terrifying demon. Their mother was critically injured and ended up in the hospital because of it, which triggered a whole chain of absolute tragedies. Xiao Cao was eaten alive by guilt, which probably scarred her for life. This is the very beast that destroyed the home he lived in for over 10 years and hurt his family. In this life, I will not let that nightmare happen again. Fueled by pure rage, Meng Chao risks his life to face it head-on, shooting and injuring one of the beast's wings. Seeing this, his father panics and screams, "Chao, have you lost your mind?" But Meng Chao refuses to back down, aiming directly at the beast and waiting for the perfect opening. "Dad, trust me." Meanwhile, the injured beast is absolutely furious. It opens its massive mouth and gathers an energy sphere, preparing to unleash its ultimate attack. This is the exact moment Meng Chao has been waiting for. He aims straight at the energy ball and fires without a second thought. Boom! The sphere is hit and explodes instantly, blowing the monster to pieces. The beast is sent flying into a wall, crashes to the ground, and dies right on the spot. Seeing this, the soldiers are ecstatic, and their morale instantly skyrockets. The beast is dead. It was Old Meng from Unit 704. He used to be a legendary military sharpshooter. Talk about a seasoned veteran. Everyone, charge. Let's wipe out the rest of these pests. Back to Meng Chao. Because he overused his skills, he completely drained his energy, collapsing to the ground without a single ounce of strength left. I actually did it. That was perfect. Right when the monster was unleashing its ultimate move, I used the spiritual energy, dispersing inside its body to turn its own power against it. Turns out, the nightmare can be shattered, the future can be changed, and my destiny is finally in my own hands. Even in such a tight, life-and-death situation, Meng Chao was still focused on rewriting the dark future. Right on cue, Xiao Cao rushes over with a first aid kit. "Brother, please don't die. I haven't even got my revenge yet. Wait, no, I haven't repaid you yet." She cries hysterically while forcing medicine down his throat, looking absolutely pitiful. Meng Chao struggles to open his eyes. "Who said I'm?" But before he can even finish his sentence, his sister starts suffocating him with care again. "You're okay now. How is it? Do you feel anything? Is your mind clear?" She really is the Night Witch in the making. Talk about ruthless. Grandma Wang, worried sick about her grandson, also rushes over to check on him. With blood dripping from his nose, Meng Chao tries to reassure his grandma, then turns to whisper to his dad, "Dad, just tell everyone you killed the beast. Help me keep this a secret, okay?" Once his dad and the others agree to keep the secret, Meng Chao can finally rest easy. It's finally over. In this life, he actually saved everyone. But just as he closes his eyes, a sudden chill of horror hits him, as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Wait, this isn't right. I haven't received any notification from the kindling system yet. Could it be? Even though his body is at its absolute limit, Meng Chao forces himself up, dragging his feet toward the fallen beast. His body is just too weak right now, his injuries aren't fully healed, and he can't harness powerful spiritual energy yet. Even though he has perfect grade basic gunmanship and his past life memories of the beast's weaknesses and patterns, his brain and body just aren't in sync yet. It's going to take a long time to build up that muscle memory. His attack earlier had a tiny error in timing, which is why he couldn't completely blow its head off. Is it just like his sister, who is 80 to 90% likely to go dark? Is destiny really like a raging river, something no human strength can alter? But I'm going to change it anyway. I'll use my wild bull force to crush it. Determined to change their tragic fate, Meng Chao prepares to risk everything to finish off the beast right then and there. Right at that moment, a brilliant streak of lightning flashes from the sky, piercing straight through the beast's head in an instant. The one who fired that shot is a superhuman, a highly revered elite. The beast that almost wiped out this entire area is nothing but trash in his eyes. Not wanting to draw any attention to himself, Meng Chao slips into a corner to check his kindling notifications. You have extended the critical time by 5 minutes, dealing massive damage to the target before the superhuman arrived. Played a vital role in the defensive battle against the beast. Contribution points plus 1,978. Due to successfully handling the special citizen, Bai Jiakao, her corruption rate has decreased by 2%. The future chaos level of Dragon City has decreased. Contribution points plus 500. You can now awaken the basic skill, Dragon Snake Force, and the auxiliary skill, Novice Harvesting. It was an incredibly close call this time, but the rewards are huge. Finally, Meng Chao can breathe a sigh of relief. Letting out a sigh of relief, they immediately rush to process the beast's carcass. If they didn't act fast, the meat and vital parts of the monster would spoil and become completely useless. Meanwhile, Meng Chao sat in the corner, slowly recovering his strength. Having injected the high-energy nutrients and devoured all the meat cooked by his mom, his condition finally stabilized. Still, exchanging so many things at once had left him with a lingering headache. If the demonic-eyed golden-winged blazing beetle has already appeared, it means the monsters are constantly evolving and the war is about to spiral out of control. I have to get stronger, fast. It seems just relying on the memories of a perfect grade skill isn't going to cut it. I need to constantly put them to use in real combat to achieve true unity between my body and mind. But I don't have any cultivation resources. I'm starving all day. My legs feel like jelly, and I can barely breathe after taking down a single black beetle. How am I supposed to fight in real battles like this? Thinking about his miserable situation, Meng Chao scratched his head in sheer frustration and sighed. Given his family's tight financial situation, there really wasn't enough food to go around. Just then, Xiao Cao suddenly spoke up. Hey, they're still collecting those bug carcasses outside. Don't you think it stinks? Hearing this, Meng Chao suddenly remembered something crucial. That's it, harvesting. In my past life, Mom was severely injured by a super beast, and I ended up failing my exam. To scrape together money for Mom's treatment and pay for my sister's tuition, Dad brought me into this trade. Through endless battles with monsters, I harvested countless beasts and became a veteran technician. Plus, harvesters can make some serious cash. Speaking of money, Meng Chao's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he summoned the kindling to check the exchange store. Ripple Force, 1,500 contribution points. Dragon Snake Force, 2,100 contribution points. Basic Harvesting, 998 contribution points. Current contribution points, 2,478. The moment he saw the exchange list, Meng Chao's eyes literally sparkled, and he nearly started drooling. Heavens are really on my side. Basic Harvesting is only 998 contribution points. Since I did this for 10 years in my past life, awakening and leveling it up is super cheap. Instead of starting something new, I might as well stick to what I'm familiar with. After redeeming Basic Harvesting, Meng Chao instantly upgraded it all the way to the expert level. A massive wave of knowledge immediately flooded his mind. An expert level Basic Harvesting and a perfect level Basic Spear technique can actually trigger a special synergy effect. I definitely made the right choice. Right now, most of the monsters from my future memories haven't even evolved yet. Doesn't that mean when they finally show up, I'll be the one who knows them better than anyone else in all of Dragon City? Ha ha ha, thinking about this, Meng Chao couldn't help but burst into a sinister laugh. Xiao Cao, who was standing nearby, got a little spooked watching him. With a creepy laugh like that, he was definitely plotting something mischievous. The next evening, Meng Chao's dad packed his gear and gently warned them, Meng Chao, Xiao Kao, go to bed early, okay? I'm heading over to the northern battlefield to harvest. Seeing this, Meng Chao quickly asked to tag along. Dad, I want to go with you. I've been thinking, and honestly, with my current performance, I probably won't do well on the exams. Instead of struggling to find a job later, I might as well become a harvester now. Seeing his son's determination, his father gave it some serious thought. Meng Chao's spear technique is indeed quite impressive, but his body is just too weak. There's an 80% chance he won't make it into college. Although harvesting is a dangerous gig, it really is one of the few ordinary jobs that offers a decent shot at awakening supernatural powers. So, he happily agreed to take him along to show him the ropes. Just then, Xiao Cao grabbed Meng Chao's arm, her eyes sparkling. Are you really going to become a harvester, big brother? Seeing his sister worry about him, Meng Chao was deeply touched. Hearing her brother was going to take on such a dangerous job, even the future nightmare fiend seemed a bit concerned. After all, blood is thicker than water, or so he thought. Xiao Cao looked at her brother shyly and added, if you run into any delicious monsters like that black beetle, remember to bring some back for me to eat, okay? Instantly, Meng Chao felt like throwing their sibling bond straight out the window. Blood is thicker than water, my foot. I shouldn't have expected anything from this future nightmare fiend. After getting everything ready, the father and son set off together. Even though monsters are absolute pests, their carcasses actually provide the vital strategic resources needed to sustain Dragon City's development. If the military just blows everything up and grinds all the monsters into dust, it would be a total waste. Wasting a massive amount of guns, ammunition, and the precious lives of soldiers without getting any benefits in return is just foolish. If they keep doing that, in less than 3 to 5 years, Dragon City will run completely out of resources, leaving everyone to starve and rot. But superhumans can use cold weapons to slay thousands of monsters, keeping the carcasses perfectly intact so a wealth of resources can be recovered. That was the crucial piece of information the kindling had just provided. After hearing this, Meng Chao understood a lot more. No wonder the military only plays a supporting role. When push comes to shove, it all depends on the superhumans. As they approached their destination, Meng Chao's father gave him one last piece of advice. Being a soldier is tough, and being a harvester isn't easy either. You have to be both brave and cautious. Don't be nervous when we get there. Just watch and learn from me. To which Meng Chao replied, Nervous? Me? But his dad didn't buy it for a second. Seriously, how could he not be nervous? A real battlefield is completely different from our cozy little neighborhood. We are talking about tens of thousands of monsters and a literal sea of blood and corpses. How could anyone not be terrified? Sure, it is nerve-wracking, but what do we have to fear? Remember back in the day. To stop his dad from starting another endless trip down memory lane, Meng Chao quickly cut him off. I am seriously fine, Dad. Actually, never mind. I am nervous, and now I really have to pee. The aura of high-level monsters severely stimulates your central nervous system. So, rookies who have never stepped onto a real battlefield can easily lose control of their bladders. Hearing that his son needed to pee, Meng Chao's dad immediately offered some sage advice. Let me share a little secret with you. The first time you work as a harvester, wear a diaper under your pants. It keeps you dry and prevents any embarrassing smells. Hearing this, Meng Chao gave his dad the ultimate side-eye. I mean, where on earth am I going to find a diaper in the middle of the night? But to his absolute shock, his dad whipped one out right then and there. Look, what do we have here? When we get there, just find a corner to put it on. I will cover for you. There is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Meng Chao could only scream inside with pure, helpless frustration. Dad, I suddenly feel super confident about the college entrance exams. I don't want to be a harvester anymore. Please, just let me go home. But they had already arrived, so there was no turning back now. Once they stepped inside, Meng Chao's dad leaned in and whispered some final instructions. Mr. Shen is the boss of this company, so whether you get to work as a harvester is entirely up to him. When we see him, be quick on your feet and make sure to behave yourself, okay? This chubby guy right here is Shen Rongfa, the general manager of the Joseon Resource Recovery Company. The moment he spotted them, he called out, Hey, old Meng, is this your kid? Meng Chao's dad immediately bowed, acting incredibly humble. Mr. Shen, we spoke about this before, remember? Here he is. Seeing an easy target practically walk right into his lap, Shen Rongfa decided to play hardball. Well, how should I put this? You were injured before, Meng. Honestly, with things as they are, I don't even know how I'd explain this to my brother-in-law. Meng Chao's dad knew exactly what that meant. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing his hand and pleading, "It was just a minor injury last year. I recovered ages ago. I brought him here myself. Give him less than 2 years, and he'll definitely be a fantastic helper. Please, Mr. Shen, I am begging you to help us out here." Seeing his dad secretly slip a card into Shen Rongfa's hand, Meng Chao's eyes widened in sheer shock. Wait, is that a Dragon City gold card? That card holds at least 10,000 yuan. Since when did my dad have so much secret cash stashed away? Should I find a way to swindle that card back from Shen Rongfa later? I have got to get our money back. Once the card was safely in his pocket, Shen Rongfa's attitude did a complete 180. He beamed and said, "Well, all right then. After all, your harvesting team is just an outsourced branch of our company. It is none of the company's business who you bring in as an apprentice. But there is just one thing. Do not cause any trouble. Annoying me is one thing, but if you make things difficult for my brother-in-law, things won't end well for you. Got it?" Sensing the veiled threat in his voice, a shiver ran down Meng Chao's dad's spine. "I understand completely. We will absolutely never bring any trouble to you or Brother Tiger. Mr. Shen. Chao, hurry up and thank Uncle Shen." Doing as he was told, Meng Chao obediently bowed, but Shen Rongfa just looked at him with pure disgust. He waved them away dismissively. Yeah, save your breath. Get to work already, and don't you dare slack off." Behind that fake smile, the greedy manager was already plotting against them, thinking, "I can't believe they saved up this much cash. It looks like I can squeeze a whole lot more out of this Meng Yishan." As he walked away, Meng Chao stared intensely at his back. Why does this Shen Rongfa feel even more obnoxious than Zuo Haoran? Seeing his son's expression, his dad quickly nudged him. "Chao, Manager Shen is not someone we can afford to cross." Right then, memories of Meng Chao's past life suddenly flashed in his mind. "That's right, I remember now. In my past life, this scumbag ruined my dad's life." As they walked to their post after successfully handing over the bribe, Meng Chao couldn't help but ask, "Dad, you have been a harvester for years, and everyone here respects you. Why don't you start your own business instead of putting up with this place?" His dad sighed and explained, "Starting a company isn't that simple, son. We don't have the startup capital, and we don't have the connections to secure monster carcasses. We just need to endure for 2 more years. Once you master the trade and your sister goes to college, we will figure things out." Suddenly, Meng Chao asked with a dead serious expression, "Dad, have you ever considered that the monsters might start showing up in much larger numbers?" Seeing his dad's confused look, he quickly continued, "A guest instructor came to our school for a brief training session recently. According to him, the monsters will soon complete their evolution and swarm us in even more terrifying, hyper-aggressive forms. Think about it. Didn't we literally encounter a super beast in our neighborhood today? This is a massive threat, but it is also our golden opportunity. If we want to get rich and change our lives for good, we absolutely have to seize this moment." But his dad didn't seem to buy into the hype at all. "You can't be serious, right? Let's focus on the job first. We will talk about this when we get home. Come on, let me show you how to harvest these beasts." Meng Chao's gaze remained firm, his resolve unshaken. Since he had returned from that hellish nightmare, there was absolutely no way he was going to live under someone else's thumb. "I have to build my own empire. That is the only way I can truly hold my destiny in my own hands." After walking for a bit, they finally arrived at the work area. And the very first thing Meng Chao's dad did was turn to ask his son a question. "Got your diapers on?" Seriously, I'm speechless. Next up, his dad started showing him the ropes. "Today, we're harvesting hard-shelled beasts, but our main focus is this yellow-patterned, giant-tailed scorpion." Just then, the rest of the crew gathered around, giving him a warm welcome. "Chao, you've never seen so many monsters before, right? Pretty exciting, isn't it? Come over and give it a feel. There are plenty of us uncles here. We won't let you get hurt. Look, this one's still twitching. Gave you a jump, didn't it?" Seeing how much attention he was getting, Meng Chao could only smile and say thank you. After all, he was way too familiar with this line of work from his past life. There was zero room for surprise. Then, Meng Chao's dad started to demonstrate. "Chao, this is a relatively intact, golden-patterned, giant-tailed scorpion. I'll use it to teach you, so we'll take it nice and slow. Take a close look. Right at the front of the limbs, there's a bit of fatty meat. The hard carapace can be used directly for armor or refined into alloys. The bodily fluid is highly nutritious and can be used to breed giant earthworms. Its venom can be refined into potions, activating superhuman power deep within the genes. The stinger itself is incredibly hard, making it the perfect ammo for snipers, with a natural corroding and highly toxic effect. Don't be scared, it's not worth much anyway. Just dive in. If you mess up, we can always fix it. Taking the tools, Meng Chao got straight to work. Guided by the info from the kindling system, combined with his own nimble hands, Meng Chao gradually got lost in his work. Once the main nerve is extracted, it needs to be submerged in a 37% concentration of neural cell activator to keep it fresh. The butterfly blade has just the right curve to flawlessly separate the flesh from the shell. The negative pressure suction device can easily harvest and preserve the scorpion meat in one piece. Finally, use the vacuum suction to draw out the fluids and extract the mucus. In a flash, the entire monster carcass was fully processed without a single part going to waste. The kindling system then popped up a reward notification for his first standard resource harvest. Contribution points +3. Expert level basic harvesting skill proficiency increased by 1.1%. Since he hadn't practiced in a long time, Meng Chao felt a bit rusty, and his movements weren't perfectly smooth. But watching the scene unfold, the entire harvesting team stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Realizing he had accidentally gone a bit too fast, Meng Chao quickly tried to come up with an explanation. Dad, uncles, now that things have come to this, there's a secret I have to share. Actually, since I was a kid, my dream has been to become an ace harvester. Every time Dad went to work, I would secretly practice like crazy. Especially after getting injured last year, knowing my chances for the college entrance exam were slim, I became even more determined to make it as a harvester. I trained 10 times harder, and my teachers helped me out a lot. With constant practice and my family's encouragement, hard work finally paid off, leading to what you all just saw. Hearing this, everyone fell for it hook, line, and sinker, turning their gaze toward his dad. No wonder. Elite high school students really are built different. Old Meng, with such an awesome successor, you can just sit back and enjoy life now. Meng Chao's dad was utterly clueless, staring blankly at his son. Chao, you've wanted to be a harvester since you were a kid? How come I've never heard you mention this? Why was Meng Chao still putting on an act? Well, it's because you're the person I admire most in my life, Dad. I was just too embarrassed to admit it. That would have been a bit. His dad actually believed it, feeling incredibly proud of his son. Silly boy, did you really think I wouldn't know I'm your hero just because you didn't say it? And just like that, the suspicion surrounding Meng Chao's bizarrely advanced skills was swept under the rug. Though he looked happy on the outside, Meng Chao's dad was actually heavy-hearted. Chao is so mature and capable, yet his dad is so useless. I don't even have the ability to help you get into a superhuman university and can only let you follow me to do this low-level harvesting work. But he was overthinking it. Instead of feeling down, Meng Chao was actually looking forward to it. Dad, let's keep going. Combining hands-on practice with what we learned in class, I think I've finally gotten the hang of it. As he continued harvesting, his muscle memory from his past life gradually returned, and his movements became smoother and faster. Right then, he suddenly froze, staring intently at the monster in front of him. I can't believe we found one, a golden spirit. Seeing his son recognize even this, Meng Chao's dad was beyond shocked. Meng Chao immediately made an excuse, saying his biology teacher had just covered it in class, which was why he knew. After that, he got ready to harvest the golden spirit, preparing handle numbers 9, 14, and 22, and scalpel blades 5, 8, and 11, along with the armor-cracking hammer and bone-probing needle. He also prepared a coolant, stabilizing liquid with a 35% concentration, making sure to add 1% of mithril into it. The body of a golden spirit is highly likely to contain high-grade materials, so we have to preserve it perfectly. Spoken like a true pro. Just one look, and he knew exactly what to prepare, but before he could make a move, he was stopped. Meng Chao, leave that alone. Supervisor Gu will handle it in a bit. Only then did Meng Chao remember that the complex structure of a golden spirit was just a step below that of a super beast, were always handled by Manager Gu or Boss Tiger. But looking at the state of this golden spirit, he felt a little apprehensive. After double-checking, he made a shocking discovery. This was bad. The nerves and neurosphere of this golden spirit had been exposed to the air for way too long. At any moment, the flesh could mutate, and its spiritual energy could spiral out of control. It was a ticking time bomb, second by second. The others started examining it too, realizing that something smelled really off. If the materials rot, it's not our fault. But if the harvest fails, Boss Tiger will blame us, and none of us will get a single cent. Hearing this, Meng Chao grew extremely worried. This couldn't happen. His dad relied entirely on Jushin, and his basic income depended on his performance metrics. The value of this golden spirit was so high that they absolutely couldn't afford to lose it. Looking at the knife in his hand, Meng Chao decided to take action. Don't worry, uncles. You guys take a break. Let me help out. My teacher actually taught us how to dissect these golden spirits, but just as he was about to start, someone stopped him. Meng Chao, stop right there. Just then, Meng Chao's father blocked the man. I was the one who opened this golden spirit. If anything goes wrong, it's entirely on me. Hearing that, the man backed off. An old man fooling around with a kid. You guys have fun with that? I'm out of here. Afterward, Meng Chao's father turned to his old friends. If you guys want to leave, go ahead. There's no need to stay and get dragged down by the two of us. But he had underestimated his old buddies. Not only did they refuse to leave, but they all stepped up to help. What are you talking about? Chao is like our own nephew. How could we let the two of you shoulder all the blame? Sure, we're just clumsy old men, but it's only one golden spirit. We can handle it. Brother Meng, don't you dare keep this golden spirit all to yourself. If there's money to be made, we make it together. If something happens, we face it together. Not wanting to let everyone down, Meng Chao carefully began harvesting the golden spirit. It didn't take him long to locate a crucial material. Dad, pass me the mithril cooling stabilizing fluid. Seeing his precise technique and the perfectly preserved material, even the veteran harvesters stared with wide eyes in absolute shock. What? This etherealized neurosphere is incredibly fresh. Its activity level is at least over 80%. Brilliant. I have to say, our nephew's skills are top-notch. The younger generation really is amazing. Seeing his son focus on this material, Meng Chao's father gave a gentle warning. Chao, be careful. This etherealized neurosphere was just extracted. It's highly active and might undergo violent tremors. After observing it closely, a mysterious smile spread across Meng Chao's face. It looked like there was a very valuable treasure hidden inside this sphere. The others chimed in to remind him. That's right, Brother Meng. Didn't Chao get injured last year? It was mostly his spinal nerves, right? Isn't the etherealized neurosphere of a golden spirit the perfect medicine for that? Fearing his son might have a reckless idea, Meng Chao's father quickly cut him off. Chao, don't even think about it. This is a trophy people risk their lives fighting for. We are just the harvesters. Before Meng Chao could explain, his father cut in again. I know you want to get into a top university, and I know how much of a devastating blow that injury was to you last year. At the end of the day, it's because I'm powerless. But even if we're poor and struggling, we can't steal from other people. Seeing how anxious his father was, Meng Chao felt completely helpless. Dad, you're overthinking this. You've got it all wrong. Not wanting to argue, Meng Chao simply turned to leave. Dad, let's drop it. I'm going back to the camp to get some rest. His mind raced, trying to figure out how to convince his father and the others to elevate their standing. Just after walking a short distance, a massive roar echoed in the distance, catching Meng Chao's attention. That roar. It's a seven-eyed wolf spider. I have to track it down. This could be my very first pot of gold. Just thinking about the money made Meng Chao's heart race with excitement, but when he arrived, he realized someone had already beaten him to it, forcing him to quickly duck out of sight. Beside the beast's carcass, Elder Ning observed the scene before turning to his granddaughter. Shueshi, you've been making good progress with the 7 reverse dissection methods lately. This seven-eyed wolf spider is the perfect opportunity for you to practice. Ning Shueshi immediately took out her prepared tools. Got it, Grandpa. I'll have this wrapped up in just 8 minutes. Watching her prepare to make the first cut, Meng Chao frowned from his hiding spot, feeling deeply concerned. Why on earth is she the one doing the harvesting? Unless they have no idea what's really going on with this seven-eyed wolf spider. Worried, he decided to reveal himself and shouted out. Wait, hold on, Elder. My name is Meng Chao. My family is setting up a resource recovery business, so please forgive my sudden intrusion. Seeing that the boy knew the proper etiquette of a harvester, Elder Ning looked surprised. Interrupting a harvester during their work is a major taboo. Young man, if you know the rules, why are you stopping my granddaughter from harvesting this seven-eyed wolf spider? Meng Chao quickly explained, Elder, to tell you the truth, that beast is currently in the middle of evolving. It's a seven-eyed wolf spider super beast, currently stuck between level 1 and level 2, Its internal structure is incredibly weak right now. The newly formed poison sac is as thin as a cicada's wing. If it gets ruptured, all the materials will be ruined. If it's handled using this girl's method from earlier, the harvest is bound to fail. Looking at the name tag in Meng Chao's hand, Ning Lishi had a look of utter disdain. So he's just a lousy harvester. No wonder he doesn't even recognize my grandfather's ghost hand technique. Elder Ning, however, asked warmly, "Young man, do you have a master? You just got here and haven't even looked closely. So how can you be so sure it's evolving?" Meng Chao replied confidently, "Elder, I've been self-taught for decades now, so I consider myself an experienced harvester. As for this seven-eyed dragon wolf spider and the seven-eyed wolf spider, they both belong to the same species, but their death cries are slightly different. It's really not that hard to tell them apart." These words were like a slap in the face to an experienced veteran like Elder Ning. Furious, Ning Lishi snapped, "Who do you think you're fooling? Self-taught for decades? If even my grandfather couldn't hear it, how could a lowly intern like you tell the difference?" Meng Chao quickly explained, "Elder, what I'm saying is true. Even though its exterior still looks like a seven-eyed wolf spider, many of its internal organs have already begun to mutate. You can see for yourself once you open up this monster's shell." Seeing that Meng Chao didn't seem to be lying, Elder Ning decided to check it out. Although Ning Lishi stepped back as her grandfather instructed, she was still incredibly annoyed. "This brat is definitely trying to mess with me on purpose." Elder Ning then took out his tools and approached the monster. "Young man, if you want to learn a few tricks, watch closely." With just a few swift movements, the monster's shell was easily pried apart. He truly lived up to his reputation as a highly experienced veteran. But Meng Chao noticed that his arm was trembling. It turned out the old man was injured, which explained why he didn't want to do it himself. Looking at his condition, "My first pot of gold is as good as guaranteed." Wearing a sly grin, he happily approached Ning Lishi. "Miss Ning, you guys probably have 300,000 in cash on you, right?" Having no good feelings toward him, Ning Lishi replied coldly, "Why are you asking that?" Meng Chao continued, "Look, Elder Ning seems to be having some nerve damage. He definitely needs someone to assist him with this procedure. The harvested materials alone are worth over 300,000, but with my experience, if we join forces, we can perfectly extract the most valuable poison sac. Along with the other materials, the total value will be at least over 1 million. It's fate that brought us together. I'll only charge 300,000 to help. Just think of it as my little contribution to society." Hearing this, Ning Lishi lost her temper and yelled, "Even if my grandfather is injured, he's still the legendary ghost hand. Even if he needs help, he has me. We don't need a lousy intern like you to help. Let me tell you." Just then, Elder Ning, sweating profusely from tension, spoke up, "Lishi, stop talking, and come see for yourself. The kid is right." Lishi looked astonished and said, "This organ isn't right. This is not a seven-eyed wolf spider." Elder Ning agreed. "Indeed, it's not a seven-eyed wolf spider, but a rare evolving seven-eyed dragon wolf spider." He thought to himself, "To think that I, the legendary ghost hand, would almost lose to a low-level monster just because of my injury." Both Lishi and Elder Ning stood there looking completely embarrassed, while Meng Chao stood behind them, sneaking a peek at the two. But when Lishi turned around and glared at him, Meng Chao quickly kept his mouth shut. Lishi asked him begrudgingly, "What do you want, big brother?" Meng Chao scratched his head and replied, "Well, this seven-eyed dragon wolf spider is pretty rare, but it's not like it has some bizarre super mutation." Every single word hit Lishi and Elder Ning like a ton of bricks. Lishi said to Meng Chao, "Can you really help my grandfather harvest this completely for just 300,000? Meng Chao replied, 500,000. Hearing this, Elder Ning said, "Young man, if you can lend this old man a hand and keep 70% of the poison intact inside the sack, I will immediately transfer 500,000 to you." Meng Chao scratched his head and replied, "I'm not a superhuman yet. My strength and perception are pretty ordinary, so I can only act as your assistant." But deep down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he almost blurted out that he was going to guide the old man through his homework. Elder Ning scratched his head and said, "Then you'll be my first assistant, and my granddaughter will be the second. Let's get started." With all three of them ready, Meng Chao handed Elder Ning a sharp scalpel and said, "I know you want to use the number 3 and number 12 blades to extract the lungs first, but look at its lung sac. It has so many folds, and the structure is extremely weak. If you just go for it, you might damage its quality." Then, he pointed his blade at the gallbladder and explained, I suggest starting from the fluid duct behind the lungs. First, drain the surrounding area and handle the lungs last. These fluid ducts are much sturdier than before, so they won't break easily. What do you think, Elder Ning? Master Ning replied. I had the same idea. At this moment, the system screen popped up. Elite Citizen Ning, she has deepened his understanding of the seven-eyed dragon spider under your guidance. Contribution points plus 15. Afterward, they carefully dissected the monster, harvesting each valuable part, placing them into jars, and setting them on the shelf. Master Ning looked at Meng Chao, thinking to himself, having this kid as an assistant makes harvesting incredibly smooth. Maybe I should teach him a thing or two. He then asked Meng Chao, Little Meng, if it were you, what technique would you use to extract this? Meng Chao replied, I'd strike from underneath, straight into the center of the fourth technique of the 7 Death Judge dissections. Master Ning's eyes widened in shock. This is... He trailed off. In his heart, he thought, someone behind this mysterious kid has actually upgraded the 7 Death Judge dissections. If we use this technique, the extraction time will be reduced to just 5%. Who is he? Who is his teacher? Just how massive is the research team and power backing him? The system notification continued. Elite Citizen Ning, she wishes to deeply understand the fourth technique of the 7 Death Judge dissections. Contribution points plus 55. Meng Chao was laughing his head off inside. The learning capability of an elite is truly insane. I only gave a random example and he got it immediately. Master Ning glanced at Meng Chao and said, Young friend Meng, you just casually taught me such a secret technique. Won't the elders in your family be upset? Meng Chao quickly waved his hands to explain. Sorry, I was just joking with you two earlier. Please forgive me. I have my own reasons for not being able to reveal who my master is. Before my teacher left, he said that techniques must be shared. To make Dragon City rise, we must never hoard our knowledge. Hearing this, Lei Shi asked, Then why did you ask me for 300,000? Meng Chao explained, Miss Ning, we haven't known each other long, so you must have misunderstood. To me, this 300,000 is my starting capital. With it, I can build my own team and better achieve my goal of contributing to Dragon City. He looked up at the sky and continued, This 300,000 is not for personal enjoyment, but to invest in the spark of Earth's civilization in this otherworldly realm. Master Ning had a look of astonishment. He could feel that as young friend Meng spoke, there was a genuine spark in his eyes, a true desire to contribute to Dragon City. How can someone so young have such a grand mindset? Truly rare. Lei Shi also looked embarrassed, thinking, I didn't expect him to be so responsible. I actually doubted him. My mindset is so far behind his. Meng Chao said, Enough talk, let's get to work. All right, let's extract the main nerves together, Elder Ning. But in his heart, he was worried. I don't know if Dad has finished harvesting over there. I need to hurry back. Afterward, they extracted the final part of the beast together. Master Ning turned to Lei Shi and asked, Lei Shi, how much money is left in our account? Lei Shi replied, Probably 800,000. Master Ning ordered her, Transfer all of it to young friend Meng. Meng Chao looked flustered, saying, Elder Ning, that's too much. We agreed on 500,000. But Master Ning smiled and said, If I hadn't been spending so much treating my injuries lately, leaving our account low, the left leaping triple star technique you just showed me is worth hundreds of thousands on its own. Once I sell these materials, I'll pay you what you're truly owed. Meng Chao replied, Then I'd be honored to accept. Actually, I've also done some research on the other 6 techniques of the 7 Death Judge dissections. However, I noticed that Elder Ning's injury will take more than half a year to heal. Let's catch up another day. Master Ning asked in surprise, Young friend Meng, you can even tell I'm injured? Meng Chao replied, looking at his hand, I believe it was corroded by the venom of the purple-crowned Viper King, and has even started affecting your optic nerves, correct? Hearing this, tears welled up in Lei Shi's eyes as she said, Since you can see my grandfather's injury, why did you say it'll take over a year to heal? This is clearly incurable. Meng Chao asked in confusion. Incurable? With pleading eyes, Lei Shi asked Meng Chao, Big brother Meng, can you cure my grandfather's injury? Suddenly, a sparkling stone appeared, and the system issued a mission. Do you want to unlock the first open-ended healing mission? Duration: 1 month. Rewards will be calculated based on Ning, she's recovery, ranging from 200 to 2,000 contribution points. Meng Chao thought for a moment and said, I can try, but this unknown snake venom is highly complex. We might have to try some unconventional methods. But even so, Master Ning smiled warmly and replied, "That is already more than enough. As of right now, the doctors don't even know where to start." In his heart, Master Ning thought, "This young friend is probably going to ask his master for help on my behalf. How can I ever repay such a massive debt of gratitude?" Suddenly, he spoke up. "Young friend Meng, I recall you mentioning wanting to start a resource recovery company. Would you be interested in signing a beast harvesting contract with the Thunder Squad?" Meng Chao was thinking to himself that a 5-star superhuman team like Lei Ting could easily keep them set for life with just a few small gigs. He carefully said to Elder Ning, "First, I want to thank you for your kindness, Elder Ning, but this dragon wolf spider's venom sac can't be kept with other materials, and it has to be processed right away. Why don't you take care of things here first, and then find me at Wufu Road in a little bit? We can talk more then." Elder Ning agreed. Right after that, Meng Chao's phone buzzed, alerting him that the money had been received. He waved goodbye as he ran off, prompting Elder Ning to say to Lei Shui, "This young man Meng Chao is no ordinary guy. If you get the chance, you should get to know him." "Understood," Lei Shui replied. As Meng Chao ran off holding his phone, he smiled to himself, thinking about how shocked his dad would be when he saw the account balance. Back at the factory, a harsh voice rang out, "Old Meng, this is 280,000. Seeing this, Meng Chao froze in shock. Shen Rongfa sat in his chair, gnawing on a chicken leg as he said to Meng Yishan, "If you're short by even 1 cent, old Meng, are you saying you don't want to work here anymore?" Meng Yishan looked completely helpless, staring at the object dropped on the ground. Meng Chao anxiously asked the man next to him, "Uncle Zhou, what's going on?" The man replied, "Ah Chao, you're here." He then explained to Meng Chao, "Your dad wanted to buy the spirit neural sphere from Shen Rongfa. No matter how much everyone around him tried to stop or talk him out of it, Meng Yishan remained stubborn. To him, that item was the only hope for Ah Chao to get into college. Shen Rongfa got angry and barked, "Old Meng, say something. What the hell is this supposed to mean?" Meng Yishan stammered in fear, "Mr. Shen, it wasn't me." But Shen Rongfa refused to listen, yelling back, "If it wasn't you, then are you saying it was me?" Shen Rongfa kept accusing him, "Old Meng, are you trying to say I'm the one who dropped it, and that Ah Xiong and Ah Bao are helping me lie to set you up?" Meng Chao angrily stepped forward and asked Meng Yishan, "Dad, what's really going on here? Did we actually break this thing?" Meng Yishan replied, "It's all a mess. In the end, it's just my fault for not being careful." Meng Chao squatted down to examine it, immediately realizing the truth. Shen Rongfa had grease all over his hands, which was why he couldn't get a proper grip. Meng Chao said angrily, "Manager Shen, since we can't prove who actually dropped the item, we are willing to pay half the cost, according to the rules." Hearing this, Shen Rongfa pushed his luck. "Half? That is at least 100,000, kid. You think that's easy money?" He stood mockingly in front of Meng Yishan, provoking him, "Old Meng, you're the one who got greedy first, trying to steal the materials for yourself, dropping them, and now you're trying to play the victim to avoid taking responsibility." He patted Meng Yishan's cheek mockingly and continued, "If word of this gets out, you can forget about ever making a living in this industry again." Left with no choice, Meng Yishan yelled, "I wanted to pay for it." But Shen Rongfa just smirked arrogantly and said, "Then buy it. I already agreed. Just sign a 3-year secondary contract with me, take your trash, and get lost." He laughed like he had just won the lottery and added, "If you sign with me for an extra 2 years, I'll even give you an advance of 100,000 to buy some supplements for your kid. Who knows, maybe he'll actually make the honors list." His arrogant, condescending face made Meng Chao's blood boil. He snatched the contract and threw it away, and said with a murderous glare, "In your dreams." Shen Rongfa roared in anger, "Meng Yishan, is your son trying to cause trouble here?" He then ordered his goons, "Throw this punk out." But Meng Yishan, consumed by anger, rushed forward to shield Meng Chao, yelling, "Don't you dare touch my son." As soon as he said that, a heavy punch landed right on his face. Meng Chao cried out, "Dad!" Then, one of the goons lunged at him with a blade, throwing Meng Chao into a complete rage. He threw the thug back and roared, "Get the hell off me." The rest of them rushed him, but Meng Chao easily took them all down. He grabbed them by their collars and threw them aside, leaving them groaning in pain. With powerful energy wrapping around his body, Meng Chao thought to himself, "Kindling. Exchange for ripple force. Push to specialist level." He charged forward, his face twisted in rage as he remembered his past life. You You were the one who tricked my dad into signing that toxic contract. He marched straight toward Shen Rongfa, making the old bastard beg in absolute terror. Wait, let's talk about this. But Meng Chao slapped him hard across the face, drawing blood instantly. He barked, "Go talk to your ancestors." In his mind, Meng Chao thought, this slap is for sneaking those clauses into the contract in my past life so we couldn't sue you. And this slap is for selfishly pocketing my dad's insurance money and leaving him with absolutely nothing to pay for his medical treatment. He delivered a few more brutal punches until Shen Rongfa collapsed. Meng Chao was about to finish him off, but Meng Yishan grabbed him by the shoulder. He asked, "Do you want to go to prison?" Meng Chao finally snapped out of it and asked Meng Yishan, "Dad, are you hurt?" He replied, "I'm fine, of course. But what are you going to do now?" Now? The people around him were saying, "Ah, Chao, you're getting too worked up." That's right, a punch is easy to throw, but hard to pull back. He was ready to give old Shen Rongfa another beating, but they held him back. Meng Yishan asked him, "Ah, Chao, what are you doing? Do you want to kill him?" Meng Chao huffed and replied, "Dad, I was wrong. I'll change. I promise I will next time. Just let me kick him one more time today. Last kick, I swear. I won't do it again, I promise." Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Stop right there." It was Gu Ming, the business manager of Jushin Resource Recovery Company. Everyone around began greeting him as Manager Gu. At the same time, Boss Hu, the big boss of Jushin Resource Recovery Company, showed up. Meng Chao grimaced slightly, looking at the crowd across from him with sheer annoyance. He thought to himself, those two are here again. Standing in front of him was Gu Ming. He thought, Gu Ming is the business manager of Jushin Resource Recovery Company. He is the boss of all the harvesters. His two underlings quickly bowed deeply to greet him. "Hello, Manager Gu." At that moment, Meng Chao noticed Qin Hu, who had been standing right behind Gu Ming all this time. He thought, in my past life, this guy and Shen Rongfa colluded to do all kinds of wicked things, committing countless atrocities. And this man is the big boss of the company, known as the superhuman crouching tiger, Qin Hu, who has slain countless monsters. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a loud shout from Gu Ming's underling. "Manager Gu, look at them." Gu Ming followed his gaze. On the floor was a shattered vial of some unknown liquid. Gu Ming bellowed in shock. "What? You ruined rare materials, smashed the company's computer, and even dared to beat someone up." He was arguing with Meng Yishan, who could only look away as he endured the scolding. "Meng Yishan, look at the great mess your son made." His father's face was haggard and bruised, yet he still tried to defend his son, President Qin. "This was a conflict between me and Manager Shen. No matter the damage, I'll pay for it. This has nothing to do with my son." Qin Hu listened to their exchange, lowering his head and remaining quiet for a moment. Whispers from the other harvesters echoed around them. Manager Shen's bodyguards were the ones who started the fight. And those things might not even have been broken by Brother Meng's family. Besides, with the superhuman tower and the survival committee here, is there no law left in Dragon City? They can't just let them get away with this. Gu Ming's heart wavered, and he cursed inwardly. Damn that Shen Rongfa. Holy shit, all he does is cause trouble. If he weren't Boss Hu's brother-in-law, I wouldn't be wiping his ass like this. He walked over to Meng Chao, leaning in with a sarcastic tone, putting everything else aside. As for Manager Shen, he was indeed beaten up by Meng Yishan's son, right? For a young kid to beat someone so brutally, he's going to face criminal charges if he gets caught. A few years in prison, and his entire life will be ruined. Seeing his son being threatened, Meng Yishan immediately pleaded, "Please, no." Gu Ming pointed at Shen Rongfa and questioned, "Old Meng, look at Manager Shen's injuries yourself. Your son committed a crime. Do you think you can just say don't arrest him and get away with it?" In contrast, Meng Chao wasn't scared at all. He chimed in defiantly, "I dare you. If you want to call the police, you'd better hurry up and get that guy Shen to the hospital, and see what level of injury the forensics report turns up." Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Was there really a kid this stubborn? Heavy footsteps and a deep sigh echoed from behind. It was none other than Qin Hu, who was dragging the bloated, bruised body of the fat man, whose eyes were shut tight as he gasped for air. His eyes grew sharp as he muttered, "That was some beautiful ripple force." On the outside, he looks absolutely battered, but on the inside, it only hurts like hell. Not a single organ or bone was damaged. If he gets checked out, his injuries wouldn't even count as minor wounds. Qin Hu narrowed his eyes, staring at the fat man's unrecognizable, swollen face. Annoyed, he threw the fat man aside. The man rolled away, brushing past Meng Chao, as Qin Hu warned. High schoolers these days are getting more and more formidable. Facing him, Meng Chao stood tall and replied confidently, "So, Boss Hu, are you interested in beating up a high schooler like me to get revenge for your brother-in-law?" Qin Hu glared at him threateningly, growling, "Who do you think I am, kid? Since your ripple force is so special, how about you tell me how we should settle this?" Meng Chao shrugged. "I thought Boss Hu wouldn't care about the rules set by the superhuman tower and the survival committee, let alone hesitate to lay a hand on an ordinary person like me." His gaze sharpened with calculated intensity. Perhaps he realized that my ripple force is anything but ordinary, or maybe he knows something about me and is trying to cause trouble on purpose. Pointing at the broken vial, he explained, leaving everyone stunned. "As for the rare materials, since we can't prove who broke them, let's split the loss 50-50. Just give me a price, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Don't forget that Shen still owes my dad's harvesting team a lot of bonus money. Since things have turned out like this, we're definitely leaving Jushin. Let's just settle all our accounts right now, once and for all." Hearing this, Gu Ming looked at Qin Hu with dissatisfaction, but only met a furious glare. Anger rising within him, he barked. Taking off his glasses, he snapped, "What kind of attitude is that? You beat my guy half to death. Even if we don't examine the injuries, shouldn't you pay for his medical bills?" Not backing down for a second, he shot back. "Then what about my dad? He was injured too. Those two bodyguards used an ancient martial arts strike to send my dad flying. Who knows if his internal organs are damaged?" Meng Yishan froze and asked, "An ancient strike?" Lifting his shirt to reveal a massive scar on his waist, he explained, "Even if my dad is fine, this wound of mine was caused by them." Tan Hu was momentarily stunned by those words, but a split second later, he burst out laughing. "Haha, interesting." Meng Chao scratched his head and asked, "President Tan, do you see a problem with that? Come on, how do you want to settle this?" With the tables turned, the two of them stood frozen, staring at each other. Gu Ming pursed his lips and frowned deeply as he replied. It turned out that on the market recently, a flawless golden crow spiritualized neural sphere was worth around 300,000. He lifted his chin arrogantly and called out, "Hey kid, cough up 300,000, and you guys can take your stuff and get the hell out." At those words, his face grew serious, prompting the other man to quickly add, "Of course, if you can't pay right now, that's fine. You can write an IOU. Master Hu isn't exactly short on cash." Switching gears in a heartbeat, he flashed his phone in front of him and said casually, "With so many witnesses here, I trust you, President Tan." Since Gu Ming was the one assigned to handle this, he turned his head away but kept his hand outstretched, saying, "Manager Gu, take the money." The moment the transaction went through, he looked at the account balance in utter shock. Where did this brat get so much money? As if reading the minds of both his dad and the manager, he quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's all clean money. I'll explain everything to you later, Dad." He rushed over to him and cried, "Ah, Chao." He gestured behind him and bargained, "President Tan, I've paid you the 300,000. This rare material belongs to me now, right?" He smirked. "It's just a spiritualized neural sphere. I couldn't care less about it." Using specialized tools, he carefully scooped up the solution and said to his dad, "Dad, help me prepare some silver nitrate solution and drop that sphere into the water." Tiny tentacles instantly sprouted out. Gu Ming completely froze as he realized this was a crystallized neural sphere worth 1 million. When Tan Hu heard the price of a crystallized neural sphere, his blood boiled, and he growled, repeating the words, 1 million? Meng Chao held the container with the sphere in his hands, turned to his dad, and said, "Dad, honestly, after the harvest, I noticed there was something inside, which got me curious enough to examine it." Looking down thoughtfully, he added, "But you always taught me that if it doesn't belong to us, we shouldn't take it. I figured Manager Gu would find it anyway, so I let it go." Hearing Meng Chao say this, Tan Hu whipped his head around. He glared at Gu Ming, his eyes burning with pure rage, and even Rong Fa standing nearby cast a sharp look over. At this point, Meng Chao was still going on, and during that clash earlier between us and Director Shen, I did what you said and offered to split everything 50-50. If there really is a crystallized neural sphere inside, everyone could have made hundreds of thousands. This time, Tan Hu directed his murderous gaze at Rong Fa, and Gu Ming did the same. Meng Chao scratched his cheek sheepishly and continued, "But Master Hu kept turning us down, so I had no choice but to take the risk and bring it back myself. Luckily I kept it, and the money we make from this is completely clean, right? Hearing his son say this, Meng Yishan and his two colleagues let out a huge sigh of relief. Tan Hu, who had been seething with rage, finally spoke up. Oh, your name is Meng Chao, right? You're a pretty interesting high school student. Master Hu will remember this. Now, take your crystallized neural sphere and get lost. Meng Chao, his dad, and their colleagues picked up the container with the sphere and said happily, let's go. With their arms around each other's shoulders, the father and son were happily about to leave when a voice called out, wait. It was Lao Li, the leader of the 10th harvesting team, speaking up. He asked Meng Yishan, Old man, what are you planning to do next? Meng Yishan stammered, unsure of what to say. Lao Li, I. Meng Chao quickly stepped in to save his dad. My dad has already found a new place. Now that we have the capital, he's getting ready to start his own business. Lao Li suddenly made an unexpected request. Can we come and work with you guys? Meng Chao quickly weighed his options. He didn't want to provoke a superhuman like Tan Hu, but now that they had already crossed him, what was there to fear? Could a mere Tan Hu really stand in the way of his destiny? So he replied, Uncle Li, we definitely won't run out of resources to harvest. Forget about just your single harvesting team. Even if a few more teams joined us, everyone would still have plenty of work and make enough money to live 100 times more comfortably. Hearing this, Lao Li eagerly turned and said gratefully, Fine, Master Hu, my harvesting team and I, thank you for all your support over the years. We've worked together really well, but all good things must come to an end. We'll work until the end of this month. If that's fine with you? The two colleagues in the back hesitated. If both Old Man and Lao Li are leaving, will there really be enough resources to go around? Seeing that his own people were planning to jump ship to Meng Chao's side, Qin Hu scowled in anger, thinking to himself, You little bastard, are you trying to steal all my men? Furious, he stormed right up to Meng Chao and threatened him. Kid, it looks like you don't know how deep these waters really are. Meng Chao just stared blankly at Qin Hu, thinking, even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare make a move in front of a crowd like this. Seeing that Meng Chao had absolutely no reaction and was just standing there like a statue, pointing a finger at his own face in confusion, Qin Hu grew even more irritated. What on earth are this kid's nerves made of? How is he not showing any reaction at all? Is his brain just that slow? From a distance, Elder Ning and two others walked over, calling out to him, Young friend Meng, we have arrived. Hearing someone dare to interrupt, Qin Hu whipped around and snapped, Who the hell is that? Gu Ming and Rongfa stared in utter shock, shouting in unison, Grandmaster Ning, it is the 100-handed ghost hand. Ning Shi, Grandmaster Ning. Staring at Elder Ning's familiar face, Qin Hu recognized Ghost Hand Ning immediately, but then he spotted someone else, and his eyes widened in sheer terror, as if he had just seen a ghost. It was Shen Yubang, the vice-captain of the Thunder Team. Qin Hu recognized him instantly and was completely struck with panic. Terrified out of his mind, Qin Hu immediately turned into a harmless little kitten. With puppy dog eyes, Qin Hu rushed over, practically licking Shen Yubang's boots, and asked in a cowering tone, Brother Bang, what brings you all the way out here? Shen Yubang glanced down, recognizing the thug. Qin Hu wagged his tail furiously and squeaked, Just call me Little Hu, please. In front of you, Brother Bang, I would never dare call myself Boss Hu. Last year, I was lucky enough to join the Thunder Team in hunting down that hell beast, the Juzin Golden Eagle. That earth-shattering strike of yours, Brother Bang, was truly. Cutting off his rambling, Shen Yubang replied coldly, It was nothing. Elder Ning just mentioned he had a young friend over here, so I tagged along to see if there is an opportunity for us to work together. Qin Hu's gaze shifted to Meng Chao, who was confidently showing off the crystal sphere to Elder Ning. He glared back at his two useless lackeys and thought to himself, Damn it, you two useless pieces of trash are only good at screwing things up. By now, Qin Hu had already figured out exactly who Shen Yubang wanted to partner up with. Meng Chao happily turned to his father and said, Let's go, Dad. We should find a quiet place to talk with Elder Ning and Captain Shen. Then, suddenly remembering something, he blurted out, Oh, wait. Meng Chao crouched down, peering right under the car. He looked at Shen Rongfa, who was trembling in fear underneath, and said calmly, Manager Shen, don't be scared. I am a very reasonable guy. I just want to take back what belongs to me. Tears streamed down Shen Rongfa's face in sheer terror. But Meng Chao simply extended his hand and made a polite request. To get me a job at Jushin, you took a 10,000 yuan shopping card from my dad. Since I am no longer interested in working at Jushin, I would like you to return that card to me now. Hearing this, Shen Rongfa's jaw dropped in disbelief. Lei Shi couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth to hide her smile. Shifting back into his human form, Qin Hu bellowed in anger. Shen Rongfa. Trembling from head to toe, Shen Rongfa crawled out and handed over Meng Chao's father's card. Seeing him cooperate so willingly, Meng Chao snatched the card back, but he wasn't done yet, adding, "Oh, and one more thing. The company has been pocketing everyone's insurance money all this time. Tomorrow, my dad and his co-workers are going to show up at the office to audit the accounts. You better have all the paperwork ready. They will go through everything line by line, so we won't have to argue about this in the future." Hearing this, Shen Rongfa's face turned completely pale. Meanwhile, Meng Chao calmly turned around and said politely, "Sorry to trouble you, Manager Shen. And thank you, President Qin." Qin Hu was absolutely furious at the massive trouble Shen Rongfa had caused, but he could only stand there, silently grinding his teeth in frustration. Only after Meng Chao's group happily walked away did Qin Hu finally let his bottled-up rage explode. He lunged forward, grabbing Shen Rongfa by the collar, and roared, "You piece of garbage! Did you seriously embezzle their insurance money too?" Terrified by his brother-in-law's murderous aura, Shen Rongfa stammered, "Brother-in-law, please let me explain." But Qin Hu was completely done with this useless scumbag and slapped him hard across the face. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, under the bright moonlight, Elder Ning brought up a matter that had been on his mind, asking curiously, "Young friend Meng, the Thunder team is currently running a youth training camp where they hunt down massive numbers of monsters. They need an experienced harvester to help. How does that sound to you?" Hearing this, Meng Chao immediately caught on to Elder Ning's intention. He got straight to the point, asking, "Elder Ning, I actually have a crystallized nerve sphere right now, but I have no idea how to sell it. Could you help me out?" This request caught Elder Ning by surprise, and he exclaimed, "Well, what a coincidence. 3 days from now, there is going to be a rare material trade fair. It is a highly prestigious event, and a crystallized nerve sphere like yours might fetch an incredibly high price. If you are interested, you should definitely come check it out." This was exactly the opportunity Meng Chao had been hoping for, so he happily agreed, "I will definitely be there." Elder Ning then saw Meng Chao and his father off as they got into their car. As they drove away, Meng Chao fell deep into thought, his mind drifting back to that chubby bear. If an ordinary citizen learns 10% of the Reckless Bull technique, it grants 10 contribution points. Logically speaking, since an elite citizen like Ning Shiwo learned the higher-level slanted leap 3-link stars, shouldn't it have given more than just a measly 70 points? Oh, right. It must be because Feixiong is younger, meaning he has way more potential. Looks like I need to find some young kids and teenagers with bright futures to guide. With that in mind, a devious smile crept onto his face as a brilliant idea struck him. Why not post the Reckless Bull technique online anonymously? His eyes flashed with a mix of determination and surprise. Meng Chao originally believed that using insect corpse brains to assassinate key figures in Dragon City was a beast tactic only deployed in the later stages of the war. Furthermore, the brains of these special beast corpses could parasitize human brains, seizing control of the nervous system and muscle reactions. However, his biggest concern was that many of these beasts possessed mind control abilities. Now, another major worry weighed heavily on Meng Chao's mind. If they ever found out his secret, they'd do whatever it takes to capture him and strip all the memories from his brain. If his secret were exposed, not only would he die, but his family would also be in grave danger. Until he has the power to dominate the entire other world and finds a safe way to explain it, he must absolutely keep this to himself. Squinting in deep thought, he reminded himself that he needed a cover identity to explain his monstrous talent in the future. Just then, his father walked over to tuck him in with a thin blanket. Startled by the gesture, Meng Chao woke up and called out to his dad. Seeing his son call him so seriously, his father paused and asked, "What is it?" Meng Chao quickly reassured him, "Dad, you don't need to worry about what happened today. I actually found a master online who has been teaching me all kinds of skills. My injuries are more than halfway healed, and I'm definitely going to pass the college entrance exam. When that happens, you and Mom can finally sit back and enjoy life." Hearing this, Meng Yishan widened his eyes in shock and asked, "Are you still visiting those useless websites?" Knowing how stubborn his dad could be, Meng Chao scratched his head in frustration and tried to explain, "Dad, how many times do I have to tell you? Online tech forums are full of both risks and opportunities. Don't worry, I paid the price 2 years ago, so I know exactly what I'm doing this time." Still, even his father had to admit that his performance today was incredibly impressive. He let out a sigh. But right now, I just hope that Chin-Hu guy doesn't try to get revenge. Understanding his father's anxiety, Meng Chao gave a confident smile and comforted him. Don't worry, Dad. Once I pass the college entrance exam and have a major university backing me, would Chin-Hu even dare to touch a college student? Hearing this, his dad quickly stepped over, patted his head, and reminded him, You kid, hurry up and go to sleep. You still have school tomorrow. Sometime later, a system notification popped up. Special Citizen, Bai Jiasao, the Dark Knight Witch. Corruption rate decreased by 2%. Contribution points plus 200. He slammed his desk in frustration and complained out loud. He had saved his mom from a severe injury and stopped his dad from being scammed. Yet, after defusing both of these ticking time bombs, her corruption rate only dropped by 5%. Xiao Cao. Were you really just born to be a witch? The next morning at school, Meng Chao dragged his feet into the classroom, scratching his head and yawning sleepily. Just then, his classmate walked over to gossip. Meng Chao, you rushed home yesterday and missed the study group. You seriously missed out on $5 million. Yesterday, Brother Zhang taught us the super-grade Reckless Bull Force. I only practiced it twice, but I can already feel my strength surging. I feel like I could kill a beast with a single punch. The group eagerly reenacted the epic scenes they had witnessed. You should have seen it. Everyone went completely wild, like raging bulls. They began chasing each other around the classroom, yelling, Wang Tao, you're the raging bull, get back here. Meanwhile, Meng Chao could only stand there, staring at them helplessly. He then lazily pulled out his usual chair and slumped into it, let out another long yawn. Suddenly, a classmate rushed in from outside to deliver some bad news. This is bad. The homeroom teacher found out about our study group. Right now, old Wang, our homeroom teacher, is confronting Brother Xiong and wants to shut the study group down. The classroom erupted in shock. What? Meng Chao was also caught off guard by the sudden news. As he sat there lost in thought, his gaze slowly drifted towards Zuo Haoran. A smirk played on his lips, and a perfect scheme formed in his mind. He thought to himself, if I don't make you bleed for this, Feisheng won't be a Chu anymore. Meng Chao suddenly slammed his desk, stood up, and shouted in anger, who the hell was scumbag enough to do this? What a complete psycho. Triggered by his outburst, the rest of the class chimed in. Yeah, who was the scumbag that ruined this for everyone? Lowering his voice, Meng Chao stated with conviction, almost our entire class joined the study group, so there's absolutely no way one of us would report ourselves. He then paused, looking thoughtful, before adding, and Fatty Chu is such an honest guy. Maybe this won't cause an actual fight, but it will definitely leave him flat on his back, completely humiliated. At this point, a few classmates couldn't keep their cool anymore and stepped forward to confront Zuo Haoran. Class rep, that's totally unfair of you. Just because you and Chu Feixiong have beef, why do you have to ruin this great opportunity for the rest of us? Yeah, class rep. Who even does something like that? Class rep, are you just salty because he got a higher score? This made his face turn pale, his expression completely unreadable. Those words made Zuo Haoran freeze. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he slammed shut the book he was reading. Zuo Haoran glared directly at him and warned, Meng Chao, don't you dare slander me. But with his natural-born knack for trolling, Meng Chao just smirked and replied, hey, I didn't name any names. Class rep, don't go exposing yourself before we even start. His words made the guy tremble with rage. He clenched his fists and shouted, you! But realizing his reaction was a bit too extreme, he quickly regained his composure. Zuo Haoran reverted to his usual polite demeanor to reassure everyone. Guys, don't listen to his nonsense. I would never report this to our homeroom teacher. But deep down, he slyly thought, I'll just accidentally let it slip to my uncle, who happens to be the director of instruction. Then, he brazenly doubled down. Besides, if you ask me, canceling this study group is actually a blessing in disguise. Chu Feixiong's super reckless bull force is way too powerful. For all we know, it could be some wicked cult technique that will seriously mess up your body. His words instantly sowed seeds of doubt among their classmates. Everyone began exchanging suspicious glances, and this was exactly what Zuo Haoran wanted. Opening his book again, he casually continued reading and added, the university entrance exam is getting tougher every year. Practicing some shady wicked technique will be treated as cheating, and your scores will be disqualified. Do you guys really want to gamble your future like that? Still unconvinced, one of them stepped forward to challenge him. How do you even know Feixiong's super reckless bull force is a wicked technique? But Zuo Haoran lied without blinking an eye, pretending to only care about everyone's safety. I did some digging last night and found out that this so-called super reckless bull force comes from some shady, sketchy website. Then, he shifted the blame, turning all eyes on Meng Chao by insinuatingly asking, "Maybe our classmate Meng Chao knows a thing or two about this?" I bet Chu Feixiong accidentally got the account and website link from Meng Chao and unknowingly strayed down the wrong path. Meng Chao was completely dumbfounded by his sheer audacity. Talk about shameless. Right then, a system notification popped up. Ordinary citizen Wang Longjun was directly guided by you, grasping a partial understanding of the reckless bull technique. Learning progress, 30%. His combat power and teaching level have been upgraded, enabling him to train powerful students in the future. Dragon City's overall combat power will be upgraded. Congratulations on contributing to civilization. Contribution points increased by 50. Just this piece of information was enough to make him narrow his eyes and think, "So, old Wang has already learned it too. Zuo Haoran, I'm afraid you won't be escaping this one." With that in mind, Meng Chao went back to his lazy self and stretched. He play-acted along, saying, "Fine, it's all my fault. If Fatty Xiang gets mad and cancels the study group, you guys can just blame me." But knowing his reputation for having a notoriously sharp tongue, they couldn't believe it, whispering in shock, "Wait, is Meng Chao actually backing down? No way!" In that strangely tense atmosphere, Chu Feixiong appeared out of nowhere and burst through the door. Without wasting any time, he leaned in and whispered in Meng Chao's ear, "Old Wang is super interested in the super reckless bull force. He wants to introduce it to the whole class. Since it's yours, I didn't want to make the call without asking. What do you think?" Hearing this, Meng Chao feigned disbelief and panic, intentionally shouting, "What? The homeroom teacher really canceled our study group?" Meanwhile, Zuo Haoran tried to calm everyone down with some high-ground lecturing. "Guys, don't overthink it. There are no shortcuts in cultivation, only hard work and sweat. Just forget about that super reckless bull force stuff. Come with me and let's work ourselves to the bone instead." But the moment he finished speaking, Meng Chao acted like a megaphone, driving a dagger straight into his heart by exclaiming, "The homeroom teacher really banned our secret study group, and he's going to publicly introduce the super reckless bull force to the entire class instead." While Zuo Haoran stood there completely frozen, utterly clueless on what to do, old Wang suddenly pushed the door open, looking confused, and asked, "Class rep, what's going on?" Leaving Zuo Haoran completely flustered. While he was stammering, struggling to find his words, Meng Chao beat him to the punch, raising his hand apologetically to take all the blame. "Teacher, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Not only was old Wang utterly bewildered, asking, "What is it this time?" but even Zuo Haoran was left jaw-dropped and panicked by his stunt. Meng Chao immediately went into full-on actor mode to explain. Yesterday, Fatty Xiang agreed to form a study group with everyone, but he started having second thoughts afterward. He said the super reckless bull force is way too advanced, and he hasn't fully mastered it yet, so he was worried about leading everyone astray. That's how you convince people. Seeing that Fatty Xiang was absolutely right, I came up with a brilliant idea to pretend to have a manual for the super reckless bull force, which supposedly came from Savage Horn. While old Wang listened intently, Zuo Haoran remained highly alert, frowning in suspicion because he was terrified that the guy would pull some crazy stunt. With that, Meng Chao let out a heavy, contemplative sigh. He got so into character that tears actually started welling up in his eyes, and he choked out his words. "Didn't I lose right from the start last year? I've been thinking about this since then. Fatty Zong is just too honest and simple-minded. He actually believed my words. It is just like what our classmates were saying, whoever they were." But Meng Chao was just getting warmed up. Right in front of everyone, he practically called Zuo Haoran a spineless coward, cursing him to be chopped into 100 pieces, calling him a pathetic parasite who didn't even deserve to act human, a pus-headed scumbag who should be stripped bare by widows and die without any descendants, for leaking our secrets to the outside. Even old Wang was left utterly dazed by this incredibly savage and colorful rant. He cleared his throat and warned, "Student Meng Chao, watch your language." Hearing that, Meng Chao immediately put on a submissive act and took full responsibility. "I am so sorry, teacher. I am truly to blame for letting such crude words slip. Everyone here knows that I am usually a very polite and gentle guy." Seeing how deeply apologetic Meng Chao seemed, old Wang decided not to press any further and let it slide. He then turned to the class and announced that he had personally reviewed the super reckless bull force, confirming it was absolutely a genuine, top-tier foundational technique. As long as it is under my guidance, you can all practice it with absolute peace of mind. This news sent the entire class into a frenzy of excitement. But in the midst of the celebration, Meng Chao capitalized on the moment with his lightning-fast tongue. He spoke up, "Teacher, isn't every class monitor allocated extra cultivation resources by the school to compensate them for the extra time and effort they spend managing the class? Since Fatty Xiong is going to be guiding everyone, he's basically taking over some of the monitor's duties. So surely our generous monitor would be more than happy to share half of his extra resources with Fatty Xiong, right?" Faced with this completely unexpected proposal, Old Wang was put on the spot and did not know how to respond. So, Meng Chao turned his gaze directly to Wang Tao and asked, "Don't you agree?" But Wang Tao just sat there, sweating in silence. Undeterred, Meng Chao turned to someone else. "Gu Fang, what do you think?" The class princess's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke up. "Our class monitor isn't a stingy person." Hearing exactly what he wanted, Meng Chao immediately began shouting at the top of his lungs, "See, our monitor has such a grand reputation in everyone's eyes." This blatant flattery backed Zuo Haoran completely into a corner, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to agree. He slammed his hands on the desk, stood up abruptly, and declared with forced righteousness, "Mr. Wang, as long as it benefits my classmates, I will gladly make the sacrifice." Having got exactly what he wanted, Meng Chao smirked. He nudged Chu Feixiong and whispered, "Fatty, hurry up and thank our awesome monitor," leaving his friend completely bewildered. As Chu Feixiong blankly stammered out a confused "thank you," Zuo Haoran forced a polite, warm smile. "No need to be polite, student Chu. This is only fair. No need to be polite at all." But inside, he was absolutely seething, screaming, "Meng Chao, you absolute devil. My uncle went through so much trouble to secure those cultivation resources for me, and you just snatched half of them away with a few words." Taking advantage of the quiet, Old Wang turned to address the entire class. "Listen up, everyone. For those of you hoping to get into a legendary 4-year university, pay close attention. There are 3 major hurdles you must pass." He began to break down the process. The first hurdle is the preliminary round, which tests your physical limits, the 100-meter dash, and your marksmanship. This year, our school only has 150 recommendation slots. If you manage to clear this hurdle, you will move on to the second stage, which is held directly at the Education Bureau. There, you will use a super intelligent simulation system to test your mental strength. But the real kicker, the most thrilling part, is the third hurdle. The final practical combat test, which is also the actual college entrance exam, requires you to venture out to the very edge of the city's border. Right at the edge of the thick monster fog, a real, bloody battlefield. Old Wang's voice turned incredibly grave as he warned them to think long and hard. The path of a superhuman is a journey of life and death. It offers immense glory, but it also carries extreme danger. If you aren't an outstanding talent with natural-born gifts, I highly advise you to give up on this dream and focus on vocational college instead. Right then, an outraged student raised his hand and blurted out, "That is just not fair. Just because my 100-meter sprint isn't the fastest doesn't mean I can't handle real combat or suddenly awaken my power when it matters." These naive words made Old Wang narrow his eyes in sheer disbelief. He paused for a moment, and then, his bottled-up fury completely erupted. He slammed his hand on the desk with a cold snort, demanding, "Fairness? Since when has this world ever been fair?" With a mocking sneer, Old Wang threw a piercing question right back at the naive young student. When Dragon City transmigrated and faced the relentless onslaught of zombies and monsters, did we ask those damn zombies to play fair? Superhumans are forged in the fires of crisis. They stand high above everyone else, enjoying all sorts of privileges, but those privileges didn't just fall from the sky. They had to use their fists, their blades, and even their bare teeth to rip those rewards straight out of the jaws of terrifying monsters. He ended with a powerful statement, declaring that this was the ultimate form of fairness, which made Meng Chao clench his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. But Lao Wang wasn't done yet, as he added in a mysterious tone, "Let me let you in on something else. The casualty rate for the college entrance exam this year has actually doubled compared to last year. On top of that, candidates who are killed or disabled in this exam will receive the same benefits as military personnel." Meng Chao remained quiet, deep in thought, convinced that he had just uncovered something major. Knowing that the monster war was about to escalate, he realized they were fast-tracking the training of super soldiers. While quickly packing up his papers, Lao Wang solemnly warned them, "This exam is going to be a real war. So, for those of you whose combat power isn't up to par, I strongly advise against aiming for the regular elite universities." Before leaving, he didn't forget to give his students one last piece of advice. "Alright, now it all comes down to your actual strength. If you don't have the speed of an Earth-era sprinting champion and the raw power of a boxing champion, you won't even pass the school-level test. If that's the case, you might as well forget about it." Meng Chao stood frozen, completely absorbed in his racing thoughts. Before long, the big day arrived, and everyone gathered at the track. Lao Wang continued to encourage his students. "Hey, don't look so down. I've actually got some great news for you guys. As long as you pass the school test, the cultivation resources provided by the school for each regular department candidate will be double what they were last year. Use your weapons and fists to expand the living space for Dragon City. Make a name for yourselves." His words fired everyone up, fueling their determination to move forward. Once he finished hyping them up, he clapped his hands and announced seriously, "Dismissed. Let the test begin." While Meng Chao and Chu Feixiong were standing around looking groggy, a classmate started warming up and complained, "Man, those monsters were going crazy all night. I barely got any sleep, so there's no way I can perform well today." Hearing this, other students chimed in. "You think you have it bad? Look at me. I sprained my ankle yesterday, so I'm limping today. I bet it'll take me a whole 10 seconds to run the 100 meters. Hearing this, a buzzcut kid couldn't stand the whining and snapped. "Would you guys please act like decent human beings? You're all top-tier geniuses and straight-A students, yet you're pretending to be sick. Is that really necessary?" Right after that, the very kid who was just complaining hit a staggering score of 223.3 kilograms with just a single punch. The buzzcut guy snapped in frustration. "That score easily puts you in the top 5 of our class, and you claimed you didn't get enough sleep? You dirty, lying scumbags." Right after that, he was shocked yet again when the guy who complained about his leg injury sprinted the 100 meters in a whopping 9.57 seconds at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, completely shattering the Earth-era sprinting record. "Limping my foot. You owe the entire class milk tea. You have to buy us milk tea." Watching the girls pushing themselves to their limits with sweat dripping down, Meng Chao smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this was the true essence of youth. A moment later, the atmosphere heated up even more when a new record of 233.3 kilograms was set. Witnessing this feat, he couldn't help but give a stunned thumbs up. Chu Feixiong, maximum punch force is 116.75 kilograms. He had set a brand new class record, easily matching the boxing champions of the Earth era. Getting this unexpected praise, he blushed and laughed sheepishly. Looking at the report sheet, Lao Wang fell into deep thought. The students who had joined that small study group had all made massive improvements across the board. This super reckless bull technique was clearly something special. Meng Chao also stared at Chu Feixiong, who was scratching his head and laughing like an idiot in the corner. But right then, Zuo Haoran suddenly walked over and sneered mockingly, "Hey, you piece of trash." And he didn't stop there. He kept mocking Meng Chao to crush his hopes, saying, "So what if Chu Feixiong broke the record and gets to become a superhuman? He is him, and you are you. He is destined for greatness, while you'll always be nothing but garbage." This harsh taunting left Meng Chao feeling helpless as he thought to himself, "Ah, classic class rep. Here comes his usual trash talk." But this time, Meng Chao wasn't going to take it lying down. He threw down a direct challenge. "Zuo Haoran, I challenge you to a duel." The class rep lifted his chin arrogantly and agreed, "Fine by me." But Meng Chao's eyes were filled with absolute determination. He recalled how, in his past life, he had lost his cool because of this guy's petty trash talk. He had fought him before his injuries could even heal, and the class rep had used underhanded tricks to cripple him during the duel. Those injuries flared up during the college entrance exam, causing him to fail miserably. But the heavens had given him a second chance, making him smirk coldly in mockery. How would things turn out in this life, especially now that Meng Chao held a powerful voice recorder in his hand? It was absolutely perfect. Even though the surrounding crowd was making a ton of noise during their intense training, by some stroke of luck, the voice recorder Meng Chao had hidden in his jacket managed to capture every single word of that annoying jerk's insults. "Just look at you. You actually think you can get into a regular university? Maybe in your next life, you useless trash." After setting a new record, Chu Feichong happily ran over to show off to his best friend, Meng Chao. I broke the record. That annoying Zuo Haoran put on a fake show in front of everyone, patting Meng Chao on the shoulder to encourage him as if they were best buddies. Classmate Meng Chao, it's your turn. Good luck, we're all rooting for you. His fake attitude was completely nauseating. Meng Chao got up, did some quick warm-ups, and casually asked, "Oh, is it my turn already?" Zuo Haoran then began clapping his hands to rally the crowd. "All right, everyone. Classmate Meng Chao is about to do the 100-meter dash. Let's all cheer him on." Hearing this, the surrounding classmates enthusiastically joined in, clapping and shouting, "Go, Meng Chao! Work hard, and you'll definitely make it into college. We're all behind you, so don't embarrass our class." Facing his sarcastic remarks, Meng Chao couldn't help but narrow his eyes, thinking mockingly, "Zuo Haoran, you really are like a nagging ghost that just won't go away." Deciding to play along, Meng Chao pretended to be miserable and complained, "Guys, please stop shouting. I was out fighting monsters in our residential area all night, and I'm still completely exhausted. I can barely use 50% of my strength right now. I'm in terrible shape." Wang Tao took him seriously and shouted encouragingly, "Meng Chao, it's not too late. During this afternoon's self-study session, I'll teach you my ultimate reckless bull technique." Zuo Haoran was secretly gloating, but he kept a gentle, comforting smile on his face. "Don't worry, classmate Meng Chao. We all know what you've been through. The most important thing is to conquer your own limits. Don't worry about competing with others. Just beating your own past self is already a huge win." As soon as those words left his mouth, Meng Chao continued his gloomy act and replied, "My body is just too weak. I'm really no good at the reckless bull technique." Pausing for a brief moment, Meng Chao added, "But I've been using the ripple force to heal my injuries over the past year, so let me give that a shot." He then bent down into a starting stance and instantly activated his incredible ripple force skill. This scene left Zuo Haoran, who had always looked down on him, staring with his eyes wide in absolute shock. "What on earth is this?" Meng Chao chuckled at his dumbfounded expression and warned, "Move aside, class rep. I'm taking off." With that, he unleashed his extraordinary speed, blasting forward like a hurricane and shot ahead like a rocket, leaving Zuo Haoran looking incredibly sour. But Meng Chao couldn't care less about him as he dashed straight toward the finish line. This time, Meng Chao completely shocked everyone with his stats, a time of 8.57 seconds and a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. But as soon as he saw his results on the system screen, he immediately put on another act, clutching his head in frustration. "Damn it, I'm still way too weak. I'm only 1 second faster than Bolt, and I haven't even made it into our school's top 3. How do I even have the face to apply for a regular university?" The only reason Meng Chao was acting like this was because he believed in staying humble, thinking that showing off just a little bit was more than enough. However, his complaining left Zuo Haoran and the others completely speechless. How could he whine like that when his score was literally off the charts? When Chu Feixiong walked over, Meng Chao was still pretending to be clueless, asking, "What's wrong?" Chu Feixiong slowly stammered, "Your speed." Taking the cue, Meng Chao continued his depressed act, letting out a heavy sigh as he lamented, "Yeah, I know it's pretty slow. It's actually been really bothering me." His shameless boasting was so over the top that even his best friend, Chu Feixiong, couldn't take it anymore. "Seriously? I'm in so much pain right now. I literally want to beat the crap out of you for playing dumb." When Instructor Wang saw the results, he rushed over in a hurry. "Classmate Meng Chao, have your injuries fully healed?" Hearing this, Meng Chao unconsciously massaged his shoulder and replied honestly, "Not completely, but after practicing the ripple force day and night this past year, I figured out a few unique tricks. I guess you could call it a blessing in disguise." Sensing a business opportunity, a brilliant idea popped into Meng Chao's mind, and he eagerly began pitching, "If any of my classmates need help, I'm totally down to share my tips. You can just pay me with gene reagents. I'll even give you guys a discount. I'm very easygoing." Stunned by his talent and his sudden business offer, Wang Tao muttered to himself, "Is this guy seriously trying to carry our entire class to a whole new level?" Chu Feixiong asked skeptically, "Don't tell me your punching strength limit is as insanely overpowered as your 100-meter dash." Out of habit, Meng Chao humbly replied, "Do you think I'm some kind of monster? My punching power is actually pretty average." Fearing his answer wasn't convincing enough, he quickly added another excuse. "Besides, I was helping my dad deal with monsters all night, so my arms are so sore I can barely even lift them." For this test, I can only try my best and see what happens. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates were already gossiping excitedly. With Meng Chao's insane speed, even if his punching power is only 90 kilograms, passing the school exam this time should be a piece of cake. Enough chatter. If I remember correctly, the last time his punch strength limit was tested, it was only 78 kilograms. Even the Ba Van Kin fits him perfectly, let alone a spear technique test. Once he finished warming up, he decisively stepped forward and threw a heavy punch. The moment his fist made contact with the punching machine, and all the way until he slowly pulled his hand back and took a step back, the final number displayed on the system was a staggering 218 kilograms. His classmates were shaken to the core by this mind-blowing result, instantly whispering and gossiping like crazy. Is Mansu even human? He didn't say a single word and recovered this fast. He didn't even give us a second to mentally prepare. Man, this is terrifying. And here I thought the study gods Enjo and Triyu were the only ones playing dumb in our class. Turns out there is always a bigger fish. Last year's top student is officially back. As for Monsieur himself, staring at the numbers on the screen, he couldn't help but fall deep into thought. His maximum punch strength only reached the level of the boxing king Mike Tyson back in the old Earth era. Talk about weak, but even more shockingly, he looked up with a completely helpless, innocent face and asked, "Fatty Hung, I didn't lie to you, right? I really don't have any talent for the Mang Mu Kin. Using the Ba Van Kin, my punch is just way too weak. There is barely any power behind it." Hearing this, Fatty Hung stood there totally speechless, having no idea how to respond. Looking like he was about to unleash his inner beast in sheer frustration, Phi Hung raised his hand and blurted out, "Teacher Vuong, can you step outside for 5 minutes, please? I seriously want to beat up Monsieur." The rest of the class, finding a kindred spirit, voiced their shared feelings. "We want to beat him up too. Let's beat this faker to death." Meanwhile, Monsieur could only stand there in utter confusion, watching his classmates rally against him. Phi Hung led the group of classmates, grinning like they were about to tear Monsieur apart. Shivering, he quickly begged for mercy. "Don't come any closer. How about I treat everyone to milk tea?" Upon hearing his promise, they finally stopped, their eyes filled with pure excitement as they asked back, "Milk tea?" Old Vuong let out a helpless sigh, holding his head as he stepped in to save him. "After class, the milk tea is on me. You all know Monsieur's family situation, so don't bother him anymore." This scene surprised Mansu, but he politely declined. "Teacher Vuong, let me treat. My dad and I went to harvest beasts yesterday and made some money, so milk tea is totally not a problem." But he wasn't done yet. Monsieur suddenly paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a serious voice. Without showing any mercy, he pointed his finger straight at the class monitor's face and accused, "You there, Ta. You've humiliated me over and over again. Today, I'm officially done putting up with it. Let's put an end to this." Looking incredibly aggrieved, Monsieur clasped his hands together, tears welling up like a kindergartner, complaining, "Teacher Vuong, you have to get me some justice. The class monitor, he keeps swearing at me." His aggrieved face and dramatic whimpering left everyone standing there in utter confusion. The moment Mansu finished, old Vuong's face darkened. He couldn't help but think, if the class monitor trash talks you, you come running to me? Do you think this is a kindergarten? But he still asked gently, "Monsieur, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Surely it's not that serious, right?" Seeing the accusation, Hao Nian kept his cool, calmly pushing up his glasses as he explained, "Monsieur, I was just trying to motivate you to work harder. Sure, my tone might have been a bit harsh, but it was only for your own good." Hearing this, an aggrieved Mansu pulled out the voice recording pen he had used earlier and turned it on, looking as if he had been pushed to his absolute limit. Suddenly, the class monitor's nasty voice played back, "You will forever be a piece of trash. You actually expect to get into a regular university? Maybe in your next life, you useless piece of trash." Upon hearing this, old Vuong and his classmates turned pale with absolute shock. They couldn't believe their gentle class monitor could say such awful things. Even Ko Fuang, who had a secret crush on him, looked disappointed and confused as she wondered, "Class monitor, how could you be that kind of person?" Although this was extremely solid evidence, he couldn't help but wonder, so he asked Monsieur about this voice recording pen. But before he even had a chance to answer, Hao Nian threw a fit and accused him, "You framed me. Who on earth carries a voice recording pen with them? You clearly planned this to set me up, didn't you?" Seeing him completely lose his cool like this, a subtle smirk crept onto the corner of Monsieur's lips, before returning to his innocent look, and weakly sobbed, He has insulted me like dog blood dozens of times. How could I not remember? Ever since 10th grade when I beat him, he has held a bitter grudge. When I got injured in 11th grade, he constantly badmouthed me in secret. Crying his eyes out, Monsieur emphasized that he had been insulted 10 times worse than today. Hao Nian was absolutely dumbfounded, thinking, in the last 2 years, at most I only made a few sarcastic remarks. When did I ever curse him like that, let alone 10 times worse? Even though he knew Monsieur was totally exaggerating, he had no choice but to panic and explain, that is pure slander. Everyone. He is. What a blatant lie. But Zhuo Haoran never in a million years expected Meng Chao to dive even deeper into his performance, crying out in mock grievance. I found an incredibly high-risk cultivation method online, the heavily modified ripple force. Because I'm a passionate guy, and even if it kills me, I want to stand back up. I want to stand proud and tall in front of the class monitor. And that wasn't all. He dealt a few more critical blows, adding, I didn't dare tell the teacher or anyone else because I was afraid of being useless. I was afraid something would go wrong with my technique and drag me down into the abyss. But the most devastating line of all was, I was afraid Zhuo Haoran would always mock me as a piece of trash, which completely shut him up. Both Chu Feixiong and Wang Tao glared at him, silently judging him. He really had gone too far. Then, out of nowhere, Meng Chao suddenly crushed the voice recorder in his hand and declared fiercely, I know the class monitor didn't state his name in this recording, but since his uncle is our instructor, this voice recorder alone won't get me justice anyway. Besides, I don't care to get justice this way. Chu Feixiong was completely baffled by his decisive action, wondering, that's crucial evidence. He just destroyed it like that? Meng Chao fiercely threw the shattered pieces of the voice recorder at him and asked him point blank, Zhuo Haoran, do you dare accept my challenge? Seeing how furious Meng Chao was, Zhuo Haoran quickly dodged the flying debris. Once he snapped out of it, his eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, you want to be the class monitor? In the face of his questioning, Meng Chao calmly looked him dead in the eye and replied, whether I become the class monitor doesn't matter, but whether you remain the class monitor matters a lot to me. Fearing that Meng Chao would do something reckless, Mr. Wang quickly tried to stop him. Meng Chao, wait. But Meng Chao just smiled gently to reassure him, don't worry, Mr. Wang. Next week is the first round of the 3 undergraduate exams. Zhuo Haoran and I will settle this based on our overall scores. This doesn't break any school rules, does it? If Zhuo Haoran refused now, he would lose all his pride and reputation, so he had no choice but to agree. Fine. I accept your challenge. Hearing this, Mr. Wang decided not to interfere in their personal grudge any further, and softly instructed the class. Everyone, continue with self-study. Class monitor, come with me for a moment. As Haoran brushed past him, he gave a cold, warning sneer. Meng Chao, don't say I'm bullying you. You have 1 week. You'd better practice your marksmanship well. Having delivered his warning to his rival, he finally walked away with Mr. Wang, feeling reassured. Once the other students realized how much Meng Chao had suffered, they felt outraged on his behalf. Meng Chao, I had no idea you've been putting up with so much. The class monitor is seriously devious. Meng Chao, have you lost your mind? You want to challenge the class monitor. Even if you beat him in the first 2 subjects, what are you going to do about the marksmanship test? Gufang also worried about his future and warned him in a panic, Zhuo Haoran is a member of the Falcon Shooting Club. He goes shooting every single weekend. Meng Chao, you've been too reckless this time. Yet, in stark contrast to everyone's frantic worry, Meng Chao simply scratched his head with a smile and reassured them, you guys don't need to worry. My marksmanship is actually pretty killer, if I had to describe it in one word. As he spoke, a smirk curled up the corner of his lips. Yes, the more he spoke, the wider his smirk grew. A slender hand reached out to stop her, seemingly trying to grab Gu Feng, only to see her struggling in fear and dodging away as she shrieked, don't come near me! Gu Feng's words and her visible disgust left Meng Chao completely frozen in shock. He sheepishly tried to explain, I was just trying to help you adjust your muscles. Talk about unappreciated kindness. To make matters worse, Chu Feixiong eagerly ran over and said, Meng Chao, help me adjust mine. But Meng Chao didn't even give him the time of day, bluntly snapping, get lost. This afternoon's self-study period was meant for sharing their failures in practicing the ripple force. Meng Chao stared at the notebook in his hand, deep in thought. He couldn't help but think, they really judged my good intentions with their petty minds. Adjusting muscles is like shifting waves. Of course, you have to touch every muscle. But look what happened. He let out a defeated sigh at the thought, but quickly shook it off to pump himself up. No, I have to find a new path to make more contributions. Otherwise, by the time next week's exam rolls around, I won't even be able to heal the old injuries in my body. And so, he remained deep in thought during class. After a while, Chu Feixiong walked over and asked, "Ah, Chao, what are you doing?" Meng Chao patted his shoulder and suggested, "Come with me in a bit, let's talk." Though confused, he readily agreed, "Sure." After class, Meng Chao approached him and proposed, "Fatty Xiong, go find Demon Head Yan in a bit and ask him for some pointers on the super reckless bull force." This sudden suggestion left Chu Feixiong completely dumbfounded. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he finally asked, "Why wouldn't Demon Head Yan just teach the whole class? If we ask him for pointers, won't we get exposed?" Hearing this, Meng Chao didn't hold anything back and straight up explained it to him. First off, Demon Yan has a military background. If you go and share the super reckless bull force with him, he'll definitely see you in a whole new light, making your future path in the military a lot smoother. Next, you can add another reason to make your plan sound completely convincing. Second, I'm planning to find an opportunity to ruin Zuo Haoran, which is why I need a powerful backer who can pull some strings with our instructor. What Meng Chao just said completely terrified Chu Feixiong, leaving him slack-jawed as he cried out in panic, "What? You?" But right after that, he quickly rushed off. Covering his mouth, he warns, "Don't scream, just hear me out first." Finally, after carefully thinking it over, Meng Chao gets serious and lays out his plan. We can't keep our classes secret under wraps anymore. Instead of letting them sneak around to steal it, why don't we just be generous? That way, we can score some major points with Demon Yan and the principal, and grab some sweet perks along the way. By now, Chu Feixiong finally gets what he's aiming for, but he still has a lingering doubt. So if you and I go see Demon Yan together, we're guaranteed to get into the military academy, right? Without a second thought, he rejects the idea. The military academy is way too strict. That's not my style. Besides, Demon Yan's training is pure, hardcore brute force. He's perfect for teaching you the super reckless bull force. I need to find an absolute master of the ripple force. Hearing this, Chu Feixiong's eyes instantly light up like high beams as he suggests, "In that case, why don't you look up the ripple force princess, Yan Feiru? She is a natural at guiding beginners through the basics of the ripple force. She's way better at it than Mr. Wang or Demon Yan, hands down." As luck would have it, Meng Chao thinks this is a great idea, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, the future ripple force was perfected by the ripple queen, Yan Feiru, only after she survived countless life and death trials. Right now, she is still incredibly green and desperately needs a kind soul to show her the way. Chu Feixiong can't stand the look on Meng Chao's face and asks with utter disgust, "Chao, why the heck are you smirking so creepily?" But Meng Chao suddenly turns the tables, asking Chubby Xiong, "Wait, aren't you fully focused on training the super reckless bull force? You're all about that hardcore power style, and always say that only sissies practice the ripple force. So how do you know so much about the ripple force princess?" Blushing furiously, he gives a shy, knowing grin and says, "Come on, you know how it is." Meanwhile, on the live stream, Feiru flashes a bright, cute smile and says, "Next, I'll show everyone a quick demonstration of our Yan family ripple force. Don't blink." Right after that, a guy carrying a bucket of water walks over and reports, "Everything is ready on my end." But he isn't the only one. A crowd of people, all holding buckets of water, has surrounded her in a tight circle. Suddenly, she shouts, "Bring it!" The moment they get her signal, they immediately splash their buckets of water straight at her. Through it all, Yan Feiru stands completely still, bracing against the incoming torrents of water crashing in from every direction. But just as the water is about to drench her, a massive wave of energy suddenly erupts from deep within her body. It is so powerful that Feiru completely controls the situation, conjuring a protective barrier that shields her entire body. Once the demonstration is complete, her eyes slowly flutter open, shining like bright stars. With a simple wave of her hand, the water droplets fly backward, leaving her completely dry and untouched. This incredible display sends the chat room into a frenzy, while she calmly announces, "Now, I will personally demonstrate how to train the ripple force. Please pay close attention, everyone." Meng Chao watches with deep focus, absorbing every single word she says. The most defining feature of our Yan family ripple force is our unique breathing technique. But as Meng Chao listens, he can't help but sigh. Man, The current Yan Feiru really is still incredibly green. Even so, he glues his face to his phone, trying to catch every detail. But he quickly sighs in frustration. The phone screen is just too small. I can't see the fine details. Just as the words leave his mouth, a light bulb goes off. Oh, duh. I can just cast this onto the TV. He quickly sets it up. On the TV screen, Feiru is still explaining the breathing technique. Look closely, everyone. When I take a deep breath, both my chest and abdomen vibrate. Luckily, Dragon City's TVs are all high definition. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make out the details. Meng Chao watches intently. But the longer he watches, the more he notices. There's a flaw right there, and another one over there. As luck would have it, his mother walks in, right as his face is practically glued to the screen during some rather suggestive camera angles. Thankfully, his little sister is quick on her feet and slams the door shut, telling their mom to come back later, leaving the poor woman completely bewildered. But completely oblivious to the misunderstanding, Meng Chao walks over to the door to ask, "Mom, Jiakao, you guys already opened the door. Why'd you shut it?" Jiakao can't believe her ears and asks in shock, "Wait, Mom and I can actually come in," to which Meng Chao snaps, "No duh. What kind of question is that? What is with that look on your face anyway?" Seeing her face flushed bright red, he thinks in confusion, what is up with Jiakao? Why is she acting so weird? He then tells them, "You two just stay in the living room, I'm going back to my room." But before he can leave, Jiakao stammers, "Huh? But what about this?" Looking at the broadcast on the screen, she is so stunned that she can't help but wonder, wait, can we really watch stuff like this for free? Ultimately, Meng Chao decides to leave some constructive feedback on Feiru's livestream. To avoid getting recognized, he logs into the chat under the username Old Fire Relayer and strikes up a lively conversation with a top fan. There is clearly a problem with this breathing method. First, the core of breathing, taking multiple breaths, actually leaves room for micro-adjustments. Suddenly, a top fan commented, "Last week, I ran into a venomous three-headed lizard, notorious for being impossible to kill. I only managed to take it down, thanks to the Yan family ripple force. The Yan family ripple force is the absolute GOAT." But Old Fire Relayer countered, "If you encounter one with red patterns glowing on its head, you'd better run. Because with your current ripple force, your chances of winning are extremely slim." The top fans immediately jump to her defense, firing back. "After getting tips from our senior sister, my punching speed increased by 5% and my punching power went up by 7%. The Yan family ripple force is the absolute GOAT." Meng Chao, under his alias Old Fire Relayer, casually replied, "Good for you, but this old man thinks there is still massive room for improvement. If you're interested, send me a private message. This old-timer is in a pretty good mood today, so I don't mind giving you youngsters a few tips for free." As luck would have it, Feiru noticed the heated argument in the chat room, where everyone was buzzing about Meng Chao's controversial take. A user named Princess's little brother asked, "Hey top fans, who is this Old Fire Relayer guy anyway? He seems like some kind of top-tier expert in the Ripple Force community." Another top fan from the Long City Military Academy's Marshall Hall scoffed, "He doesn't even use his real name. He's totally hiding his face, probably too scared to show himself." A fan named Flying Bear in the Sky agreed, "He's just an attention seeker trying to go trending. Why even bother with him?" Still, Meng Chao remained completely unfazed. Under his Old Fire Relayer handle, he replied, "Don't get me wrong, folks. This old man isn't hiding, nor am I trying to target the Yan family ripple force, and I certainly don't have any bad intentions. This old-timer simply wants to make a small contribution to society and help boost the combat strength of everyone in our city." But after a round of back-and-forth arguing, he realized he should probably just send a private message to get straight to business. These keyboard warriors really don't know a thing. But then again, Yan Feiru's inbox must be flooded with messages every day. How could he possibly stand out and get her attention? Just as he was scratching his head over this, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his mind. Aha, got it. Without hesitation, he splurged and gifted her a rare spaceship, catching Feiru completely off guard. She gasped, "Wow, thank you so much for the spaceship, Old Fire Relayer." This massive donation instantly sent the live chat into an absolute frenzy. Princess's little brother commented, "Are rich guys nowadays really this young? Is he just trying to make a move on our goddess?" Another top fan agreed, "Rich people really know how to play the game." Sure enough, money talks. She paused for a moment, looking deep in thought, though she couldn't hide her sheer excitement. She then bowed deeply and said with utmost sincerity, "Thank you so much for your support, old fire relayer. My Ripple Force still has many areas that need work, so I hope we can all study and grow together." Meanwhile, a certain unfortunate soul had been muted in the live stream, forced to stare at the screen in silence, unable to express his adoration anymore. This unlucky guy, who was currently weeping in a dark corner, was none other than Feixiong, who wailed in despair. Whether on Earth or in this alternate world, money really is king. Jiakao was also left utterly dumbfounded by this scene. She thought to herself, "My brother is usually such a cheapskate. How did he just blow 10,000 yuan on this girl? Something is definitely off here." Besides, she knew all too well that 10,000 yuan was enough to cover their family's living expenses for 3 whole months. She had to find out what was wrong with her brother. She quietly pressed her ear against his door, trying to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. As soon as she cracked the door open and peeked inside, she saw Meng Chao holding a piece of raw meat in his bare hand, almost making her scream out loud in terror. She then watched him squeeze the raw meat with a bizarre look on his face. Seeing this through the crack of the door, Jiakao grew even more anxious. She panicked, thinking, "Oh no, my brother has definitely lost his mind. I have to tell Mom so Dad can have a serious talk with him." But what made it even creepier was when she saw her brother staring intensely at the meat, muttering to himself with a weird, menacing grin. "Soon, I'll write down the future secrets of the Ripple Force, and then film a clip showing how the Ripple Force can crush this pork to pieces. Oh, Ripple Force Princess, I'm going to farm all your contribution points." Meanwhile, right after wrapping up her stream, Feiru received some fantastic news from her friends. "Your popularity index shot up by 15%. Feiru, you're getting more popular by the day. Even Professor Wang's online classes can't compete with you anymore." Hearing this, Feiru just smiled modestly and replied, "Come on, there's no comparison. Professor Wang's wind listening force focuses on deep force exertion. Since ordinary people can't really grasp it, it's only natural that his viewership is lower." After a brief and pleasant chat, it was finally time for them to say goodbye. "Feiru, don't forget that the president of our martial arts research society is treating us to dinner tonight. Word is some prominent social figures will be there, so you absolutely must come." She smiled warmly and waved them goodbye, saying, "Got it. See you then. You guys head over first and let the president know," Yan Feiru said. "I'm going back to my room to pack up my things." Once she was done, she headed back alone. Out of nowhere, she received an unexpected text from the Tinder old man. Curious, Feiru patiently read through the message. But a moment later, she got a little annoyed. It felt like everyone these days thought they could just change the Yan family's Ripple Force on a whim. "All right, that's enough," she thought. "Just for the sake of that 10,000 credit reward, I'll give you 30 seconds to open this formula. The force execution method for Ripple Force was solved ages ago. What a bunch of nonsense." But the moment she opened the attachment, Feiru's jaw dropped. Her entire perspective changed instantly. What was written here was actually pretty interesting. Soon, her curiosity turned into absolute shock, leaving her utterly speechless. How is this even possible?" she muttered to herself. Staring blankly at her phone, she clutched it tight, completely lost in thought. After what felt like forever, Feiru slowly opened her eyes and let out a deep, heavy sigh. She quickly pulled out her phone and called for backup. "Senior Brother Zhao, can you let the president know I might not make it tonight? Something urgent came up and I have to handle it right away. Actually, you should probably come over too. There's something you really need to see." She waited there until she heard a voice greeting her from behind. "Junior sister, what's going on? You've got me really curious." Without saying a word, Feiru handed him her phone. "Just look at this, Senior Brother. Look at it very carefully." After analyzing it for a moment, Senior Brother Zhao gasped in disbelief. The logic behind this formula is incredibly precise, but the approach is completely unorthodox. He actually pointed out several flaws in our Ripple Force, and they seem to be completely real. He eagerly asked who had sent it, but Feiru remained calm. "There's a video clip attached below," she said quietly. "Watch it." The video showed Meng Chao wearing a ridiculous cat hat on his head. He was holding a piece of raw meat in one hand and a block of soft tofu in the other. Within seconds, the meat was completely pulverized into mush, leaving Senior Brother Zhao totally amazed. The control this guy has is insane. He turned that pork into mush in under 30 seconds. Yet, the block of tofu in his other hand remained perfectly intact, without a single scratch. It's like this master has completely mastered ripple force. But that only made Feiru more anxious as she realized something even more terrifying. What's truly terrifying is his technique. It combines the essence of at least 7 or 8 different schools of ripple force. Something like this has never been done before. Senior brother Zhao looked at her skeptically. Junior sister, why would anyone just share such a legendary technique with you? What's his angle? What does he want in return? Feiru looked just as confused. I don't know, she admitted honestly. He only asked that our family doesn't keep it a secret. He wants us to spread this new version of ripple force to everyone so we can help Dragon City rise and grow stronger. But regardless of the sender's intentions, senior brother Zhao's face turned serious. Junior sister, this is huge. We have to tell master right away. Feiru quickly nodded. I agree. With their plan set, a question lingered in her mind. Who exactly was this mysterious Tinder-old man? Later that night, Meng Chao and his dad stood out on the balcony, talking for a long time. Looking at his son with immense pride, his dad smiled. Chao, you've really grown up. You're ready to be the pillar of this family. He said this because just moments earlier, Meng Chao's mom had whispered to him, Kai Kao told me everything. I think as his father, you're the only one who can talk to Chao about this. You have to make him understand. So now, he was passing the message along. Chao, before dinner, your sister spoke to your mother, and then your mother talked to me. He hesitated for a second before adding, Look, I'm just going to say a few things. Don't get mad if you don't like what I have to say. Meng Chao simply smiled and replied, Sure, Dad, go ahead. But even after he agreed, his dad just stared at him in complete silence. Meng Chao started to sweat, his face turning pale from the suspense. An awkward, suffocating silence filled the air. Avoiding his son's gaze, his dad finally pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sighed. Never mind, I'll just keep it short. He took a drag and got straight to the point. First of all, your college entrance exams are right around the corner. You need to focus entirely on your training. Once the exams are over, if there's any girl you like, feel free to bring her over to the house. I'll support you all the way. But he wasn't done yet. Leaning in, his dad added, And one more thing. The environment here in Dragon City is pretty harsh right now, so you need to make sure you're practicing safe habits and keeping up with personal hygiene. Hearing this, Meng Chao wanted to crawl into a hole. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, his dad vanished like the wind, clearly terrified of getting yelled at. Meng Chao stood there in stunned silence, his face turning darker by the second. Kai Kao, what on earth did that little she-devil tell Mom? A moment later, the system chimed again with a notification. Under your guidance, elite citizen Yan Feiru has gained enlightenment in the ripple force. Contribution points plus 99. Elite citizen Yan Feiru was deeply shocked by your ripple force and is currently spreading the new version of it. More and more ordinary citizens are starting to learn it. They are achieving various degrees of mastery over this brand new ripple force. Only now could he shed tears of joy and exclaim that he had finally found the correct way to unlock the tinder. He stood there dazed, lost in deep thought. Right now, there is no way I can explain the origin of this future high technology in martial arts, even though I understand half of it myself. I must find a way to create the persona of a mysterious, unfathomable, peerless master, and blame everything on this mysterious master to make it sound believable. I need to hurry and build the persona of the fire-passing elder, or else I won't be taken seriously. If I just blurt it out, no one will believe me. Meanwhile, his parents were standing right behind him, and he didn't even notice. After that, completely oblivious, he walked straight back into his room, slamming the door shut. This only made his parents more convinced that he was behaving like a lovesick teenager. Our son locked his door from the inside. Yep, that's youth for you. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was still completely in the dark, busy brainstorming. How should I shape the persona of the fire-passing elder? Soon, a fun and brilliant idea popped into his head. Got it, an eccentric but crazed cultivator with overwhelming power. Then, he began furiously typing out replies online. Your 7th stage advanced 100 battles saber technique is decent, but it still has 3 flaws, 4 defects, and 5 weaknesses. Today, this old man happened to slay a super beast and is in a pretty good mood, so I will point out one of those flaws for you. It has been years since I met a junior who dared to argue with me like you did. You must be tired of living. You should consider yourself lucky that I have been in retirement for the past 10 years, and my bloodlust has faded. Otherwise, I am afraid you wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. This spear technique is utter garbage. Don't get me wrong, kid. This old man isn't targeting you specifically. I mean, all 17 firearms schools currently on the market are absolute garbage. Through actual combat in the dense fog, this old man has constantly refined and improved a set of ripple force. I need someone to test it out. Finally, Meng Chao lazily flopped onto his bed, feeling refreshed. He thought to himself, everything after this is going to be a real pain, but I can just blame it all on the fire-passing elder to cover my tracks. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, letting out a sinister laugh because everything was going exactly as planned. And as for the hate comments online, playing dumb and running away is honestly so thrilling. Then, he just lay there staring blankly, lost in thoughts about the future, while the notification numbers continued to rise. Meng Chao even boldly guessed that it might shoot up to 3,000 tonight. Ah, whatever, time to sleep. And so it went, until the next morning at a certain headquarters. Yan Feiru was still anxious as she asked, is this heavily modified ripple force really that powerful? Still dripping with sweat from his training, her father calmly threw on his coat and said in a deep, steady voice, of course it is. Otherwise, how could it have fooled the Ripple Princess? Hearing this, she gasped in shock and quickly asked, fooled me? Unless this technique is a fake. Seeing Feiru panic, he gently reassured her. It is not exactly fake, but it is extremely radical and downright insane. The reason he made this judgment was because of the saying, those who are half a step ahead of their time are geniuses, but those who are a full step ahead are madmen. But this heavily modified ripple force is at least 3 steps ahead of our time. It is like sheer lunacy. Feiru looked at her father, filled with confusion, and asked, but Dad, this technique. Yet, before she could even finish her sentence, he already understood. You mean how it consumes 20% of the oxygen to execute? Knowing that she still had many doubts, and was worried about a lot of things, he gently advised her. Use that smart little brain of yours to think. Yan Zhenan lightly tapped her head and explained, what does consuming 20% of the oxygen really mean? It is not just a matter of taking a few extra breaths. However, with his sharp, experienced eyes, he could easily foresee that cultivation resources, and even the entire cultivation system itself, was about to undergo a massive shift. This realization made a veteran cultivator like him laugh in frustration. What was supposed to be a basic, accessible way to exert force has been turned into an incredibly difficult, master-level technique. This is absolutely absurd. But Feiru could only think in disbelief. An incredibly difficult master-level technique? Surely it is not that extreme. Her father began to gather his energy, staring at the swirling aura around him as he murmured in awe. The more I practice this heavily modified ripple force, the more terrifying it feels. The creator of this technique is no genius. They are a madman, or more likely, a demon. To Elder Yan, this technique felt like a design meant for an era 100 times more brutal than their own, designed to train warriors 10 times stronger than us to fight beasts 10 times more ferocious. Our standard dragon-slaying skills are completely useless here, regardless. But with the current chaos, he had to stay highly vigilant and warn her. If a cultivation technique like this is leaked from our Yan family, it will severely damage our credibility with the military and the Bureau of Education. For our Yan family, this will give other rival clans who are eyeing our ripple force a perfect chance to fish in troubled waters. Hearing this, Feiru grew even more uneasy. In a state of panic, she replied, but the news has already spread all over the online chat groups and forums. What do we do now? Faced with this complicated situation, he calmly instructed his daughter to immediately post a formal statement, cutting all ties between the Yan family and this crazy version of the ripple force. I will send people to handle it on my end tonight. We need to get everything resolved before the internet traffic spikes tomorrow morning. Ultimately, she couldn't suppress her anxiety and asked if her father needed the family elder to step in. But Mr. Yan gently declined. The old master was still in secluded cultivation before announcing the final version 2.0 test. For the past few days, the entire research team has been working round the clock, 24 hours a day. Once we handle this minor issue, we will report back to the old master. Feiru's face suddenly darkened, a clear sign of her burning anger. Faced with the mountain of trouble that Meng Chao had dropped on the Yan family out of nowhere, she swore to herself. Fire-spreading elder, just wait until I find out who you really are, she thought, clenching her hands into tight fists. Early the next morning, at just 6 o'clock, the alarm clock started blaring loudly. It was so loud that a half-asleep Meng Chao had to groggily pull up his sleep mask and quickly turn it off. While brushing his teeth, he took the opportunity to check his system points. However, the result was a bit surprising compared to what he had expected. How is it only 1,443 points after a whole night? Something is definitely off. Once he was fully ready, Meng Chao immediately headed downstairs for breakfast. But since he was glued to his phone, Kaikao seized the opportunity to complain to their mom. "Mom, look at Big Brother. He's eating breakfast and staring at his phone." Hearing this, their mother gently chimed in. "Chao, focus on your breakfast." Just like that, the two siblings glared at each other with intense annoyance, sparks practically flying between them as they let out cold huffs. To make matters worse, Kaikao kept sticking her tongue out and rolling her eyes to mock him, driving him absolutely crazy. Before leaving, Meng Chao said goodbye while making sure to tease his little sister one last time. "Mom, I'm heading out. Make sure to supervise Kaikao's stance training. It's the best foundation for her cultivation." This made Kaikao snap, shouting, "You smelly, evil brother." His mother just smiled and said, "Got it. Get there safely." On his bus ride to school, Meng Chao pulled out his phone to check the latest news online, which left him deep in thought. In her live broadcast this time, Feiru stood before the camera and bluntly declared, "Recently, an extremely radical version of the ripple force exertion method has been trending in Dragon City. It's practically insane, and practicing it leads to unpredictable consequences." Hearing this, Meng Chao was bewildered and thought, "Radical? Insane? Isn't she talking about the future version of the ripple force?" She didn't stop there. She aggressively announced, "This modified ripple force even uses the name of our Yan family's ripple force to deceive the public. I hope the person behind this research knows when to stop and resolves this themselves. Otherwise, our Yan family will take legal action." Faced with her aggressive, stern warnings, Meng Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Wait, she's the one who integrates and upgrades the future ripple force in the first place. Is she out of her mind? She's basically slapping her own face. Then, he motivated himself. "I have both the Dragon Snake Force and the Horse Ox Force. There's no way I won't find a place to make a contribution. Yan Feiru, just you wait. Today, you treat my goodwill like garbage. Tomorrow, you'll be begging me and clinging to my thigh." Just thinking about it filled his head with visions of Feiru on her knees, cutely pleading, "Oh, Chao Chao, please forgive me." Lost in this wonderful daydream, Meng Chao stood there grinning like an idiot, telling himself, if she's that sincere about repenting, then maybe, just maybe, I'll reluctantly forgive her this once. But enough daydreaming. He snapped back to reality, planning his next move. Today is the material trading fair. I need to level up my basic harvesting technique proficiency and try to unlock more memories to find a cure for Elder Ning. But not long after, Meng Chao, who had just been full of energy, was now sitting dejectedly in a restroom stall, grumbling to himself. "I worked my butt off all day long and only managed to bring my contribution points up to 1,758. Hopefully, this is enough to recover more of Elder Ning's memories." The moment he closed his eyes, the system notification chimed. Basic harvesting technique proficiency increased by 436. After searching meticulously through the memories, Meng Chao suddenly snapped awake and opened his eyes. He rejoiced. Found it. What he had gone to such great lengths to find was the root of 100-year-old heart-eating grass and the blood-winged queen bee's wing. With these two crucial items, we can definitely cure Elder Ning. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, his contribution points went up to 1,200. This turned out to be exactly what Meng Chao wanted. With 1,200 points in hand, I had just enough to unlock basic healing. Right then, the system pinged. It used 1,150 contribution points to trigger one basic healing spell. The recovery rate hit 71%, making him want to scream with pure joy inside his head. Oh man, this feeling is absolutely amazing. Now that he had locked onto his next target, Meng Chao didn't waste another second and headed straight for the location. Peering through the glass doors, he couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful, wondering, is this really the Tengyun building? The monster materials market Elder Ning mentioned was supposed to be right here. He finally arrived, only to gasp in shock as he watched figures literally flying past him. Watching a crowd of ultra-wealthy, elegantly dressed elites stream inside, he stood there completely dazed. The chaotic, buzzing crowd outside only added to Meng Chao's confusion, leaving him wondering why this didn't feel anything like the raw materials market he had pictured. But still, his worries were totally useless now. He knew there was absolutely no time to run back and change into something nicer anyway. So, wearing his plain school uniform and clutching his backpack, Meng Chao walked right in under the bewildered stares of the fancy guests. He could only think, "Sorry, Elder Ning." And just as he expected, the second he pushed the doors open to walk in, two massive, intimidating bouncers carrying serious heat were already standing there, waiting for him. It felt like they were ready to take him out the moment he took another step. Their eyes flared with absolute hostility, serving as a silent, deadly warning. "Hey kid, sorry about this, but this is a private materials market. No invitation, no entry." Left with no choice, Meng Chao pointed to himself with a frustrated sigh and asked, "But Elder Ning was the one who invited me here." Yet, even hearing Elder Ning's name, the guard didn't budge an inch. He just coldly replied, "I don't care who this Elder Ning is. If you don't have an invite, you're not getting in." Seeing this, Meng Chao quickly stepped off to the side and pulled out his phone, while the bouncers mocked him, laughing. Did this kid really think he could sneak in with a cheap trick like that? "Who do you think you are?" Meng Chao pressed the phone to his ear, his eyebrows furrowing in irritation as he muttered, "Elder Ning, could you come out and get me? I don't have an invite, and the front door security won't let me past." Elder Ning replied from the other end of the line, "I'm still about 10 minutes away. Young friend Meng, hand the phone to the guard. Let me speak to him." Meng Chao held the phone out to the guard and said, "Hey, it's for you." Leaning in to listen, the guard scoffed to himself. "A phone call? Who does this kid think he is? The host of the party?" But then, Elder Ning's booming voice rang out clearly from the speaker. "I am Ning Shewu. My invitation serial number is..." Before he could even finish his sentence, the guard was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Staring at the screen in pure panic, he stuttered, "Yes, sir. I am so sorry. I will take care of it immediately." "Yes, sir." The guard bowed low, trembling as he gestured with both hands for Meng Chao to enter. Realizing Elder Ning was still on the line, he squeaked, "I was completely blind. Sir, please, go right in. Oh, and here is your phone back." Meng Chao thought, if you knew this would happen, why act so tough in the first place? On the other side, Elder Ning sighed apologetically, "I am so sorry, young friend Meng. I shouldn't have let you deal with that disrespect." Meng Chao grinned and replied cheerfully, "Don't worry about it. It's my fault for showing up so early. Take your time, Elder Ning. I'll just wait for you inside." But the moment he stepped in with his backpack, the vibe did a complete 360-degree flip. The room was absolutely buzzing with energy. "Hey brother Zhang, I heard you've got a premium monster hide worth around 300 million. If you haven't found the right buyer yet, why not sell it to me?" Meng Chao happened to glance over and saw two wealthy men chatting over glasses of fine wine. "Brother Li, I was actually waiting for you to bring that up. A massive haul like this is way too much for anyone else to handle. Oh please, it's just over 300 million, a drop in the bucket." Hearing them toss around numbers like that with creepy, arrogant laughs was enough to make his face turn pale. Meng Chao froze on the spot, his eyes rolling back in sheer disbelief at how out of place he felt. Nearby, another guy dramatically raised his hand to show off a crest, his eyes flashing with pride as he bragged, "As the leader of the Wildcat squad, I'm the most reliable harvester around. No joke. If it weren't for me, that guy wouldn't have even survived the fog zone." The two girls listening to him gasped, their jaws dropping in awe. Meng Chao grit his teeth, looking down as a dark thought crossed his mind. In the actual apocalypse, this entire luxurious 5-star hotel would be reduced to nothing but rubble. He ruffled his hair, running a hand through a incessant frown. His eyes hardened as horrific visions of bloody, mangled skulls suddenly flashed across his mind. Even those gorgeous, elegantly dressed women would be reduced to nothing but lifeless skeletons. Today they act like supreme beings ruling the world, but tomorrow they'll be nothing but ants struggling for their final breath. High society, elite families, unmatched legendary powers, it will all vanish like smoke and ash. None of it will matter. Meng Chao smirked, slowly closing his eyes. If this is what Dragon City really is, then why should I feel out of place? Who says I don't belong here? Who else? Who here actually has the power to make me bow down? Then he looked over at the buffet and thought, yep, at the end of the day, only food can be converted into the raw power needed to slay real monsters. He immediately lunged at the buffet, grabbing a chicken leg and tearing into it like a wild beast, spinning around with a mouthful of food. Rolling his eyes, he stuffed his face and chewed like a wild animal. He glanced over when he heard a deep sigh nearby. "Hey, did you guys see that high school kid? He looks like a starved ghost reincarnated." A few guests gossiped near a large vase, chuckling amongst themselves. Why are you even talking about him? Anyway, I heard from someone at the Otherworld Research Center. Otherworld creatures aren't just simple beasts. There are plenty of bizarre entities out there, even low-level humanoids. Are those humanoids actually dangerous, though? Meng Chao raised his eyebrow, subtly tilting his ear back to catch every word of their gossip. Dangerous? Please. They're so terrified of monsters that they call us transmigrators demons. Honestly, I think those beasts are already the absolute peak of the Otherworld's fighting power. We humans transmigrated here just a few decades ago, and we're already wiping the floor with those beasts. Once the fog clears, those Otherworlders are going to get an absolute beatdown from us, mark my words. Hearing this, Meng Chao rolled his eyes and made a face. He let out a mocking chuckle. Hearing this, the four snobs spun around, instantly fuming with rage. Who's that? What's so funny? Meng Chao casually raised a chicken leg as if nothing happened, waving his hand as he called out, Elder Ning, over here. Right on cue, Elder Ning arrived. Hearing his name, he turned to look in Meng Chao's direction. The stunningly beautiful Ning Shui also appeared, warmly waving at the boy. The entire crowd was instantly captivated by her breathtaking charm. Meanwhile, Elder Ning simply chuckled, pointing a finger at Meng Chao. My young friend, are you playing dumb on purpose? Elder Ning teased. Standing beside him, Ning Shui giggled behind her hand, while Meng Chao just kept chewing his chicken leg, looking utterly clueless. With a playful glint in her eyes, Ning Shui chimed in to explain. Grandpa thinks you're dressing like this on purpose, hoping people will look down on you so you can slap them in the face later. Are you trying to pull a classic underdog move to make a name for yourself in the harvester community? Meng Chao's jaw dropped. Flustered, he frantically waved his hands in denial. Wait, no, I'm not doing that at all. Don't put words in my mouth. He took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and offered an embarrassed smile. Elder Ning, please don't misunderstand. Honestly, I don't want to draw any attention. How about we just pretend we don't know each other? Elder Ning's expression turned serious. My young friend, that's not what I meant. I'm just genuinely curious. Didn't your master teach you about these things? Left with no choice, Meng Chao sighed and came clean. Actually, I don't have a master. At that moment, the imaginary figure of a legendary grandmaster flashed in his mind as he explained. I just happened to meet a senior online who goes by the name of the Old Fire Relayer. He gives me tips and advice from time to time, but I honestly don't know if I'm even worthy of calling him my master. Upon hearing that name, the grandfather and granddaughter stared at each other in utter confusion. The Old Fire Relayer? I've never heard of an expert with that title in our circle, Elder Ning muttered. Meng Chao clasped his hands in deep admiration, describing his mysterious guide. In our world, his strength is absolutely off the charts. But more than that, his character is incredibly noble. He is completely detached from petty, low-class desires. He is solely dedicated to contributing to humanity. A man of supreme wisdom and foresight, capable of seeing right through the fabric of the future. His charisma is so magnetic, it can inspire, influence, and save everyone. Listening to this absurdly high praise, Elder Ning and Ning Shui stood there completely dumbfounded. Am I right? Or am I right? Meng Chao smirked, waving his hand dismissively. No need to be humble. Let's take out the word perhaps. He is a legend. Meanwhile, Gu Ming was crying his eyes out, snot and tears running down his face as he whined, Young Master Jun, you have to avenge me. Some punk relied on Elder Ning's backing and slapped me right in the face. He complained to Liao Feijin. Everyone knows I, Gu Ming, am the disciple of Poison Hands Liao Santong. That bastard basically spat on Master Liao's name. Liao Feijun remained calm and casually asked, pointing across the room, Are you talking about that kid over there chatting with Ning Shui? He pointed right at Meng Chao, who was happily laughing with Elder Ning and Ning Shui. Meng Chao flashed a goofy peace sign, laughing like a dork. Elder Ning, Meng Chao said, I actually asked Senior Old Fire Relayer about your condition. It only took him 3 seconds to analyze it. He pointed out 2 key ingredients, the root of a 100-year heart corrosion weed and the wing blood of a queen bee. Honestly, it was all gibberish to me. Do you know what they mean, Elder Ning? Elder Ning froze in shock. His mind raced. Fight poison with poison. Why on earth did I never think of that? The wing blood of a queen bee is incredibly potent. Its toxin can rapidly dissolve the venom of the purple-crowned Cobra King, while producing a unique muscle response that blocks the spread of the toxin, causing the cobra's heart to completely stop. Meanwhile, the toxicity of a 100-year heart corrosion weed root happens to safely stimulate the hyperactivation of muscle tissues. If these three are combined in precise proportions, in the correct order, and softened with auxiliary materials, the chemical reaction would instantly neutralize the poison. Seeing Elder Ning completely spacing out, Ning Shui-shi grew worried. She nudged him and whispered, "Grandpa?" Elder Ning snapped out of it, a massive grin spreading across his face. "I'm fine, my dear. I'm more than fine. My illness can finally be cured, the chronic condition that has plagued me for years. And this senior old fire relayer solved it in a mere 3 seconds. He is a true master." Just then, the system panel flashed with a notification. "Thanks to your guidance, elite citizen Ning Shewo has gained a completely new understanding of toxicology, granting 40 contribution points." Meng Chao started daydreaming again. In his mind, Elder Ning had turned into a sheep, and he was happily shearing his wool with a smug grin. Elite targets really are the best. Meng Chao turned to Elder Ning with a serious look and said, "Elder Ning, the old fire relayer only mentioned these 2 things. I think this might be a way to fight poison with poison, but he didn't specify exactly how to use it. You must be extremely careful." Elder Ning quickly replied, "How could we trouble the senior with such details? I have done my own research on pharmacology. The senior pointing out these 2 herbs has already been a massive help. I just don't know how I can ever thank the old fire relayer." Hearing Elder Ning's overly polite concern, Meng Chao's ego inflated instantly. He closed his eyes and put on a proud front. "Don't worry about it. The old fire relayer is someone who doesn't care about fame or fortune. It is perfectly fine if you don't pay him a single dime. But if you want to gift him the most luxurious villa in Dragon City, he won't refuse either." As he spoke, Meng Chao's nose seemed to grow longer and sharper like Pinocchio's. "Money is nothing to him," he added playfully. "Oh, right. Regarding the 7 reverse dissection methods, the old fire relayer doesn't mind sharing it with the public. Let me demonstrate it for you." After saying that, Meng Chao let out a sly grin, thinking to himself, "If I don't show off in front of this fat sheep right now, when else will I get the chance?" Gu Ming gnashed his teeth, glaring at Meng Chao as he grumbled, "How does that brat even have the right to be here?" Liao Feijun watched with a cold, detached gaze, thinking, just as I expected. He recalled what a boss had told him before. "Word in the circle is that my senior brother was recently poisoned and suffered severe internal injuries. If I challenge him now, it'll look like I'm taking advantage of someone in danger. It would be perfect if he could be provoked into challenging me first." Back then, Liao Feijun had been eavesdropping from behind a door. He let out a cunning chuckle. Returning to reality, Liao Feijun glanced at the furious Gu Ming and thought, lacking skills, yet always causing trouble. If grandfather didn't need me to find an excuse to stir up trouble for Ning Shiwo right now, I wouldn't have bothered with this nonsense. Then, Liao Feijun lowered his voice and spoke. "That old ghost, Ning, is infected with serpent venom. Out of 10 parts of his power, 9 have been crippled. This kid is likely his disciple." Startled, Gu Ming turned and gasped, "What? Damn it. If I'd known that old ghost Ning had become a dying old tiger, Boss Hu and I wouldn't have let this kid off so easily that day." Liao Feijun smirked, adjusting his clothes. "In terms of seniority, this brat could actually be considered my martial uncle." Standing behind him, Gu Ming crossed his arms smugly and said, "Come on, let's go have a chat with this little martial uncle." By now, Elder Ning and Meng Chao were already seated at the banquet table. Meng Chao gestured wildly with his chopsticks as he explained further. "You do it like this, then like that, and then you follow up with this. I don't really get it either, but I'm sure you do, right, Elder Ning?" Watching this, Elder Ning felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he clutched his chest. He couldn't believe such a profound technique was being passed down to him. Seeing Elder Ning clutching his chest, Ning Shueshi quickly held his arm in a panic. "Grandpa!" Elder Ning quickly reassured her. "I'm fine, Ning Shueshi. You just don't understand how incredible this is." With a solemn look, Elder Ning frowned slightly and asked, "Young friend Meng Chao, did the old fire relayer really ask you to hand over the upgraded 7 reverse dissection methods to me? What does he want from me?" Meng Chao shook his head vigorously. "Nothing at all." The image of the master flashed in his mind as Meng Chao explained. The elder said, "Whether it's martial arts, harvesting techniques, or spirit energy technology, they are all the crystallized wisdom of the working people of Dragon City. For the sake of the people, he won't be stingy with any technique. He stared straight ahead with a serious expression. He only hopes that your hands and eyes, Elder Ning, can fully master this brand new version of the 7 reverse dissection methods, so that we can harvest more resources and build a brighter future alongside all the citizens of Dragon City. As he listened to Meng Chao's words, Elder Ning raised his hand, staring intently at it before saying calmly, "The senior's stature is like a towering mountain, and his magnanimity is as vast as the ocean. I am truly humbled. This old man is completely, utterly in awe." Watching everything unfold, Ning Xueshi blushed and thought, only an extraordinary, hidden master like the old fire relayer could raise someone as unique as Meng Chao. What a truly special guy. Elder Ning stood up, placing his hand on Ning Xueshi's shoulder as he instructed her. "Do you believe your grandpa now? Young friend Meng Chao is highly worth befriending. He is at least 100 times more reliable than that Liao Feijun. I have to go greet some guests in a moment. Look after young friend Meng Chao for me, and make sure you are polite. Understood?" "Yes, Grandpa," Ning Xueshi replied. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was already running around looking for food. It took a moment for Ning Xueshi to fully process what her grandfather had just implied. Her face flushed tomato red, and she gasped in shock. "But he's still in high school. He's 3 years younger than me." Elder Ning's eyes widened in utter surprise. Ning Xueshi stood frozen in embarrassment for 3 seconds, blushing furiously. Just then, Meng Chao walked over, carrying 2 plates of food. With a lobster hanging out of his mouth, he stood right between the grandfather and granddaughter, and all 3 of them could only stare with wide eyes. Meng Chao, looking like a total mess with food still smeared around his mouth, turned to smile at Lishi, but both of them were completely speechless. Feijun approached with a dark, gloomy vibe, glaring down at Meng Chao as he thought to himself, "You were just hiding behind that vase laughing at us, and now you have the nerve to get close to my Lishi?" His eyes sharpened, practically glaring daggers. He thought, "Hey kid, looks like we are officially enemies now." Just as Lishi was happily chatting and laughing with Meng Chao, Feijun walked right up to them, stood next to Meng Chao, and asked, "Lishi, what are you doing here?" Crossing his arms, he glared down at Meng Chao again. "And who is this weird guy standing next to you?" Hearing that, Meng Chao looked up. Gu Ming waved his hand dismissively and said, "Young Master Jun, I actually know this kid. He is just some dirt-poor kid from Tianfu Gardens. I have no idea how he even managed to sneak in here." Feijun chimed in. "Since this kid is laughing and chatting with Lishi, they must have quite an interesting relationship." Hearing the 2 of them bounce insults off each other, Lishi and Meng Chao were disgusted. Feijun, getting even more smug, sneered, "Who knows? Maybe he is Grandpa Ning's new disciple, right?" He was acting so smug and arrogant that getting splashed with a glass of red wine was exactly what he deserved. And right on cue, Lishi shouted in anger, "Liao Feijun!" With her brows furrowed in pure rage, she snapped, "Get the hell out of here!" Feijun was now completely soaked, looking incredibly pathetic. He pointed right in Lishi's face and hissed through his teeth, "Ning Lishi, you have got some nerve." Gu Ming quickly leaned in, lowering his voice to calm him down. "Young Master Jun, please calm down. There are too many influential people here today. It is not a good idea to make a scene and make a move directly." With his hands tied, Feijun could only swallow his anger and turn to walk away. He thought to himself, "Ning Lishi, you will pay for this humiliation." A sly smirk crept onto Feijun's face as his eyes grew dark and cold. As he brushed off his clothes, he growled to himself, "Just you wait." Lishi looked deeply embarrassed as she turned to Meng Chao and said apologetically, "I am so sorry. Liao Feijun is a total lunatic, just ignore him." Meng Chao put his hands behind his head and replied casually, "Do not worry about it, I am fine. But man, you are pretty fierce. You did not hesitate to dump that wine all over him." Hearing that, Lishi blushed a deep crimson. She clutched the hem of her dress with both hands and murmured softly, "That is not true." Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the hall, making both of them turn around. "Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our auction is about to begin." The host took the stage and kicked off the event. "I would like to welcome you all, and I hope everyone leaves happy and satisfied tonight." He gestured toward the display and proudly announced, "This is our very first item for today. This is a premium grade item, with the freshness of the essence neural sphere exceeding 70%. I am sure I do not need to explain how valuable this material is. The starting bid is 900,000. You may now place your bids." As soon as he finished speaking, wealthy bidders started raising their paddles, shouting out bids of 950,000, 1,050,000, 1,150,000, and even 1,330,000. Meng Chao watched the scene, completely stunned. He touched his face, his eyes literally shining with dollar signs. Auctions really are the best. 2 hours later, the host took the mic again. Next up is the material appraisal session that everyone has been eagerly waiting for. Please welcome the Bloodwolf squad and their unidentified material to the stage. A man clad in heavy armor stepped up with a serious expression. Honored experts. 3 days ago, our squad retrieved this item from deep within the dense fog. Its properties and uses are still completely unknown. Please take a look. We are looking for an expert to identify it. As long as you can appraise this material, the appraisal fee will be handsomely paid. Feijun crossed his arms and smirked, calling out, I heard that the legendary ghost hand, Senior Ning, recently took on a new personal disciple to carry on his legacy. Since Elder Ning is currently recovering from severe injuries, why not let his new disciple show us his skills and open our eyes? Hearing this, Li Shi was so furious, she wanted to lunge at him. Liao Feijun, do not talk nonsense. Mr. Meng is a close friend of my grandfather. This has nothing to do with either of our families. Stop going around biting people like a rabid dog. Feijun laughed mockingly, continuing his jeers. Elder Ning was poisoned, and his strength has been rapidly declining. Yet now, he is calling just about anyone a close friend, while retreating from the spotlight at the peak of his career. This kind of attitude is truly something we juniors should learn from. Old Master Ning held his wine glass, keeping his eyes closed in silence, but he was barely holding back his anger. He thought, impudent brat, if I didn't care about keeping my dignity, there is no way I would let a kid like you run your mouth like this. Suddenly, Meng Chao stepped forward with an excited look on his face. All right, let me take a look at the material. Seeing someone with absolutely no status stepping forward, the crowd stared at him in disbelief. Standing before the crowd, Meng Chao thought to himself with a grin, I was just worrying about how to build up my reputation. Since this young master was nice enough to set the stage for me, it would be rude of me not to step all over him to cool off. Feijun smirked, thinking everything was going exactly as planned. He could not wait to humiliate Meng Chao. If Ning Shi cannot hold back and steps in, then grandfather's dream will finally come true. And if Ning Shi stays quiet, I will personally humiliate Meng Chao, destroying his reputation in our circle forever. This world has been completely destroyed. Ning Li Shi. This is the price you pay for throwing that wine on me. Li Shi glared daggers at Feijun, her face filled with absolute rage. Meanwhile, the armored young man confidently lifted the cloth from the tray and looked at Meng Chao, saying, Mr. Meng, after you. The moment he pulled back the cloth, the object inside unleashed a blinding red glow. A ruby-like object sparkled intensely, sending the crowd into a frenzy of whispers. What is that? The spiritual energy is so dense. This must have taken a super beast over 10 years, or even 100 years, to condense. It would be incredibly useful for cultivation. Meng Chao stared at it, slightly taken aback. So it is a flood dragon's eye. The Bloodwolf squad really got lucky. Noticing a purple streak in the center of the ruby, he gasped inwardly. Wait, what is this? Squinting, Meng Chao pulled out a magnifying glass to inspect it closely. He leaned left and right, examining it from every possible angle like a seasoned professional. But then, he blurted out a line that left everyone completely dumbfounded. I have no idea. Jeers immediately erupted from the crowd. If you didn't know, why did you go up there and waste everyone's time? Even Elder Ning can make mistakes. This brat probably used some cheap tricks to fool him. If you don't know anything, get the hell down so someone who actually does can take a look. Feijun's eyes narrowed in smug satisfaction. To think Elder Ning's so-called close friend was nothing but a fraud. He stepped forward, brushing Meng Chao's hand aside. Resting his hands on his hips, he said arrogantly, Coincidentally, I happen to know a thing or two about this material. Hearing Feijun's confident claim, the host leaned in and asked, Would young Master Jun be willing to enlighten us? He began to explain. In the mist south of Dragon City, there is a type of single-trunk grass. It bears fruit once every 3 years, with an extremely low chance of producing a mutated ghost-eye fruit. When a golden-haired hunting pig eats this fruit, it forms something like a gallstone inside its body. If that golden-haired hunting pig happens to be eaten by a red-tailed golden python, the digestive juices in the python's stomach will react with the ghost-eye fruit, gradually transforming it into the python's spirit core, which is also known as the Flood Dragon's Eye. Fei Jun concluded, and that is why this Flood Dragon's Eye is incredibly valuable. As he finished, he smugly pointed at the case containing the Flood Dragon's Eye, only for a voice to speak up from behind him. Young Master Jun is absolutely correct. This spirit core was indeed harvested from a red-tailed python we hunted down. The armored youth added, we even found several carcasses near its cave, along with golden-haired hunting pig fur and a massive patch of single-trunk grass. Young Master Jun really has sharp eyes. The crowd erupted into a lively chatter. He is so different from a certain someone who couldn't even recognize a python spirit core. The old master must have gone senile from his illness. How could he choose a successor like that? Not a successor, didn't you hear earlier? He said they were close friends. The crowd sneered and laughed. Elder Ning found the mocking whispers highly offensive, his eyes widening in annoyance. Then Elder Ning spoke up. He is merely a high school student. Even with the guidance of the Kindling Elder, how could he possibly recognize every single material from deep within the mist? Hearing this, Li Shi stood frozen in utter shock. Elder Ning's brow furrowed, his gaze turning serious as he muttered, this is going to be trouble. The host turned back to Fei Jun and asked, then may I ask, how much is this Flood Dragon's Eye worth? I believe this is what everyone here is most curious about. Fei Jun smirked and proudly declared, 5,250,000. Hearing such a precise number, even the host gasped in shock. Could there be a story behind this specific figure? Fei Jun pointed his finger upward as a holographic blue screen flickered to life. Of course there is. He hovered his hand over the Flood Dragon's Eye, keeping his other hand arrogantly in his pocket as he looked down at the crowd with a bored expression. An aura of pure confidence radiated from him. The sloppy harvesting technique left some minor flaws in this Flood Dragon's Eye, causing it to lose at least 1/3 of its spiritual energy. Otherwise, a flawless Flood Dragon's Eye like this would be worth at least 10 million. Fei Jun turned his head back to the armored man and said, your Blood Wolf squad has been rising fast lately. It's about time you partner up with a top-tier professional team. The man immediately replied, you're absolutely right, young Master Jun. Once I get back, I'll suggest to our captain that we partner with the Liu family. Fei Jun smirked smugly, raising a hand as he said casually, young Master Yi, aren't you currently pushing to break through to the 3-star supergrade? This Flood Dragon's Eye is exactly what you need. For my sake, how about you take it for 5,500,000? Wei Hao raised his wine glass, his eyes narrowing as he grinned. Why wouldn't I trust you? 6 million. Blood Wolf squad, do we have a deal? The armored man quickly bowed 90 degrees in deep gratitude and shouted, of course we'll sell. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Jun. Fei Jun didn't miss the chance to mock Meng Chao. Uncle Meng, let me give you some advice. Harvesting is a highly professional career. To become an elite harvester, your family background matters most. Meng Chao stroked his chin, his expression turning dark as he listened in silence, while Liao Feijun smirked and kept talking. A mere renter like you could never get close to a rare treasure like this Flood Dragon's Eye. Facing Liao Feijun's mockery, Meng Chao lowered his head, deep in thought, silently waiting for him to finish. I have no idea why old Master Ning chose you, but shouldn't you have a little self-awareness? Otherwise, your delusions will only end up hurting yourself and everyone else. Hearing this, the two onlookers below gasped and exchanged worried glances. What? He's just a renter? How does someone like that even have the right to join this trade meet? Gu Ming seized the opportunity to fan the flames, saying, I know this kid's background. Not only does he live in a rental, but his dad was a low-level harvester at our company who just got fired for being a thief. Up on the stage, Liao Feijun shoved his hands into his pockets and prepared to leave, glancing back with a smug grin. What a clueless kid, completely scared out of his wits. The armored young man holding the product quickly followed him, pleading, young Master Liao, wait. Let's discuss the details. Nearby, Lei Shi puffed her cheeks in anger, her brows furrowing. She was already imagining a scene where Liao Feijun's jaw would drop in shock. How dare he disrespect Mr. Meng like that? It was infuriating. Old Master Ning's face darkened too. He patted his chest, lost in thought. No, I have to go up there and save some face for young Meng. Just as he was about to step forward, Meng Chao's voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Since you called me uncle, did I ever say you could leave? Shoving one hand in his pocket and casually brushing his forehead, he looked completely relaxed. Who were you again? Liao Feijun, right? Do you seriously think that is a Flood Dragon's Eye? Hearing this, Liao Feijun froze for a moment, his eyes wavering. Meng Chao flashed a sly, dangerous smirk, gesturing with his hands. You appraised the item completely wrong, yet you dare to act so smug? In your dreams, buddy. Liao Feijun simply glanced back, raising a hand dismissively. You literally just admitted you didn't know what it was. Now you're trying to play mind games? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Meng Chao's eyes grew sharp, his tone dead serious. I honestly didn't know what it was at first. But I do know one thing. Whatever it is, it's definitely not a flood dragon's eye. Holding his wine glass, Old Master Ning stared at the stage, feeling uneasy. How is that not a flood dragon's eye? Is young Meng just trying to save face? He called out. Young Meng, that is enough. Please, just come down. Meng Chao raised his index finger, slightly tilting his chin up with his eyes closed, and spoke in a deep, serious voice. If it were a simple flood dragon's eye, I would have recognized it instantly. But after a closer look, I am absolutely certain this is a monster dragon's eye. That's why I spent 5 minutes studying it. Liao Feijun turned around, his eyes narrowing in mockery. Making up some monster dragon's eye just to save face? Are you trying to be a comedian? Old Master Ning knew Meng Chao's character well, so he carefully analyzed the situation. Young Meng isn't the type to spout nonsense just to save face, but I've truly never heard of a monster dragon's eye before. A loud crack echoed through the room. Meng Chao's voice boomed. Solitary woodgrass only bears fruit once every 3 years, and each time, there is a small chance it mutates to produce a ghost eye fruit. Old Master Ning, Lei Shi, and Liao Feijun all sat up straight like students, forced to listen to a lecture. Professor Meng Chao even drew the developmental stages on a board, pointing at them and explaining with absolute passion. However, the ghost eye fruit can actually undergo a secondary mutation, transforming into a monster eye fruit. Meng Chao tucked his hands into his pockets, his face grave. If a golden mane hunting pig accidentally eats a monster eye fruit, the beast core it condenses, in the end, will become a monster dragon's eye. A smug smile returned to his face as he relaxed. You must be young Master Nai, right? If you treat this monster dragon's eye as a flood dragon's eye and refine it into gene medicine to break through your cultivation limits. Meng Chao's gaze turned cold, his voice deadly serious. The only outcome is qi deviation and instant death on the spot. Hearing the warning, Ni Weihao gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing in discomfort. Meanwhile, Liao Feijun scoffed, turning around with an arrogant sneer. Act like you're some kind of expert. Didn't you literally just say you didn't know what it was? Or are you just spouting absolute nonsense to save face? Meng Chao turned around and patiently explained. There are 15 different types of monster dragon's eyes. As a regular high school kid living in a rental, I honestly couldn't tell which specific type it is. So, the only honest answer was to say I didn't know. Then, his expression turned icy cold once again. After all, as a harvester, you must speak with absolute honesty. Spouting nonsense in our line of work can cost lives. Exposed and humiliated, Liao Feijun gritted his teeth in sheer rage, his eyes twitching uncontrollably as he barked. This is clearly a flood dragon's eye. You have absolutely no proof, you're just making things up. Meng Chao casually placed his hands behind his head and looked up at him. Every single monster dragon's eye contains a trace of poison. If we could just drill a hole and get some of the powder out to test for toxins, there would obviously be a reaction. Liao Feijun was just nitpicking nonsense, trying to act like some all-knowing expert. The cat is finally out of the bag. If you drill a hole in the crystal core, the entire material will be completely ruined. You clearly knew we couldn't possibly run a test like that, which is why you had the nerve to spout all that nonsense, isn't it? Meng Chao's eyes narrowed, looking ready to throw hands right then and there. Look, whether you want to verify it or not is entirely up to you. You can also just wait for young Master Nai to suffer from qi deviation and bleed out, and let him settle the score with you then. Provoked to the point of squirming, glaring, and gritting his teeth, Liao Feijun could only shriek, "You!" Then he turned to ask, "Young Master Nai, are you really going to believe a broke high school kid who rents a place over me?" Nai Weihao just kept grinning in the face of this awkward situation. He thought to himself, "We're just drinking buddies. Only a fool would gamble his life with you." Before he could even answer, Ni Weihao heard a loud shout of 8 million that made him snap his head around to look. It turned out Elder Ning had just called out the price. Frowning, he said seriously, "Little Nai, I will buy this item for 8 million. I will personally test whether this thing is a flood dragon's eye or a demonic dragon's eye." Hearing that, the crowd started whispering excitedly again. Elder Ning was really backing up that young kid. Could he be his successor? No way. Maybe he's his secret love child or something. Ni Weihao awkwardly brushed his hair back, keeping a bright smile on his face as he said, "A measly few million is nothing to me. Since Elder Ning has stepped in and everyone is so curious, let's test it right now to see what this thing really is." Seeing this play out, Liao Feijun could only grit his teeth in absolute rage. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with venom, ruining a multi-million-dollar material just because of a fool's stupid words. A tray of testing tools was quickly wheeled in. It had everything needed for the test. "The tools are ready, please go ahead, Elder Ning." Elder Ning put on his protective mask. He then used a tool to scrape a little powder from the item. A dazzling 5-colored light reflected off his visor, and a fragrant aroma began to drift out. It filled the room, leaving everyone amazed by how incredible it smelled. But since the scent was leaking out, it was a real pity. At this point, Liao Feijun also started to panic. He doubted his own theory. A sweet scent from this pearl. Unless it really was toxic, could it actually be a demonic dragon's eye? Elder Ning placed a bit of the red powder into a test tube and poured in some water. Elder Ning then took some testing solution, gently squeezing the dropper to let the yellow liquid slowly drip in. As soon as it touched the liquid inside the test tube, the pink water turned green. Everyone gasped. "It's toxic. It really is toxic." That high school kid was right. It really is a demonic dragon's eye. A demonic dragon's eye? That is Mr. Meng. What do you mean, high school kid? Only then did Elder Ning take off his protective mask, drenched in sweat. Ning Xueshi let out a bright, triumphant smile. Ni Weihao's face darkened. He slammed his wine glass down with a loud crash, splashing the red wine everywhere. Liao Feijun also turned around, trembling violently as cold sweat poured down his face. He looked like he was about to wet his pants. The system panel popped up. Elite Citizen Ning Shewo received your guidance, recognized a new type of material, and his knowledge has increased. Contribution points plus 18. Elite Citizen Ning Shuishi contribution points plus 11. Elite Citizen Young Master Ni contribution points plus 11. Meng Chao clapped his hands as a new idea struck him. "This is awesome. I'm starting to figure out how to farm these contribution points." Humiliated, Liao Feijun closed his eyes and turned to leave. But a loud shout from behind made him snap his head back. "Hold on," Meng Chao said seriously to him. "Since we've crossed paths, I'll give you a few words of advice." He sounded so generous, but in reality, he had already calculated everything. Giving Liao Feijun a few pointers might actually earn him some more contribution points. Then Meng Chao continued, "Elder Ning and I are old friends, and he is the same age as your grandfather. Strictly speaking about seniority, I should be your grandfather too. But if you call me martial uncle, I will lower myself by 1 generation, and talk to my dear nephew Liao about the principles of being a harvester." The more Liao Feijun heard, the harder he grit his teeth in sheer rage. Meng Chao shoved his hands into his pockets, standing sideways as he looked down at him. No matter how skilled a harvester is, they must have the courage to admit when they don't know a certain material. Just like this time, you only knew half of the story, but still had to show off, and young Master Nai almost ended up dead because of you. That is how it is for a harvester, and that is how it is in life. Seeing Liao Feijun look defeated and silent, Meng Chao thought to himself, why hasn't this Liao Feijun given me any contribution points yet? Did he misunderstand my intentions? So Meng Chao spoke up to explain further. Don't misunderstand, Nefthat. I have no interest in slapping you in the face. Go home, cool off, and think about it carefully. Maybe it will turn your life completely around. But if you keep acting this arrogant, watch out. In the future, you won't even have a place to be buried. Hearing this, Liao Feijun's eyes widened, his pupils dilated, and he lost his mind. He stepped up, his expression completely darkening. Feijun scowled, looking cold as an assassin, as he roared, Are you trying to threaten me? Meng Chao relaxed his face, putting on a friendly, harmless, and innocent look as he spread his hands. This really isn't a threat, you know. It's fine if you don't get it right now. Just remember what your Uncle Meng said. When you have some free time, think about it. One day, you'll end up thanking your Uncle Meng. But the moment he finished speaking, someone suddenly covered his mouth, making his eyes roll back. Xueshi suddenly stepped forward and locked arms with Meng Chao, looking extremely close. Meanwhile, Elder Ning stood on the other side, shutting Meng Chao up. The grandfather and granddaughter pair looked like they were arresting a criminal. Elder Ning spoke up. This young friend of mine is a technique fanatic. He has a good heart, but he's terrible with words. Please forgive him. The three of them turned to leave. Fei Jun pointed straight at them from behind and roared in frustration, "Elder Ning, you let this mad dog out to bite people. Are you completely disrespecting my grandfather?" Elder Ning was already about to leave, but hearing those words, he froze. Then, he turned around, glaring at him with daggers in his eyes. "Liao Feijun, do you think you have the right to address me by my name?" They immediately began arguing like cats and dogs, both of them losing their tempers. "Is this the kind of well-behaved grandson your grandfather raised? Are you just trying to piss me off? Your grandfather is already giving me enough trouble. Is your grandfather trying to step all over me just because I'm poisoned?" Standing on the side, Meng Chao and Shuishi felt shivers down their spines. Elder Ning roared with overwhelming fury. "Then I'll give him exactly what he wants. In 1 month, my ghostly hands and his poisonous hands will compete in a public match. Does he have the guts?" Hearing that, Feijun grinned ear to ear, gloating triumphantly. "Deal, that's perfect. Let's see who will inherit the true legacy of the Jade assessment skill next month. When that time comes, I hope you won't accuse my grandfather of bullying a cripple with shaking hands like you." Elder Ning glared and barked back. To deal with Liao Santong, even a cripple is more than enough. The guests at the banquet witnessed an incredibly thrilling challenge unfold before them, leaving everyone absolutely shocked and shaken. The poisoned ghostly hands had actually initiated a duel with poisonous hands. Who on earth was this Meng Chao to make ghostly hands stand up for him like this? They must have some kind of special relationship. 3 hours later, the transactions concluded. Among the crowd, Elder Ning turned to Meng Chao and said, "My young friend Meng, I'll have Shuishi send over the materials you need as soon as possible." He flashed a polite grin and replied, "Then I must thank you, Elder Ning." As the three of them walked forward, Wei Hao suddenly appeared. "Meng Chao, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The moment he saw Meng Chao, he pulled out 2 cards and said, "Here is the 300,000 appraisal fee. According to the rules, we pay 5% of the transaction. This is what you're owed. Also, here is my business card. Keep it. I, Ni Wei Hao, don't like owing favors. If you run into any trouble, just come find me." Since it was offered, Meng Chao simply accepted it. With that taken care of, Wei Hao turned and walked away. Shueshi nudged Meng Chao's arm and whispered, "Now that you have the card, don't go provoking him. This eldest young master is just a playboy. You probably won't approve of his methods when he decides to help." Right then, system notifications began to pop up, catching Meng Chao's attention. The system panel read, "You have saved the life of Sen Chenan, an elite citizen, plus 333 contribution points." Meng Chao stood there completely dazed, a massive question mark popping up in his head. "Wait, isn't this the tyrant princess's father? How did I manage to save his life just by taking part in a trade fair?" 10 minutes earlier, deep in the foggy forest, Hu Hu and Shui Yan were thrown back, sliding along the ground to steady themselves. Hu Hu called out, "Brother Chenin, watch out. We've already heavily wounded this beast, so don't let your guard down and slip up now." Sen Chenin leaped high into the air and replied, "Got it." The 3 of them charged forward to fight to the death with the monster. Hu Hu leaped into the air to strike with his axe, while Chenin and Shui Yan provided cover from below, the brilliant light from their weapons flashing continuously. Suddenly, the monster's eyes glowed a menacing red, shining brighter and more hideous than car headlights. Seeing the critical danger, Shui Yan shrieked in panic. "Something's wrong. This monster is about to mutate." Just as the words left her mouth, the monster began to shed its skin. Green slime splattered everywhere, revealing its new form. The transformation was complete. The mutated beast grew massive, with hideous, open-mouthed, carnivorous flowers blooming all over its body. Shuiyan was the first to be blasted back, her weapon exploding. Hu Hu's leg was also tightly gripped by one of its tentacles. The vines wrapped around him repeatedly, squeezing tighter. Hu Hu swung his axe to chop at it, but the moment he struck, a loud shattering sound rang out. His axe shattered into pieces upon hitting the dense vines. Hu Hu gasped in shock. "What?" Chenin's eyes widened as he focused entirely on the battle. Seeing the vines lunging at him, he dodged at breakneck speed, but even running with everything he had wasn't enough to escape. As a vine whipped toward his face, Chenin channeled his golden energy, catching the vine with both hands. The impact halted, and a blinding flash erupted between them. He successfully blocked the strike, forcing the vine to retreat. Chenin slid back a long distance, but immediately lunged forward again, preparing to strike with his palms. His entire body was engulfed in a glowing aura that had just appeared. With his body fully enhanced, he dashes around at lightning speed, unleashing a brutal flurry of punches on the monster's tassels. The impact sends them spinning wildly as the deafening crashes echo across the entire area. Finally, Shen Nan manages to firmly grab hold of the tassels with both hands. Without hesitation, he tears them aside and charges straight ahead, his eyes flashing as his hands, crackling with lightning, plunge deep into the monster's belly. The move is blindingly fast, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Right after, Shen Nan clenches his fists tight and concentrates his power, turning the surrounding aura into a swirling vortex. In an instant, the monster blows apart, shattering into a million pieces that scatter in the wind. Shen Nan stands frozen in his battle pose, completely stunned by his own insane power. This demon-modified ripple force is insanely strong, almost terrifying. My combat power has literally doubled. Hu rips a leftover tassel in half, shouting, "What on earth is this monster?" Poor Shui Yan got tossed aside and is still sitting on the ground, shivering. That ripple force is no joke. Shen Nan looks down at his hands, his face darkening as he mutters with a frown, "I think I've offended a terrifying old monster." Standing amidst the ruins of the battlefield, Hu sees Shen Nan spacing out and walks over, asking, "Brother Shen Nan, what's wrong? The super beast is already dead." Shen Nan just furrows his brows, looking petrified as cold sweat pours down his face. This time, I'm afraid a major disaster is about to hit the Yan family. The next morning, under a bright blue sky, Shen Nan starts his day by getting kicked so hard he spits blood, accompanied by a furious roar. "Why didn't you just die in that misty forest?" The impact is so powerful that Shen Nan crashes into the wall with a loud thud. Shen Nan's face is bruised and battered, while Elder Yan keeps his leg extended from the kick, smoke still drifting from his robotic leg. He barks in anger, "If you're not causing trouble on the ground, you're bringing disaster down from the heavens." Feiru is stunned as she walks in, only to see Elder Yan holding a gun, ready to pull the trigger. "I'll kill you right now so you don't ruin the Yan family." Feiru suddenly spreads her arms and throws herself in front of the barrel, crying out, "Grandfather." Her sudden move freezes Elder Yan in his tracks for a few seconds. He slowly lowers the gun, closes his eyes, and sighs heavily. "You people have absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying entity you've offended." Feiru places a hand over her chest, trying to explain, "Our Yan family might not be the strongest in Dragon City, but we aren't pushovers either. Grandfather, what on earth are you so afraid of?" Hearing this, Elder Yan's eyes soften slightly, but his brow furrows with worry as he says helplessly, "I'm afraid that if the old monster who created the demon-modified ripple force gets angry, our entire Yan family will be wiped out." Feiru freezes. An old monster? Those old monsters are legendary survivors from the early days of the disaster, who did whatever it took to experiment on the bodies of superhuman experts. The high-ups of Dragon City discovered long ago that a highly terrifying beast lurks deep within the mist. To deal with these beasts, those old freaks have been researching ways to upgrade our cultivation techniques. Having said that, Elder Yan smiles warmly and pats Feiru's head. The demon-modified ripple force was very likely born from that research. He was as fierce as a tiger just a second ago, and now he's smiling as gently as a Buddha. He comforts her. Maybe the senior found our little princess of the Yan family cute, which is why he gave us this opportunity. Feiru is still dazed, unsure if this is a blessing or a curse, her cheeks flushing at his gentle touch. Suddenly, Elder Yan kicks Shen Nan again, sending his head sideways as blood erupts like a volcano. Crossing his arms, he snaps. Such an incredible opportunity, completely ruined by this useless piece of trash. The world is highly unpredictable. Someone of his caliber wouldn't even need to plot against a tiny family like ours. He could crush us with a single finger. Watching this, Feiru's hair stands on end. She quickly steps up to massage Elder Yan's shoulders to calm him down. "Grandfather, beating my dad to death won't solve anything. Now that we've offended the senior, is there really no way to make amends?" Elder Yan rests his gun on his shoulder, bowing his head and closing his eyes in defeat. Make amends with what? A senior of that caliber is completely out of reach for a family like ours. Unless he decides to forgive us, our family will not survive this. Feiru immediately turns to leave, shouting back over her shoulder, "Grandfather, I'll issue a public apology to the old fire relayer. If he's angry, let him take it out on me alone. I won't let our family take the fall." Elder Yan crosses his arms, still tightly holding onto his gun. He glares down at Shen Nan, "Third son, look at your daughter, then look at yourself. Go and run errands for that monster." From now on, you are no longer in charge of the corporation's affairs. Feiru changes into a formal dress and goes live to issue a public apology regarding the demon-modified Ripple Force. I made slanderous claims before doing proper research, causing a terrible misunderstanding among my viewers and the citizens of Dragon City. I truly realize my mistake now, and I hope everyone can give me a chance to make things right. Watching the live stream on his phone, Feixiong explodes with anger like a wild bear. He roars, startling Meng Chao beside him. Who the hell threatened my goddess? Turned out like this? I'll lay everything on the line to destroy him. Just then, Meng Chao's phone buzzed with a notification. He looked down and saw a message from the Rune Princess. Senior, I was just foolish and made a terrible mistake. I really see the error of my ways now. Could you please spare the Yan family? I'm begging you. In his mind, Meng Chao was already imagining Feiru grabbing his hand and begging, please, 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 spare us. Just the thought of it made his nose bleed. He thought to himself, well, since she's apologizing so sincerely and her attitude is so serious, as the merciful fire-passing elder, I'll let you off the hook this once. He smugly played along, turning a blind eye. On the other end, Feiru was practically on her knees, crying miserably. I know how grand your status is, Senior. Offering you money or cultivation resources would only insult you. I don't know how else the Yan family can redeem ourselves, but if you have any orders, we will carry them out, even if it costs us our lives. Over on his end, Meng Chao had already drafted a reply. It's fine. This old man has an incredibly high tolerance, so feel free to insult me all you want. Don't hold back at all. Whether it's cold, hard cash, or cultivation resources, I'll gladly take every last bit of it. He drafted the message but hesitated to hit send. He wondered, if there was nothing to lose, why bother maintaining a cold, mysterious persona anyway? While Feixiong was still over there, fuming and gnashing his teeth in rage, Meng Chao carefully thought it over and deleted his draft. Suddenly, he sensed a slight movement and glanced over. Oh, it was just Haoran over there, opening a book to study. As their eyes met, a sudden realization hit Meng Chao. That's right, Zuo Haoran's family owns the massive Haohan group. He had to make sure Zuo Haoran couldn't use his family's influence to target his parents. This was the perfect opportunity. And just like that, the fire-passing elder had a mission for Feiru. Investigate the Haohan group for me within 3 days. The Haohan group might be a bit of a headache to deal with. Staring at the message on her phone, Feiru muttered under her breath. A headache. Her eyes suddenly sharpened with determination, and she knit her brows. I understand. In the end, the fire-passing elder himself was left utterly baffled. Wait, how did you already understand? And what exactly did you understand? Meng Ya poked her head out the door, cupping her hands like a megaphone to yell after Meng Chao. Hey, big bro, if your scores are trash today, I'm going to laugh at you forever. Meng Chao flashed her a big thumbs up and grinned, shouting back, don't hold your breath. That dream of yours is never coming true. On his way there, he shoved his hands into his pockets, lost in thought. The day had finally arrived, the first phase of the college entrance exam. Meng Chao gazed thoughtfully out the window. It had been a few days since Yan Feiru admitted her mistake. Thanks to Yan Feiru's assistance, his modified rune force was raking in thousands of contribution points for him every single day. His old injuries were finally fully healed, and he'd been able to redeem 70 to 80% of his skills from the system. With one pant leg rolled up higher than the other, Meng Chao strolled casually through the bustling crowd. As he reached the school gates, he spotted Haoran standing right in front of a luxury car. First thing in the morning, the guy was already talking trash. Trash will always be trash. Don't even dream of escaping that dump you call home in Tianfu Court. Meng Chao just gave a faint smirk and shot back coolly. You'd better cherish your absolute last day as class monitor. With that, Meng Chao calmly turned and walked away, leaving Haoran absolutely fuming behind him. Inside the Cultivation Center's conference room, Qingyun was addressing this year's examination board. This isn't just about the reputation of 9th High School. It directly concerns the very lives of our candidates. I ask all teachers to maintain strict supervision and immediately report any issues. Before he could even finish his sentence, the teachers below were already whispering among themselves. Man, my class 1 is struggling this year. Only about 30 of them are going to make the cut. Oh please, my class 2 is completely hopeless. We barely have a few dozen students who can scrape into the top ranks. Sitting between these two show-offs, old Wang could only roll his eyes in silence. Suddenly, a teacher pointed at the screen and gasped, Look, old Wang, quick, your student made the leaderboard. As the stunned teacher looked over, Fei Xiong's name and stats popped up on the big screen. It even showed his limit punch force, ranking him 21st on the leaderboard. The female teacher next to him glanced over, clearly thrilled. Old Wang, have you been hiding some secret training technique? Are your regular students about to outclass our elite class? He waved his hands in mock denial, secretly feeling incredibly smug. Oh, come on, not at all. It's purely because of the students' own hard work. Then, another teacher yelled, "Look, it's Class 6 again." The screen is showing Meng Chao's stats. He just ran the 100-meter sprint in 8.85 seconds. His overall score ranks 19th in the entire school. The two teachers nearby stared with their jaws on the floor, while Mr. Yang just casually waved his hand, acting like it was no big deal. But inside, he was practically bursting with pride. The teacher next to him nudged him and teased, "Come on, if Meng Chao hadn't been injured back in junior high and slipped right past our classes, a lucky guy like you would have never gotten him, Old Wang." Qingyun shoved his hands into his pockets, letting out a low, irritated grunt. He thought to himself how this little brat, Meng Chao, actually dared to go up against his own nephew. If that kid hadn't gotten hurt back then, they would have crushed him long ago. Principal's son, sitting right next to him, nodded in agreement, though he still had some decent things to say. Just a few seconds later, another wave of shocked gasps and cheers erupted from the crowd. No way. How could someone from the parallel class break into the top 10? And from Class 6, no less. Qingyun also wore a satisfied smile. As the scoreboard displayed Zhuo Haoran's results, the teachers couldn't help but gossip again. Who would have thought an unawakened kid could run 100 meters in just 8.5 seconds? His physical strength even broke 250 kilograms, reaching a Tier 3 defense standard. He truly lives up to his name as Zhuo Haoran of the Zhuo family. Old Wang smirked proudly and said, "Oh, it's nothing." Down below, the students started whispering among themselves. "What are we going to do now? Zhuo Haoran is too strong. He's already 20 points ahead of Meng Chao. I thought Meng Chao's score would be higher so he wouldn't lose so miserably in the upcoming shooting test. But now, he is totally doomed." Standing on the railing, the instructor made an announcement. "All Class 6 examinees, the strength and 100-meter sprint tests are now complete. Please head to the shooting range based on your current rankings." Zhuo Haoran and Meng Chao glared at each other, then turned away, growling like a dog and cat about to fight. The instructor gestured, leading the students forward. The students politely greeted the staff one by one. "Good day, Principal." "Hello, Director Ma." "Hello, Mr. Yan, Mr. Wang." Standing above them, Principal's son praised. Not bad at all." The instructor announced again. "First group, prepare for your test. Zhuo Haoran, Meng Chao, you will now begin the firearms test. All necessary equipment and weapons have been prepared." The instructor announced that the firearms test time limit is 2 minutes. 10 rounds for the handgun, 20 rounds for the automatic rifle, and 30 rounds for the assault rifle. Once the timer starts, the examinees must assemble their weapons on site before firing. There are 10 fixed targets, worth 1 point per ring. 9 moving targets, worth 3 points per ring. And 1 gold target, worth 10 points per ring. Meng Chao and Zhuo Haoran put on their earmuffs, fully prepared. The command rang out. "Examinees, take your positions. 3, 2, 1, start." Zhuo Haoran quickly snatched up his handgun, finger on the trigger, and swiftly slammed the magazine in. The tense, rapid sounds of assembly filled the air. With 1 minute and 7 seconds left, Zhuo Haoran, holding 2 guns, glanced over at Meng Chao and sneered. "Stop playing dumb." Meanwhile, Meng Chao was still taking his sweet time assembling his gun, acting as if nothing in the world mattered. "Dude, if this were a real battlefield, you'd be dead in a second." Meanwhile, Zhuo Haoran was already dual-wielding, firing rapidly. He wore a smug grin as his shots consistently hit the targets, and his score skyrocketed. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. "Oh my god, a perfect 10. How is Zhuo Haoran's aim so incredibly precise?" With only 40 seconds remaining, Meng Chao still hadn't finished assembling his gun, sending everyone into a panic. Oh no, Meng Chao is doomed. Time is running out, so why is he still putting his gun together? Meng Chao's fingers slowly loaded the magazine, then carefully slid it into the receiver. He finally finished assembling it with just 37 seconds on the clock. Principal's son, who had been snoring bubbles, opened one eye to watch. He muttered to himself, "Meng Chao. Not bad." Meng Chao then moved on to assemble the handgun, but this time, his speed was blindingly fast. In a flash, The handgun was fully assembled, and the hammer clicked. Without a second thought, Meng Chao instantly raised his weapon and opened fire. With several rapid shots, he hit the bullseye every single time. As the gun smoke cleared, perfect tens flashed on the screen. Sweating bullets from anxiety, Chu Feixiang wiped his face with a towel and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they're all tens. If he gets lucky and hits all 30 rounds, he can salvage a lot of points. After a flurry of shots, Meng Chao finally put down his handgun. Seeing Meng Chao pick up the rifle, Chu Feichong cried out in panic, "Is Chao an idiot? Why on earth is he using a rifle here? Isn't that meant for the moving targets? Why is he using it on the fixed ones?" Another student chimed in, "I bet Meng Chao's strategy is to completely give up on the moving targets and dump all his ammo into the fixed ones." Everyone's jaw dropped at his bizarre strategy. Meng Chao looked through the sights, his eyes burning with intense determination. The other student added, "But you can't get many points that way." Right then, Meng Chao unleashed a rapid torrent of gunfire. Bullets zipped straight into the bullseye, but Chu Feixiang was still worried. But he assembled his weapons way too slowly earlier. There's just no time left. A pile of spent casings accumulated below the targets. Only 20 seconds left. 19 seconds. The 4 targets slowly lowered. The instructor announced loudly, "In 10 seconds, the moving targets will appear. Examinees, prepare yourselves." Meng Chao chose the handgun, while Zuo Haoran went with the rifle. With 15 seconds left on the countdown, Old Wang rubbed his eyes and commented that Meng Chao's mental state seemed highly unstable. Qingyun, sitting in the spectator stands, also spoke up solemnly, "So he's the student who resorted to unorthodox methods, training himself straight into the hospital? With such an extreme personality, his future path will be a rough one." Meanwhile, Principal Sun was snoring so loudly that Mr. Yan next to him had to nudge him. Only then did the old man crack open one eye. With only 12 seconds left, half asleep, he chimed in, not bad at all." The 10-second countdown began, and 3 moving targets popped up. Meng Chao immediately aimed and fired several shots in rapid succession, but his scores were terrible. With some shots missing completely, Chu Feixiang cried out in despair, "Oh no, trying to hit moving targets with a submachine gun? Chao is completely finished this time." On the other side, Zuo Haoran focused intensely, squinting to aim, but his performance wasn't much better than Meng Chao's. The moving target was going too fast, and he only hit the 3 or 4 point rings. Suddenly, a final gunshot rang out right at the last second. The bullet pierced right through the green moving target, scoring a 9. Smoke drifted from the barrel, showing he was officially out of ammo. Haoran happily popped out the magazine and gave it a shake. The instructor then announced that student Zuo Haoran was done. Qingyun, watching from the sidelines, cheered excitedly, "Way to go! That is Class 6's class president for you. Awesome job." Old Wang opened one eye and half-heartedly offered some lazy praise. "Not bad, student Zuo. Not bad at all." But deep down, he was thinking, "Zuo Haoran, are you really trying to completely break Meng Chao's spirit? Don't you know that doing this might cost Meng Chao his chance at a regular college degree?" Nearby, a female classmate turned around with a shocked expression. "Look, Meng Chao's eyes are closed. Did he just give up?" Meng Chao held his gun firmly, locked in an aiming stance, but his eyes were completely closed. He still refused to open his eyes, leaving everyone clueless about what he was doing. It was as if he was trying to feel the movement itself. The moment a yellow moving target zipped past, he snapped his eyes open, locking onto it instantly. Seizing the split second, Meng Chao fired off 10 rapid shots. The deafening gunshots filled the air, but it was impossible to tell what rings he actually hit. The instructor called out that time was up and the test was officially over. Meng Chao pulled out his magazine, looking a bit dazed after unleashing that sudden hail of bullets. The crowd gasped and shook their heads. They thought Meng Chao was going to mount a spectacular comeback, but it looked like he just completely lost his nerve. Yeah, looking at how he sprayed at that yellow target, what a waste. Seeing this, Haoran let out a smug smirk, glancing over with absolute disdain. He thought to himself, like an egg hitting a rock. What an arrogant fool. Qingyun sneered coldly. Low-class trash will always be low-class trash. His mind crumbles and he wastes all that ammo. He clearly has no respect for Dragon City's precious resources. Old Wang could only force an awkward, polite smile. Meanwhile, Fei Xiong was completely dumbfounded, his voice shaking as he whimpered, "Chao, your score this time." But Meng Chao just closed his eyes with a smug grin and said, "The score should be pretty good. It is exactly where I expected it to be." Face Young's face went pale, cold sweat pouring down. He thought, "Your mind is clearly broken, so why are you still acting so tough?" The instructor announced, "Zuo Haoran of Class 6. Firearm score, 515 points. Total score, 1,414 points. Temporarily ranked 11th in the school." Haoran took off his gloves with a proud grin as the crowd cheered. As expected of someone who trained in a professional club, a score like that would easily land him in the top 3 of the elite class. Meng Chao is going down hard this time. Then, the speaker crackled to life again. Meng Chao of Class 6, firearms score, 588 points, temporarily ranked 8th in the school. Fei Xiong and the others gasped as chills ran down their spines. Stunned out of their minds, they could only utter, "Wait, what?" Tears of joy literally welled up in Old Wang's eyes as he clenched his fist and roared, "Yes, that is my boy." Teacher Yan also beamed with a massive, satisfied grin. Meng Chao simply stretched his arms to loosen up, looking completely unfazed, as if this score was exactly what he had expected all along. Total score, 1,434 points. The announcement struck Qingyun like a bolt of lightning. Her jaw dropped, and she stood frozen in disbelief. Principal Sun was still half asleep, his eyes completely shut. The announcer repeated, "Temporarily ranked 8th in the school." Haoran was the one who completely lost it. He stood there paralyzed, unable to accept reality. Clenching his teeth in pure rage, his eyes bulged as he screamed, "No way, that is impossible. He clearly missed the target so many times. How on earth did he get a score that high?" Still throwing a furious tantrum, he yelled, "You must have mixed up our scores. There is no way." Suddenly, a chime rang out, and Haoran whipped his head around. The scoreboard was clearly displayed on the screen, the undeniable truth staring him right in the face. The two competitors stood staring at the board. Meng Chao scratched his head in regret, murmuring, "Man, if I hadn't missed those few shots on the moving targets, my score would have been much better. He just didn't have enough time." Hearing this, Haoran grew even more frantic, his face darkening as he bit his lip in frustration. Qingyun quickly stepped up, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Haoran, you did amazing. Go get some rest and calm yourself down." Old Wang chuckled and nudged Meng Chao along. "Exactly. Meng Chao, Zuo Haoran, why don't you both head back to the classroom and cool your heads?" As the two walked off, one looked utterly defeated, while the other walked tall with confidence. It was painfully obvious who had won and who had lost. Suddenly, one of them stopped. As Meng Chao was stretching, he heard Haoran bark from behind, "Meng Chao, I am not accepting this." Staring up with pure determination, Haoran challenged him, "Do you have the guts to face me in a real fight?" Meng Chao turned around, slightly taken aback, but then a playful grin spread across his face as he replied, "Sure, why not?" 20 minutes later, at the small grove behind the cafeteria. This grove was the go-to spot for students to settle their personal scores, and the school administration always turned a blind eye to these private duels. Meng Chao and Haoran stood facing each other, the tension thick in the air. Without saying a word, Meng Chao thought to himself, "In my past life, Zuo Haoran had all the cards. He provoked me with cheap words and lured me right into his trap. But in this life, I am going to make sure you taste absolute despair." Meng Chao narrowed his eyes. With a smug, triumphant look in his eyes, he says, "Class president, we are both about to take the college entrance exam. I really hope you know when to quit this time." "Oh?" Hao Nian narrows his eyes and gives a gentle, fake smile, making it impossible to tell if he is being genuine. "Of course, I know when to quit. Win or lose, after this fight, all our bad blood will be wiped clean." But the moment those words leave his mouth, his true, sly nature slips out. He narrows his eyes, his mind swirling with dark schemes. "After this battle, monsieur, you won't even be around to show your face to me anymore. So of course, our debts will be settled." Meanwhile, Monsieur slowly takes off his jacket and clenches his fists. He thinks to himself, "Ta Hao Nian, I gave you a chance. I just hope you actually take it." He digs his feet into the ground, taking a powerful stance. The sheer force of his takeoff shatters the ground beneath him. Clenching both fists, Monsieur charges ahead at full speed. Every step he takes causes the ground to rumble with a massive shockwave. Hao Nian bares his teeth in a crazed, ecstatic grin. He catches Monsieur's strike with one hand and slams his other palm right against the boy's arm, mocking him. "Still got time to run your mouth, classmate Monsieur?" You spent the whole year only learning the ripple force, but I have already mastered both the ripple force and the reckless bull force. In a flash, Hao Nian shifts his stance, whipping his elbow upward to smash Monsiu's face. But luckily, Monsiu manages to dodge just in time. You are simply no match for me. Monsiu's expression darkens as he dodges another blow, snapping back coldly. I am not losing to you this time. Monsiu slides his feet wide apart, carving a smooth arc into the dirt. Both of them move with incredible agility, trading lightning-fast jabs and hooks in a fierce cycle of offense and defense. Monsiu grits his teeth in absolute focus, while Hao Nian effortlessly glides around, looking completely relaxed. After a relentless exchange, sweat pours down Monsiu's arms. His tightly clenched fists shake slightly, and his legs are trembling, barely holding him up. Monsiu takes a deep, ragged breath to steady his racing heart, his eyes still locked onto his opponent with fierce determination. He lunges forward again with a punch aimed straight at Hao Nian's face, but the class president effortlessly slips past it and taunts, "Your ripple force is completely out of control, classmate Monsieur." Hao Nian continues to dodge the onslaught, mockingly placing his hands on his face with a fake, pitiful expression as he laughs at him. Then, he retaliates with a brutal punch right to Monsiu's face, sending blood spraying from his nose and mouth, completely throwing his jaw out of alignment. The impact sends Monsiu flying backward. Just as he is about to crash onto the ground, he quickly plants his hand and flips his body. He lands safely in a low Spider-Man crouch. Huffing and puffing, battered but unbroken, he lets out a powerful roar to fire himself up. Ta Hao Nian acts like a merciful saint, saying, "Just give up, classmate Monsiu. You will never beat me." But secretly, his mind is filled with malicious schemes. "Yes, get angry. I have been dying to test out my new martial arts on you. The heart-shattering strike is going right through you." Seeing Monsieur scream his name in a rage and charge blindly at him, Ta Hao Nian smirks with absolute triumph. "Come on, rush right into my trap so I can ruin you with my deadly new technique, the heart-shattering strike." Getting exactly what he wanted, Hao Nian grins deviously, planning his next move. "Perfect timing. I can already see the agonizing pain you will suffer from the hidden force of my heart-shattering strike. You will be screaming in pain as your internal organs rupture one by one. And the best part? The hidden force left behind by this strike is completely untraceable by any medical exam. By the time Monsiu realizes his organs are rotting from the inside, his dream of passing the elite undergraduate program will be completely ruined." Hao Nian looks like a madman now, hunching over as he channels his dark technique, his entire body radiating an ominous red glow. He sneers to himself, "When that day comes, I will just play dumb. Who would ever launch a full investigation for the sake of a useless loser anyway?" But the moment Monsiu rises, Ta Hao Nian's posture suddenly shifts and compresses. His channeling method changes completely, as his reckless bull force instantly morphs into the dragon snake force. High in the air, Monsiu lunges straight toward him, his face colder and more serious than ever before. In a flash, Hao Nian's fist rips right through Monsiu's shoulder, tearing his shirt to shreds. But a strange light suddenly flashes in the boy's eyes. He thinks to himself, "Ta Hao Nian, you chose this path. I gave you a chance, but you are just as ruthless and evil as you have always been." In an instant, the look in Monsiu's eyes transforms completely. He no longer looks like a helpless high school student, but a hardened warrior with nothing left to lose. Monsiu channels his reckless bull technique, delivering a devastating punch straight into Hao Nian's stomach. The brutal impact shatters his ribs and sends him flying. Hao Nian slams violently against a massive tree, sending bark flying in all directions. He gasps for air, his mind reeling as he realizes he has lost. Staring blankly at the vast sky, Hao Nian tries to move, but his entire body is completely numb, devoid of any sensation. Over on the other side, Monsiu bends down to wipe the blood from his nose. Hearing his opponent mumble in shock, Monsiu holds a cloth to his nose, points to his face, and says, "During the school evaluation earlier, I was totally holding back. I only did enough just to pass." He bursts into a sly, triumphant laugh. "That was only the first phase of the elite undergraduate program. I have absolutely no interest in showing off to low-tier rookies. Besides, if I showed how strong I really was, what if you got scared and refused to fight me? You thought you were so clever, but you ended up being the biggest fool of all." Hao Nian's eyes widen in sheer horror as he screams, "You set me up?" But Monsiu just calmly slides his jacket back on, completely unbothered. He threw it over his shoulders and replied, "That's right, I did it on purpose. I wanted to leave the exam grounds right after testing my spear skills with you. That way no one would interrupt our match. Honestly, I already gave you a chance, remember? I told you to know when to stop. Zuo Haoran was stunned, looking quite pitiful. He stammered, I. Meng Chao coldly cut him off. Looking at you now, you only have yourself to blame. Zuo Haoran was still sitting against the tree, his body seemingly paralyzed and unable to move, though he could still yell at the top of his lungs. Meng Chao, what on earth did you do to me? Meng Chao walked over, raised his hands, and smiled mischievously. Come on, let me check your injuries. Then he moved left and right, touching his head and shoulders, stealthily checking Zuo Haoran's body. Finally, Meng Chao stopped. A smug smile crept onto his face. He squatted down, holding a voice recording pen with a sly grin. As expected, a nice surprise. Look at that. Our class monitor's learning ability is truly impressive. You even learned how to secretly record? You only show it to let them know you have dirt on them. Then Meng Chao quickly slid the pen up his sleeve. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he stood up and said, Don't worry, you just have a broken spine. You temporarily can't feel your lower body, but you… Meng Chao looked down at Zuo Haoran, his expression turning serious as he offered some free advice. With Dragon City's current medical technology, if you hire a famous doctor and rest for 2 years after the surgery, you can live like a normal person. Absolutely no problem. Just lie still and don't move. I'll go get the teachers and other students. Zuo Haoran couldn't move. While Meng Chao kept talking, his hands inside his pockets were still busy. He had already broken the recording pen without anyone noticing. Zuo Haoran sat frozen under the tree, his body trembling with rage. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Meng Chao. Meng Chao turned his head back, cheerfully delivering his final words. Even though I crushed your chances of becoming a superhuman, trust me, this is a good thing for you and for Dragon City. Zuo Haoran lost all composure and screamed in madness, Meng Chao, I'll make sure you never live in peace. Meng Chao, get back here, do you hear me? The system screen popped up with a notification. You have severely injured ordinary citizen Zuo Haoran. In the far future, this will save the lives of a large number of soldiers. Contribution points plus 999. 10 minutes later, led by Meng Chao, Ma Qingyun, teacher Yan, the school nurse, and the other classmates all arrived. The moment he saw Zuo Haoran collapsed under the tree, Ma Qingyun flew into a rage. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. How dare anyone beat someone up like this? Teacher Yan and Principal Sun stood there dumbfounded, listening to young Master Ma's outburst. Student Affairs Office, quickly restrain this offending student. How is he even a student? He's a culprit, a criminal. Meng Chao casually kept his hands in his pockets, his eyes darkening as he looked at the two wearing glasses next to him. Old Wang was also stunned by the scene before him. Meng Chao, you went too far. If there's a conflict between classmates, wouldn't it be better to resolve it peacefully? Meng Chao suddenly stepped forward as Zuo Haoran's painful screams continued to echo. Old Wang hurriedly stopped him. Meng Chao, don't make things worse. You're directly facing the two people in charge. Ma Qingyun roared in anger. Meng Chao, you dare to resist? Meng Chao simply raised his hands like a criminal and calmly said, No, going to the Student Affairs Office is absolutely fine. I don't want to run away from responsibility, but if I don't present certain evidence in front of everyone, I'm afraid someone might secretly destroy it. Teacher Yan, please search this area. I have placed a total of 8 high-definition cameras. Hearing his name called, Teacher Yan was startled. He thought it was something major, but it turned out there were cameras everywhere on the trees. Every single angle seemed to have been set up perfectly from all directions. Seeing this, Ma Qingyun's eyes flashed, and his face darkened. Why did you have to install cameras? Meng Chao scratched his head and smiled with his eyes closed, looking completely harmless. The class monitor and I certainly didn't fight over a personal grudge. We were just sparring to improve together. The class monitor is so strong, and it's a rare opportunity to spar with him. So of course, I wanted to record it from 360 degrees with no blind spots. He put on a pitiful act again, so I can study it carefully when I get back and improve my performance. Meng Chao capitalized on his momentum, pushing it even further, rebounding to stun everyone. Just like how Teacher Yan usually sets up cameras for us to analyze our mistakes. So what's the problem with that? After some arguing, Teacher Yan came back carrying 8 cameras. Principal Sun, look. Teacher Yan then handed one to Principal Sunday. Meng Chao suddenly raised his hands and looked at them, his brows furrowed, looking miserable. Teacher Wang, I've had a doubt ever since just now. Could you please clarify it for me? I just recovered not long ago, and my limbs are still weak and lacking strength. How could a single blow severely injure the class monitor like that? Please watch the camera footage in front of all the students and explain it to me, otherwise. As Mr. Nyeem listened, his eyes suddenly flashed with realization. Hearing this, Thonvan flew into a rage and immediately cut him off. If not what? Are you saying the school would frame an innocent person? We are going to check the footage right now. Sitting nearby, Hao Nian's face instantly went pale, and his lips trembled as he weakly called out. Soon, everyone was holding a camera, reviewing the entire match. Principal Tan, Mr. Nyeem, and Thonvan were all utterly shocked by what they saw. Mr. Nyeem pointed the camera straight ahead, his anger flaring up. His glasses flashed like headlights, and the veins on his body bulged with fury. He roared, grabbing Hao Nian by the collar and pulling him close, looking like he wanted to swallow him alive. What kind of move were you trying to use against Monsieur just now? Scared out of his wits, Hao Nian trembled, his face turning pale. Standing on the side, Ma Thonvan glared and yelled out a warning. Ta Hao Nian, think very carefully before you speak. Shaken by the collar grab, Hao Nian turned his head away and stammered weakly, I just wanted to use the dragon snake force. Before he could finish, Mr. Nyeem barked, Shut up, Ta Hao Nian. He shoved the boy away and took a wide stance, radiating a terrifying aura. With burning rage, Mr. Nyeem warned him sternly, You better think this through. If you lie about how you got injured and miss the proper treatment, you will be ruined for life. Are you really willing to take that gamble? Terrified, Hao Nian pressed himself against a tree trunk, gritted his teeth, and finally stammered out the truth. It was the heart-crushing dagger. Hearing this, Mr. Vuong gasped in horror. A friendly spar between classmates, and you used the heart-crushing dagger? Ta Hao Nian, you have completely lost your mind. Over on the side, Thonvan facepalmed in utter despair, thinking to himself, It is over. It is completely over. Fai Hung asked in confusion, Mr. Nyeem, could you explain it to us? How exactly did Ta Hao Nian get injured? We really need to know. Mr. Nyeem, still looking cold, turned to find Principal Tan, but the old man had already slipped away a long time ago. With no other choice, Mr. Nyeem held up the camera to explain to his students, Fine, let me break it down for you guys. During this match, Ta Hao Nian used a highly lethal killing technique known as the heart-crushing dagger. The teacher explained in a serious tone. However, because he hasn't mastered it yet, there was a major delay when he tried to channel his power. This caused all that built-up force to recoil and concentrate right on his own spine. And just at that exact moment, Monsieur's counterstrike landed directly on his chest. That blow triggered the unstable energy in Ta Hao Nian's spine to explode, completely fracturing it. A student immediately asked out of curiosity, Does the heart-crushing dagger have that bone-penetrating spike effect? Mr. Nyeem nodded and said, Let me tell you about that. It is a brutal killing technique designed to rupture internal organs. Attempting to use such a move on a classmate is incredibly malicious. So that means Monsieur was only acting in self-defense, Fi Hung declared confidently. Ta Hao Nian brought this entirely on himself, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Monsieur. Mr. Nyeem turned around, showing no intention of letting it slide. Director Ma, do you have anything to say about this footage? Crossing his arms, Thonvan looked away to avoid eye contact and grumbled defensively. It was still an injury caused by those two fighting. I am sure Monsieur provoked him on purpose. Only then did Monsieur raise his hand to speak up. Director Ma, let me emphasize again that it was a friendly spar, not a fight. Even this heart-crushing dagger move was something Ta Hao Nian offered to demonstrate for me beforehand. He smirked with a hint of satisfaction and continued, So, I think it is best for everyone if we just call this whole thing an accident. Hearing this, Thonvan froze, completely speechless. Monsieur tapped his forehead with a seemingly innocent look, but his words were incredibly sharp. After all, the class monitor and I only have a few minor disagreements. There is no way we would resort to using such an extreme move like the heart-crushing dagger over that. He glanced sideways and casually flicked his finger. Making a big scene out of this won't benefit me, Ta Hao Nian, or our school. Don't you agree, Director? Thonvan's eyes widened, and his eyebrows furrowed as he thought to himself, Is this brat actually threatening me? But if this gets out, my future career is over. Just as Thonvan was sweating in sheer helplessness, Principal Tan cleared his throat a few times. You get it now, right? Principal Tan squinted with a smile and nodded. Director Ma, Ta Hao Nian, is still lying on the ground over there. Shouldn't we take the boy to the hospital first? If we keep making a scene, it might harm these kids' futures, which wouldn't be good. Seizing the way out, Thanvan immediately bowed 90 degrees to the principal and said, "Understood, principal." The old man pointed at Monsieur and instructed, "Mr. Neem, since Monsieur is right here, why don't you talk to him and clear things up? Find out exactly how this accident happened and write a report for me. Oh, and make sure you don't scare the boy." Mr. Neem barked out in response, "Yes, principal." With the tasks assigned, Principal Tun turned around and walked away. The old man muttered to himself, very good, very good." With only 2 shadows cast on the ground, Mr. Neem asked in a calm voice, "Monsieur, for the morning test of speed and physical strength, how much of your power did you hold back?" Monsieur turned around and answered honestly, "About 20 or 30%. Mr. Neem was taken aback. Seeing the boy looking completely unbothered, he stared at him, only for Monsieur to look up and say flatly, "It wasn't much of a challenge, so I wasn't really interested." Suddenly, his expression turned ice cold, and he pointed straight at him, accusing, "You did this on purpose today." Meng Chao kept a straight face and calmly replied, "Yes, I did." Teacher Yan turned to him, demanding an answer. "I need an explanation." Meng Chao stood his ground and shrugged. "Self-defense, that's all." Teacher Yan got right in Meng Chao's face, furrowing his brows as he stared into his eyes and exposed him. "Self-defense? It looks to me like you were just trying to eliminate a hidden threat." Meng Chao raised his hand, looking at Teacher Yan with a serious expression as they spoke. "Are you saying that if I hadn't beaten him at his own game and lured him here, he might not have targeted me?" Then, his gaze darkened as he declared firmly, "But why should I leave my own fate in the hands of someone else?" Meng Chao compared it to a massive beast, baring its fangs and claws, continuing, "It's just like having a vicious, bloodthirsty monster standing right in front of you. Are you really going to waste time wondering if it's hungry, if it might spare you, or if it has some tragic backstory?" Meng Chao pictured the beast walking right into a trap, explaining his logic to Teacher Yan. "The only thing I can do is set the trap and wait behind it to see if it jumps in." The monster was impaled and shredded by the spikes in the trap. Looking down from above, he continued his explanation. "Since it made the choice to kill me and ended up in my trap, I'm certainly not going to get down on my knees and beg it for mercy, right?" Hearing this, Teacher Yan's face clouded over. He knitted his brows, lost in thought for a moment, before suddenly reaching out to pat Meng Chao's head, catching him completely off guard. "Fine, I'll accept that explanation. Leave the rest of the trouble to me, and you just focus on preparing for your exams." Finding himself trusted, Meng Chao beamed with a wide grin and replied softly, "Thank you, teacher. Teacher Yan, I always knew you were the fairest teacher in the school, and a truly great one at that." Just as he finished his flattering words, Teacher Yan ruthlessly poured cold water on his parade. "Cut the flattery. If you really want to thank me, have you considered applying to the military academy?" Meng Chao froze up, quickly waving his hands to decline. "Oh, count me out. Chu Feixiong is the one with the potential to be a great general. You should help him out more." Teacher Yan pressed further. "And why is it that I don't see you as someone who hates war?" Meng Chao spread his hands, sharing his honest thoughts. "Being a soldier is way too messy. Every battle tears the beasts apart so badly that you're lucky to salvage 30% of the resources. That kind of crude brutality is just not my style." Intrigued, the teacher asked, "Then what exactly is your style?" Meng Chao took a focused stance, acting out his preference for meticulousness, precision, and elegance. "I like peeling back the beast's skin and feeling its blood vessels, gently running my hands over its internal organs, collecting every single drop of blood, dissecting each organ perfectly without a scratch, and turning a terrifying monster into a glistening work of art. This is the art of harvesting." Lowering his eyes, a sinister smile played on the corner of his lips. "I want to be an artist." Meng Chao's bizarre dream completely froze Teacher Yan in his tracks, leaving him shivering with cold sweat. The teacher thought to himself, "Are high schoolers these days seriously this twisted?" Meng Chao quickly checked on him, asking, "Teacher Yan, are you okay?" Suddenly, Teacher Yan pointed right in his face and asked solemnly, "One last question. Did you really dream that I died that day?" Meng Chao was stunned for a moment, glancing up before he could even react. Sweating bullets with a blank stare, Meng Chao's ma-ti raced. "That day? Which day?" After a moment, it finally clicked. "Oh, the day I transmigrated." Forcing a nervous chuckle, he replied, "Oh, Teacher Yan, they say dreams are always the opposite of reality. I'm sure you don't take that stuff seriously, right? Teacher Yan turned and started walking away, saying, I used to be a member of the Red Dragon Army, part of Dragon City's regular forces. Looking toward the towering spire, Teacher Yan stood proud and unyielding in the wind. He declared proudly, when I first joined, my only thought was that if I had to die, I would go down fighting as a soldier on the battlefield. The reflection of a beast gleamed on the lenses of his glasses, and even if I ended up in the belly of the beast, recalling the memories of fighting monsters, he continued, I would use my very last bone to pierce straight through its heart. In an instant, the monster exploded from his powerful punch. His voice echoed, to any member of the Red Dragon Army, there is no better way to go. Finally, clad in battered combat armor and covered in wounds, Teacher Yan took off his glasses, turning around with a warm smile. So, thank you, Meng Chao, for dreaming of my honorable death on the battlefield. Meng Chao listened in solemn silence, completely speechless. Teacher Yan turned and walked away with a bright, cheerful smile, leaving a grim-faced Meng Chao standing frozen on the spot. Zuo Haoran was wheeled into the ambulance by Ma Qingyun and two paramedics. Lying there motionless, he stared at Uncle Ma and cried, Uncle, I'm ruined. I'm completely crippled. Ma Qingyun placed his hand on Zuo Haoran's head to comfort him. Don't despair. Modern medical technology is light years ahead of what we had back on Earth. Uncle Ma furrowed his brows and declared confidently, we can harness cellular regeneration, monster nerve cells and alien growth factors. Even if you're paralyzed, you can be cured. It's only a matter of time. Haoran glanced over, his face darkening with worry. But that means I can't take the college entrance exam and I can't become a superhuman anymore. Uncle Ma replied seriously. Forget about this year. Just focus on recovering. You can try next year, or even the year after. Haoran went absolutely ballistic, gritting his teeth as the veins bulged in his eyes. He roared, Meng Chao, I want you dead. Uncle, you have to help me kill him. Ma Qingyun pursed his lips. Gritting his teeth slightly, he turned to the side. Haoran, my power might be vast, but Yan Dongxing is still watching at school, and with those other guys keeping a close eye on us, I can't just do whatever I want. Then, Uncle Ma turned back, a calm idea forming in his mind. How about I call your dad? The outside world has far more ways of handling things than we do at school. Hearing this, Haoran let out a sinister smile. Wait, tell my dad to keep Meng Chao alive for now. Let's deal with his family first. His face grew dark, looking like a wild wolf howling in rage. Before he dies, I want him to watch his family suffer 10 times worse than I am right now. At the financial center of Dragon City, in the new Binjiang district, Mrs. Zhou was throwing a tantrum, her face twisted in annoyance. Xiao Liu, get out of my way. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to see Chairman Zuo. Xiao Liu looked extremely conflicted. Sister-in-law, please don't make this hard on me. Chairman Zuo said he doesn't want to see anyone right now. Just wait a little longer. Suddenly, the intercom buzzed. Xiao Liu, let sister-in-law in. I've just finished my training. Xiao Liu called out from outside the door. Chairman Zuo, sister-in-law is here. He replied. All right, you can leave now. As soon as she stepped inside, Mrs. Zhou began sobbing and wailing, trying to look pitiful. Chairman Zuo, you can't just abandon old Zhou. Think back. You two were like brothers. You went through life and death together, and he even saved your life. Now he's suffered a cultivation, deviation, lying in the hospital, hovering between life and death. How can you treat him like this? Chairman Zuo remained silent, his back turned to her as he gazed out at the city view, puffing on his cigarette. Only after a moment did he finally speak. Sister-in-law, second brother Zhou saved my life, and I will always remember that. That's why I'm willing to pay 20 million to buy out all of second brother Zhou's shares in the company. This 20 million is more than enough to save his life. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou slammed her hand on the desk. She shrieked in fury. Old Zhou, we've risked our lives for over 30 years at the Haohan Group. We treated you like real family and helped build this company into what it is today. And after all that, you offer 20 million? You just want to kick him out, don't you? Zuo Qingtian, you are trying to rob us blind. Chairman Zuo remained completely calm, his eyes steady as he took another puff. Sister-in-law, why must you reject my goodwill? I really don't know what to say. Once I'm done with these busy workdays at the company, I'll go to the hospital to visit old Zhou. Driven mad with rage, Mrs. Zhu pointed a trembling finger at him, stammering, You. Chairman Zuo took the cigarette out of his mouth. Puffing out a cloud of smoke, he said, I understand how you feel. so I won't hold your reckless words against you." Then, he brushed past Mrs. Zhou, leaving her frozen with his next words. "Once you've thought it through, you can come find me any time, but you'd better make it quick. Second, Brother Zhou's condition won't wait forever." Before Mrs. Zhou could even turn around, Chairman Zhuo pressed a button to call his staff. "Mrs. Zhou is leaving. Escort her out." The moment he spoke, 2 towering bodyguards appeared at the door. They extended their arms politely. "Mrs. Zhou, after you." She stormed out in a huff, but the bodyguards still politely said, "Have a safe trip home, Mrs. Zhou." Chairman Zhuo sat down, crossed legs, clasped his hands together, and smirked. "Now that old Zhou is out of the way, I can finally take complete control of the Haohan group and become its undisputed king." He picked up a family photo of Haoran holding a trophy and smiled with pride. "Little Hao has a bright future ahead of him. He'll definitely surpass me one day. When that time comes, the 2 of us will rule together." Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The screen showed Ma Qingyun's name. Pressing his earpiece to answer, he said, "Hello, brother-in-law." But as soon as he heard the voice on the other end, Chairman Zhuo's eyes widened. He froze for a few seconds before roaring, "What?" Little Hao was crippled? Who did this? The news hit him like a bolt of lightning. His entire world seemed to crumble. His face darkened as he growled, "Meng Chao, a mere tenant kid?" Losing his mind with rage, Chairman Zhuo's eyes turned bloodshot. He clenched his fists, and with every step he took, the floor tiles shattered and exploded into pieces. "Meng Chao, you dared to ruin my son's future. I will destroy your entire family and make you wish you were dead." Suddenly, an employee rushed in frantically, holding a laptop and yelling, "Boss, this is bad." Someone leaked that we've been selling products made in sweatshops, and even the official Dragon City News is broadcasting it. Hearing this while already in a rage was enough to give him a stroke. Chairman Zhuo roared, "What?" He furrowed his brows and barked, "Get on it right now. Otherwise, what the hell am I paying a PR person like you for?" The employee stood there dazed, his voice trembling with sheer panic. But before one crisis could pass, another struck. Another staff member burst in, gasping for breath. "Chairman Zhuo, it's the Food Safety Authority. The Food and Drug Administration has already sent their people, and more are arriving as we speak. President Zhuo, 3 banks want to reevaluate us," a 4th person burst in, sending everyone into a panic. "President Zhuo, this is bad. The supplier who provides our contraband is being investigated. Our entire operation has been completely exposed." Finally, the manager pressed his hand against his earpiece and spoke frantically. "President Zhuo, the reporters are here. Our guys can't hold them back anymore." President Zhuo stood there frozen, his brain completely shutting down. It felt like a massive storm was ripping the company apart. Out of nowhere, hit with one devastating blow after another, he was so consumed by rage that he literally coughed up blood. President Zhuo collapsed into a heap on the floor, his face completely pale and his voice incredibly weak. "Who is playing me? Who the hell is doing this?" Furrowing his brows with a look of sheer panic, he growled in frustration, "Why? Why is this happening?" Late at night, Meng Chao was still waiting for the bus. With his hands shoved in his pockets and his head slightly lowered, he looked completely lost in thought. Meng Chao's eyes were filled with worry, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. Suddenly, Feixiong ran over from a distance, waving his hands and shouting his name, "Meng Chao." Running up and noticing Meng Chao's pale expression, he asked with concern, "Hey, today's business didn't cause you any trouble, did it?" Meng Chao flashed a wide, eye-squinting grin and gave a thumbs up, saying, "No trouble at all, now get lost." Meng Chao quickly pushed Feixiong away. Still clueless, Feixiong called out, "If you ever need anything, just say the word. We're brothers, we help each other out." Meng Chao brushed him off with a half-hearted reply, "Got it." Finally, Feixiong started heading back, waving and shouting as he walked. "All right, I'm heading home then." Cars sped past in a blur of dust and exhaust. Meng Chao fell back into silence. Sitting on the bus, he leaned his head against the window, staring blankly outside. Lost in thought, he muttered to himself, "Even though Dad is building a connection with the Thunderbolt team, who knows what Zhuo Haoran's parents will do if they lose their minds? What kind of extreme things might they pull?" Meng Chao suddenly remembered something. He pulled out Wei Hao's business card and stared at it. "Do I really have to go to that second young master?" Suddenly, the bus slammed on its brakes, catching him off guard. He tumbled forward, banging his head hard against the seat in front of him. Rubbing his forehead, he couldn't stop thinking about how weak he still was. He needed to break through and become an extraordinary superhuman as fast as possible to claim his own power. Suddenly, a bright light flashed before Meng Chao's eyes, and the system interface popped up. Under your guidance, the criminal ring of the Haohan Group involved in counterfeiting and manufacturing banned drugs has been dismantled. Contribution points increased by 5,000. Still frozen in his head-bumped position, he thought in utter disbelief. How did I just earn contribution points again without even trying? Wait, what did I even guide? And for this many contribution points to drop, just how much of a monstrous, god-awful company was the Haohan Group anyway? The phone in Meng Chao's bag suddenly buzzed. He opened it to find a text from Feiru. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he read the message. Senior, it's been taken care of. Sweating bullets, the fire-passing elder could only send back a massive question mark. He thought to himself, and replied, how did you guys pull off such an insane investigation on their company? Feiru rolled her eyes and texted back, didn't you say the Haohan Group was a nuisance? Well, they're not a nuisance anymore. In fact, the Haohan Group doesn't even exist anymore. The fire-passing elder stroked his beard, squinting as he replied, even so, there was no need to go that far. Feiru continued with her serious analysis. Their illegal loans were exposed, they're bankrupt and drowning in debt, and on top of that, they're facing major criminal charges. The media is blasting it everywhere. Their reputation is totally ruined. There's absolutely no way they can ever bounce back from this. Seeing that the fire-passing elder kept his back turned and remained silent, she grew even more anxious. Feiru raised her finger, explaining the details of the investigation. Senior, if we hadn't dug into them, we would have never known. The things we uncovered are terrifying. We never expected the Haohan Group to be so reckless. They actually used decayed, mutated monster blood to pass off as high-grade superhuman beast blood. Doing that violates Dragon City's ultimate taboo. Feiru cupped her face with a look of pure admiration, saying, if it wasn't for your brilliant foresight, who knows how many innocent lives this evil company would have ruined. Pressing her hand to her chest, her cheeks flushing red, she added, still, even though we completely understand your deep-seated hatred for evil, Dragon City is still a society ruled by law, and our Yan family is an honorable, upright family. Handling this through official public channels like this is the absolute limit of what we can do, so we hope you can understand. Feiru then put on a pitiful, pleading look. Now that the superhuman tower has intervened, Zuo Jingtian is bound to have his superhuman powers stripped and spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Zuo family will end up tens of millions in debt, and his son will never dare to cross your disciple again. Are you still not satisfied with this outcome? Great, she's pulling out the puppy dog eyes again. On the other end, Meng Chao was breaking out in a cold sweat, frozen solid as he stared at the screen. If even this isn't enough, we will find another way. Meng Chao squeezed his face in sheer panic, stretching it like a crazy gorilla. Hold on, the guy is already bankrupt and locked up for life. What other crazy way are you guys planning to come up with? The fire-passing elder and Feiru continued their exchange. Forget it. This is more than enough. Understood. Thank you so much. Senior, you truly are magnanimous and kind-hearted. We will let this matter rest here, and won't make any more of a scene. You don't understand, I'm actually just trying to be low-key. Oh, I get it, keeping a low profile. We can't let Senior get dragged into this. Who does the Haohan Group think they are anyway? They're nothing but trash under Senior's boots. Stepping on them would only get his shoes dirty. After firing off a bunch of chaotic texts, Meng Chao finally locked his phone screen. His gloomy face reflected in the dark screen. His mind started to wander again. Well, at least the Yan Corporation has taken care of everything. Meng Chao stared out the window, his brow furrowing slightly. He smirked, then sighed, completely lost in thought. But why does something still feel so off? Meanwhile, the three members of the Yan family were sprawled out on the couch, looking like they had finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Feiru clasped her hands together in pure relief. Since the old senior said to let it go, that means he's forgiven us, right? Shannon suddenly pulled off his face mask, startling the other two. Turns out, he was the man secretly running Yan Feiru's account this whole time. He closed his eyes and sighed. I guess so. Just like you predicted, grandfather, the fire-passing elder really is soft-hearted after all. He only wanted the Haohan Group to go bankrupt and face legal consequences, Shannon said as he handed the phone back to Feiru. He's not even holding our family's mistakes against us anymore. But before he could finish, Elder Yan kicked him right in the side of the head. Elder Yan barked, "You troublemaker! How dare you even think about holding a grudge against a great senior like him?" The phone flew into the air, and Feiru scrambled to catch it in a panic. She had to step in, trying to pacify them with sweet words. "Grandfather, how did you even find out about the fire-passing elder's identity? And how can you be so sure? He wanted us to take down the Hauhan group as a way to atone for our actions. Please, tell me." Elder Yan turned around, closed his eyes, and spoke. "I have an old friend named Ning Shiwo, the ghostly hand. Do you remember him?" Feiru gasped in surprise. "Grandfather Ning? Of course I remember him. But I heard that a few months ago, he was hit by a bizarre poison that was supposedly incurable." Elder Yan turned around, his eyes wide. "Exactly. Just a few days ago, Elder Ning suddenly received guidance from the fire-passing elder and managed to brew a brand new cure. He even asked me for some extremely rare ingredients." Elder Yan raised a finger, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a low, contemplative voice. At that moment, it clicked. The fire-passing elder and the mysterious senior we offended. They're the exact same person. So I did a little digging, and guess what I found? Feiru leaned in closer, hanging on his every word, completely focused. Feiru leaned forward, asking excitedly, "And? Are they really the same person?" Shannon, whose face was still bruised from the beating, popped his head in to chime in. "No way. Ba Yunjing and medicine are completely different fields. Even if he's some ancient monster, there's no way he could master both." Elder Yan closed his eyes again and delivered a thunderous kick to Shannon, making Feiru's face go completely pale. "You useless piece of trash. The future of our family rests entirely on Feiru." Elder Yan opened his eyes, frowning as he asked, "Feiru, do you remember that demonstration video you received? Who do you think the person in that video really is?" Feiru replied seriously, recalling the school uniform. He was wearing a uniform from either number 3 or number 9 high school. Judging by the background, his family isn't doing too well. It looked like a cheap rented apartment. Hearing this, Elder Yan kicked Shannon flat on his face again, pointing and roaring at him. "Why can't you be more like your daughter?" Shannon could only wail in sheer agony. "Dad, go easy on me. Haven't I already stepped down and stayed out of everything?" Elder Yan turned around with a stern look and said, "The intel I got from Elder Ning is that the fire-passing elder has a disciple named Meng Chao. He just happens to go to number 9 high school and lives in a rented apartment." Shannon scrambled back to his feet, quickly piping up again. "Okay, but even if the fire-passing elder is some all-powerful monster, how do you know he wanted to target the Hauhan group?" Furious at being questioned, Elder Yan smacked him hard on the head and yelled, "Because I already had someone investigate. That kid, Meng Chao, is in the same class as the Hauhan group chairman's son. They hate each other's guts, and they even had a massive clash recently. Get it now?" Elder Yan glared at his bruised and battered son, while Feiru was the only one smart enough to piece it together. If that's the case, then everything connects. It all makes perfect sense now. Elder Yan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. How could the disciple of the fire-passing elder let himself be bullied by a bunch of nobodies? The Hauhan group really bit off more than they could chew." He barked again. "Raising a useless son like you is a complete waste of food. As for that kid's father, losing his reputation and rotting in prison is just sweet karma." Shannon quickly backed down, timidly raising 2 thumbs up to praise him. "Dad, okay, I get it. I was wrong. I wouldn't dare mess with a legendary master like the fire-passing elder again." Feiru chimed in, pointing her finger as an idea struck her. "Grandfather, if the fire-passing elder is really that powerful, why did he need us to handle the Hauhan group?" Elder Yan turned around, clasping his hands behind his back before speaking. "That brings us to those 2 words the fire-passing elder mentioned. Too troublesome." Shannon just couldn't keep his mouth shut. Are those 2 words really that deep? Didn't he just want us to do his dirty work? Elder Yan whirled back around, absolutely furious, and snapped at him for being so clueless. He scowled, pointed his finger right at him, and snapped, "What do you think Hauhan Group is to the fire relayer? They're nothing but absolute garbage. Trash that isn't even worthy of being stepped on by the elder himself." Elder Yan pointed his finger from Jenin to Feiru. Both of them froze as they listened to him speak. "Since you 2 offended him last time, has either of you gotten a single night of good sleep?" Feiru anxiously spoke up first. "No, I haven't. I haven't been able to sleep at all lately. Every night, I wake up terrified at 2 or 3 in the morning." After she finished speaking, she let out a sigh of relief. Jenin was practically half dead from relief since he wasn't getting beaten anymore. Elder Yan clasped his hands behind his back, turning around as he spoke. "That's why he generously waved it off and let us handle this minor nuisance. It's his way of giving us a way out, so we can put our minds at ease. He sat down and gripped the armrests, coldly adding, "We're lucky that the senior is a merciful man, and thank goodness I handled this personally. Otherwise, you clueless kids would have completely ruined everything." Fei-Ru placed her hand over her chest, looking a bit dazed. Jinan clicked his tongue, knitting his brows as he spoke up seriously. "Wait, that's not right, father. To deal with Haohan Group, we did a thorough investigation, which included looking into that young man, Meng Chao. Won't that upset the fire relayer?" Elder Yan calmly poured a cup of hot tea and retorted, "Do you really think I didn't think of that? I've already analyzed this with Elder Ning." He picked up the teacup and closed his eyes, but still went on to explain. The fire relayer doesn't intend to hide Meng Chao's identity. In fact, he's using his disciple to leak some information about completely new martial arts, knowledge, and techniques. The image of the fire relayer pulling the strings behind Meng Chao began to form in their minds. Elder Yan continued his theory. Letting his disciple venture out on his own is probably a form of training. As for friendly factions, he doesn't mind sharing a few details so we can help protect his disciple. Fei-Ru rolled her eyes, bowing her head in admiration. "Grandpa, are we really considered a friendly faction?" He took a sip of tea and replied, "Absolutely." Elder Yan raised the teacup high, staring into it as he said, "If he didn't have a deep understanding and affection for our Yan family's ripple force, he could never have refined such a flawless version of it." His eyes reflected the tea in his hand as he proudly added, "For all we know, the elder might have given me some pointers back in the day." Elder Yan pointed directly at Fei-Ru standing opposite him. "Fei-Ru, if you get the chance, you should try to get close to Meng Chao." Fei-Ru, who was holding her phone, was caught off guard and looked visibly startled. "Huh?" She glanced away, seemingly lost in thought, as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Then, she closed her eyes and firmly replied, "I understand." Snapping out of it, Fei-Ru placed her hand over her heart with a determined look. "I'll see if there's any natural opportunity for me to cross paths with Meng Chao soon." Seeing this, Elder Yan burst into a hearty laugh. "Perfect. The future of the Yan family will eventually belong to you, so you must secure it. Just don't end up like your useless father." Zhenan's fragile heart took a critical blow, leaving him to curl up in a corner and sob his eyes out. His daughter had to pat his back to comfort him. Meanwhile, at the early morning market, water was being sprayed over the vegetable stalls to keep them fresh. Vendors' voices echoed from every corner. "Come on in, come on in. Fresh, delicious, and cheap veggies right here." The butcher slammed his cleaver down with a loud thud. The ham was split cleanly in two. The market was packed with people pushing past one another. "Freshly slaughtered saber-toothed pork here. Don't miss out, everyone." As Meng's mother walked past the stall, she heard the butcher calling out, "Hey sister, how about some marrow bones?" But she was a bit too shy to speak up. A woman carrying a basket packed with groceries walked past and waved. "Oh my, isn't this Sushin?" Then she pointed at the bones in her basket and said, "Come take a quick look. Tell me, do these marrow bones look good?" Meng's mother just smiled warmly while thinking to herself that this plump woman just loved to show off. Once she got dragged into a conversation with her, she'd have to listen to her babble all day. She then spoke up, "Auntie Pang, buying so many marrow bones. Did old Lee get another bonus?" Hearing this, she grumbled in annoyance. "What? That old geezer only makes a few pennies a month. What bonus could he possibly get?" Then, she put on a showy, delighted face and bragged, "Isn't today the first round of the college entrance exams? Our Ah Ming ranked 32nd in the entire school and qualified for the second round. Shouldn't we celebrate that a little?" Meng's mother could only offer a faint, slightly awkward smile. Mentioning the first round of the exams made Auntie Pang tap her own forehead a few times. Nudging her with a sly look, she babbled, "Oh, look at my terrible memory. Your Ah Chow failed last year, didn't he? No wonder you don't even want to hear about it." She kept rambling on, grabbing Meng's mother's hand to comfort her. "It's fine, it's fine. Your Ah Chow has been a bright kid since he was little. He'll definitely get into a better university this time. Besides, he and Ah Ming have been buddies since they were kids. Once Ah Ming gets into the university program, he can help him out too." Meng's mother could only nod helplessly to get it over with. Yes, Ah Ming is indeed a very smart boy. Congratulations. After showing off enough, Auntie Pang finally got ready to leave, waving cheerfully as she said, "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I've got to hurry home and make dinner." Meng Chao's mom's face darkened, looking like she was about to blow her top. Taking her frustration out on the butcher, she pointed angrily at the meat counter and snapped, "How many marrow bones did that fat lady just buy from you?" Hearing it was 3, she immediately yelled, "I'll take 3 too. No, make it 4. Once she got home, Meng Chao's mom dumped out a pile of marrow bones and fish she bought at the market, and they looked incredibly fresh. Jiasao rested her chin on her hands, drooling over the food. "Whoa, Mom, are those 4 marrow bones?" Yushan rolled up his sleeves as he walked by, and seeing the gasping fish, he asked in surprise, "This fish has got to be at least 2 or 3 kilograms. Suxin, what's the occasion today?" Meng Chao's mom frowned in frustration and replied, "Today was the first round of the undergraduate exams, but Chao hasn't said a single word. It looks like he didn't do very well. When he gets back later, no one is allowed to ask him anything. Just eat your dinner, got it?" Jiasao confidently placed her hand on her chest and proudly declared, "Don't worry, Mom. Even if my big brother doesn't make it into the undergraduate division, don't you still have me? I will absolutely become a superhuman, and then, this entire family, including my big brother, will be under my protection." She was boasting so loudly she might blow the roof off, her nose practically growing like Pinocchio's. She flashed a cheeky grin and mischievously added, "The most important thing is that he has to look up to me, obey my every word, and let me bully him whenever I want." She was already imagining Meng Chao clinging to her legs, crying and begging, "Little sister, you're truly amazing. I really underestimated you at first. From now on, our whole family is relying on you, and so am I." Jiasao hoisted a broom over her shoulder. She was leaning on his shoulder, daydreaming so hard she was practically drooling. Suxin pinched her nose to snap her out of it and said, "You are the one who needs to worry the most. You are already rude enough on a normal day, so do not push your brother's buttons today, got it?" Jiasao rubbed her nose, which felt like it was about to fall off from that pinch, and whined, I know. Just then, the doorknob turned, and the door creaked open. Meng Chao walked in. He was moving fast, with a dark look in his eyes and a frown on his face. He looked completely out of it. The Yan group is seriously ruthless. Just to avoid some minor trouble, they resorted to such extreme measures. I really need to think twice about using the kindling elder identity in the future. He entered the house looking incredibly tense, chewing on his thumb with a gloomy expression that instantly silenced the entire room. Jiasao and Yishan exchanged a knowing look and nodded in unison. They thought, he definitely bombed his exam. Suxin scooped up a giant bowl of rice, placed it on the table, and gently said, "Come on, Chao, let's have some dinner." The table was loaded with rare delicacies. There were even bone marrow dishes, served with straws, and a sweet and sour fish that looked absolutely mouth-watering. Meng Chao finally snapped out of his thoughts. Looking at the feast, his jaw dropped in shock. What is going on today? Did the military just raid a demonic spike boar nest or something? Is pork on a massive sale? Seeing his son completely frozen, Yishan chimed in, "No sale, we just wanted to eat it, so we bought it. Come on, son, dig in." But seeing everyone acting so unusually nice only gave Meng Chao a bad feeling. He eyed them suspiciously, feeling like something was off, and asked, "Is there something you guys aren't telling me?" Yishan burst out laughing, trying to clear the awkward tension. "Nothing at all. Our lives are getting better by the day, so what could possibly be wrong?" Suxin beamed, chiming in to keep up the act. "Exactly. You're totally overthinking this, sweetie." Jiasao threw her arm around Meng Chao's shoulder and declared confidently, "Don't worry, big brother. I've got your back. From now on, I will be the pillar of this family." Hearing her bold claim, he smirked with pure disbelief. "If you're the pillar, our house is going to be a total circus." Meng Chao then took off his jacket and calmly announced, "Oh, by the way, I have some news. Today was the first round of the regular university track exam. I placed 8th or 9th in the entire school." He sat down while rolling up his sleeves, his mind still slightly elsewhere. "Anyway, that's done. 10 days from now, I have to go to the Bureau of Education for the second round." The family just gave him some awkward, pitying smiles and mumbled, "Oh, okay, that's nice." The 3 of them exchanged looks, already preparing their best comforting speeches. They whispered to each other, "That's not too bad, right? At least he tried." "Yeah, exactly." But a few seconds later, the realization finally hit them, and Suxin shrieked, "You did what?" All 3 of them stared at him, their jaws hitting the floor. Meng Chao clasped his hands, resting his chin on them while sipping bone marrow through a straw, and asked in confusion, "Why are you guys looking at me like that?" A cold breeze seemed to sweep through the room, leaving the 3 of them completely frozen in shock. Jiakao slammed her hands on the table, leaning in to grill him. "Big brother, did you mean you ranked 8th in your class?" He looked up and snapped, "I said the whole school." He reached over and playfully ruffled Jia Kao's hair into a messy bird's nest. "I forgot if it was 8th or 9th. Why are you acting so weird today? Anyway, you little brat." Tears of joy started streaming down Jia Cao's face. "Big brother, you can finally get into a regular university and become a superhuman." Meng Chao blinked in confusion. "Why on earth are you crying?" Jia Cao collapsed onto the floor, her face a mix of despair and relief as she wailed. Ninth High is an elite school. Ranking in the top 10 basically guarantees you a spot in a regular university and a path to becoming a superhuman. Then, Jia Cao sobbed even harder, muttering to herself in sheer frustration, "When will I finally awaken my powers so I can beat up my brother and stomp him into the dirt?" Meng Chao rolled his eyes, thinking, "Yep, I knew it." Yishan stared at him, asking with deep concern, "Chao, are you sure your injuries are completely healed?" Meng Chao turned to him with a bright smile and replied, "Yeah. Between practicing the ripple force and getting those nutrients and gene potions from Elder Ning, I managed to fully recover right before the first round." Yishan looked puzzled. "But didn't you mention something about a website earlier?" Meng Chao gave a sheepish laugh, trying to brush it off. "Oh, don't worry about the minor details, Dad. The main thing is that you and Mom can finally relax. This time, I am absolutely going to get into a regular university." Yishan stood there frozen in utter disbelief for a moment. When he finally snapped back to reality, he gave Meng Chao a heavy, proud pat on the back. "That's my boy. You really are the best." Suxin looked like she was about to faint from sheer joy, her eyes overflowing with love. But when Meng Chao saw her pull out her phone, he panicked. "Mom, what are you doing?" She beamed and replied, "My son looks so handsome today. What's wrong with taking a quick picture?" Jia Cao grabbed her own phone and giggled. "Look, big brother. Mom already posted it on her moments." Suxin's profile showed a brand new post that read, "My son did pretty well today. He barely managed to rank in the top 10 at 9th High. He is aiming for Dragon City University next. He still needs to keep working hard though. Time to go buy some delicious, nutritious food to keep his strength up." In the comment section, she even bragged about buying 4 premium red soil marrow bones. When Meng Chao saw it, his face turned pale with embarrassment. "You two sure liked her post fast, huh?" He looked down, his face flushing with embarrassment as he pleaded with his mother. "Mom, come on, please delete that photo. I have a reputation to uphold." Sushin frowned in disapproval, pointing at her screen as she snapped. "What do you mean by that? My son did amazing on his exam, and you won't even let your mother brag a little." "I'm not bragging, and it's not like I said you made the top 3. I'm just telling the truth, so what's there to be afraid of?" After that, Mrs. Meng fired up, recounting the story with smoke practically coming out of her ears. "You guys have no idea. I just ran into that fat lady at the market, and she made me absolutely furious. Ranking 30th or 40th at 11 high school, yet she's parading around everywhere, treating the market like her own personal ice skating rink." Then, she did a complete 360-degree flip, holding her phone close to her face and smiling gleefully. "My son got into the top 10 at 9 high school. So what should I say to that?" Her eyes were still squinted, but Mrs. Meng's tone turned fierce. "Let's see if she still has the nerve to boast." Speechless, Meng Chao turned helplessly to his father. "Dad, aren't you going to stop her?" Meng Yishan looked utterly defeated, having clearly given up. He threw his hands up and shook his head so hard it practically fell off, sweating bullets as he broke the bad news. "Your mom already blabbed to everyone about our family starting a company. It's just a tiny resource recovery business, but she made it sound like I'm the chairman of some massive conglomerate. Now, I don't even have the face to look our relatives and neighbors in the eye." Meng Chao was so shocked he spat out his water. Meanwhile, Mrs. Meng was still lost in her own world. "Oh, I already got 15 likes. Even Mrs. Mu saw it." Yakao excitedly showed the phone to Meng Chao and Meng Yishan. "Look, you guys." There was a new comment under the post. "Wow. Ah Chao is so amazing. Has his injury fully healed yet? Ah Chao has been smart since he was a kid. He'll definitely get into Dragon City University. You should have him come over sometime to share some tips with my kid." Unable to take it anymore, Meng Chao held his head in absolute despair. "I absolutely have to make money fast and move out. I can't stay in this neighborhood anymore." Yakao snapped her fingers and squinted, pointing directly at Meng Chao. "You're officially famous all over our Tianfu Gardens neighborhood now." But Meng Chao's mind was just screaming, "I need to make money. I need to move." His eyes were practically on fire. Talk about determination, huh? After dinner, Meng Yishan was taking off his apron. He had just finished washing the dishes behind him and was stacking them neatly. He walked over to check things out and saw Mrs. Meng scrolling on her phone, smiling happily. Another 30 likes. Yakao gasped in pure admiration. Wow. She quickly grabbed the TV remote and pressed the power button. Grinning from ear to ear, Yakao turned on the TV. Since we're all in such a great mood, it's TV time. Suddenly, Meng Chao spoke up with a serious expression. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Yakao huffed in frustration, while Mrs. Meng and Meng Yishan listened with worried expressions. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I've booked an appointment with a top specialist at the Qingneng Healing Center. I want to take Mom to get her legs checked out. Does everyone want to come along? Meng Yishan turned to look at his wife, thinking to himself, that Qingneng Healing Center is famous for its state-of-the-art medical technology. Mrs. Meng turned to him with a worried sigh and said, I'm already doing much better. There's no need to waste money like this. Wouldn't a public hospital be fine? Meng Chao sat down, took her hand, and smiled warmly, trying his best to convince her. Mom, public hospitals don't offer bionic super-alloy joint replacements. Mrs. Meng put her hands on her hips and exclaimed angrily, That's way too expensive. It's been like this for over 20 years, and it's not like I can't walk. I just walk a bit slower and look a little clumsy. Are you ashamed of your mom or something? Meng Chao rubbed his nose, his smile so wide his eyebrows practically warped. Mom, I know you hate spending money, but once I become a superhuman and make the big bucks, this kind of expense will be pocket change. The gentle Meng Yishan chimed in to support him. Sushin, our son is all grown up. Let's just listen to him. If we're short on cash, I can cover the rest. Slightly swayed, she looked at him anxiously. So, we should really listen to our son? Meng Yishan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Yeah. Feeling a bit relieved, Mrs. Meng tucked her hair behind her ear and said shyly, That's true, old Meng. We haven't danced together in so many years. Hearing this, Meng Chao burst into laughter. Mom, that's nothing. He was already imagining his parents sipping expensive red wine and dancing elegantly in each other's arms. Once your legs are completely healed, I'm going to book the grandest hotel in the entire city just for you and Dad. Then, you two can enjoy a candlelit dinner in your own private world. I'll even hire a live band so you can dance however you want. Listening from the side, Yakao gasped in awe. Wow. She thought to herself, suddenly finding her older brother incredibly cool. But her rational mind refused to accept it, hitting her over the head with an imaginary sledgehammer to snap out of it. An illusion. It's all an illusion. How could you ever admit that this absolute demon is cool? The next morning, at the Qingneng Healing Center, Dr. Su picked up an iPad and spoke softly. I've reviewed Mrs. Meng's medical records. The main issue is that her legs were subjected to prolonged compression years ago, leading to joint necrosis and nerve degeneration. But with today's technology, it's not a major issue. He stepped up to the clinic bed, reassuring Mrs. Meng. Next, I'll examine your current condition, so please let me know if you feel any discomfort. She nodded in agreement. Dr. Su closed his eyes and began channeling his magic, green flames flickering across his face. When he opened his eyes, his pupils had split into terrifying double pupils. Don't be afraid. He pressed his hand onto Mrs. Meng's leg, and a steady flow of green energy swirled all around it. Her entire leg was enveloped in green light, mirroring the magical glow on Dr. Tu's hands. Mrs. Meng spoke up with a relaxed smile. I feel a warm current flowing back and forth through my legs. It feels so good. Jiakao turned and whispered to Meng Chao. Hey bro, Dr. Tu looks really weird right now. He looked at her blankly and replied, What's so weird about it? Meng Chao then explained. When spirit energy condenses inside your body, it courses through your blood vessels and nerves. It can even become visible on your skin, turning into beautiful, mystical patterns. This is the spirit pattern stage of a one-star transcendent. Jiakao's jaw dropped in awe after hearing that. Seeing her wide-eyed stare, Meng Chao continued his explanation. When you reach the spirit mutation stage of a 2-star transcendent, your organs are stimulated, creating all kinds of amazing mutations. So, having extra eyes is nothing. Even growing wings would be completely normal. Dr. Tu is really putting in a lot of effort here. Dr. Tu looked gentle and highly dedicated to his work. Still, Jia Sao was puzzled and asked, But why didn't he take Mom for an X-ray or an MRI scan first? Public hospitals have plenty of advanced equipment, right? Hearing this, Meng Chao took the opportunity to show off his knowledge again. Once you cultivate to the spirit gathering stage of a 3-star transcendent, you can actually perceive internal organs directly, knowing the human body like the back of your hand. By the time you reach the spirit soul stage of a 4-star transcendent, you can consciously control the spirit energy you generate, precisely stabilizing and controlling its vibrations, expanding your life force magnetic field, and even generating repulsion against the planet's magnetic field, allowing you to slowly levitate in midair. And the spirit vision stage of a 5-star transcendent allows you to use your own life force magnetic field to sense another person's energy, blood vessels, nerves, and bones. Meng Chao threw his hands up with an amused shrug. So who needs X-rays or MRI machines when you have that? With starry eyes, Jia Kao cupped her face in pure admiration. Wow, the world of transcendence is seriously so exciting and magical. Doctor. To finish the examination and turned around, calmly delivering the news. Mrs. Meng's condition isn't too bad, but since this is a 20-year-old injury, a full recovery will take some time. Meng Chao stepped forward to receive the report from him. Dr. Tu added, considering Mrs. Meng's situation, I'd like to recommend a specific treatment plan. Meng Chao looked at the diagrams on the iPad and read aloud, neural and bone regeneration? Dr. Tu calmly explained, this is a cutting-edge technique that was just released by the Monster Research Center. It utilizes the powerful growth and self-healing properties of monster cells to unlock the potential of human genes. New bone and nerve cells will grow in her lower limbs and fuse seamlessly with her body, with absolutely no risk of rejection. Afterward, doing heavy physical labor, or even cultivating and fighting, won't be an issue at all. Meng Chao fell silent for a moment, his eyes glued to the iPad. Sitting on the bed, his mother looked over anxiously and asked, is it going to be very expensive? Meng Chao also looked up, asking, since it's a cutting-edge technology, are there any risks? Dr. Tu crossed his legs, folded his hands, and answered honestly, there are no absolute guarantees, but this procedure has undergone extensive testing. Many injured transcendents and soldiers have used it to fully restore their strength and return to the battlefield. Then, he offered a warm, reassuring smile to ease the tension in the room. As long as Mrs. Meng isn't practicing some extremely aggressive cultivation method, or trying to sprint 500 meters in 5 seconds, I don't think there will be any issues at all. Meng Chao clenched his fists, feeling a surge of determination. He readily agreed. All right, let's go with this plan. His mother gasped in shock. She grabbed his sleeve and cried out, Sieur. Then she leaned forward and hesitantly asked Dr. Tu, excuse me, doctor, but how much would a treatment plan like this cost? He was completely transparent about the price. I can sign you up for our special promotional program, which comes with a 40% discount. If you do the whole procedure, it'll be over 3 million. In exchange, we just need you to help us with some promotional campaigns. The family of 3 stood frozen, unable to believe their ears. 3 million? Is it really that expensive? Dr. Tu gave a helpless smile. Yes, 3 million is the promotional rate. However, I'm quite curious about Meng Chao's judge's 7 solutions. If he's willing to give me a quick demonstration, I can lower the total cost to just 2 million. Meng Chao quickly clapped his hands in agreement, leaving his parents and sister utterly dumbfounded. No problem at all. Dr. Tu raised a single finger and said calmly, and you don't have to pay the entire sum all at once. The whole treatment is split into 4 phases and takes about 7 to 8 months to complete. Then, holding up 5 fingers, he announced, the first installment is only 500,000. Meng Chao handed back the iPad and lightly swiped his fingers across the desk, saying triumphantly, then it's a deal. His mother quickly tried to stop him. Sieur, that's way too expensive. We can't do this. Maybe we should just go with super alloy joint replacements instead. That should be much cheaper. Meng Chao just turned around with a wide grin to reassure her. Mom, if you don't want me to get distracted during my college entrance exams, you have to listen to me on this. Hearing that, she went completely numb. She was still wearing the 2 metal braces on both sides of her legs. She looked down with a heavy heart. I never imagined. My legs would end up being worth so much from now on. Meng Chao just flashed a bright smile and said, of course. To me, even a single strand of hair from my family is absolutely priceless. All 3 of them were stunned by his words, leaving them speechless as the evening glow began to settle in. By the time the family reached the hospital entrance, Dr. Su shook Meng Chao's hand and reminded him, Meng Chao, my friend, make sure you bring your mother back for her treatment on time. He politely replied, I absolutely will. Thank you so much for your help, doctor. Dr. Su waved it off politely and said, don't mention it. The 7 joint locking methods have benefited me far more. You have a very bright future ahead of you, Meng Chao. A system notification suddenly popped up in front of Meng Chao, blocking his view of Dr. Su. Under your guidance, elite citizen Su Yuan has gained a brand new understanding of surgical techniques. Contribution points increased by 49. After a warm farewell, the 4 of them waved goodbye to Dr. Su and headed home. As they walked past a car, Xiao Cao suddenly turned back to look at it. She examined it from top to bottom with sheer excitement, as if she'd just discovered a rare treasure. Bro, is this a vintage car from the Earth era? It's called a Wuling Sunshine. It looks so badass, Meng Chao thought to himself, completely unfazed. Yeah, in this day and age, owning a private car is a massive status symbol. You couldn't find a single ride like this in the entire Blessed Gardens. So, it was completely normal for Xiao Cao to be so amazed by it. Suddenly, an idea popped into Meng Chao's head, and he spoke up excitedly. Oh, right. Once I become a superhuman, I'll buy a car just like this for our family. What do you think, Dad? Meng Yishan was both surprised and a bit embarrassed. What do we need a car for? Aren't regular armored transports good enough? Taking the elevator is much more convenient anyway. Even if we had the money, we shouldn't waste it on that. Understanding his dad's modesty, Meng Chao playfully nudged him with his elbow and teased, Come on, Dad. Even if you don't need it, your company definitely does. When you go out to discuss business, how are you going to save face if you don't roll up in a nice ride? Yishan's face flushed red like a tomato from the teasing, but he still waved his hand dismissively in embarrassment. He muttered, Besides, we're nowhere near that stage. Even if we wanted to buy one, we could never afford such a luxury vintage car. What would a poor family like ours even do with a Wuling Sunshine? But no matter what Yishan said, Meng Chao let his imagination run wild. What about a lone wolf? An image of Yishan standing next to a sleek new car popped into his head. Meng Chao stroked his chin and thought, Actually, that makes sense. Even as a reincarnator who broke through his limits to reach the superhuman realm, rolling around in a Wuling Sunshine would be a bit too flashy. Meanwhile, Xiao Cao's eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious she had a plan brewing in her mind. Aha! Without a second thought, Xiao Cao lunged forward, hugging Meng Chao tightly and whining, Big brother. Catching him completely off guard, she pouted with teary, puppy dog eyes and sniffled. You want to buy a car for Dad, and you got Mom the most expensive treatment. But what about me? Where's the gift for your super cute little sister? Meng Chao snapped his fingers and grinned. Don't worry. I already asked Elder Ning to look around for a class that would be interested in taking you. I'll make sure you learn proper etiquette, singing, and dancing, so you can turn into a real, refined young lady. Hearing this, Xiao Cao went limp with disappointment, her face dropping instantly. 2 weeks later, a school bus was parked in the courtyard, surrounded by excited students. Everyone was getting ready to head to the Education Bureau for the second round of the undergraduate exams. Sitting on the bus, Meng Chao stared at the system interface, which listed all his current skills and their levels. His remaining contribution points stood at 233.5. Staring blankly, he stroked his chin and thought, I've spent over 20,000 contribution points. Unless some crazy accident happens, passing this exam should be a piece of cake. Suddenly, the classmate behind him leaned forward, tapped Meng Chao on the shoulder, and eagerly asked, Chao God, is it true that your peak punching power broke 290? That's insane. He turned around and replied, No way. Fei Chong snapped back in annoyance. 290? Try 299. Sparring with this guy is straight up torture. His peak punch is definitely breaking 300 soon, so stop playing dumb. Hearing that, the classmates in the back erupted, shouting at him, You shameless scoundrel, 300 kilograms? You are definitely buying us boba tea, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks. Their combined nagging left Meng Chao completely frozen. Then, he clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and tried to regain his composure. Why is it so hard to stay low-key these days? Beside him, Fei Xing was going wild, raising his fists and growling like a wild beast. Suddenly, a loud shout instantly silenced the crowd. That's enough. Teacher Yan, holding a walkie-talkie, stood in the middle of the bus and called out, Quiet down, everyone. Take a moment to calm your minds and stabilize your emotions. He adjusted his glasses and continued. You must always remember, if you want to walk the path of a superhuman, the most crucial element is your spirit. Clenching his fist tightly to emphasize his point, he added, Without the spirit of a superhuman, even if you are lucky enough to obtain power, you will only become its slave. You'll turn into a mindless zombie or a wild beast, becoming as terrifying as the monsters themselves. Teacher Yan went quiet for a moment before continuing. The spiritual fire is unleashed from our flesh and blood, yet it transcends the physical body. Raw strength and sheer speed don't guarantee a powerful spirit. Teacher Yan furrowed his brow, his expression as stern as ever. Until you face that life or death moment, you will never truly know what you are made of. He thought back to his youth, to the day he was attacked by monsters. That voice from all those years ago still echoed in his ears. With firm eyes, he stared straight ahead. What kind of powerful coward was he? A bully who picked on the weak, or just a selfish scoundrel? He stopped mid-sentence as the memory of grabbing the monster's claws flashed before him. Back then, Teacher Yan had fiercely torn that beast in half. Pulling himself back, he continued speaking, lecturing them on what it truly meant to master your own power. In his mind, the younger Teacher Yan stepped through the shattered remains of the monster, merging into the man he was today. Returning to reality, he picked up the radio and flatly announced, "Get off the bus, everyone. We have arrived at the Education Bureau zone." One by one, the students stepped off, and Meng Chao followed them out. Seeing their new surroundings, everyone whispered in amazement. Before them lay a completely ruined, dilapidated compound. The two sky bridges connecting the buildings were riddled with holes. Even as Dragon City grew stronger and more prosperous, ruins like these remained. Other areas had been cleared out and rebuilt into taller, stronger fortresses of steel. But this place was left exactly as it was, with architects and artists brought in to preserve the wreckage, turning it into an eternal monument of those dark years. As the students walked inside, they found the staircases lined with replica statues of monsters. Standing between two of these monster statues, Meng Chao paused for a moment. He clenched his fists tight. His body trembled slightly, but he narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and filled with absolute determination. He swore to himself, "I swear on my life, I will never let these monsters defile our home again." With that, Meng Chao followed the crowd deeper inside. Chu Feixiong walked right behind him, eagerly looking around. Soon, the two of them stopped in front of a massive painting. Staring at it, Chu Feixiong asked in awe, "Is that a superhuman?" Meng Chao replied with a serious look. "Before long, we will be just like them." Just ahead of them was the Memorial Hall's entrance. Two towering pillars stood at the gates, inscribed with a poem praising the bravery of the superhumans. One by one, the crowd passed through the gates and stepped inside. When Dragon City first transmigrated to this alien world 10 years ago, it plunged into a bloody era of absolute chaos and tragedy. We lost almost all of our power sources and industrial capabilities. Just to survive, once civilized, well-dressed people turned into ruthless thugs in a world where the strong devoured the weak. Some even became beasts themselves. Meng Chao stared intently at the depiction. A mysterious virus had spread among the citizens. Those infected quickly turned into zombies, spreading the plague across the entire city. Hiding deep within the rubble, trembling survivors asked themselves, "Is this the end of civilization? Is this the end of Dragon City?" Under a dusty, blood-red sunset, a terrifying horde of zombies chased down desperate survivors. They lunged forward mercilessly, tearing into anyone they could find. Panic erupted everywhere, as humans were hunted down like prey. Standing alone in his school uniform, Meng Chao watched silently. No, this was not the end of civilization. It was the rebirth of Dragon City. True, countless harmful pathogens invaded their bodies, but while the mysterious virus turned some into monsters, it forced others to develop new antibodies. Their cells divided and mutated, unlocking their genetic locks. And the legendary power of Lei Zongkao was the ultimate proof of that. Through this, humanity learned to directly absorb spirit energy, paving the way for the superhumans. Looking at the painting of his explosive power, Chu Feixiong gasped. Lei Zongkao, the battle god, the strongest superhuman in Dragon City. He could barely believe his eyes, seeing all these legendary figures. And is that Yun Fadian? The richest man in Dragon City? Meng Chao stood lost in thought. Even in the deepest, darkest despair, their ancestors had managed to carve out a path of survival through blood and steel. He already had a plan mapped out in his mind. Now, he just had to wait for the perfect opportunity. I am the spark, and I have my brothers by my side. Why can't we change things? Meng Chao didn't want to waste any more time dwelling on the past. Come on, let's head to the next floor, Meng Chao said. Chu Feixiong nodded. Yeah, let's go. Together, the two of them made their way down a winding spiral staircase. In their second decade in this alien world, a sudden blinding light pierced through the pitch-black darkness. Before the students hung a tattered, battle-worn flag, a symbol of pride from that heroic age. Meng Chao stared at a photograph of a zombie on the wall. Even though they had dealt with the zombie plague, a new enemy arose. Beasts 10 times more terrifying. Grotesque, monstrous beasts swarmed the land, painting the sky in blood. Looking at the photos of those heroic battles, Meng Chao felt a deep surge of pride for his homeland. The people of Dragon City were no longer the weak, confused survivors who had first transmigrated. The blood-stained fingerprints and solemn oaths of those soldiers remained preserved to this day. They would never be forgotten. We are the strongest expeditionary force of Earth's civilization. But Meng Chao is just baffled by Chu Feixiang's random shadowboxing. Turns out, it was just his national pride pumping him up. Looks like Demon Yan wasn't lying after all. We Earthlings really are the most powerful and ruthless existence in this world. Only we are worthy of becoming the rulers of the other world. Even when his best friend thumps him on the back, Meng Chao just laughs it off. He jokes, "Are you actually massaging my shoulders, or are you just taking revenge?" Those words hit Chu Feixiang right where it hurts. Didn't his nose get totally swollen during their sparring session a few days ago? Meng Chao immediately steps away to avoid getting physically beat up for teasing him. Bullseye. In the third decade, Dragon City entered an era of exploration, discovery, and martial arts cultivation. With psionic technology becoming highly advanced, the combat power of the Red Dragon Army completely surpassed any military force from the Old Earth era. Deep beneath Dragon City, we discovered ancient ruins and built the transcendent towers. On top of these ruins, new martial arts, new technologies, new runes, new viruses, new antibodies, and new beasts. A whole new world was waiting for us to explore. The fourth decade was the era of construction. We gradually eliminated the threat of the monsters, and Dragon City began manufacturing and constructing at full speed. Behold, a modern city kept spotless by animal-shaped machinery. Once built, Dragon City became a fully three-dimensional metropolis, with its usable urban space reaching 5 times the size of Old Earth. Thanks to those crucial early studies, the technology is now fully perfected. In this new era, the superbrain has 5 times the computing power of the Old Earth era. The group of students from Meng Chao's school is watching the new gateway to the 5th decade. He's slightly surprised, but he is absolutely sure that today is the day. This is the era of victory, the era of glory. As they eagerly step inside, Meng Chao and his classmates are completely amazed. Looking at their reflections in the overhead mirror, the people of this new era of Dragon City, carrying on the legacy of the fallen heroes, have truly grown up. The bright light ahead only strengthens his conviction. The future belongs to everyone. The other world will definitely belong to us too. Even as he steps off the spiral staircase, his mind is still racing. Maybe in his past life, Dragon City only fell because a series of small mistakes piled up over time until they became impossible to fix. Once Meng Chao takes a step, he won't stop moving forward. He is determined to fix those mistakes and make up for everything in this life. To avoid those regrets, he chooses the right path. Just then, their teacher yells to get the students in order. "Line up! Keep those rows straight! Show me the spirit of 9th High School." He acts like a true commander. Right face. Meng Chao follows his heart, believing they will definitely claim the ultimate victory. Demon Yan leads the way, setting an example for his students. Forward, march. Meng Chao doesn't understand why Chu Feixiang is calling him right now. "Hey, Chao, look at that flag over there." Staring blankly, he has probably never seen it before. That's the only key high school in the Hulin area. Aren't they just ridiculously overpowered? Not wanting to offend anyone, Jiang Luo turns and whispers, "I heard that the parents of the students at Construction High School are all at least 4-star superhumans. How can people like us even compete with them?" Even Meng Chao doesn't fully understand it all, and he can't help but wonder about the seemingly indistinguishable levels. 4 stars? Do superhumans actually have star rankings? His sudden question completely baffles Chu Feixiang. "Wait, don't you browse the dark web anymore?" Meng Chao briefly explains to make it easy for him to understand. Superhumans are divided into 9 ranks in total. 1 to 3 stars is the Earth realm, 4 to 6 stars is the Heaven realm, and 7 to 9 stars is the Divine realm. This is common knowledge on the dark web. Chu Feixiang scratches his head sheepishly. "My mom said the dark web is just full of useless junk, so I stopped going on it." While the others could talk all they wanted, the moment he opened his mouth, Demon Yan smacked him on the head. "Quiet, it's about to start." The exam hall's proctor appears on the big screen. Students, you are the elite of the Hulin area. You are the future hope of this region, he explains solemnly. I hope you all understand that the path of the superhuman is not just a road to wealth and glory. The ideals the proctor wants to instill in the students are noble. It is a path linked to the very survival of our compatriots, and ultimately, a path to protect Dragon City. His words deeply resonate with Meng Chao. On your way here, you must have already experienced a lot. Now, I ask you all to quiet your minds and think carefully. Chu Feixiong also listens intently. Do they really want this? Why did they choose the path of the superhuman? With his mechanical arm gesturing, the proctor bluntly reminds the students, hoping they can find their own answers. Otherwise, you won't pass the psychological evaluation. Right at that moment, Demon Yan wheels a cart of potions over to Meng Chao and his classmates. Student. He urged him to drink it quickly, otherwise it would lose its effect. This is a brain cell development potion. Once you take it, it can unlock your brain. Drink it quickly. The test starts in 1 hour. Instructor Sen Shi didn't forget to give a reminder before handing the stage over to the next person. Everyone, please take a break here. Over the next hour, we have scheduled several high-quality presentations introducing our regular undergraduate majors. Please pay close attention. With her long black hair fluttering in the wind, a girl suddenly appeared. Lei Qi's delicate face and gentle voice were more than enough to capture the crowd's attention. Hello, fellow students. My name is Ning Lei Qi. I'm the Vice President of the Student Union at the School of Environmental Science and Resource Recovery of the Agricultural University. Next, I'd like to introduce everyone to our Agricultural University's flagship major, the Department of Resource Science. Following teacher Yan's advice, Meng Chao drank the entire bottle of potion, surprised to see her appear. Everyone turned their eyes to the large screen to watch her presentation, and he was no exception. Resources are the most crucial factor in the development of civilization, especially for our Dragon City. Whether it's survival or exploration, we can't do without collecting, utilizing, and developing resources. It's a series of tasks that might seem ordinary, yet they carry massive significance. Whether it's growing spiritual plants, cultivating biochemical beasts, or mining Martian ore, Lei Qi's beauty, combined with her profound knowledge, made her truly shine. Actually, the resource department isn't just about simple harvesting. Whichever path you choose, if you strive to be at the top, you'll have a bright future. Yet, Meng Chao's question at this moment remained unanswered. Why are they doing a promotional presentation right now? This is just making everyone anxious. It's practically impossible to calm down. Jiang Luo seemed to have anticipated this. He said, "This is an ongoing tradition of the spiritual exam. A little stimulation is meant to encourage everyone to keep moving forward on the path of the extraordinary." Jiang Luo was also mentally prepared. As for whether you can stay calm, that's entirely on us. This is also part of the exam, testing our mental focus. Why would he even worry about this? Just judging by their expressions, Meng Chao was absolutely certain that their spiritual cultivation was indeed rock solid. Based on his careful observation, the students of number 1 and number 2 high school, these two key schools, and our number 9 high school, we are all in the Hulin district, but the gap between us is very clear. The ones in black uniforms, while those in blue-black uniforms with cheerful attitudes are from number 9 high school. 2 students from number 9 high school were currently arguing over 2 popular majors. One wants to apply for the industrial machinery department, believing that in the future, Dragon City will conquer the other world, and steel is the key that will decide the final victory. What's so great about the industrial machinery department? Personally, I think the superbrain department at the University of Technology is way cooler. Combining automated killing machines with superbrains is the real main force that will conquer the other world in the future. Feixiong wanted to go to the same university as Meng Chao, so he suggested, "Apply to the military academy with me. The heroic spirit department has a great future. With our strength and character, summoning a few hundred heroic spirits is totally doable." But warning him not to count his chickens before they hatch, Meng Chao said with some concern, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's make it into the undergraduate program first." The Heroic Spirit Department is the flagship major of the military academy. The cutoff score is incredibly high. As it turned out, Meng Chao was aiming even higher. If it were up to me, the Martial Arts Department at Dragon City University or the Resource Department at the Agricultural University both seem pretty good. Feixiong froze at Meng Chao's confidence. Jiang Luo chimed in to crush their hopes. "Give me a break. Let's stop both of you from daydreaming. The Martial Arts Department at Dragon City University is the strongest major in the most powerful university. While the resource department at agricultural is the wealthiest major at the monster university, the cutoff scores are sky-high everywhere, even if you were some kind of super god. Suddenly, a nearby student's voice caught Meng Chao's attention. "Look over there. What are those guys from construction high school trying to do?" He couldn't understand why everyone was making way for the students in white uniforms. What kind of game is this? Despite the imposing build of the newcomer, Jiang Luo explained, "This is also an old rule. After the spiritual exam, the final batch of cultivation resources will be distributed to schools in the district based on their rankings." Jiang Luo indeed possessed vast knowledge, which was why the competition between high schools was incredibly fierce. These are the top powerhouses from other high schools, parading around to show off their strength, size up the competition, and mess with people's minds. The moment he arrived, he took on a threatening stance, shouting, "Which one of you is Meng Chao? Step forward and let me look at you." This guy was Jin Zhanpeng from construction high school. Meng Chao's face turned pale as he couldn't believe his ears, and Jiang Luo was just as bewildered. Before Meng Chao could even process what was happening, Jiang Luo stepped in to shield him. "If you've got a problem, take it out on me, Jiang Luo." Jin Zhanpeng's face instantly darkened. "So you're Jiang Luo. I heard your Thundercross sword is so fast it can kill an opponent in 1 second. Your training isn't bad at all, since you even managed to injure one of our guys from Jianzhong. What do you say? Want to compare our scores on the mental test later?" Jiang Lei, of course, agreed immediately, absolutely refusing to let himself be looked down on. "Jin Zhanpeng, don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you. If you want a challenge, you've got one. I'm in this until the very end." Even though he was already walking away, Zhanpeng still turned back to provoke him. "Fine, then I'll be waiting to see the strength of the elite district." His arm reached out as if he were about to attack. Zhanpeng suddenly launched a cheap shot with such terrifying force that Jiang Lei stumbled back, falling right into Chu Feixiang's arms. Even you couldn't help but feel terrified by Zhanpeng's formidable strength. Pretending to shake his hand, he was clearly trying to provoke Jiang Lei. Tesk. My bad, classmate Jiang. I didn't mean to scare you." Jiang Lei was furious but couldn't do anything to Zhanpeng, leaving him to swallow his anger. Meng Chao couldn't take it anymore, letting out a weary sigh at his behavior, and openly called Zhanpeng out in front of everyone. He had never known what fear meant. When others flexed their muscles, they might be arrogant, but at least they did it fair and square. This is the first time I've ever seen a master trying to show off by using such underhanded tricks. Meng Chao's face was cold as he waited for his explanation. What's that supposed to mean? Zhanpeng wasn't about to let himself be pushed around either. Grand ideals poured from his mouth, claiming that he would always do his best, even for the smallest tasks. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you should use your brain to win. Why rely on brute force? Meng Chao didn't believe a single word of that fancy speech. It was his first time hearing someone talk about dirty tricks and schemes as if they were actual wisdom. "Spit it out. What do you want with me?" It turned out Zhanpeng wanted to meet him because of the sensational rumors. "I heard your marksmanship is incredible, and you even crippled Zuo Haoren." Even though he was angry, he still had to lower himself to speak with Meng Chao. He stared intensely at Meng Chao and said, "He hung out at my family's club for a few years, so he's basically my disciple. I came to see what the guy who crippled him looks like." Zhanpeng's eyes were filled with an obvious threat. He never expected Meng Chao to slap him right across the face. "My bad, classmate Jin Zhanpeng. I'm straight, so I don't like another guy staring at my face. I'm not used to having staring contests with boys." That was amazing. Both Feixiang and Jiang Lei looked at Meng Chao with pure admiration. "That was insane. You are a beast, Super Chao." He couldn't believe he had just been hit. He was furious but had to remain cautious. "This freak, even the top 10 at our Jianzhong High are terrified of my gaze. Just now, I released 7/10 of my killing intent. So why didn't his eyelashes even twitch?" Zhanpeng's lackey quickly ran over to report. "Boss Zhanpeng, senior sister Ning from Agricultural University is coming this way." Finally, someone had arrived who could make him calm down. To regain his cool composure, Zhanpeng quickly straightened his tie. "She must have seen me. My dad has business dealings with senior sister Ning's father, and we actually get along quite well." To save face and escape the awkwardness, he led his lackeys away, ignoring everyone else. "Let's go. There's nothing fun here at Zhuzhong High anyway. We're heading back." Listening to senior sister Ning explain the situation at Agricultural University, he tried to warn others, not realizing he was actually the one in a rush. Jiang Lei was still a bit angry. We finally got rid of that monster. Super Chow, are you okay? Calm down. Your mind has to stay completely calm. Don't let anything get to you, or you won't stand a chance of passing the test later. Meng Chao stood frozen for 5 seconds after he left. I've always been pretty calm. I'm just worried that Jin Jianpeng is the one who's going to lose his mind later. He couldn't believe his ears when Ning Xueshi actually called out his name, Meng Chao. He turned to look at her. The way he addressed her showed how close they were, Sister Joshi. To the utter shock of all the students, Joshi walked right past Jianpeng to greet Meng Chao, leaving Jianpeng completely stunned. He immediately began to imagine Meng Chao and her smiling and chatting happily with each other. In Jin Jianpeng's mind, Meng Chao, Sister Xueshi. At that moment, those voices kept echoing endlessly in Jianpeng's head. Meng Chao, Sister Xueshi. He couldn't help but wonder why she had come to find him. Sister Xueshi, what brings you here? Xueshi acted annoyed that Meng Chao would ask such a simple question. Who else would I be here for but you? If it weren't for the mental test in your Hulin district, I wouldn't even bother coming here. It's not like I'm from Hulin anyway. Suddenly, she went quiet, scanning him from head to toe, before bashfully casting her gaze to the ground. Seeing her smile so warmly at Meng Chao made Jianpeng's heart ache with intense jealousy. I believe you weren't intentionally wearing old clothes to play dumb last time. She praised his impressive demeanor, showing a completely opposite attitude when talking to him. There are so many uniforms at Zhuzhong High, yet you're the only one who looks like a mess in it. Realizing he was standing behind Xueshi and completely ignored, he stubbornly tried to greet her. Senior Sister Ning. She turned her head to see who it was. Oh, it's classmate Jin Jianpeng. Is there something you need, classmate Jin Jianpeng? Her smile instantly turned formal and polite. He froze like a statue when he recalled their conversation. Xueshi's attitude toward him was night and day compared to how she treated Meng Chao. Classmate Jin, is there something you need? Jin Jianpeng immediately imagined himself getting shot by the two of them. Right in front of all their classmates, Ning Xueshi walked up to talk to Meng Chao. While Meng Chao shyly scratched his head, the students behind him were already seething with rage. Senior Sushi. Did you need something from me? It turned out she wanted to recruit Meng Chao to her university, specifically to talk about his college applications. Since I knew you'd definitely apply to the resource department at the agricultural university, I gathered some reference materials for you. To make sure he felt reassured, Xueshi had been incredibly thoughtful with her preparations. Let's grab lunch after the exam, and I'll hand over the materials and introduce you to some upperclassmen. She had barely finished her sentence when Chu Feixiang, standing right behind them, flew into a silent rage. Thanks, Senior Xueshi. Meng Chao was still hesitant as he was still weighing his options, but I still haven't fully decided whether I should apply to the resource department at the agricultural university. Taken aback, Xueshi asked him why. She had assumed that Meng Chao would apply to her department without a second thought. If you want a systematic education in harvesting, the resource department at the agricultural university is the absolute best. If you don't join our department, where else would you even go? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, catching everyone's attention. Classmate Meng Chao. No one knew who it was yet, but she was clearly a gorgeous girl who immediately drew envious stares from everyone around. Even before the Princess of Churning Clouds, Yan Feru, reached him. Her sweet voice rang out, classmate Meng Chao. Meng Chao poked his head out to look, just like Xushi. How did she even know Meng Chao? Fast and aggressive, she rushed over and grabbed his hand. Feru completely ignored everyone else, focused only on her recruitment goal. Hello, classmate Meng Chao. He completely froze up in this extremely awkward situation. Senior, you shouldn't really be doing this in broad daylight. This sight only fueled the jealousy and rage of the other students. Along with Jin Jianpeng, they were so pissed they could spit blood, but they were completely powerless. Did we come here to show off? Or did we come here to get flexed on? She suddenly leaned in close, her hand still tightly gripping Meng Chao's. Was that you demonstrating the modified cloud-churning power in that video, classmate Meng Chao? She looked at him tenderly, flashing a beautiful smile. It was hard to tell what Feru was getting at. Thank you, and of course, a huge thanks to the Kindling Elder for his selfless contribution to the Yan Corporation. Just listening to her, he immediately realized the real reason she had come here. She was holding his hand tightly to verify his identity. After all, the hands in the video were very distinctive, and with her level of skill, one touch was all she needed to know he was the real deal. Flushing with envy, the onlookers tried their best to hold back their rage. But seriously, if you wanted to hold my hand, you could have at least found a secluded spot under the cover of a quiet night. Doing this in front of so many people is just inappropriate. Jin Jianpeng cried a river of tears when he turned around and saw them holding hands. The two girls were practically pushing each other out of the way. Xueshi turned and asked, "Sister Feiru, what are you even doing here?" "Meeting an acquaintance." Feiru was slightly surprised. "Xushi, you're here too?" The two of them laughed and chatted as if they were best friends. She was extremely upfront. "I came to deliver some materials to classmate Meng Chao. His profile makes him a perfect fit for the martial arts department at our Longda University." Without showing any annoyance, Xueshi repeated, "The martial arts department at Longda University?" But in the blink of an eye, her face darkened. "Do you two know each other?" Feiru proudly explained. "Didn't classmate Meng Chao have a cultivation mishap last year and get severely injured?" It turned out she and Meng Chao had known each other for quite some time. "Coincidentally, my grandfather was researching version 2.0 of our family's cloud churning power and needed a test subject, so we reached a cooperative agreement. Over the past year, we frequently discussed martial arts and naturally became friends." Feiru even pointedly asked Meng Chao just to show off. "Isn't that right, classmate Meng Chao?" Since it was the absolute truth, he could only nod frantically. "Yeah, that's right." Fortunately, her arrival helped Meng Chao successfully hide his true strength. Feiru was secretly thrilled for him, thinking her grandfather was incredibly visionary, but Xueshi wasn't about to back down without a fight. "Sister Feiru, just because you two are close doesn't mean classmate Meng Chao is going to apply to Longda's martial arts department." She laid out her arguments to prove he belonged at her school. With classmate Meng Chao's talent, he's destined to become a master harvester in the future. By then, elite martial artists will be begging him to do their harvesting. Even if he wants to pursue martial arts, our agricultural university has a martial arts department of its own. Given classmate Meng Chao's circumstances, he could easily pursue a double major. Even while being completely dismissive, she kept a polite smile on her face. The martial arts department at the agricultural university? Xueshi didn't want to waste her breath on someone clueless about her department's strength. What of it? Our martial arts department has the highly unique Beast Soul style. How is that any less impressive than the Ultra Kill style at Longda's martial arts department? He was completely caught in the middle as Xueshi and Feiru bickered back and forth. "Seniors, please. Who knows, I might barely scrape into the regular undergraduate program and I'd still have to accept whatever major they assign me." Meng Chao hurriedly tried to stop them to buy some time. "Anyway, let's wait until the spiritual test is over, then we can talk, okay?" She screamed in Meng Chao's face, desperate to win. "Fine, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and we can take our time talking." He fell silent as a shiver ran down his spine. Fei Xiong clenched his fists. Meng Chao really knew how to make people hate him even more. Jiang Luo was also visibly angry, but the two beauties completely ignored us. The other classmates glared at him. Damn it! The exam proctor, wearing a special suit, appeared on the big screen. "Attention, all students. The second round will begin in 3 minutes." Zhenpeng told his underlings to blacklist him. "Remember the name Meng Chao." He smirked, thinking that if Meng Chao lost, the two girls wouldn't fight over him anymore. Let's see what he's actually capable of in a bit. But Zhenpeng was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly defeated. The arena proctor made another announcement. "Attention, all candidates." Meng Chao and his classmates followed the instructions, finding their spots by following the glowing rings beneath their feet. Something on the ground caught him by surprise. "Please, sit in your designated spots, relax, take deep breaths, and enter a state of deep meditation." It turned out his name was written right beneath his feet inside the circle. Hulin, Meng Chao. All the other students had already sat down cross-legged, except for Meng Chao, who was still fumbling around. In 1 minute, any candidate who stands, walks around, or makes a sound will be deemed in violation of the exam rules. A massive, leafless tree stood right behind him. First infraction is a warning. The second will result in immediate disqualification. Something outside the circle was suddenly pushed upward. Not just Meng Chao, but all of his classmates were completely bewildered. As the barrier rose, he easily recognized the strangely structured branch. This was the superbrain. Meng Chao froze for a few seconds when he saw it. It looked pretty creepy, but without a hint of worry, he calmly let the superbrain draw closer. He possessed the martial gene once again. Dragon City's 3 pillars fell under psionic science and technology, so this probably wouldn't be an issue. Then, the superbrain mask fused onto his face. Its eye activated, the eyeball suddenly snapped open, revealing nothing but a deep crimson. The students couldn't see anything except a vivid crimson. In front of Meng Chao, a girl cried out in terror as a monster grabbed her. "No, please!" Red mist swirled around him but couldn't penetrate his defenses. Meng Chao didn't feel a thing. He saw the girl's body completely devoured by the monster, leaving only fresh bloodstains splattered across the pitch-black void. Even the teachers watching from the outside gasped when they saw the monster. "Why is the difficulty of this year's spiritual test cranked up so high?" Old Wang exclaimed in front of the other teachers. "The pain and fear levels are at 120%. That's the exact standard the Red Dragon Army uses to select elite special forces. However, the teacher with glasses believed this was perfectly appropriate. We have to be strict. If the war actually escalates, if these kids can't even handle a simulation, there's no point in sending them deep into the fog just to end up as monster food anyway." The system technician made an announcement as the card turned red. Xiaohe High School, candidate number 501342, Ren Fei. Spiritual index below 40%. He himself couldn't believe this was happening. Spiritual index dropped below 30%. The warning has been triggered for over 60 seconds. A student collapsed and was declared to have failed the spiritual test, forcing his removal from the virtual arena. Emergency medical teams rushed over one after another. Xiaohe High School, candidate number 501036, Zhao Yikun, failed the spiritual test and is eliminated from the virtual arena. Fenjin High School, candidate number 534113, Fan Shengcheng, has a weak spiritual state, failed the spiritual test, and is eliminated from the virtual arena. Many students were completely terrified by the virtual monsters. Old Wang shook his head repeatedly, unable to find any joy in the situation. This year's spiritual test really is too difficult. Now, it was his turn to take the test. Jianzhong Hai's Jin Zhenpeng. The teacher with glasses was immediately impressed upon seeing him. He's truly the pride of Jianzhong. His mind was forged like steel long ago. Zhenpeng's teacher held his head high, boasting proudly. For the elites of our Jianzhong High, things like this are a walk in the park. The teacher couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Meng Chao's status card. Spiritual fluctuation value, average of 100, 9th high school, Meng Chao. While the teacher with glasses was getting uneasy, he just sat casually on a rock, completely ignoring the monster. "Mr. Yan, your student Meng Chao's data is a bit bizarre." The arena staff were also flabbergasted by the readings. The teachers present were murmuring in confusion as Meng Chao's status card flashed on. With stats like these, even if he weren't at Jianzhong, he'd easily rank in the top 10. Did this kid grow up eating monster brains? Expecting a highly dangerous beast, he looked a bit disappointed. Is that all? Meng Chao easily dodged the ugly monster's strike. Weren't they saying the spiritual test is absolutely terrifying? The beast's blow tore up the ground. See? Good thing he jumped out of there a long time ago. Are there really that many nasty monsters scaring the other contestants so bad they are wetting their pants? It is honestly unbelievable. Monsieur actually steps right on the monster's nose to get past it. Then he flips down, showing off his rock-hard 8-pack abs. Why does he look so casual about this? Even though this beast has a terrifying mouth like a man-eating flower, it has no choice but to let him stand right on its head. To him, it is just that simple. Monsieur is so incredibly relaxed that he actually starts questioning his own existence. Are these common monsters really supposed to scare people? With the sun glaring in his eyes and nothing else to do, Monsieur gets bored and decides to play around with the beast. Since I am already here, I might as well get some practice in. Although the creature looks pretty bulky, its speed is fast as lightning. His sword is currently stuck in another monster, but Monsieur can easily leap onto this one's head whenever he wants. He has a pretty wild theory. Like he said, this is just a minor test, basically like a video game, so there has to be some loot he can pick up. Monsieur easily injures the giant monster using a powerful knee strike. He flips through the air and jumps all over it like he is in a ball pit, even sliding down its long, winding tail. Since his real target is the sword, Monsieur leaps right off the tail. With the blade back in his hand, he immediately charges forward, ready to strike. Right now, Monsieur's sheer confidence completely overshadows any danger. Just a few days ago, while spar training with Demon Geem, he managed to refine a few advanced moves of the 100 Battles saber style. Now, two monsters of the same species are lunging to tear him apart. A multi-eyed monster gnashes its teeth, looking completely miserable. This exam feels like a trip to the zoo, with all kinds of bizarre creatures popping up left and right. Monsieur has never known the definition of fear, fearlessly taking on every single beast that comes his way. Come on, you guys are perfect for target practice. 3 pitch-black, demonic bulls with glowing red eyes charge at him like crazy. With just one swing of the blade Manhua just picked up, you can tell exactly how insane his strength is. But the monsters manage to scratch his legs, tearing his clothes and leaving a few minor scrapes. His arms are also injured in the exact same way. Opening its massive jaws, it looks ready to swallow him whole. Just like that, the beast appears right beside him. Manhua's gaze freezes as a sudden surge of energy sweeps past him. With his raw strength and his blade, taking down these monsters is only a matter of time. They have absolutely no fear of death. As soon as one lunges behind his back, another one charges in. He chains his attacks so flawlessly that the beasts do not even have time to dodge. These small fries are not doing it for me. I need the big ones to really practice my blade work. Even this giant man-eating flower monster is no match for Manhua's 100 Battles saber style. But somehow, at the very last second, its tail impales him, painting the entire room in a crimson red. The beast drags Manhua, spinning him around on the ground. It whips its tail with extreme force, shattering a massive boulder nearby. What a disappointing end. The monster wins, and the system announces that he is dead. Instructor Ngiem is left speechless, and Old Wang is completely stunned as they watch the battle end in disaster. What a shame. The teacher with glasses gasps in disbelief, while only Trianbang's instructor wears a massive grin. Even the system operator feels like something is off. On the monitor, the monster suddenly senses a noise and turns its head back. Somehow, Manhua is actually still alive, looking totally dazed with the sword in his hand. Realizing he is still lacking and has not fully mastered it yet, he decides to swing his blade again. Manhua is not about to give up halfway, so he unleashes his 100 Battles saber style once more. But out of nowhere, the monster chomps down on him, leaving only his legs dangling out of its mouth. As he struggles, one of his shoes falls to the ground. But unbelievably, Manhua suddenly reappears right behind its tail. The monster turns its head, looking completely confused about what on earth is going on. He scratches his head awkwardly and says, "Oh, hey there, we meet again." Nobody knows where he gets the energy, but Manhua immediately launches a relentless assault on the beast. Once again, the teachers standing behind Old Wang and Instructor Ngiem start gossiping like crazy. This Manhua kid from high school number 9 does not seem to have very polished combat skills. Then again, his willpower is incredibly resilient, and his combat skills are actually outstanding. How does high school number 9 have a monster like this? His teacher is worried sick about him because of the recklessness in his blood. This kid is practicing unverified moves during a real exam. Is he not worried about failing? The teacher with glasses has never seen anyone quite like Manhua. Just what kind of freak is he? Even after dying so many times, his psychic energy wave has not even crossed 10%. Even Trianbang's instructor has to admit, take a good look, everyone. This 100 Battles saber style from high school number 9 is actually pretty impressive. The monster, with the man-eating flower mouth that tried to swallow him, is now sliced into a million pieces. Manhua's sword is still embedded deep in its flesh. The sweat dripping down his face shows just how hard he worked, completely ignoring the system. The system kept notifying him of his bonus points as he lay on top of the monster to rest for a bit. The 7.3.5 version of the 100 Battles saber technique was already spreading among the elite citizens. Students and future teachers of Dragon City would now master a much stronger saber technique. Besides, quite a few legendary gold star teachers on the same level as Demon Yan were paying close attention to this test. Things were getting a bit out of hand, but no matter how exhausted he was, nothing could stop his drive to grind. Since he couldn't submit his test early and had almost finished mastering the 100 Battles saber technique, what should he do now? His face was worn out after the battle as Meng Chao turned his head to the side. He figured the monster's corpse could be put to good use too. Of course, a psychological test would definitely use real monster data for research purposes. Thoughts kept racing through Meng Chao's mind. The internal structure of these virtual monsters was identical to real ones. A bright smile spread across his face, knowing he had nailed today's test. He quickly pulled his sword back out of the beast. For some reason, Meng Chao felt that this war was about to escalate very soon. Standing tall after his victory, he already had a plan in mind. With time ticking away, he could use his basic harvesting skill to upgrade it to perfect level. But then, Meng Chao suddenly clasped his hands together in pure joy, lost in whatever fantasy he was cooking up. The organs of the powerful beast had been cleanly harvested. Every tendon and the glistening hide showed just how fresh it was. He was thrilled to be in a place like this. This really was the perfect grinding spot to practice his basic harvesting skill. Too bad there were so few beasts around, but with his sharp hearing, Meng Chao caught even the slightest sound. Instantly on high alert, he locked his eyes onto the source of the noise. But even after staring for a while, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was just Meng Chao, standing alone with his sword amidst the ruins. Suddenly, a giant beastly foot stomped onto the ground, followed by another one sporting razor-sharp claws that looked like they'd just gotten a fresh manicure. Standing right before Meng Chao were the familiar monsters, but they were absolutely massive. His eyes gleamed with pure excitement at the prospect of fighting them. A second wave already? Driven by his desire to level up as soon as possible, Meng Chao rushed toward them with his blood-stained sword. My mastery points. Here I come. Meanwhile, back in the viewing room, the crowd was completely stunned by his insane behavior. A dozen icy, glaring eyes instantly locked onto Shi Yan. He was stared at so hard that he started sweating bullets. A chill ran down his spine as he silently prayed. Why the hell are you all looking at me? What does that little freak's weird behavior have to do with me? The masked exam supervisor kept her eyes on her watch, waiting to make the official announcement. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the exam was over. She announced in a loud, clear voice, "Time is up. All candidates who have not been eliminated have passed the test. The remaining time will be for the individual challenge. The difficulty will continue to rise, so please choose your exit time wisely." As the final results popped up, most of the candidates who had failed miserably broke down in tears. Meanwhile, Meng Chao acted totally cool and detached, as if none of this mattered to him. Chu Feixiong, on the other hand, was sweating bullets, straining his eyes to search the leaderboard. After scanning up and down, he finally spotted his name. His eyes lit up with determination as he cheered in excitement. I actually passed. Without wasting a single second, Chu Feixiong happily turned to his best friend. Yo, Meng Chao. But the creepy grin hiding behind Meng Chao's calm face instantly made him back off in pure disgust, judging him hard. Does this kid Meng Chao have nothing but upperclassmen on his mind? Why is he smiling like such a creep? Jiang Luo, who was standing nearby, jumped in to gossip. Even though I know that's impossible, I've got to admit, you make a solid point. Just then, another classmate trotted over to chat, looking at him with starry eyes full of admiration. Brother Xiong, your overall score is insane. You made it into the top 500 of the entire region. That's incredible. How did you even train for this? Chu Feixiong was over the moon, scratching his head sheepishly. I didn't really train that much. I was just thinking about Meng Chao being chased by those two beautiful upperclassmen, so I pasted his face onto the monster's head. He kept gesturing wildly as he went on, and out of pure jealousy, I just charged in and beat the living daylights out of it. Hearing this, Jiang Luo burst into dramatic tears, speaking in an incredibly flattering tone. I'm not as savage as you, Brother Xiong. It's just that after getting stabbed 10,000 times in the chest by God Chao earlier, I went completely numb. A hit from a monster felt like absolutely nothing in comparison. A bunch of other miserable classmates chimed in, agreeing with him. Yeah, me too. Right at that moment, Meng Chao suddenly cut into the conversation, asking Chu Feixiong, Hey, Fatty Xiong, how did your test go? Startled by his sudden appearance, he stared in shock. Meng Chao? Did you finally get overwhelmed and tap out too? Meng Chao casually took off his VR headset and nodded honestly. Yeah, I'm done. There were so many monsters packed together, it felt like morning rush hour. I couldn't get anything done. Chu Feixiong and Jiang Luo stood there, completely clueless, their faces blank with confusion. A split second later, Jiang Luo's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. Look, God, Chao's rank just broke into the top 30. As soon as those shocking words came out, everyone scrambled to look at the leaderboard to see for themselves. Every single one of them was utterly mind-blown. Looking completely panicked, Jiang Luo grew more and more helpless the more he thought about it. Still unable to process the shock, he just kept mumbling under his breath. How can those absolute monsters, who train with high-tech cultivation systems every single day, not even compare to God Chao? Over on Zhan Peng's side, the vibe was incredibly tense. Absolutely losing his mind with rage, he slammed his fist into the ground to vent his frustration. But even that didn't help. With his face burning red, Zhan Peng gritted his teeth and spat out, Damn it! As he hung his head, clutching his hair in sheer frustration, a familiar voice called out to him. The newcomer didn't even try to hide his mockery as he sneered, Zhanpeng, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so pathetic? Luo Hai suddenly appeared, radiating absolute hostility. His irritated look made Zhanpeng jump out of his skin, and he quickly looked up to greet him. President Luo Hai, glaring at him with utter disgust. Luo Hai scolded. I actually had high expectations for you, but I never expected your mental strength to be this pathetic. What a complete waste of the resources I got for you. Zhanpeng could only hang his head and take the heat, breaking out in a cold sweat. Still stubborn, he bitterly muttered to himself, "It's only because that punk completely broke my spirit." Seeing how tense it was, Fei Jun quickly chimed in to de-escalate. That Meng Chao guy barely scraped into the top 30. It looks like he's just a late bloomer. No wonder Brother Peng couldn't rattle him earlier. Luo Hai whipped his head around, giving him a razor-sharp glare, and redirected his anger straight at him. You're the one who has beef with Meng Chao. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and muttered with a smirk. A late bloomer, huh? Interesting, let's go check it out. But before he could sneak off, a crowd of his classmates cornered him, bombarding him with questions. Fei Xiong slapped his shoulder with a threatening grin. Meng Chao, level with me. What is going on between you and the princess? Another classmate, burning with jealousy, was just as curious and demanded an explanation. And another thing, what kind of shady tricks did you pull to get close to Senior Ning from the Agricultural University? Overwhelmed by the crowd, Meng Chao didn't even get a chance to open his mouth before they started throwing more playful threats at him. I don't care. God Chao has to buy us milk tea. Spill the beans right now, God Chao, or you're not leaving this room in one piece. Staring at the chaotic crowd, he slumped to the floor and let out a dramatic, helpless sigh. Man, I was actually going to help you guys get inside info on the Agricultural University and Dragon City University, but I guess you don't want it. Meng Chao thrashed around on the floor, putting on an absolute masterclass in acting out his sorrow, leaving his friends completely speechless. It took them a few seconds to process what he said, and they immediately flipped the script, crying and begging for his forgiveness. God Chao, please, we beg of you, get those files for us. God Chao, you are the absolute guiding light of my life. Chao, you and I are brothers from different mothers. Right at that moment, Zhanpeng suddenly showed up. His sudden appearance made all the girls swoon, their souls practically leaving their bodies as they stared with wide eyes. The guys, on the other hand, had the exact opposite reaction. Their faces darkened with jealousy, and they glared at him, just waiting for an excuse to throw hands. His return caught Meng Chao completely off guard, but he quickly snapped out of it and waved enthusiastically to greet him first. Hey Zhan, I was actually looking for you. Before Zhanpeng could even process what was happening, Meng Chao eagerly grabbed his hand with a warm smile and explained, John, I think there's been a huge misunderstanding between us. Holding his hand tightly, Meng Chao rattled off a speech that left his classmates questioning reality. We're all passionate young guys here. It's only natural that we have a little friction and get a bit competitive, but soon, we'll be fighting side by side in the same trenches against those terrifying monsters. Trying to smooth things over, Meng Chao said with a serious face, you saw the difficulty of this year's assessment. If the war wasn't about to escalate, there's no way the Board of Education would have pushed us this hard. With a major war on the horizon, it's stupid for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. You threatening me, and me shutting you down, there's no point to it. What do you say? His words caught Zhanpeng completely off guard. He blushed in embarrassment, utterly speechless and not knowing how to respond. Watching Meng Chao's legendary performance, Fei Xiong and the others couldn't help but admire him. His sarcasm was on another level. Having witnessed the whole thing, the other students nodded in agreement and started whispering, he's right. We really need to stick together. Having achieved his goal, Meng Chao smugly thought to himself, just another day making a small contribution to the high school community. Awesome. Thanks to his impressive showing, several older girls immediately swarmed him, flirting and trying to get his attention. Meng Chao, congrats on your amazing score. Let us treat you to dinner, okay? Zhanpeng just stood there like a statue, thinking to himself, shutting me down isn't fun? Screw that, he's totally gloating right now. Meanwhile, the flirty invitations from the senior girls were making Meng Chao cringe. He sighed inwardly, thinking, these two are seriously trying to paint a target on my back. This is definitely bad for our unity. Luo Hai, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally stepped forward, coldly extending his hand. I'm Luo Hai, from Jianzhong. Meng Chao turned around with a look of pure confusion. After his brain lagged for a few seconds, he happily shook his hand with a bright grin. He grinned widely as he introduced himself, Meng Chao, 9th High School. Though he wasn't happy deep down, Luo Hai still acted totally fake, smiling and laughing as he said, "Starting today, the Hulin district has a major player like you, Meng Chao." He lied straight through his teeth without batting an eye, happily promising, "I hope you do great on the exam. We'll definitely cross paths again when the time comes." On the flip side, Meng Chao wasn't one to back down. With a sassy look, he couldn't resist throwing some shade back. "Luo Hai, my friend, I hope you make the honor roll as well." It was like he was having a fit, turning to spout absolute nonsense to everyone, including classmate Zhan Peng. "Good luck to all the students at Jianzhong. Once you guys get to know me, you'll see that I'm actually super humble and don't care about fame or fortune." Not wanting Meng Chao to spout any more nonsense, the two upperclassmen girls from earlier quickly dragged him away, but he still kept yelling, desperately trying to finish his sentence. "I don't like to show off. I only care about making a contribution." At this moment, Meng Chao looked absolutely pathetic as he was dragged away, his mouth running at full speed and causing quite a scene. This spectacle had everyone judging him openly, with Zhan Peng showing quite a bit of disgust. He turned and whispered, "Brother Hai, this kid is way too arrogant. Do we need to beat him up?" Luo Hai stared, as if he had heard wrong and asked, "Meng Chao?" He instantly lost his temper, snapping back in frustration. "If you understood the balance of cooperation and competition as well as he does, maybe you would have gotten decent results by now." Getting chewed out like that, his face went totally pale. He was salty, but there wasn't much he could do. Luo Hai used some provocative reverse psychology to test him, asking, "Not convinced?" He chuckled and shook his head helplessly, throwing cold water right in Zhan Peng's face. "If you're not convinced, go deal with him. But I'll bet you $1 that if we threw you and him into the fog, even if you were fully armed, and he was completely bare-handed." His next words made him pale with terror. Luo Hai bluntly spoke the truth. "In the end, you would be the one who ends up dead." Even though Zhan Peng had always known his own limits, he was still shocked. The harsh reality made him break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. After being dragged away by the two gorgeous girls, Meng Chao humbly lowered his voice, putting his hands together to plead. Senior sisters, can we skip the meal?" The two of them immediately shot him a fierce glare, as if they wanted to eat him alive, raising their voices in unison. "Why?" He put on a weak act, racking his brain for any excuse to save himself. "You two senior sisters are just too beautiful. If I actually go eat with you, I'm afraid my classmates will beat me to death." The two girls began to question their own sanity, their faces blank as they stared at each other in confusion, but they still had one last card to play, asking with a playful smirk, "Then do you still want the study materials we prepared for you?" Hearing this, Meng Chao was instantly pumped up, shouting with burning enthusiasm, "Of course I do. If you could even come to our school to give us some guidance on how to fill out our college applications, that would be even better." The pretty girl, completely charmed, forgot all about her frustration and easily agreed, "Sure, we can do that for you." 10 days before the exam, Meng Chao carried a massive stack of study guides he had secured using his charm, handing them out to the class. "These are official materials. Everyone gets a copy, so no fighting." 5 days before the exam, he got the pretty senior sisters to give a guest lecture in class, boosting everyone's determination to an all-time high. 3 days before the exam, Meng Chao took his friends out for some live combat practice. He easily knocked the big Fei Xiong to the ground, arrogantly mocking him. "Is that all you've got?" His classmates could only groan in despair. "We agreed to gank Meng Chao together, so why are we the ones getting wrecked again?" Right at that moment, the system suddenly popped up with a notification. Meng Chao's heart leaped with joy, and he couldn't stop grinning. His old injuries were completely healed. That night, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. With his hand over his forehead, he thought, "I never went through this in my past life. Turns out we have to stay on campus for intensive preparation before the exam. I miss my own bed so much." Suddenly, the alarm blared. "Warning, warning, special alert, special alert." Everyone rushed out of their rooms in a panic. Fei Xiong looked utterly bewildered. "What's going on?" The Weather Bureau didn't say anything about a monster attack today. A classmate quickly explained, "This is a special alert. A massive spatial rift has opened up in the city, meaning monsters could spawn directly inside urban areas." Streaks of light gradually appeared, tearing across the sky like lightning. Meng Chao stared in shock, completely speechless. The terrifying, gloomy sky loomed over the school, signaling that a massive storm was about to hit. He stood dazed for a moment, then gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. In my past life, I was lying unconscious in the hospital during this time, so I have absolutely no memory of a monster invasion. Massive vortexes began to form in the sky. As the rift grew larger, it looked as though the monsters were about to successfully break through. A cluster of pitch-black legs slowly emerged from the dark, hideous rift. They were covered in bumps with hundreds of giant eyes, terrifying everyone. The giant eye shot down like a rocket. Its countless tentacles whipped in all directions, destroying the city as a red light enveloped the area. Everyone screamed, "It's the void-splitting evil eye!" Everyone scattered in panic, and Meng Chao bolted too. As he ran, he kept his eyes on it, observing its movements. Someone yelled, "This beast specializes in area of effect mental attacks. Whatever you do, don't look directly at it." Panicking, Feixiong ran alongside Han Shu, who frantically shouted back, "The void demon eyes in the textbooks were never this fast, and their tentacles were never this tough." Meng Chao suddenly skidded to a halt, his shoes screeching against the asphalt. Enveloped in a dark, ominous atmosphere that felt like the underworld itself, the citizens wept in despair. "There are so many X-beasts. What do we do now? Where is the military? Where are the superhumans?" Meng Chao turned around as Han Shu barked at the others, "Quick, calm down, take deep breaths, and keep your heads straight." Suddenly, pitch-black shadows loomed in the sky, swarming in and making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Leaves swirled in the gale. Meng Chao seemed to notice something, a look of surprise washing over his face. It turned out that the things appearing in the sky were rescue airships. Looking up at them, he muttered to himself, "That's the airship's blast shield." The airships rapidly closed in on the monster. The weapon systems on both sides of the vessels immediately locked and loaded. A blinding barrage of bullets fired continuously. The airships maintained a safe distance from the beast. The bullets hit the beast with a violent screeching sound, but they exploded and vanished upon contact, seemingly dealing no damage at all. An airship's hatch opened, and a swordsman clad in imposing black armor stepped out. Someone screamed, "Look, the superhumans are here!" Another airship opened its hatch amidst the smoke and explosions. Another superhuman, armed with a gun, stepped into view. Other airships opened their hatches one after another, revealing a giant superhuman who looked as solid as a boulder. Finally, a spear-wielding superhuman designated as number 07 appeared. Activating his thrusters, the superhuman soared out of the airship. With his wing thrusters roaring at full power, he charged head-on toward the monster. Locking its eyes onto the approaching target, the monster whipped countless tentacles directly at him. Sensing the danger, the superhuman fearlessly pushed forward, even as the tentacles closed in on him. Suddenly, he was struck by red lightning. The superhuman roared in agony, but he wasn't going down without a fight. He managed to drive a fatal strike right into the monster's eye. The wound instantly exploded, sending eyes bursting out of its body in a grotesque display. The monster's body blew apart, cracking red lightning across the sky with a deafening boom. A female superhuman on the ground looked up at the exploding monster and remarked, "Not bad at all." As the monster's remains rained down, she raised her gun and peered through the scope. "Guess I need to put in a little effort too." She fired up her thrusters and soared toward the beast. As its tentacles lashed out to attack, she unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Bullets whizzed through the air, and within seconds, the monster blew apart, its head shattered, and its tentacles sent flying in every direction. Watching from below, Feixiong pumped his fist and cheered excitedly. "Yes, just like that. Wipe them out." Meng Chao stood behind him with a wry, speechless smile. He thought to himself, this is probably the first time they've ever seen a superhuman in battle. No wonder they're so thrilled. Suddenly, a trembling girl pointed to the sky and shrieked in absolute panic. "Look, everyone, the airship's blast shield has been breached. Part of the monster's body just fell onto the airship. Even though its other eyes had been torn out and blood was spraying everywhere, it wasn't dead yet." The monster coiled tightly around the airship, seizing everything from the engines to the hull, leaving the vessel completely paralyzed. With a deafening crash, both the monster and the airship locked together and spiraled downward behind the building. A thunderous explosion shook the area, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky, while the heavens remained dark and turbulent like a vortex. Ear-piercing screams echoed. Panic spread like wildfire, leaving everyone in a frenzy, clutching their hair as they wept. The steel war machines. No way. How could our steel titans be defeated? Meng Chao looked up helplessly, yet his gaze remained cold and resolute. I guess watching their beliefs crumble is too much of a shock for them. Under the mental assault of the void demon eyes, everyone's brainwaves synchronized into a single, collective panic. Those standing around Meng Chao trembled and wept in terror. They fly so fast, and those tentacles can't even be severed by cannon fire. How can the void demon eyes be this powerful? What are we supposed to do? Who's going to save us? Meng Chao shoved one hand into his pocket and scratched his head with the other, trying to think. The fearful brainwaves of his classmates were spreading like a contagious virus. If this keeps up, everyone will lose their minds. I have to stabilize their mental indices and find a way to boost their morale. Suddenly, a song resonated through the darkness, leaving everyone stunned. Arise, for our children. It was like a lifeline to Meng Chao, and a bright smile broke across his face. This is the battle hymn. Yes, this is exactly what can stabilize their mental indices. The public speaker continued to blare the national anthem. Arise, for the ones you love. Meng Chao thumped his chest with pride. He solemnly sang along, Arise, for the ones you love. The melody rose again. The beast's fangs are near. By now, everyone had united, singing the battle hymn at the top of their lungs. The beast's fangs are near. The next line continued melodiously. The sun. Let's fight for our survival. By now, the golden light of the battle song has already overwhelmed half of the monster's deadly crimson glow. Looking up at the sky, everyone watches as the golden light grows stronger, driving away the darkness. Their morale fully restored, they sing even louder. Let's fight for our survival. Meanwhile, the sky-splitting demon eye continues to stare down from above. It's not as simple as taking down just one. An entire horde of monsters is invading, and the whole city is burning. A superhuman wielding a spear is fighting off another monster, his sharp weapon enveloped in the golden glow of the battle song. The gem embedded in it flashes a blinding crimson light. Charging forward, the spear thrusts right through the monster's body. With a loud boom, the monster's body is engulfed in golden light. But just as the superhuman coldly looks ahead, another monster lunges at him from behind. Just when it looks like he's done for, the monster is suddenly bombarded by a barrage of blue energy bullets. Turns out, another superhuman has arrived to provide backup, firing off shot after shot. Seeing his ally rush to his aid, the fighter below lets out a relieved smile as countless blue bullets light up the sky. The monster's shrieks echo through the air. Back to back, the two superhumans stand firm amidst the thick dust and smoke. A female superhuman wielding a sword appears, drawing her blade back as she prepares to unleash a devastating strike. In an instant, she slams her sword into the ground. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere as white smoke blankets the area. The monster's mangled corpse lies on the ground, covered in blood with its limbs torn apart. Below, a defense cannon is locking onto its target. It's targeting that massive sky-splitting demon eye. All four searchlights beam right at the beast, making the sky look like a flashy light show at a movie theater. Its largest pupil dilates in the blinding light as danger closes in. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shakes the heavens. A brilliant golden halo bursts from the firing cannon, likely blowing the monster to smithereens. Watching from below, Chu Feishong is absolutely thrilled. As long as we stand firm and keep our soul indexes stable, that sky-splitting demon eye is nothing. Another student shouts with excitement. In front of our dragon city, all these zombies and monsters are nothing but paper tigers. Standing in the back, Meng Chao feels a bit helpless watching everyone get so carried away. He thinks to himself, this must be the after effects of the marching anthem. Their minor soul indexes are surging past 120%. At this rate, I bet they wouldn't even show respect to Demon Yan himself. With solemn expressions, other students start shouting one after another. The defenders of Dragon City are still fighting passionately. There are monsters outside the school. We have to join the fight. Dedicate our strength to Dragon City. Dedicate our strength to Dragon City. Suddenly, a familiar voice booms. Instructor Yan shouts in a harsh tone. What do you think you're doing? Seeing him look incredibly cool in his armor, with a sword resting on his shoulder, Chu Feishong asks loudly, Instructor Yan, are you guys going out there to slay those beasts? He looks determined, but is actually quite flustered, his face turning bright red as he adds, Please, take us with you. Instructor Yan glares at them with daggers in his eyes and barks, Stop messing around. All of you, get back inside. Before dawn, no one is allowed to take a single step out of this school. Chu Feishong asks angrily. But why? Other students chime in with indignation. Didn't the Life and Death Committee issue a decree? If we encounter monsters, everyone is obligated to fight to the death to help. The monsters are rampaging right outside. How can we just stand by and do nothing? Leaning on his cane, Principal Sun slowly walks out and speaks. My dear students, I completely understand how you feel, and I absolutely support your determination to fight. Standing nearby, Meng Chao listens intently. For our survival, we make sacrifices every single second, but those sacrifices must be worth it. Standing among the students with his hands behind his back, Principal Sun continues, every single drop of human blood spilled must be exchanged for a worthy return. Do you understand? Standing nearby, Chu Feixiang questions him. But Principal Sun, how can you expect us to stay when everyone else is out there fighting? The old man simply looks up and replies calmly, we are already old and covered in battle scars. Every drop of our lifeblood is almost drained. It doesn't matter if we all perish, but you all are still young. You are the rising sun, the future, and the hope of Dragon City. Hearing this, Chu Feixiang and his classmates fall silent, finally understanding the old man's painful burden. Meng Chao continues to listen intently as Principal Sun explains. With Instructor Yan standing behind him with his sword, Principal Sun keeps his eyes closed as he persuades the students. If you really want to charge out and fight, you can. But only after me and every single teacher in this school are dead. You can step over my corpse, pick up our weapons, and fight however you want. How about that? Chu Feixiang opens his mouth, still stubborn and wanting to argue, but a furious shout suddenly cuts him off. That's enough. Principal Sun grows angry, gritting his teeth as he roars. Dragon City is an isolated city in an alien world. Every single life belongs to the entirety of Dragon City. Suddenly, Principal Sun's scar-covered arms begin to swell with massive, bulging muscles. He continues, even dying requires you to earn the right. By this point, Principal Sun has completely transformed. Transforming into his superhuman heavy cannon form, the old man became incredibly massive and muscular, his entire body outlined in blazing flames. Meng Chao choked in surprise, his eyes widening. He thought to himself, no wonder this heavy cannon didn't need to carry any extra weapons. Those fists were literally like meteor hammers, stuffed with explosives. Touch them and you're dead. Get hit and you're history. Principal Sun stood proudly among the crowd, declaring loudly, I, Sun Daxing, joined the military at 17 and served for 40 years. I've killed over 1,000 zombies and tens of thousands of monsters. My body is covered in hundreds of scars, and there's even a fragment of a monster's fang embedded in my spine. Pointing at Feixiang, the old man barked, I've dedicated everything to Dragon City. Only then do I have the right to die a heroic death on impulse. Chu Feixiang, how many monsters have you killed? How many scars do you have on your body? You haven't even fully grown yet. What have you actually done for the land that raised you? What right do you have to throw your life away? Overshadowed by the old man, Feixiang's face darkened. He frowned, looking down as he stammered, Principal Sun, Principal Sun lowered his voice, speaking solemnly, all right, students, stay here. Please, have some faith in us, your teachers and elders. We will hold this city and buy some time for all of you. Your responsibility is to use the time, space, and resources we win for you to train hard and surpass us. With the pride of a veteran, he gave a few final words of advice, then left to fight for his own right to die, a heroic death on impulse. Feixiang kept his head down, his face filled with determination. Hearing this, Meng Chao also grew solemn, his brow furrowing. After dealing with the chaotic crowd of students, Teacher Yan and Principal Sun turned to leave. Suddenly, Meng Chao's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered an article showing a picture of Principal Sun lying motionless, accompanied by the heartbreaking words, "In memory of our hero, Sun Daxing." Overcome with panic, Meng Chao suddenly shouted out, "Wait!" Hearing this, Principal Sun turned his head back, his face as stern as ever as he spoke coldly. "Student Meng Chao." Meng Chao quickly blurted out anxiously, "A few days ago, while browsing the Underground Life Sciences Forum, someone was claiming they discovered an evolved form of the sky-tearing demonic eye that can use its horns to fling people into the sky. I don't know if it's true or not, but you should be careful. You and Teacher Yan absolutely must watch out for attacks from the head." Principal Sun's dark eyes fixed on him, maintaining his cold, stoic expression as he stared back. Then, Principal Sun suddenly gave a thumbs up and replied, "I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Student Meng Chao, go back now and stay safe." Meng Chao and his classmates watched the two teachers depart, and this time, they really left. Then, The system interface popped up. Heroic citizen Sundaxing has listened to your advice. Survival rate increased. Contribution points plus 199. Seeing the word heroic in brackets, Meng Chao thought in surprise. So Principal Sun is actually a heroic citizen? Is that even higher than an elite citizen? Meng Chao's eyes flashed, his brows raising slightly in surprise. What kind of person does it take to actually be called a hero? Fei Xiong suddenly walked over, interrupting Meng Chao's thoughts. Ah, Chao, what are we going to do now? Yanking up his collar, he turned to leave, replying coldly, to the cultivation room, let's go earn our right to die, a heroic death on impulse. Fei Xiong and the other students stared at him in utter confusion, but they all quickly ran after him, shouting, wait for me, let's go together. Tonight, I'm going 300 rounds with you, and whoever cries in pain is a wimp. We're coming too. As their training session began, Meng Chao punched an opponent right in the jaw. Next, he delivered a brutal kick straight to another guy's stomach. Even the chubby Fei Xiong was thrown hard onto the floor by Meng Chao. The moment Fei Xiong hit the ground, the impact was incredibly loud, leaving his legs sticking straight up in the air. Meng Chao took off his jacket, threw a towel over his shoulders, and dripping with sweat, clapped his hands, yelling, get up and keep fighting. If you had held back some of your power on that last strike, you could have blocked this. With his classmates bruised and battered from Meng Chao's beatdown, Fei Xiong finally raised his hand in surrender. Time out, let me catch my breath. The others chimed in one after another. Me too, let us rest. Meng Chao walked over, slung his arm around Fei Xiong's shoulder, and smirked. What's wrong? You're so big and you're still afraid of a little pain? Fei Xiong's face was swollen like a balloon, his chubby cheeks completely puffed up. Dripping with sweat, he grumbled defensively. I'm just tired and taking a break, and trying to figure out how to beat you while I'm at it. Meng Chao wiped the sweat from his forehead with his towel, looking at Fei Xiong with an amused grin. Suit yourself. Just as he turned to leave, Fei Xiong spoke up from behind him. Ah, Chao, I'm actually a bit worried about my family. Hearing this, Meng Chao froze, a distant look in his eyes, as he too began to think of his own family. Is everyone worried about their families? The other students were still training intensely. They pushed themselves to the limit, with some getting kicked in the stomach until they coughed up water. Meng Chao's voice echoed, but for ordinary high school students like us, even if we ran back, what could we actually do? What difference does it make? Over here, 2 high school girls are giving it everything they have. One is throwing a relentless barrage of strikes, while the other desperately blocks every incoming fist. Meng Chao fell silent and said bluntly, the only thing we can do right now is push ourselves to become stronger. Meanwhile, at the city amusement park, only a few lights on the sign are still flickering, as the massive support pillars crack and begin to collapse. Explosions and gunfire echo through the air. Soldiers fire artillery while shouting desperately into their communicators. There are too many monsters. Everyone, coordinate with the Red Dragon Army and make your way to the Shanxi Road shelter. A giant monster goes completely wild, and with just a single swipe of its claws, heavy machinery is smashed into scrap metal, sending people flying into the air. Meng Yishan listens to his radio, but only static comes through. When the signal cuts out completely, he stands there in shock. Moments later, a loudspeaker from the equipment behind him crackles back to life. For everyone's safety, please cooperate with the Red Dragon Army and head to the Shanxi Road shelter. Slinging his rifle over his shoulder, Meng Yishan puts his arm around Jia Kao and says seriously, Jia Kao, in a moment, stick close to the others. You hear me? Hearing this, Jia Kao puffs out her cheeks and pouts, while the dog next to her licks her face to comfort her. Grandma Wang also places a hand on her shoulder and reassures her son, Yishan, don't worry, I will take care of Jia Sao. You just focus on taking care of Suxin. As the evacuation begins, everyone runs for their lives. Yishan shouts, everyone stay close, don't get separated. Running alongside him, Jia Kao replies, I got it. Suddenly, the wall next to them flashes with an ominous purple light, signaling trouble. The glow rapidly expands, and deep cracks begin to splinter across the surface. A massive monster with giant horns shatters the glass and bursts out, roaring ferociously. Immediately after, a swarm of other monsters floods in, viciously attacking the crowd. People flee in sheer panic as others are gored and flung high into the air. Yishan turns back, gritting his teeth as he shouts, Jia Kao, bring Grandma Wang over here. Don't let the crowd separate you. Grandma Wang, riding her dog at lightning speed, chuckles and replies, don't worry, Jia Kao is safe with me. Suddenly, monsters charge forward, opening their jaws as they lunge at Yishan and Suxin. Jia Kao screams at the top of her lungs, "Dad, Mom, watch out." By the time Yishan turns around, the monster's shadow already towers over them, leaving him frozen in shock. Jia Sao rushes in at lightning speed, grabs a sword, stabs the beast, and swiftly pulls it back out. Her eyes turn blood red just like a monster's. She leaps onto its back and raises her sword high into the air. As the tip of the blade gathers a blinding light, she yells, "Mom, Dad, don't be afraid. I'm here." Standing on the beast's head, Jia Sao drives her blade down with absolute precision, thrusting it straight down between her feet as blood splatters everywhere. With a fierce yell, a swirling aura erupts from her blade. She pulls it out and leaps onto the monster opposite her, delivering a clean, razor-sharp horizontal slash. The horns of both beasts are cleanly sliced off, sending them howling in agony. Next, she leaps into the air and decapitates the monster. Finally, Jia Sao touches down with a safe landing, her sword still held firmly in her hand. She drives her sword into the ground and puts her hands on her hips, her hair fluttering in the swirling smoke as she wears a bright, proud smile. "Mom, Dad, am I awesome or what?" But instead of praising her, everyone screams in unison, "Jia Sao." Suxin's jaw drops in absolute horror. Yishan breaks out in a cold sweat. Grandma Wang's eyes widen as she screams with all her might. Meanwhile, Jia Kao is still completely clueless as a monster's massive jaws open behind her, ready to snap her up. Suddenly, everyone shouts, "Jia Kao, watch your back." Only then does Jia Sao turn around to see the beast roaring maniacally, drool dripping from its fangs, and looking absolutely disgusting. It takes a massive bite, and though Jia Sao barely manages to dodge, she is left struggling to regain her footing. The crazed beast charges past her, goring another monster's head clean off. Meanwhile, Jia Kao slips. By the time it turns back around and scrapes its hooves to charge her, she is already sprawled helpless on the ground, thinking to herself that she is definitely dead meat this time. In her rush to save her parents earlier, she used up all her energy, and now even standing up is impossible. Trembling, Jia Kao touches her leg and thinks, "Jerk of a brother, I guess I'll have to stomp you under my feet in our next life. What an amazing sister I am." Her face turns completely pale, with sweat pouring down her face. Left with no choice, she can only grit her teeth and brace for the worst. Suxin and Yishan rush forward in sheer panic, screaming in vain, "Jia Kao!" Just as the monster opens its jaws to bite her, a massive explosion flashes. Escaping death by a hair, Jia Chao stares blankly as blood splatters right in front of her face. The beast's crimson eye rolls out and hits the ground. Grandma Wang, holding a double-barreled shotgun while riding her trusty steed, shouts fiercely, "Did you really think this old lady was just here for show?" Then, she fires repeatedly at the roaring monster, shouting, "Da Ya, let's go!" Da Ya carries Grandma Wang like a flash of lightning to evade the monster's pursuit, while she spins around to shoot repeatedly. Suddenly, the monster screeches to a halt, creating a loud friction noise. Instead of continuing to chase Grandma Wang, it veers in the opposite direction. She looks back in surprise, wondering why it changed course. The cunning beast loops around, doubling back to attack Jia Sao. Grandma Wang Ya's already on the other side of the road, and with the distance being too far, she realizes she is in trouble and thinks, "Oh no." Then he screamed, "Xiao Cao, run!" Houses and streets were completely destroyed, and even the traffic lights were cracked. Meng Chao ran quickly through the dusty, smoke-filled streets. People in the area were helping each other clean up the wreckage. The crowd was buzzing with hushed whispers. Did the spike demon boars really show up in our old district again? The equipment in Tianyuan district is just too outdated. There was no way to fight back. I wonder if killing so many of those fat pigs is actually a good thing. Looks like we'll be working all night again. Let's get to it. Meng Chao heard these complaints as he hurried down the street. Reaching his house, he flung the door open and shouted, "Mom, Dad, Xiao Cao." As soon as he opened the door, he saw his parents sitting inside. With a worried look on his dirty, exhausted face, Meng Chao asked anxiously, "Are you guys okay?" Yishan forced a smile to reassure him, "We're fine, everything is okay. Our neighborhood actually got a decent harvest." But then, he lowered his eyes, his voice tinged with sadness. "I heard someone even broke through mid-battle to become a superhuman rookie. Our neighborhood finally has its own superhuman." Meng Chao sensed something was wrong and immediately raised his voice. "But where is my sister? Dad, did something happen to Xiao Cao? Please, tell me the truth." Yishan turned his head away, his eyes filled with sorrow as he hesitated to speak. Unable to take it anymore, Meng Chao lost his cool and burst into the house, calling out frantically. He rushed toward Yaxiao's room, where her cute little nameplate was still hanging on the door. Meng Chao thought to himself, I was gone for just one day. Did Xiao Cao actually succumb to the darkness? Meng Chao banged on the door frantically, his voice sharp with worry. Xiao Cao, are you okay? Can I come in? But his only response was the sound of bitter crying, his shadow cast against the door, and after a long moment, a faint voice finally answered from inside. Yeah. Opening the door, he froze. Yaxiao was wrapped tightly in her blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Meng Chao sat down beside her in silence. Burying her face in her knees, Yaxiao finally spoke, calling out to him. Meng Chao looked over at her, his heart heavy. Sobbing, Yaxiao whimpered, Brother, I'm just too weak. Tears poured down, soaking her arms and blurring her vision. Staring blankly at her feet, she choked out her story. I saved Mom and Dad, but I couldn't save Grandma Wang. Yaxiao broke down, crying even harder. Gritting her teeth, she threw off her blanket and flung herself into Meng Chao's arms, sobbing weakly, Grandma Wang is dead. She's going to turn into a zombie. Hearing this, Meng Chao's eyes widened in utter shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. Yaxiao kept sobbing, repeating, Grandma Wang is dead. She's going to turn into a zombie. Meng Chao gently stroked her hair, trying to calm her down. What happened? Tell me everything. But Yaxiao could only cling to his shirt, weeping uncontrollably. The shattered window glass mirrored Yaxiao's broken heart. Her shaky voice recounted the horrors of last night, leaving Meng Chao completely speechless. After a while, Yaxiao calmed down slightly. She sat up and covered her face with her hands, her voice still trembling. It's all my fault for being so weak. If only. No matter how she tried to hide her vulnerability, her eyes didn't lie. Tears streamed like a river the moment she opened her mouth. I'm just too weak. Suddenly, Meng Chao pulled her up, startling her. He looked at her and said, Grandma Wang sacrificed herself heroically to protect our home. With a sharp, determined gaze and furrowed brows, he spoke firmly. If she were still conscious, she would never want to see you like this. His words finally brought Yaxiao some comfort. Her mind began to clear, and she resolved, I have to get stronger, way stronger, so a tragedy like this never happens again. Meng Chao grabbed Yaxiao firmly by her shoulders, staring deeply into her eyes. Listen to me. True strength comes from a strong mind. Otherwise, you'll just become a slave to power. His gaze was incredibly calm. If that happens, not only will you fail to save anyone, but you'll also become the source of a massive tragedy. Yaxiao turned her head, her tears finally stopping, though she remained silent. Suddenly, Mother Meng knocked and stepped in, her face heavy with grief. Meng Chao, someone from the military is here, from the Valiant Brigade. Meng Chao stood up, clenching his fists. Are they holding Grandma Wang's funeral at her house? Mother Meng nodded solemnly. Yes, the funeral. He replied, All right. By law, there must be witnesses for her burial. As her neighbors, we should be there. Meng Chao took Yaxiao's hand, urging her to stand. Xiao Cao, come with me to be a witness. But Yaxiao sat there like a lifeless doll. I'm not going. I don't want to see Grandma Wang like this. Meng Chao looked down at her. Furrowing his brows, he asked coldly, Didn't you just say you wanted to get stronger? Do you not even have the courage to face Grandma Wang? Come on, let's go pay our final respects. Yaxiao kept her head down, her face filled with guilt. Outside apartment, 706, cracks ran deep along the walls. A large crowd of neighbors had gathered, whispering among themselves. Is Grandma Wang really about to turn into a zombie? Most likely. I saw the Valiant Brigade arrive. I had no idea Grandma Wang had that kind of resolve. Supporting Yaxiao as they walked over, Meng Chao raised his hand to clear a path. Excuse us, please let us through. I'm Meng Chao from next door. I'm here to be a witness for her. Timidly, Jia Thao shrank back, keeping her face down as she walked. At that moment, Grandma Wang was lying in the hospital bed, surrounded by a few doctors who were constantly discussing her condition. The patient was impaled in the abdomen by a demon boar. Her internal organs are severely damaged, and her pulse is extremely weak. The virus has already entered the wound. Her abdomen is bloated, and the viral load in her blood is too high. Her respiration is extremely weak, and the rate of brain cell death is rising. Grandma Wang's abdomen had swollen massively, and the bandages were soaked with blood. The doctor explained they had restrained her to prevent her from turning into a zombie out of control. Hu Qian sat huddled in a corner, burying her face in her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Meng Chao leaned down and said softly, "Little Qian, let little Thao stay with you, okay?" Hu Qian looked up, tears streaming down her face. She whimpered, "Big brother Meng Chao, little Thao, thank you both." Seeing this, Jia Thao felt even more heartbroken. Overwhelmed with guilt, she hung her head in sorrow. Just then, Grandma Wang's handcuffed hands began to tremble and reach out. Her legs twitched violently, and the iron restraints were on the verge of breaking. Her mouth was secured by a muzzle. Grandma Wang's eyes rolled back as she began to turn into a zombie. Terrified, Hu Qian hugged Jia Thao tightly, crying out, "Grandma!" At that moment, Jia Thao also froze in shock. Jia Thao's eyes widened. She fought back her own emotions to comfort Hu Qian. "Little Qian, don't cry. Grandma doesn't feel any pain right now. It is just those viruses messing with her." Red veins popped up in Grandma Wang's eyes. 4 or 5 restraint tubes and a muzzle might not be enough to hold her down. The mutation caused Grandma Wang to roar violently. The doctors took turns shouting out updates. The patient's brain tissue is 85% dead. The patient has lost 100% of her respiratory function in 3 minutes. The 3 viruses, T44, R39, and T3-5, in her body have exceeded the critical limits. The doctor, holding a controller at the head of the bed, suddenly turned around and shouted, "Given the patient's overall condition, resuscitation is no longer possible. Does the family object to this assessment?" Still hugging Jia Thao in terror, the little girl softly squeaked, "No." Outside, the neighbors watched anxiously, listening to the doctor's announcement. While she was still alive, the patient signed a body donation agreement, volunteering to join the Eternal Brigade of the Red Dragon Army. Per protocol, we need 2 neighbors and a relative to act as witnesses to ensure the entire process is proper, fair, and legal. Meng Chao immediately spoke up, "My sister and I are willing to act as witnesses." Hearing this, Jia Thao turned to look at him. The doctor turned to Jia Thao for confirmation. Having calmed down, she gathered all her courage and answered clearly, "I am willing." The doctor placed his hand on the small screen next to the bed and said, "We will now play the pre-recorded video of the donor." Faint images began to appear on the small screen. Please watch to ensure that the entire process that follows aligns with the donor's final wishes. The video opened with Grandma Wang sitting cross-legged, looking completely at peace. As she gently patted Dainya, her voiceover played in the video. "Qianer, if you're watching this video, it means your grandma is already dead and has turned into a zombie." On screen, she was still smiling cheerfully, playfully pointing at the camera in an adorable way. "Now, don't cry. You've been a crybaby since you were little." Hearing this, Hu Qian could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Her voice continued to echo, unlike little Thao next door. By now, both of the girls were crying. Hu Qian burst into loud sobs. The video kept playing, "And don't be sad for me. Seriously, Dragon City was transported 50 years ago. How many people can actually survive for 50 years? She thumped her chest, putting on a tough front. She smiled warmly at Dainya. "After going through so much chaos, Grandma was lucky enough to live to this age. I've already got more than my fair share of life. Even when I was just a little girl like you, I already planned to donate my body when the time came. I remember when I was only 14, before our Dragon City even arrived in this other world." As she gently stroked Dainya, the creature fell fast asleep. The video then cut to a scene of Grandma Wang when she was young. Back then, she was a little girl, with her hands pressed against a hospital window, looking inside. "I had an older sister who was 5 years older than me. She suddenly came down with a strange illness. The doctors said only 3 cases had been found worldwide. Not only was the mortality rate 100%, but patients survived for less than 1 week after diagnosis." On screen, a frail hand was shown hooked up to an IV to sustain her life. Grandma Wang's voice continued, "To help future patients find a cure, she decided to donate her body. After my sister passed away, the doctor gave me a drawing she had made with the very last of her strength. In the memory, the doctor handed her the drawing, which showed a family of 3 standing under the protection of a little star. The young girl's eyes filled with tears as she stared at the drawing and began to cry. In the drawing, there was a smiling star that looked just like her. I folded that drawing into a paper crane. It made me feel like she was still by my side, watching over and protecting me from heaven." Grandma Wang looked down at the medical tubes attached to her and said, "I want to become a star, too." With a bright smile, she gently patted Dainya's head and gave her final words, "So I can watch over my Qianer and little Thao. All of us. We're all going to grow up safe, happy, and healthy. Right now, both Jia Thao and Hu Qian are a total mess, tears and snot running down their faces as they cry out, "Grandma Vuong, Grandma!" Back on the small screen, Grandma Vuong pulls Dainya into her arms. "I almost forgot about our little Dainya. You still have to stay at school for your classes? So I'm leaving Dainya with Uncle Mon and our neighbor, Tu Thao. Don't worry, they won't mistreat her." Jia Thao sadly pats Hu Qian on the head to comfort her. "Grandma Vuong, I promise I will take good care of Dainya." The little girl nods and whispers, "Okay." Standing behind them, Manhua is completely speechless, trying his best to hold back his tears like a real man. On the screen, Grandma Vuong stretches and sighs in relief. "Well, finally finished recording." Then she shakes her head, her face turning sour. "Back when my old man was still alive, he used to say he'd serve in the Red Dragon Army his whole life, and even after death, he'd definitely join the Eternal Life Brigade." Grandma Vuong gets so worked up that she looks like she's about to blow a fuse, holding her cheeks in frustration and snapping. "He even tried to sound all poetic with me, babbling on about some journey to the underworld, talking big about taking down the King of Hell with 100,000 banners. What a load of hot air. How could a regular soldier like him ever pull that off?" She then cups Dainya's face. Too bad his luck was terrible, and those monsters ground him to dust. But look at me, this old lady actually gets the chance to join the Eternal Life Brigade. Grandma Vuong leans her cheek in for Dainya to lick, chuckling. "Just wait till I see him again. Let's see if he still tries to show off. Am I right, Dainya?" A moment later, she looks back at the camera, startled, and sighs. "Wait, it's still running? Did you record all of that too?" Grandma Vuong crosses her arms and pouts, turning her face away. "Well, whatever, just leave it, don't delete it. It's not like I'm afraid of that old man hearing it anyway." Thinking she is actually mad, Dainya pounces and starts licking the camera lens, cutting off the visual, so only Grandma Vuong's voice can be heard. Even if he hears it, what's he going to do about it? Realizing what's happening, she quickly uses her hand to pull Dainya back. "Dainya, stop it. Get off the medic, will you?" The small screen then loses its signal, turning to static with nothing left to see. The doctor places his hand on the machine, where the screen now only displays a flatlining heartbeat. He speaks up. "Family members and witnesses, was the video just now clear? Do you have any objections?" Jia Thao and Hu Qian are sobbing uncontrollably. Monsieur remains silent. All three of them whisper, "No, we don't." Red rashes begin to flare up on Grandma Vuong's face, her limbs still flailing weakly. The doctor standing nearby says, "The family and witnesses have no objections. The conversion ritual will now begin." He solemnly announces, "Everyone, please bow 3 times to the body of the volunteer to show your highest respect." All three of them look devastated, standing at rigid attention. Grandma Vuong's eyes are still rolled back, and red veins spread across her skin as she writhes in sheer agony. The doctor shouts, "First bow." As Hu Qian bows her head, her tears stream down endlessly. By now, her condition gets even worse, sharp fangs sprouting from her mouth as she struggles violently. The doctor's voice echoes again. "Second bow." The siblings alongside Manhua silently bow with deep reverence. Then comes the final command, "Third bow." The entire room falls dead silent as everyone bends 90 degrees to show their profound respect. With the protocol complete, the doctor picks up a syringe and injects the virus-inhibiting agent. He drives the needle straight into Grandma Vuong's chest. The doctor continues his announcement. "We will now implant the mutated cerebral cortex into the volunteer, as agreed upon in the contract she signed." He straps a red mask onto her face, completely ignoring her wild resistance. Once the mask is secured, Grandma Vuong finally closes her eyes, though her mouth remains wide open as she lets out muffled screams. Jia Thao has cried so much that her eyes are red and swollen. She gazes down at the heartbreaking sight. 3 minutes later, the doctor removes the restraint muzzle and the mask. Her struggles finally grind to a halt. He turns to the onlookers and announces, "We will now conduct the final examination. We request that the witnesses step outside, and the family members may leave as well." Manhua nods. "Understood." The doctor ushers the 3 of them out. The onlookers also fall into a somber silence. As they reach the exit, Jia Thao looks back one last time, softly calling out for Grandma Vuong with a heavy heart. Inside, the doctor begins channeling his magic, pressing both hands down as glowing green threads begin to manifest. "All right, I am ready." The handcuffs are released, the leg shackles automatically snap open, and all the monitoring equipment detaches from Grandma Vuong's body. She sits upright, her vacant eyes rolled back like a zombie's, her messy hair hanging down in a pitiful state. Jumping off the hospital bed, she lunges aggressively at the doctor. Hu Qian breaks down sobbing, clenching both of her small fists and screaming, "Grandma!" Grandma Vuong runs barefoot, moving as fast as a gust of wind. She claws at the doctor, but he remains completely composed, aiming his gun directly at Grandma Vuong's head. As if sensing the danger, she freezes in her tracks. The man holding the gun speaks up, "Citizen Vuong Thuc Phan, do you still remember the oath you took when you joined the Eternal Life Brigade?" He then recites the oath. "Our will can triumph over all enemies, both visible and invisible." Man Siu grits his teeth in pain, his brows furrowed tightly. With tears welling in her eyes, Jia Thao stands dazed as she hears him declare out loud, "Even in death, we shall never let viruses or bacteria control us." Glowing runes break out across the doctor's skin like magical sigils. His eyes light up as he continues reading, "Even in death, we shall never let viruses or bacteria control us." Watching the entire process unfold, Man Siu quietly thinks to himself, acting like a psychic superhuman with incredible mental power, Grandma Wang raised her claws and let out a savage roar. At the sight of this, Xiao Quan panicked in terror, sobbing hysterically as she hid behind the doctor, crying, "Grandma, hang on, you can do this. You have to beat this disease." She clutched her head, trying to calm herself down, using her other hand to wipe away the tears streaming down her face. "Grandpa, Mom, and Dad, they are all watching you from heaven, Grandma." Hearing her words, Grandma Wang's bloodshot eyes suddenly welled with tears. As if snapping back to her senses, she slowly lowered her hands, narrowed her eyes, and offered a gentle smile. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Holding up a remote scanner to check her body, the doctor shouted, "The mutation level in her brain cells is under control." The small screen showed her internal scan, with her brain and heart glowing red. She quickly announced, "Her central nervous system is fully intact, completely free of viral erosion. Sound response is normal, light sensitivity is normal, and her reaction to fresh blood is normal." The doctor watched intently, realizing that the deeply buried memory fragments in her brain cells were the only thing helping her keep control. The armed guard also backed away from Grandma Wang, lowering his weapon. He declared that she was not a mindless monster to be put down. She was a hero who had fought and died for her country and her family. Hearing them call out the title of immortal, tears welled up and poured down her face as her eyes finally returned to normal. The doctor immediately called out to salute the immortal, snapping his hand up in a crisp salute. Xiao Quan saluted through her loud, broken sobs. Meng Chao offered a firm salute, his eyes filled with profound respect, as he whispered in his heart, "Grandma Wang." Jia Kao stood in solemn silence, holding back her tears, silently wishing Grandma Wang a peaceful journey into the afterlife. As Grandma Wang was escorted away by the two doctors, a voice echoed, "Some people are alive, but they are already dead inside." Everyone lined up in long, orderly rows, placing their hands over their hearts as the solemn chant echoed once more. "But some have died, yet they will live on forever in the eternal flame." Catching one final glimpse of her fading figure, Xiao Quan cried out, "Grandma!" The little girl cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting after her, "Grandma, I promise I will take good care of myself, and I will protect Dragon City." And with that, Grandma Wang finally stepped into the vehicle, escorted by the two doctors. At this point, Jia Sao could not hold back anymore, bowing her head and weeping bitterly. She kept sobbing, "I am so sorry, Xiao Quan. If only I had been stronger, I could have saved Grandma Wang." Xiao Quan closed her eyes, gently tugging on Jia Cao's sleeve to comfort her. "Little Cao, don't be like that. When Grandma was still clear-headed, she told me how incredible you were last night." Jia Cao turned around in surprise, her eyes still swimming with tears. Xiao Quan looked back at her with a warm, tearful smile. She even said you are the bravest girl she has ever seen, and told me to learn as much as I can from you. Jia Sao gasped softly. "Really?" Just then, Daya bounced over, eagerly licking Xiao Quan's face. Holding back her tears, Xiao Quan turned to Jia Cao and said, "Little Cao, since I have to live at school, I was hoping Daya could stay with your family. If that is okay?" Jia Cao placed a hand over her heart, promising, "Don't you worry, I will take the absolute best care of Daya." Hearing this, Xiao Quan reached out with her small hand to tug at the bone-shaped pendant on Daya's collar. "Oh right, I almost forgot." Grandma said she hid all the passcodes inside Daya's collar. With a quick click, she opened the pendant, and two tiny pieces of paper fluttered to the ground. Jia Chao and Xiao Quan each picked up one of the notes. Unfolding the red one, they saw a photograph of a young Grandma Wang, smiling brightly next to her husband. Xiao Quan whispered, "It is Grandma's wedding photo." On her end, Jia Sao carefully unfolded the other paper, noting, "And this one is Grandma's little star." Xiao Quan gazed at the little star with tender eyes, saying, "Little Cao, I am such a crybaby, and there is so much I still cannot do on my own. Would you be willing to help me protect Grandma's little star?" Jia Sao agreed without a second thought. "Of course, Xiao Quan. I promise I will stand by you and protect Grandma's little star." Later that night, Jia Sao sat on a chair, hugging Daya tightly as they both gazed up at the starry sky. She suddenly spoke up, "Big brother, I do not want to move to District 1 of Dragon City." Meng Chao, who was standing out on the balcony, turned around in surprise. "What did you say?" Jiakao walked over to his side, looking up at him with a serious face. "I said I do not want to live in that fancy District 1 of Dragon City. Even if the environment and the spiritual energy are better there, I do not care. I just want to stay right here." Jiasao cleared her throat defiantly. "Blessed Heavenly Garden is our home, and I am not taking a single step out of here. Blessed Heavenly Garden is our home, and I am not leaving." Daya poked his head out from behind her legs. Hearing her words, Meng Chao was absolutely thrilled. He affectionately ruffled Jiasao's hair and laughed happily. "All right, we will do whatever you want. Our little Cao has really grown up." Suddenly, his system panel flashed with a new notification. Special Citizen, Bai Jiasao, also known as the Dark Witch. Her corruption rate has dropped by 5%. Dragon City's future stability has increased. You have gained 1,112 contribution points. Meanwhile, Jiakao was squeezing Daya's neck so hard that the poor dog had his tongue sticking out. She pouted and complained, "Brother, I do not want to learn singing or dancing anymore. I want to cultivate. I want to get stronger." Meng Chao beamed with joy, his eyebrows arching so high they practically flew right off his face. He instantly replied, "Great. Then starting tonight, you will be practicing standing stance for an extra 2 hours every single night, and I will be right there to guide you." Stronger, he thought to himself, this little butterfly effect of mine has finally brought a glimmer of hope to Dragon City. Inside the small apartment, the lights were still on, and Jiasao's ear-splitting scream echoed out. Was she at it again with that heavy-duty training? SOS. The clock struck exactly 6 in the morning, and the alarm started buzzing and shaking violently. Meng Chao reached out and slammed the button, silencing it instantly. With only 1 day left before the exam, he was still spread-eagled on the bed, sleeping like a corpse, with absolutely no sign of waking up. Jiakao grabbed a megaphone, shoved it right against Meng Chao's ear, and screamed, "Get up and train, bro! The exam is in 2 days." Still half asleep and snoring, he bolted upright as if his soul had been ripped out of his body. Right after that, Jiakao grabbed her backpack with a bright smile and headed out. "Mom, I got him up. I'm off to school." Leaving Meng Chao kicking and screaming in his room. "Bye, Jiakao. Just wait. You're dead meat tonight." Meng Chao's mother set the food on the table with a warm smile. "Are you still picking on your little sister like that? Hurry up and eat your breakfast before it gets cold." As Meng Chao munched on his buns, he turned on the TV to watch the news. Elder Ning was currently being interviewed. He said, "I'm not just establishing the Kindling Foundation." Elder Ning spoke to the camera with a gentle expression, yet his eyes were filled with absolute determination. He declared proudly, "I will also open a free online academy to pass down everything I have learned in my lifetime to any citizen of Dragon City who wants to learn." Some time ago, I was severely injured, but fortunately, a mysterious senior guided me. Elder Ning raised his hand and stared at it, looking as if he had been given a new lease on life. Hearing this, Meng Chao's jaw dropped, and his bun slipped from his hand. He cursed under his breath. Holy crap! He then spread his own palm open, staring at the floating system panels before his eyes. He realized that citizen ranks weren't set in stone, and heroes weren't just born that way. The system notified him that his first healing-type quest was complete. Target: Elite Citizen Ning Shiwo. Hand recovery rate: 93%. Promoted from expert rank to master rank. Having received guidance from the Kindling Elder, he has been promoted to a reserve heroic citizen. Dragon City's overall resource harvesting rate has increased. Contribution points plus 999. As bright golden text flooded Meng Chao's vision, he narrowed his eyes. Any ordinary citizen has the potential to become an elite, and any elite has the chance to become a hero. Principal Sun and Elder Ning are the two I've guided so far. Rest assured, I will definitely become a heroic citizen myself. A notification finally popped up. The lightning cross swordplay is now unlockable. Meng Chao stroked his chin, a wide, excited grin breaking across his face as he muttered to himself, with all the contribution points I got from Elder Ning, I can even upgrade my lightning cross swordplay to expert level. Contributing to Dragon City makes me so damn proud. A legend had been whispered among the beasts of the other world, a legend about a human city that had suddenly appeared right in the middle of the Monster Mountain range. About 20 years ago, a massive, powerful, 9-headed diamond stone dragon rose up in the Monster Mountain range, taming a vast horde of beasts. It decided to wipe Dragon City off the map to prove its absolute power to all the other beasts. That fateful day was June 8th, which also happened to be the day of Dragon City's college entrance exams. But the 9-headed diamond stone dragon was met with the fiercest, most unyielding resistance Dragon City had ever shown. Sword glints and blade shadows lit up the entire sky amid thick, suffocating smoke. Under the combined assault of Dragon City's 10 deity realm experts, even a doomsday beast had no choice but to flee with critical injuries. But this time, Dragon City had no intention of letting the fleeing beast go. A booming thought resonated through the battlefield. Anyone who dares harm our students will be slaughtered without mercy. Thousands of light beams shot up from the ground into the heavens. Covered in blood, the giant dragon crashed down, baring its fangs as it gasped for its final breaths. At an immense cost, after a relentless 3-month hunt, the humans finally slaughtered the 9-headed diamond stone dragon right inside its own lair. The intelligent beasts who possessed human-like minds felt the cold, terrifying determination of humanity. Since then, June 8th became a forbidden date for the monsters of Dragon City. Meanwhile, under the gentle summer breeze and bright sunlight, the school campus seemed incredibly peaceful. The children of Dragon City could finally focus all their attention on their exams, giving everything they had to achieve greatness. Over the intercom, the proctor announced, "Please put on your headphones. The listening test is about to begin." Meng Chao stood at his desk, wearing his virtual reality visor, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard as he thought to himself, testing us on heavy industrial engineering on land? I really want to know which wicked examiner came up with this crazy idea. The prompt popped up. Map out the primary organ structure of the armored rhino dragon and identify its weak points. His fingers glided across the keyboard with absolute mastery. Meng Chao smiled smugly as he worked. Under the watchful eye of the surveillance camera, his hands swept left and right across the keys, knocking out the questions one by one with a happy grin. 4 hours later, Meng Chao raised his hand and spoke up. "Sir, I'm ready to submit my exam." Hearing this, Instructor Yan, who was monitoring the exam behind his screen, nearly jumped out of his seat in shock. With still 1 hour left on the clock, his nimble fingers quickly tapped the submit button. Meng Chao walked out of the exam room, rolling his shoulders to shake off the fatigue. "I've already checked it 3 times, so there shouldn't be any issues. I remember this test site has a recovery zone with healing pods or something. Let's go check it out. Wow, blue skies, white clouds. Everything is so peaceful here. The rustling green leaves make the whole place feel so cozy." 1 hour later, the other students finally walk out of the exam room. Some are laughing, while others are shaking like a leaf. Fai Hung throws his arm over his classmate's shoulder, shivering uncontrollably, and says, "Whoever designed this exam site better, pray I don't find out who they are." His 2 classmates, looking nervously around, angrily chime in. "Yeah, because if we do, we're definitely making them pay. Count me in when that happens. By the way, has anyone seen Super Sue?" Fei Hung excitedly points toward the healing pods across the yard and says, "Let's go find a healing pod to get our strength back. Once we recover, we'll go look for Asieu." The 2 classmates, still on edge, quickly warn him, "Fine, but remember, absolutely do not give him any chance to flex." "Exactly. And whatever you do not ask him how he did on the test." Fai Hung then walks up to the healing pod area to check in. "Hi there. We'd like to use the healing pods to recover our energy." The nurse on duty looks up at him and gasps, "Wow, you're huge." Then she quickly adds, "Sure thing. Just sign in with your names and ID numbers, then find an empty pod and rest in there for 1 hour." Meanwhile, the 2 classmates behind him start gossiping again. "Hey, did you guys hear the rumor? Some crazy genius at our test site turned in their exam 1 whole hour early. That's just insane. Honestly, maybe they're just a total slacker who gave up." Suddenly, a hand reaches up and grabs the edge of a healing pod. Monsieur pops out, slicking back his hair, looking absolutely stunning. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a perfect six-pack. Seriously, he looks so hot. Mansu climbs out, dripping wet. Seeing a crowd of classmates outside, he looks a bit surprised. Huh? But the crowd is even more shocked to see him. Fai Hung is the most embarrassed of them all. He hides in a corner, praying to be invisible, while the nurse's inner fangirl completely takes over as she squeals in delight. Mansu flashes a bright, squinty-eyed smile and greets them. Hey, Fatty Hung, how did the exam go for you guys? The two classmates whisper in panic. Don't tell me that crazy genius is Super Sue. Oh no, what do we do? It feels like we just gave him another chance to flex. The guy next to him nudges Fai Hung with his elbow. Hey, bro Hung, why don't you try picking a fight with him and teach him a lesson? Fai Hung can only make a frustrated face and mutters, I tried, but I can't beat him. The three of them quickly scramble into their healing pods. They slam the doors shut right in his face. Monsieur just stands there helplessly, having absolutely no clue what is going on. Over 1 hour later, in the grade viewing room, the gossiping trio is still huddled together talking about Mansu. Man, what do we do? I really want to know what Asu's score is. Control yourself. We can't ask him. Absolutely do not give him the chance to break our spirits. Exactly. Bro Hung, you've got to believe in yourself. You can resist the urge. Meanwhile, Monsieur is happily sipping on some milk while clicking on the scoreboard. A moment later, he turns around with a mischievous look in his eyes and calls out, Hey, Fatty Hung, you. But before he can even finish his sentence, Fai Hung tightly covers his ears and screams. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Monsieur stares blankly for a second, then puts on a mysterious face and gives Fai Hung a wide, teasing grin. Fai Hung completely loses his cool. His bare ears pop out as he breaks into a cold sweat, absolutely fuming. I can't take it anymore. Just spit it out already. What was your score? Mansu raises his index finger, closing his eyes with a smug grin, and announces, 939 points. First place in the school, and 1084th in the entire city. Fai Hung and his friends are completely frozen. Their faces look pale and hollow, practically looking like walking corpses. They weakly squeak out. Right now, I just want to skip straight to the front lines for the practical combat exam. Yeah, facing terrifying monsters is way better than facing Super Sue. I'm so done. Just let the world end already. Monsieur just watches the three of them go completely silent, drowning in their own despair. Monsieur scratches his head, winking as he thinks to himself, looks like I'll need to give them some serious mental fortitude training. They get discouraged way too easily. Meanwhile, over at the security checkpoint, massive warships and tanks are rumbling down the roads. A large transport truck gets pulled over at a checkpoint. Two young men wearing badges smile and hand over their documents to the guard, saying, Here is our travel pass. Please take a look. Once you get off, you'll need to transfer to armored vehicles to cross the river. The crowd of students steps off the transport, forming a long line as they file inside. Fai Hung, being the biggest of the bunch, ends up at the back of the line. He looks around with a wide grin and says, Man, I've wanted to see the Shichlong River for the longest time. Too bad my dad always said it was way too dangerous and wouldn't let me go near it. Monsieur, standing right in front of him, chimes in. Well, right across the river is the Jiangnan region, and monsters invade there literally every single day. If you went, you'd just end up as monster food. Fai Hung turns his head away, huffing in annoyance. Nearby, a giant warship is aiming its massive cannons toward the riverbank. A classmate catches sight of this and excitedly points, shouting, Wow, the Shichlong River is incredible. Look, there are actual monsters in the water. Hearing this, Fai Hung immediately runs over, shouting, Where? Let me see too. Just beneath the bridge, several terrifying water monsters are thrashing around, looking extremely fierce. Another shout rings out, Look up, it's an armored airship fleet. High above, a fleet of high-tech airships is indeed flying in, looking incredibly cool. They open their cargo bays and start dropping bombs, sending sharp white charges hurtling straight down. A multi-eyed water monster tilts its head up, staring blankly at the bombs falling right toward the water, looking almost confused. Then, just a second later, the river exploded with a deafening boom, sending the water monster's scales flying as it gasped its last breath before heading straight to the underworld. In an instant, the river calmed down, but the water had turned blood red. The beast was dead as a doornail, with a few of its eyeballs popped clean out of its head. A massive net dropped from the sky right over the beast. The airship snagged the monster and hauled it up. That thing looked way heavier than the airship itself. How was it even lifting that giant load? Just then, more monsters started breaching the surface, one after another. They charged straight for the airship. Gun ports along the ship's hull slid open, fully loaded and ready to fire. A hail of bullets rained down, tearing into the beasts in the river. The monsters were blasted to pieces, riddled with charred, smoking holes. Fei Hung and his classmates cheered wildly at the sight, pumping their fists in the air. We humans are definitely the ultimate predators. We eat our way through everything. What monster could stand a chance against us? Honestly, to these poor beasts, we are the real monsters. We're definitely going to come out on top in this battle for survival. Two soldiers stepped off the airship, covered from head to toe in monster blood. They shared a laugh as they chatted. Look at these wet behind the ears punks. They better pack some diapers for the combat test later so they don't wet their pants. Hearing that, Fei Hung puffed out his cheeks, so angry his ears were practically smoking. Just then, a train came screeching to a halt along the track, crossing the river. It was an incredibly long train, stretching back with car after car. It looked spectacular, as thick smoke billowed from the locomotive. When the train finally stopped, a crowd immediately gathered around it. The teacher in charge immediately began ushering the students on board, shouting, "Hurry up and get on! Don't waste time! Once you're on, we are under strict military discipline. Obey every single order. Got it?" A moment later, the train's smokestack billowed again. The train slowly pulled away under the warm sunlight. Down in the Jiangnan region, a massive fleet of warships sat anchored close together beneath a long bridge. Fei Hung pressed his hands against the glass window, staring wide-eyed at the countless airships outside. He yelled, "Siu, look, this is what you call a wall of steel. Holy crap, that's the main cannon of Dragon City. It's absolutely massive." Two other classmates pushed and shoved to get a look. Where? Where is it? Seeing the airships soaring outside alongside that colossal cannon, the cabin erupted in wild cheers. The teacher pointed up and said excitedly, "Have you guys heard? The engineers are currently upgrading the Dragon City main cannon. Now, it can even fire tactical nuclear shells." The student next to him gasped, "No way, is that for real?" Another classmate peered out the window and muttered, "Man, I'd love to see the Dragon City cannon's firepower in action." But then again, maybe not. The student sitting beside him agreed. Yeah, if the Dragon City cannon is firing, especially with nukes, it means Dragon City is in deep trouble. Suddenly, Monsieur gritted his teeth and clutched his head in pain. Ugh, my head. It hurts so bad. Visions flashed across his mind of that very cannon locked in a desperate battle against hordes of monsters. It fired, releasing a devastating blast of blue energy. The sky erupted in a flash brighter than any fireworks, blowing monsters to pieces in every direction. Monsieur snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with confusion and panic. He leaned his head back against the window in a daze, looking outside as he whispered to himself, "Yeah, let's hope it never comes to that." Outside, the giant cannon smoked as airships hovered all around it. The entire military zone was packed with battleships and airships, with a thick shroud of smoke hanging over the area. Finally, Monsieur stepped off the train. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward with a confident stride, though his expression was slightly annoyed. We're finally here. The surrounding landscape was eerie, with plumes of white gas swirling into a dense, overgrown forest where monsters squirmed in the shadows. In the thick of it, monsters were trapped tight in the grip of withered tree trunks, unable to escape as thick white smoke rolled up from the roots. Later that evening, at the base, a room stood brightly lit as everyone gathered outside the entrance. An officer stood at the doorway, spreading his arms and shouting, "Listen up, everyone. Men to the left, women to the right. Go shower and change into your combat gear." He strictly added, "Assemble back here in 10 minutes. Anyone who's late will fail the test on the spot. Dismissed." The showers turned on, spraying water everywhere. Fei Hung stood there, shivering and clutching his chest. With tears streaming down his face, he whimpered, "Siu, this water is freezing." Manhua just grabbed a bucket of water and dumped it straight over Fei Hung's head. He snapped, "Aren't you supposed to be a future general? Quit whining and wash up, fast." Then he went to change, pulling on his military pants before zipping his jacket all the way up to his neck. Manhua adjusted his gloves. The gear looked incredibly badass, and judging by his smirk, he was definitely digging it. Fei Hung raised his arms awkwardly and asked, "This suit is so thin. And what are all these wires and connectors for anyway?" Manhua glared at him and raised his voice, "Just put it on. We're running out of time." The officer stared at his digital watch as the final 3 seconds ticked down. He started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Anyone who didn't make it is disqualified from the combat test immediately. A smart projector powers up behind him. Standing tall and proud, he continues his announcement. Next up, we'll showcase the 4 major combat classes. As the screen flickers to life, the students stand in neat rows. The officer projects his voice. Meanwhile, my comrades are going to help you all test run your combat gear. First up is a badass female warrior. Crossing her arms, she confidently introduces herself. I am Lieutenant Tran of the Red Dragon Army. With the blessing of the heroic spirit, I've become the Black Iron Guardian of the Heroic Spirit Masters. A colossal suit of armor materializes behind her. Its heavy artillery launcher is already primed, and we're talking about a multi-barrel beast, not just some single-bore weapon. A barrage of bullets is unleashed directly at Black Iron. The Heroic Spirit Master explains, the defensive power of the Black Iron Guardian makes it completely indestructible. Even with bullets raining down like crazy, Black Iron doesn't take a single scratch, let alone any real damage. Not even close. Finally, a massive cannonball was fired, hurtling forward with terrifying destructive power, but Black Iron still blocked it with his bare hands. The Heroic Spirit Master screamed, "Spirit weapon integration!" Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, filling the air with thick smoke and flames. The Heroic Spirit Master and Black Iron synchronized their movements. Black Iron swung his massive hammer back, kicking up a cloud of white dust, while the Master let out a fierce roar to pump herself up, her gaze sharp and cold. With another swing of her arm, Black Iron raised his hammer and smashed the machine into absolute pieces. Fixyong's jaw dropped, his eyes literally sparkling with excitement. He gasped, "That's so strong," and began shaking Meng Chao vigorously, shaking him until he was completely dizzy. This is the one. Becoming a Heroic Spirit Master. That's my dream. Spinning and completely dazed, Meng Chao still managed to mutter, "Man, wake up." Once released, Meng Chao spun around in a daze, but he still pointed to the sky and said, "Becoming a Heroic Spirit Master is incredibly hard. You have to be top tier in everything: intelligence, personality, character, and raw strength." Fake Xiong scratched his head, pouting shyly. "Hey, everyone's got dreams. Sure, I might be a little lacking in the brain department, but my character is top-notch." Suddenly, the crowd around them started shouting, "Holy crap, mech masters are so freaking cool." Meng Chao and Fei Chang's eyes went wide too. An armored vehicle with its headlights blazing sped into view, while countless drones buzzed and circled in the air above. Standing proudly on top of the vehicle was a giant robot holding a hammer in its right hand and a sword in its left. The sight of such a massive mechanical army left everyone completely speechless. A single mech master is literally a one-man army. Meng Chao tilted his head and thought, yeah, that's true. With the way Dragon City's technology has been advancing, whether it is mecha-style combat or armored vehicles enhanced by exoskeletons, they are all constantly elevating the status of mech masters. Fei Chong put his hands to his cheeks, completely starstruck. Whoa, that is massive. Next, a petite girl appeared, standing fearlessly before a colossal monster. Her heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one pink, were striking. She spoke coldly, "I am the Swarm Queen." Planting her feet and waving her hand, the airflow around her turned into crackling pink energy, like lightning. The earth beneath her feet ruptured as monsters burrowed up from the ground in chaotic piles. True to her name, an army of countless insects and bugs surged forth, screeching as they awaited her command. The swarm rapidly charged at the monster, tearing at its head and limbs. It was absolutely stomach-churning. Long tubes extending from the airship were being plugged into the students' combat suits. As Meng Chao held his arms out, he thought blankly to himself, the beast-taming department at Agricultural University doesn't seem too bad either. They have plenty of resources, and their combat power is pretty solid too. Once the connection was secure, special liquid and microparticles were pumped into the suit. Then he reconsidered. Actually, forget it. When a beast tamer is controlling a monster, some of their brain pathways are wide open, making them way too vulnerable to mental invasion. Finally, the tube was disconnected from Meng Chao's suit. He raised his arm, flexing his muscles as he thought, with so many secrets locked inside my head, I'd better be a little careful. Shen Nan strode forward heroically, waving his arm as brilliant streams of light wrapped around him and spiritual energy flooded his body, activating his spiritual veins, unlocking his latent genetic potential, and drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Shen Nan threw a heavy punch that made the monster shriek in pain, unleashing a move of terrifying power. With just one blow, the monster was completely obliterated, its body crumbling into pieces before dissolving away. Shen Nan stood sideways, his brow furrowed in a serious expression. This is a martial artist, the pinnacle of the 4 major combat classes. All the students stared intently at the screen. Meng Chao was deeply focused, wearing an admiring smile as he thought to himself, fists connecting with solid flesh like that, relying solely on one's own flesh and blood. This brilliant path is truly something to yearn for. Then, a soldier suddenly placed a helmet on Meng Chao's head, catching him slightly off guard. The soldier announced in a loud voice, "All communication devices successfully connected. All candidate vitals are normal." The screen on the visor in front of his eyes began analyzing Fei Xiong's body. Meng Chao stared at the data scrolling across his visor, slightly dazed. An announcement rang out. Practical combat assessment may now begin. A massive mission interface, long as a scroll, popped up. The mission summary showed that our forces had detected Earth structures hidden deep within the thick fog. The task for our unit, 5523, was to clear the Dawn Machinery Factory area and eliminate all monsters occupying the factory grounds within 6 hours. It was now 12 o'clock midnight. The practical combat assessment officially began, with candidates firing their guns relentlessly at the monsters. Gunfire echoed everywhere as monster blood splattered in all directions. Candidates dashed back and forth with swords, slicing off monster heads left and right. Some used their fists, which seemed to be enhanced with booster engines on their gauntlets, and a single blow would shatter the monster's jaw and take it out instantly. But one person remained standing in place, taking only a single step, fully geared with shells and ammunition hanging all over his body. Meng Chao thought, to prevent the fierce-biting rats from escaping the exam grounds, scent markers of their natural enemies had already been spread around the perimeter beforehand. A sword hung at his hip, while a box engraved with an X shape and extra ammunition were strapped to his back. As Meng Chao calmly walks through the chaotic battlefield, he begins analyzing the situation. This means the blind-biting rats must be lingering on the outskirts. His gaze is sharp, his expression cool and calculated. Actually, the numbers are limited. One candidate, carrying a massive cannon atop a huge water pipe, scoffs. Let those amateurs waste their time on the outskirts. Talk about a picture-perfect cinematic shot. Fang Da glances over and suggests, let the 3 of us have a duel. Shi Feng looks down as well, replying coldly. When it comes to those blind-biting rats and the other 2, he honestly has zero interest in fighting them. Luo Hai calmly stares ahead and notes, personally, I don't think we should underestimate Meng Chao from No. 9 High School. Vines wrap tightly around the floors, and monsters begin crawling up from below in massive numbers. The guy on the cannon unleashes a barrage of fire, his 6-barrel gun raining bullets like crazy. As he slides down, he shouts, "So where's the guy who traded for a mountain of hand cannons anyway? We can talk when he gets to the other side." Luo Hai dual wields his pistols, firing non-stop and sending the monsters flying down before they can even get close. Even as he pulls the trigger, his mind wanders. Luo Hai can't help but wonder, Meng Chao, what on earth are you trying to do? Meng Chao's X-shaped box is now lying wide open on the ground. While everyone else is busy fighting monsters, Meng Chao is over here digging the ground with a shovel. He pours 2 bottles of liquid in at the same time, along with a chocolate bar. Then, Meng Chao stirs it continuously until the mixture starts thickening. He pulls it out and rolls it into a ball with rapid, steady movements, finally creating a smelly, round pill. Meng Chao looks at it and smirks. Success. He then tosses it straight into the hole he just dug. Attracted by the scent of the pill, all kinds of insects begin crawling out one after another. Meng Chao uses tweezers to pick up a multi-eyed worm, which squirms in shock. Then, he uses a sharp knife to make a clean, swift slice along its body. As the central nerve cord of the worm pops out, Meng Chao squeezes it for juice. Golden drops of liquid slowly drip into his bottle. The moment the scent hits his nose, Meng Chao grins from ear to ear in pure delight, thinking, yes, this is the exact smell. Teacher Yan watches Meng Chao's antics on the screen and is completely speechless, while the other teachers can't stop complaining. Who knows what this kid is up to? He didn't do anything at the start, and now he's just messing around. Isn't he Meng Chao, the one principal's son thinks so highly of? Too bad, only Teacher Yan seems to realize what he's actually scheming. He thinks to himself, has Meng Chao's harvesting technique really become this proficient? Meng Chao picks up a monster, using his other hand to slice a straight line with his sword from tail to head. At this moment, Meng Chao doesn't realize he's in a monster's red crosshairs. A ferocious beast pounces, attacking him from behind. Fortunately, he dodges just in time. Ignoring the attacking monsters, he remains completely focused on the liquid in his bottle. He stretches out a long strand of it and stares closely. Meng Chao then charges forward aggressively, wiping out any rats that dare block his path. Once that's done, he quickly pulls out a prepared bottle from his bag. Next, Meng Chao continues charging toward them, taking down the entire pack of ferocious rats in the blink of an eye. With just a swift, clean slash, they fall one by one like dominoes, unable to withstand even a single blow. This alone is more than enough to make his peers gasp in admiration. This classmate's skills aren't bad, but he seems like a bit of a freak. His attack angles are perfect, every strike is a fatal blow, and he specifically targets female rats. Looks like it. Quick, look, he's sitting down again. What is he trying to do now? After that, they closely watch every single move Meng Chao makes, no matter how small. He suddenly opens a mysterious box. Next, he sets down a pot containing a strange liquid he prepared beforehand. This leaves the onlookers completely baffled, wondering, what is he doing? Next, Meng Chao is seen using tweezers to extract a key organ from the beast. This action makes them even more suspicious. It looks like he's harvesting the reproductive glands of the female rats. And that's not all. They also see him pour in 2 more bottles of a strange red liquid. They boldly guess that the insect liquid seems to have a stimulating effect on the nervous system. Finally, Meng Chao skillfully mixes the concoction together. His classmates watching from outside suspect that if he adds more calamine, it'll turn into a stimulant for the monsters. Once the mixture is ready, Meng Chao pulls out a syringe he prepared beforehand and draws the mixture into it. Then, he injects it straight into the rice ball he brought along. At this moment, a smirk plays on Meng Chao's lips as he mutters to himself, "Finally, it's complete." That is the premium rice ball he went to such great lengths to prepare. Then, he happily runs toward them, warmly calling out, "Time to eat, guys." At this point, everyone is completely bewildered by his bizarre actions, but looking deep into his eyes, they're watching in pure awe. Since when did number 9 High get such a freak, a mad scientist? This guy is actually pretty interesting. But since he's only entering the field now, his score is going to take a major hit. Meng Chao dashes toward his target, completely unaware that someone is quietly watching his every move from high above. That person is none other than the respected Principal Sunday. Judging by the kid's direction, he makes a skeptical guess. Is he heading toward that drain pipe? Seeing the boy charge forward without hesitation makes him wonder. That area is filled with traps. He'd be much better off going to the central zone. Let's hope this kid can give me a few surprises. Once inside the drain pipe, Meng Chao drops the special grade rice balls he put so much effort into preparing. Wherever there's a sewer grate, he drops one down. Just a moment later, a mouth-watering aroma begins to drift up. It's an irresistible scent for the rats. The examiner, seeing this, also questions the purpose of those actions. What is he doing now? Is he just sitting back and waiting for the prey to come to him? To test his theory, he quickly points to a spot and asks the tech team to bring up the camera feed. Sure enough, what happens next blows his mind. He gasps in disbelief. What on earth is that? Watching them swarm toward the sewer grates where the food was scattered only confuses him more, making him wonder if those fierce devouring rats have completely lost their minds. Meanwhile, Teacher Yan, who has been silent and contemplative this whole time, is secretly feeling very proud of his student. Looks like Meng Chao's plan is working. Right now, hordes of devouring rats are aggressively charging from all directions toward the spot Meng Chao set up. Just like that, they walk right into his trap, gathering at a single point, meaning all he has to do is throw one hand grenade. At this point, Meng Chao lets out a sigh of relief now that his plan has succeeded. The grenades are quickly detonated, sending thick smoke billowing into the air as fires rage. The destructive power is absolutely terrifying, as if it wants to wipe out the entire swarm of devouring rats in one single blow. Hearing such a massive explosion, the other students quickly run over to see what on earth is going on. With their experience, they instantly recognize the sound of hand grenades. Who would bring that many grenades with them? They wonder in disbelief. Judging by the frequency, do they want to blow those devouring rats to pieces 100 times over? On his end, Fake Xiong can also hear the sheer force of the blast. He's absolutely positive it has to be Meng Chao. That punk is showing off again. This time, I am absolutely not checking the scoreboard. I won't give him the satisfaction. Finally, After a hard day of grinding, the scoreboard shows the following results. Fangda, 703. Luo Hai, 697. Shifeng, 695. Meng Chao, 672. Meanwhile, in another area, they are also locked in a fierce battle with these rats. Their group of 3 is making the most of their firearms and grenades to take down the devouring rats, not resting for even a second. Upon hearing the news, Fangda can't hide his shock, asking with his jaw dropped, killing nearly 100 devouring rats in the blink of an eye? How on earth did he pull that off? Was that constant blasting just now really Meng Chao's doing? Following that, Fangda asserts with absolute certainty. He clearly didn't exchange for even one bullet, relying solely on grenades to blow them up. How could he kill so many? In the entire machinery factory, the devouring rats are most densely packed in this area. Not only that, but Xie Feng keeps wondering to himself, where on earth did he find so many devouring rats? Every cold, sharp slash of his blade cuts down countless beasts. Contrasting with his 2 panicked friends, Luo Hai remains perfectly calm from start to finish. Hasn't he just killed a few rats? Because to him, this doesn't prove a thing. The real show is only just beginning. After midnight is when the real movie starts. Hearing this, Shifeng can't help but nod in agreement. Exactly. The beasts that appear after midnight are worth at least 10 times more than these devouring rats. As for Fangda, while slaying beasts, he suddenly remembers something important about Meng Chao. I remember he only exchanged for 1 cheap lightning saber. Killing devouring rats has already chipped his blade. He probably doesn't even want to participate in the remaining tests. At the same time, deep inside a forest, Meng Chao is quietly sitting on a tree branch, observing his surroundings. He takes advantage of every second to review today's achievements and is temporarily satisfied. His haul so far isn't bad at all. Then, he leaps down from the branch to the ground, landing with swift precision. By now, Meng Chao is mature enough to realize that to get into the best major, he must give it his absolute all. Right now, there are countless mutated insects crawling all over the ground. Seeing this, he uses his shovel to dig a little and finds even more mutated insects than he imagined. Picking up one scorpion by its tail, he smiles. Consider this, my heads up. I'm not holding back anymore. And this time, Meng Chao's actions left one of his classmates completely baffled. No matter how much the guy thought about it, he just couldn't figure out what his motive was. What on earth is he doing? Is he trying to make rice balls again? He doesn't seem to have that many tricks up his sleeve. Since his explanation was full of holes, the teacher could only offer some gentle guidance. Look at those venomous creatures, the black-tailed scorpions and giant red centipedes. Everything he chose this time is perfect for wilderness combat. Even I was caught off guard by Meng Chao, and I have to admit, I'm highly impressed. This kid might look wet behind the ears, but he handles things like a seasoned veteran who has spent decades fighting deep in the fog. He narrowed his eyes, starting to find this whole situation rather interesting. Meanwhile, Meng Chao kept working with absolute precision and mastery. He quickly located the venom sac inside the scorpion, then skillfully used a pair of tweezers to extract it from the body. He didn't stop there. He went on to harvest the meat inside with the steady hands of a seasoned pro. Next, Meng Chao carefully placed the harvested venom into a container he had prepared beforehand. Then came his favorite part, coating the venom onto his prized sword, which immediately got the crowd whispering in awe once again. Look, he is coating his blade with poison. Just like that, moments later, the sword began to glow with a sickly green hue. Taking on the color of the venom, it was time for the most crucial step, testing it out. First up, he needed to check the adhesive strength of the poison. The second test was to determine how long the venom would remain potent. He picked out an unfortunate little creature to test it on first, and the results were highly satisfying. In the end, Meng Chao lay back with a satisfied grin, resting on the pile of glorious prey he had just hunted down. Even though he didn't need it right away, this was all preparation to absorb the phantom cat later on. Meng Chao carefully piled up his loot and stood there for a moment, leaning against a tree as his mind drifted off. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 3 a.m. the next morning, the exact time scheduled to release the second wave of beasts. This was the moment the gates to the 2 dungeons holding these highly dangerous beasts finally swung open. Just one look at their razor-sharp claws was enough to tell how fierce and lethal these beasts really were. With icy, piercing glares, they let out terrifying, bone-chilling roars. On top of that, they were massive and powerful, making it clear that the students were in for a brutal fight with very slim chances of survival. Even so, Some students let their guard down and were immediately flanked from behind the moment the announcement for the second wave went out. Caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush, they couldn't even react in time, leaving them with nothing to do but scream in agony. The pack of savage beasts tore into the students, mercilessly ripping them apart and putting them through absolute hell. After leaving their victims battered and bruised, the beasts arrogantly strutted away, vanishing into the darkness. Watching the entire situation unfold from high above, Principal Sun made sure to remind his staff to stay extremely alert. He constantly repeated his most crucial rule: keep a close eye on the examinee's vitals at all times. First and foremost, the examinee's lives had to be protected at all costs. Meanwhile, over at Meng Chao's location, the beasts had already sniffed him out. Yet, his face remained dead calm. Even as the beasts closed in on him from every possible angle, he didn't show a single hint of fear, despite being completely surrounded. Meng Chao had zero intention of backing down. Instead, he just stared them down with a cold, sly smirk. "You guys came right on time." He turned to face them directly, his lips curling into a grin as if a perfect plan had just clicked in his mind. Meng Chao's hand tightened around the hilt of his high-grade sword, and just as you'd expect, he delivered a single clean slash, sweeping the entire pack off their feet like a house of cards. Still, their sheer ferocity and cunning strength were definitely not to be taken lightly. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a beast leaped out from behind, trying to catch him off guard. He couldn't help but marvel at his own craftiness. The venom was working wonders, completely wrecking their hearing and balance. The tension mounted as more phantom cats kept circling, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Without even looking back, he delivered a brutal back kick straight into its chest, while his hand quickly snatched up his venom-coated blade. With everything set, Meng Chao charged forward, ready to face them head-on. As a phantom cat lunged at him with claws bared, he remained completely unfazed. Showing absolutely no fear, he drove his knee straight into its face, delivering a devastating blow that sent the beast reeling in pain. He narrowed his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Now that the test is complete, it's time to move on to the next zone. Grabbing his blade with a tighter grip, he bolted forward into the dark all by himself. A swarm of monsters. He charged in like a storm, unleashing precise strikes to bring them down in a single blow. His attacks were so overwhelming that not a single beast could escape his reach, collapsing one after another. This was the resilient and relentless Meng Chao, charging ahead completely alone with his poisoned blade, taking down countless powerful phantasm cats. His technique was so fierce that a classmate couldn't help but gasp in sheer awe. What a blade style, and it didn't stop there. The crowd began talking excitedly, sensing that his skills might actually surpass Luo Hai's. How is that even possible? Luo Hai's dad is a 6-star superhuman Luo Wu, the soul-breaking saber. Suddenly, an irritated voice chimed in to snap them back to reality. "Quiet down and just look." It seems he's finally entered the inner zone. That instantly silenced the crowd, and no one dared to say another word. Teacher Yan also watched his every move intently, but in just a flash, the beasts were completely wiped out. This only confirmed Meng Chao's suspicion. Sure enough, he had indeed stepped into the inner zone. The phantasm cats were definitely not few in number. Just as he took a few steps inside, another pack of beasts began to emerge on the outskirts. But strangely enough, they didn't even head his way, instead rushing entirely toward the mysterious figures. This left Meng Chao wondering, is there really someone who attracts phantasm cats even more than I do? He headed over to investigate, and just happened to see that familiar trio working in tight coordination to fight off a swarm of phantasm cats. From a distance, Fang Da spotted the approaching figure and muttered in disbelief. "Meng Chao? What is he doing here? Trying to steal our points." But because of that narrow-minded attitude, the moment he finished speaking, he was immediately called an idiot. As Luo Hai slashed down to kill another phantasm cat, he explained in a low voice. "Put that aside for a second. The practical exam rules don't even allow stealing monster kills. For him, their score didn't even matter at this point. With the way things are going, our lungs are about to burst. I'm actually hoping he'll come over and help carry some of this weight." Meng Chao also realized the group ahead was Luo Hai's squad. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, these three are incredibly proud. But since he wasn't petty, he decided to give them a hand, considering they were testing in the same arena. He poured the red monster-attracting liquid all over his protective gear, drawing the beast's attention entirely to himself so they would stop attacking Luo Hai's squad. With a determined and excited look, Meng Chao whispered under his breath, "Come on, my little darlings, He stood there, waiting to wipe them all out in one clean sweep. Once the phantasm cats had locked onto him as their sole target, Meng Chao called out to them. "The three of you, quickly recover your strength." Following Luo Hai's lead, Fang Da and Xie Feng quickly did exactly that. After all, Fang Da wanted to use this chance to see what the guy was actually capable of. As for Meng Chao, his expression remained completely calm and unbothered from start to finish, keeping his focus entirely on the fight. With his sharp agility and combat experience, he knew this was the first wave of attacks, and he only had one shot. Charging straight ahead, he seized the perfect opening to wipe out the phantasm cats. Just like that, Meng Chao agilely swept from one spot to another, completely wiping out the pack of beasts. And in the blink of an eye, he had taken down countless phantasm cats all by himself in a single sweep. Once it was all over, Meng Chao rested his blade on his shoulder, with a satisfied smile, pleased with his latest achievements. Next, with just a single slash, he easily brought down 3 phantasm cats at once. Just like that, the beasts that had rushed to attack him were left completely unable to stand, sprawled out on the ground in a pathetic state. Even though Meng Chao had wiped out the beasts all on his own, Fang Da just scoffed in disappointment. And here I thought he was actually skilled. Turns out he's just relying on a poisoned blade. Let's see what he does once his poison runs out. But with his sharp eyes, Luo Hai noticed something entirely different, thinking deeply. Even though Meng Chao's attacks aren't lethal, his fighting style is incredibly energy efficient. Neutralizing them like this is actually much more absolute. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly, filled with anticipation. Once the poison runs dry, will he have other tricks up his sleeve? Eventually, after some intense combat, Meng Chao's blade reverted to its original appearance, signaling that the poison had finally run out. Because of that, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his head. Glancing at the 3 who were still standing there in a daze, he made his decision. Time to switch tactics. Might as well teach Luo Hai and his squad a lesson, and do my part for Dragon City. Moments later, a phantasm cat lunged ferociously to attack Meng Chao, but without saying a single word, he reached straight out to block its sharp fangs, calmly stating, "Bullets and blades aren't the only things that count as weapons." Next, Meng Chao skillfully swung his blade, stabbing it straight into the beast before adding another comment. In combat, absolutely everything around us is a weapon. For example, the very combat suits we wear. Luo, Hai, and the others were completely stunned. Lun Fangda felt his head spinning, wondering, what on earth does he mean? He's inspecting while teaching us at the same time. They stared at the bite marks on Meng Chao's arm and cried out in shock. Look, is he utilizing the condensed defensive power of his combat suit? As the areas bitten by the beasts suddenly swelled up, Meng Chao slowly spoke. Evading the phantom cat's attacks and hunting them in the dark drains a massive amount of stamina and focus. But if you use your combat suit as a shield, as bait, your hunting efficiency will skyrocket. He stood tall and unyielding, completely ignoring the beasts charging wildly at him. Monsters of all kinds seemed to be swarming toward Meng Chao from every direction. All he needed to do was find a way to fight off the phantom cats and stay alive. And as for his damaged combat suit, Meng Chao's expression remained perfectly calm as he casually said, "Even if it gets ruined, points won't be deducted." Seeing his situation grow increasingly critical, Fangda furiously demanded, "Now you have no venom blade and no combat suit. What are you going to do next?" Xifeng watched silently, completely focused, while Luo Hai sank into deep thought, seemingly running calculations in his head. In response to Fangda's provocation, Meng Chao threw his helmet straight to the ground and asserted in a low, firm voice, "Like I said, when you truly have the will to fight and a clear objective, anything on a real battlefield that helps you resist the enemy, no matter how big or small, is a weapon." Suddenly, he ripped off his protective vest and calmly added, "And that includes our own bodies." Meng Chao dared to take such a risk because he knew full well that the greatest strengths of the phantom cats were their speed and stealth. By using his clothes and his own flesh as bait, he was intentionally letting the phantom cats get close. In doing so, the beasts would lose all rationality and instinct, recklessly charging forward, which instantly neutralized their greatest advantage. And the core principle of combat is that a monster without its advantage is no longer a threat. No matter how ferocious they are, once they lose their edge, victory is out of their grasp, allowing Meng Chao to easily eliminate them in an instant. This alone was enough to throw the other phantom cats into a state of panic, shifting the battlefield advantage heavily in his favor. To Meng Chao, Once their combat advantage was gone, the beasts were nothing to worry about. Driven by this mindset, no matter how numerous or ferocious they were, they didn't bother him in the slightest. Surrounded on all sides, Meng Chao calmly reached into his medical kit, quickly treating his superficial wounds with the supplies he had prepared. He then expertly wrapped them with bandages in a highly practiced manner. Once finished, he poured that red liquid all over himself again to lure the monsters toward him. At this point, Luo Hai finally understood Meng Chao's plan and thought to himself, no wonder he kept trading his written exam score for medical kits. He planned all along to trade wounds for lives. Shifeng was also puzzled by his actions and thought, in terms of pure martial arts, he's absolutely no match for me. Fangda had his own thoughts as well, feeling that when it came to spearmanship, he was miles ahead of Meng Chao. Yet, the one thing that forced all three of them to admit defeat and hold him in absolute respect was that this guy was just too ruthless. Watching Meng Chao wipe the blood from his face as if preparing to jump right back into the fray, Fangda couldn't help but ask in shock, "You can still keep going?" Hearing this, Meng Chao barely turned his head and flatly replied, "My stamina isn't depleted yet, and this blood loss doesn't affect my movements at all." Why wouldn't I keep going? With Dragon City's current technology, minor injuries like these are barely an issue. With that, Meng Chao dashed forward at an incredible speed, declaring with resolve, "Our goal this time is to slaughter a massive number of monsters." Charging like a god of war, he tore through the surrounding phantom cats and sneered, "If you don't push your body to the absolute limit, isn't that just a waste?" Just like that, Meng Chao fought like a man reborn, charging ahead with a fiercely powerful body, taking down one beast after another. Countless phantom cats collapsed under his precise, deadly strikes. Witnessing Meng Chao put his life on the line over and over again, they couldn't help but ask out loud, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" To which he calmly replied, "Of course I am." Then, Meng Chao firmly reminded them of an absolute truth. "But you'd better remember on the battlefield, the more you fear death, the faster you'll die." A terrifying beast suddenly appears right behind him, but with a sharp, murderous glint in his eyes, Meng Chao just coldly declares, "To survive, you must put your life on the line. You have to find a path to life through death itself." With a swift step back, he swings his blade, slicing right through the phantom cat trying to ambush him. Here, the only rule is to conquer the beasts. As the beasts grow stronger and time flies by, countless variables can happen at any moment. Once the phantom cat collapses in a corner, unable to fight back anymore, he calmly speaks up. "All we can do comes down to 4 words. Strike fast, win fast." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, everyone is glued to the screens. They carefully follow every single move of the exam. After all, adversity breeds greatness. After careful consideration, Colonel Zhang already has his own plans. He immediately orders his subordinate to look into this kid. If everything checks out, this talented recruit will belong to the Dragon City Military Academy. The subordinate doesn't dare delay and quickly acknowledges the order. But just a moment later, a tall figure approaches and says, with a knowing grin, "Colonel Zhang, you haven't even asked for his opinion. Aren't you afraid of claiming the wrong kid?" The real reason he says this is to recruit Meng Chao for himself, so he boldly declares, with Meng Chao's incredible potential, as long as he joins the martial arts department at Dragon City University, his future achievements will be absolutely limitless. While the two men are glaring at each other with sparks flying, a sweet, charming voice intervenes from behind. "Calm down, you two. It is just one Meng Chao, so let us not ruin our relationship over him." In front of her seniors, she smugly declares that his father is a harvester who actually knows Elder Ning from our university. He is already destined to join our monster university, so there is no need for you two to fight over him. Her words leave them absolutely speechless with rage. Just then, everyone suddenly gasps, shifting their gaze back to the monitors. "Look, Meng Chao is sitting down. It looks like he killed the phantom cat." Just like that, Meng Chao single-handedly wipes out the phantom cats, leaving the rest of the pack so terrified they can only back away in fear. Meanwhile, Meng Chao is completely unfazed. Looking at the leaderboard, he thinks to himself with satisfaction, my citywide rank is 273. That is enough kills. Now, to wait for the next stage. Meanwhile, Fang Da is still in a panic, unsure of what to do next. What do we do now? The phantom cats are scared stiff because of him. Even though we recovered our stamina, we will not get points as efficiently as before. Luo Hai simply replies, "Just kill as many as you can." At least with his current condition, We do not even need to worry about the boss in the next stage. What Feng is truly curious about is which monster will be chosen as the boss for the third stage of this year's practical exam. But just a moment later, the smart device on Feng Da's wrist suddenly beeps. On their screens is a beast known as one of the most powerful creatures alive. The incoming data leaves him completely flabbergasted, prompting him to gasp. A blade-shattering python? That is the strongest apex serpent below a super beast. Are the examiners insane? There should be a limit to how hard they can crank up the difficulty. Even Meng Chao is wide-eyed with shock when he sees the notification, thinking to himself, a blade-shattering python. This year's exam is truly insane. Despite his frustration, Feng Da swallows his anger and says gratefully, Meng Chao, thank you for your advice earlier. It really gave us a lot of practical combat experience. But I really want to know, given your current condition, how do you plan to handle the blade-shattering python? One dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. Shrugging casually, he replies bluntly, I do not. I already have enough points to easily get into a standard major, so why bother fighting anymore? His casual reply is so unexpected that all three of them yell out in sheer shock. What? They wonder in utter disbelief. How could he be content with just a standard major? Seeing how tense they are, Meng Chao cannot help but burst out laughing. Just kidding. Of course I'm going to fight, but with my physical condition right now, I will just have to follow behind you guys. This immediately ticks them off again, and they snap at him. Are you trying to steal our kills? Hearing them accuse him of stealing, he just chuckles and tactfully explains, Come on, how is that stealing? You guys want to get into the top-tier majors, so you will definitely risk your lives to slay a single blade-shattering python, right? I will just follow behind. Once you run out of steam and pull back, I will find the perfect moment to strike. Realizing that Meng Chao's rescue had an ultimate motive all along, Luo Hai looks at him and asks directly, So, is that why you slaughtered those crazed phantom cats earlier? To force us into a corner where we have no choice but to fight the blade-shattering python? Wait, what? But how could you possibly know what kind of monster would be in the final round of the practical combat test? Since he asked, Meng Chao had no intention of hiding it and answered him honestly. 1 month before the exam's death and disability waivers were announced, the test of our intelligence-gathering skills had already started. By that time, you guys should have already figured out that this year's boss would be extremely dangerous and formulated a strategy on how to counter it. Yet, not only did you guys completely ignore this critical piece of information, but you also insisted on chasing perfection and style in combat. Saying this, he suddenly paused for a moment and said in a low, serious voice, Maybe in a school setting or a virtual battlefield, that is a goal you can actually achieve. But in real combat, it will only put you in 10 times more danger. Once Shifeng finally understood what was going on, he let out a cold snort. At the same time, the system notified that normal citizen Shifeng had received your guidance. Combat experience upgraded. Contribution points plus 17. Luo Hai, still unable to wrap his head around this, asked in disbelief, So you started predicting the beast and planning your strategy a whole month ago? Right then, the system notified that normal citizen Luo Hai had received your guidance. Combat experience upgraded. Contribution points plus 15. Not only that, normal citizen Fangda had also received your guidance. Combat experience upgraded. Contribution points plus 13. Forcing someone as arrogant and stubborn as him to completely yield and admit defeat. Even though you used me this time, I really can't complain. I am totally convinced. Having said enough, Meng Chao slung his blade over his shoulder, turned to leave, and didn't forget to remind them, Since I've taught you guys so much, I hope you can at least heavily injure those blade-shattering pythons so I can swoop in for the easy kills. Meanwhile, in another area, a pair of fierce, watchful eyes silently observed everything, as if to say, Heads up, they're here. Its flexible, split tongue flicked out, sensing scents in the air to hunt and navigate, as the gently swaying flowers made a familiar rustling sound. Right there, the massive silhouette of a giant blade-shattering python loomed, waiting in ambush for its enemies to arrive. And as a meticulous person, Luo Hai warned them cautiously, You two, watch out. Try not to target the same blade-shattering python at once. Xie Feng immediately raised his guard, while Fangda spoke up with a hint of regret. Too bad I'm out of ammo. Otherwise, I'd show you guys how I take on 3 of them at once. Suddenly, a blade-shattering python burst right through the door from behind them, forcing them to quickly yell out, Watch your heads! But it didn't stop there. Another one of its pack blocked the exit, making them gasp in panic. Oh no, there's a blade-shattering python at the door too. Right after that, another one smashed through the wall and lunged straight at Fang Da, taking him by surprise. It came right through the wall. Man, its scales are incredibly tough. Still, he felt there was a silver lining to their bad luck and said in relief, "Fortunately, there are only 3. We can handle this." The moment he said that, 2 more slithered in, prompting Luo Hai and Shi Feng to shout, "No, there are 4! There are 2 of them at the door!" With that, they both charged forward to fight them, agreeing to split up and warn each other. Be careful, don't let them coil around you. But if those 2 were fighting 2 pythons, didn't that mean there were still 2 left? Realizing this, Fang Da stood frozen and asked, "Huh? I have to take on 2 blade-shattering pythons all by myself?" Staring at the 2 blade-shattering pythons with their jaws wide open, Fang Da felt utterly betrayed by their cold friendship and cursed in anger. "Luo Hai, you 2 are such jerks." They aggressively rammed their bodies straight through the solid walls without taking a single scratch. In stark contrast, Fang Da was getting beaten to a pulp, unable to even stand on his feet before face-planting onto the ground. Panicking, he cried out, "Ah, they're way too strong." Before he could even land a single blow, he was about to be swallowed whole, leaving him thinking in utter despair, "I can't dodge this at all. My life is more important. I need to call Meng Chao for help right now." Fang Da then used every ounce of his strength to make a narrow escape, barely saving his own skin. Once he was absolutely sure he was safe, he screamed out for backup, "Meng Chao, get out here. If you don't, you're literally leaving me to die." But the second those words left his mouth, the 2 blade-shattering pythons caught up and slithered right in front of him, leaving him terrified and in total panic. At this very moment, Fang Da had no choice but to focus all his strength, rushing toward his blade. Grabbing it tightly, he roared, "Die!" Regaining some of his confidence, he fiercely brandished his blade at them and yelled, "Did you think I was an easy target? Bring it on." But his defiance only seemed to make the blade-shattering pythons even angrier. Baring its wide-open jaws and venomous fangs, it lunged to attack him. This time, Fang Da had the upper hand, as he proactively jumped into the air. His attacks hit that thick, rock-hard hide, but they did absolutely nothing to it. He was so frustrated he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, this thing is way too tough. I can't even scratch it." He stared helplessly at that spike-covered hide harder than solid rock, completely clueless on how to get through it. Desperate, Fang Da even tried to saw at it with his combat saber, but it didn't do a damn thing. Panic started to set in as he realized his trusted saber was totally useless here. He kept desperately trying one thing after another with 0 success, all while having to constantly dodge the beast's relentless, savage attacks. Seeing the gap between him and the monster closing fast, Fang Da had no choice but to leap down from above. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This blade-shattering python has absolutely no weaknesses. How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing?" But the drop was too high. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his protective gear saved his life, but his fall only whipped the blade-shattering python into a frenzy, and it lunged at him with even more savage fury. Pushing through the rubble and dust, Fang Da forced himself back onto his feet, wincing in pain. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with pure determination. He spat on the ground and growled, "You think just because my weapon's useless, you overgrown pests can just walk all over me?" But after a quick reality check, Fang Da decided that running away was his absolute best option right now. So, he bolted for his life, shouting back to mock them, "Hey, you brainless beasts can't even catch me, can you?" Meanwhile, Meng Chao was watching from a corner, silently counting down, 59, 45. Even while dodging the python's relentless strikes, Fang Da still tried to put on a brave face, shouting, "Can't help it. I'm just too fast for you guys." By the time the countdown hit 30 seconds, massive boulders were shattering into pieces from the python's sheer force, turning Fang Da's escape route into an absolute obstacle course. Just as Meng Chao reached 23, disaster struck. Running at breakneck speed, Fang Da didn't see a jagged rock in his path and tripped. He lost his balance, crashing hard onto the dirt face first. The clock was now at 10 seconds, but things were about to get a whole lot worse. At 7 seconds, one of the blade-shattering pythons lunged forward, its razor-sharp spikes tearing a deep gash into his calf. Blood started gushing out, and his nightmare was far from over. Cornered against a solid wall, with absolutely no escape, panic completely took over. I'm dead! I'm dead! There's no way out! The countdown hit 1 second. No, 0. The 1-minute mark was up. Fang Da was completely helpless, cornered like a rat with 0 fight left in him. But right at that split second, a brilliant flash of light cut through the dark, accompanied by Meng Chao's calm, low voice. Once you're out of combat for a full minute, it doesn't count as kill stealing. That flash was a devastating slash from Meng Chao's blade, carrying enough force to tear right through the python's armored hide and slice its spine clean in half. Just like that, a terrifying blade-shattering python was instantly slaughtered in a single strike. Meng Chao calmly shrugged and said, "So, I'll be taking this blade-shattering python off your hands, then." As warm blood splattered across the ground, Fang Da finally let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He was still shaking with fear, thinking, I actually survived. That guy, Meng Chao. His patience is absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Meng Chao didn't care about any of that. He was busy draining the python's blood, carefully filling up a harvesting bag. Completely covered in snake blood and holding up the filled bag, he flashed a grin and asked, "Hey, you okay? Want some fresh snake blood?" A cold shiver ran down Fang Da's spine. Shaking uncontrollably, he asked in horror, "What? What the hell are you doing?" Meng Chao didn't even blink. He just calmly drove his blood-stained blade into the ground. Then, with a playful smile, he began spinning a small dissecting knife in his hand and explained, "Replenishing my energy, of course. A beast like this is packed with valuable materials. It'd be a total waste not to harvest it." Next, right in front of a traumatized Fang Da, he began dissecting the python while explaining, "See, the blood of serpent-type monsters is packed with pure spirit energy. It stimulates your neural pathways and unlocks your cell's hidden potential. It's basically nature's ultimate energy drink." Meng Chao casually lifted up the python's glistening organs, explaining with an enthusiastic grin, "The liver clears your mind, boosts brain cell activity, and pushes your physical limits. It's extremely good for you. And right here in the heart, we have a few drops of essence blood. It's a natural stimulant that's 100 times more potent than regular snake blood." Watching Meng Chao make incredibly precise, professional incisions, Fang Da was completely mind-blown. He stared in disbelief, wondering, is this guy some kind of wild beast in human form? How does he know all this crazy stuff? Just then, Luo Hai and Xia Feng finally caught up, calling out anxiously, "Fang Da, are you okay?" Luo Hai, in particular, saw the cleanly sliced blade-shattering python and got the wrong idea. Looking at Fang Da with newfound respect, he remarked, "Damn, I didn't know you had it in you. That was a brutal kill." Still reeling from his near-death experience, Fang Da let out a weary sigh and pointed at his savior. "It wasn't me, it was Meng Chao." Xi Feng's jaw dropped. Meng Chao. He stared in absolute horror as Meng Chao casually chugged down the raw snake blood like it was water, thinking, this guy is a total psycho. Did he seriously just drink that raw? Right at that moment, their communication devices suddenly lit up with a brilliant, flashing red light. This could only mean one thing: something went horribly wrong. Realizing this warning signal was trouble, they all fell into a tense silence. Meng Chao didn't hesitate for a second and immediately proposed, "Someone must be in danger. Let's move. We have to rescue them." The other three instantly agreed. "Yeah." With the warning received, the four of them immediately dashed forward. They hurried to the grinding and welding workshop, but what greeted them was a bizarre, hazy fog rolling in from all directions, leaving Meng Chao's group deeply unsettled. What on earth is going on? Even if there were shattered blade pythons lurking inside, it shouldn't be this bad, right? To make matters worse, the massive cracks splintering the ground around them made them realize something was seriously off. This fog was definitely not natural. Meng Chao knew for a fact there was a major issue, so he warned the others to stay on high alert. "If things get ugly, we have to watch each other's backs." But just as the words left his mouth, a desperate scream for help echoed from behind. A classmate was being relentlessly pursued by a terrifying beast. "Help! Somebody save me!" Hearing the blood-curdling scream, Meng Chao instinctively spun around only for his eyes to widen in pure shock. He stared in horror, barely able to process the horrific scene unfolding right before his eyes. That ferocious, bloodthirsty beast had just swallowed his classmate's head in a single bite. The lifeless body of the student slumped to the ground. The bloodthirsty monster standing before Meng Chao was none other than the dreaded Blood Moon Demon Wolf. This beast is the absolute king of canine monsters, an apex predator with incredibly savage, bloodthirsty habits. These wolves secrete a unique hormone that generates a faint, crimson blood mist. They always hunt in packs and possess an exceptionally high collective intelligence. The more Meng Chao thought about it, the more he sensed a conspiracy. He couldn't help but ask himself, why on earth would a school exam feature a boss-level monster, especially one as brutally savage as a Blood Moon Demon Wolf? No way. Something must have gone horribly wrong. But before he could think any further, Principal Sun suddenly rushed onto the scene. His voice boomed over the area. Attention, students. The exam grounds are compromised. Halt the test immediately and evacuate the area. With that, he plunged straight out of the sky, slamming his full weight onto the Blood Moon Wolf and smashing its face into the dirt, leaving the students absolutely spellbound. Principal Sun. The moment Meng Chao saw him, he couldn't hold back his confusion and blurted out, Principal Sun, you're here too? Is the exam ground really that dangerous? But the old principal refused to give them any details. He merely warned them in a grave tone. Exam Area 5523 is suspending the practical combat test. A mysterious fog is rolling in all candidates. Evacuate immediately. Luo Hai didn't hesitate to offer. Principal Sun, we can stay and give you a hand. Xie Feng and Feng Da chimed in resolutely. Yeah, we can help you fight them off. But before Principal Sun could even reply, Meng Chao bluntly cut them off. We aren't even superhuman yet. Facing a pack of wolves like this, we'll be lucky just to survive. We'll only get in the way. Let's get out of here first. His blunt words left his three classmates completely bewildered and caught off guard. They stared at him in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. That was when Principal Sun spoke up. Meng Chao is absolutely right. This is not a beast you kids can handle right now. As he rushed off to handle the situation, he shouted back one last warning. Students, the exam is officially suspended. Get out of here as fast as you can. Principal Sun dashed through the battlefield, warning every student he could find. Attention, students. The exam has been cut short. Evacuate immediately. His warning echoed across the field, leaving everyone in utter panic. Meanwhile, Meng Chao's group tried to make their escape, but the Blood Moon Wolves had no intention of letting them leave so easily. Luo Hai noticed this and called out, Meng Chao, looks like these beasts aren't going to let us slip away that easily. But Meng Chao's face remained cold and emotionless. Drawing his weapon, he yelled, Then we fight. Before they engaged, Meng Chao quickly gave his team a crucial warning. He was certain there was something highly dangerous about the cracks on the ground. Stay away from those cracks while fighting. The others nodded, immediately taking his advice to heart. With their guards up, everyone locked their eyes onto their targets, the snarling, bloodthirsty wolves closing in on them. Meng Chao's eyes narrowed coldly. His goal for this battle was simple, make it quick and decisive. They charged forward, throwing themselves into the fray. Shifeng let out a cocky laugh and declared, They're just a bunch of Blood Moon wolves. I'm not scared of these flea bags. Meanwhile, Luo Hai lunged headfirst at one of the beasts. Ignoring the deadly claws tearing through the air, he swung his blade and roared, Out of my way. At the same time, Meng Chao relentlessly slashed at the wolves. Don't let your guard down. But just as the warning left his lips, the ground beneath them began to violently shake. It felt like a massive earthquake was tearing the earth apart. In an instant, deep fissures began to spread rapidly across the floor. A thick, eerie fog surged up from the cracks, completely enveloping them, just like the fog they had encountered earlier. With Meng Chao standing right on the edge of the abyss, the others desperately cried out, Meng Chao, watch out for the crack beneath your feet. In that split second between life and death, a Blood Moon wolf suddenly leaps out to attack. Meng Chao, who was standing on the unstable ground, loses his footing and wobbles. Panic sets in as he desperately thinks, Crap, I'm losing my balance. Even though Meng Chao puts up a desperate fight with everything he has, the ground beneath him suddenly shatters into pieces, leaving him with absolutely no foothold. Before he knows it, a thick fog completely envelops him, making him grit his teeth in frustration. Oh no, not this fog again. But then, he suddenly realizes something. Wait, this isn't fog. It's a spatial torrent. Deep underground, this turbulent current is swirling into violent, raging vortexes. The atmosphere becomes surreal, and nobody could have predicted what crazy thing would happen next. Swept away by the spatial torrent, Meng Chao and his friends are suddenly teleported to a dense forest. A Blood Moon wolf bites down hard on his blade, pinning him to the ground. But Meng Chao refuses to give up. He glares at it and snarls, "You filthy beast. Just watch how I deal with you." Letting the wolf keep its grip on his blade, Meng Chao literally sinks his own teeth straight into the beast, tearing its flesh until blood splatters everywhere. And he doesn't stop there. His bite is so incredibly powerful that the sheer force fractures the beast's sturdy inner skeletal structure, snapping its bones in half. Meng Chao then stands up aggressively, slamming his foot down and forcing the wolf's face into the dirt as he barks, "You piece of trash! Who said you could act so cocky? I'm going to chop you into 100 pieces." Then, he suddenly slams his body hard against a tree trunk, forcing the system to chime in with a warning. Meng Chao is a trained professional. Do not try this at home, kids. Meng Chao starts walking slowly through the woods to scout the area and assess the situation. After a brief recon and some careful observation, he realizes he is now outside the city limits. It looks like the spatial torrent has teleported him straight into the wilderness. Right in front of him is a grinding and welding workshop, bringing him a small sigh of relief as he thinks, "Thank goodness this isn't the worst-case scenario. We're not too deep in the wild." He wanders around until he suddenly hears a panicked voice crying out, "Where on earth are we?" He freezes in surprise, thinking to himself, that voice sounds incredibly familiar. Is it? But before he can even spot the speaker, a desperate cry for help echoes out. That's when Meng Chao steps in. Fang Da looks at Meng Chao as if he's his savior, instantly bombarding him with questions. "Where are we right now? Do you have any idea what the hell is going on?" Knowing how panicked he is, Meng Chao quickly explains that they got caught in a spatial torrent and were thrown outside the city. Just then, two other candidates find them and regroup with Meng Chao and Fang Da. Seeing them approach, Fang Da's emotions boil over as he shouts in pure joy, "Luo Hai, Xie Feng." Luo Hai, unable to hide his confusion, asks, "Why is everyone here? Didn't a massive fog just roll in 3 days ago? Wasn't all the spatial shockwave energy already released?" Instead of answering right away, Meng Chao sinks deep into his memories of his past life. "After the exams in my previous life, the space around Dragon City frequently ripped open into minor spatial rifts without warning." Wait. Suddenly, the system interface flashes before his eyes, taking him by surprise. It's a survival-type quest. Blood Moon Slaughterer, Escape. Quest objective: escape the hunt of the Blood Moon Wolves, while encouraging and rescuing as many candidates as possible. Quest rewards will scale based on the number of candidates encouraged and saved, ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 contribution points. The reward for this quest is so massive that it's almost hard to believe. But one thing is for sure, is a 10,000 contribution point reward really that easy to get? The difficulty and danger level of this quest must be insanely high. With all these factors weighing on him, Meng Chao feels an even stronger urge. He absolutely has to accept this quest. Whether for personal gain or the greater good, I can't just stand by and watch. But dragging a bunch of examinees to fight monsters in the wild is definitely a bad idea. In this critical situation, Luo Hai turns to Meng Chao to ask for his input. "So, what should we do now?" He falls silent for a brief moment before slowly replying. "This spatial torrent hit us completely out of nowhere, but the energy contained within it wasn't that strong, so it couldn't have thrown us too far. The rescue team will be here soon, so don't panic. Let's search around for other candidates." Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the forest, sending flocks of startled birds fluttering into the sky. The candidates instantly recognize that bone-chilling howl, and realizing it's a pack of wolves, panic sweeps through them as they cry out, "What do we do? We're surrounded by wolves." But as someone with vast, expert knowledge on beasts, Meng Chao already knows their key traits inside out. The classic tactic used by blood moon wolves is to use their blood mist to overstimulate their prey's nerves, panicking them into running in all directions. He immediately yells, "Stay calm, everyone, do not panic." This is the bloody mist released by the blood moon fiend wolves to mess with our senses of smell and hearing. Those vicious, elite wolves use that sound to break their prey's spirit. That's why Meng Chao kept trying to warn them, saying, "They're just trying to scare you. Once fear takes over, they'll tear you to shreds." But since he already knew how to counter it, he immediately showed them what to do. Since the blood moon fiend, wolf's blood has a neutralizing effect against this toxin, he soaked some cotton bandages in it. Then, Meng Chao wrapped it up and handed it to Luo Hai, while explaining the next part of his plan using cloth and cotton balls to plug their noses would block out most of the disruption. "We need to find more examinees. Only by banding together can we stand a chance against these wolves." Understanding Meng Chao's intentions, Sheifeng and Fang Da quickly agreed and covered their mouths with cloth. Luo Hai was also fully on board, ready to join forces and wipe out these beasts once and for all. They immediately split up to cover more ground. Suddenly, hearing a cry for help, Meng Chao rushed over to save a student from a pursuing Blood Moon wolf. Only then did he realize why running toward the city put them right in the wolves' hunting ground. This made him urge everyone to move even faster to rescue others. Seeing this, Luo Hai stepped in to assist him. "Nice job, Meng Chao. Leave these fiend wolves to me. You go take care of the wounded first." He quickly shouted his thanks and dashed off. After fighting for a while, Meng Chao's group managed to rescue quite a few other students. By this point, he realized that once they figured them out, the combat power of these beasts wasn't actually that overwhelming. At the same time, he set their next goal. They had to gather all the remaining examinees into one place as quickly as possible. Meng Chao knew they couldn't let everyone scatter. They had to boost their morale and get them to stand their ground and fight those wolves. He urged the team again. Speed up. Let's make this our base and send out distress signals in every direction." And just like that, they fought tirelessly until they had gathered a sizable group of people. At this crucial moment, Meng Chao did his best to rally their fighting spirit. "Everyone, instead of letting these beasts run us down, why don't we dig out a shelter, form a defensive line, and fight back together? The Red Dragon Army and the Supernatural Tower must be doing everything they can to rescue us. If we can just hold out until dawn, we will definitely be saved." Then, the system chimed again. "Your encouragement has restored the examinee's mental state. Contribution points, plus 137. Your encouragement has restored the examinee's mental state. Contribution points, plus 13. While he was comforting another student, saying, "Hang in there, we're here to save you." But the moment the words left his mouth, a Blood Moon wolf lunged out, throwing everyone into a panic. Seeing this, Meng Chao resolutely charged forward to block it. "I'll hold it off, you guys run." Meanwhile, the system notified him again. "Your encouragement has restored the examinee's mental state. Contribution points, plus 137. Although the Blood Moon wolves' individual combat power wasn't that high, Meng Chao had to face the harsh reality of their danger. The wilderness was too complex, they were severely outnumbered, and with the lack of light, it was practically impossible to find all the missing examinees in a short amount of time. Just then, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. "That's it! Light!" He immediately told everyone to start a fire so others could find them, which would also provide clear coordinates for the rescue team. Luo Hai knew this would guide people to them faster, but the risk was incredibly high, so he asked hesitantly, "But won't that just tell the wolves exactly where we are?" In such a dire situation, Meng Chao could only assure them of one thing. "Even if we don't start a fire, the wolves already know we're here. Their sense of smell is at least 10 times more sensitive than ours. Even if we hold our breath, they can still sniff us out. But we humans can't find each other in the dark, which only breeds fear of being alone and abandoned. That makes us vulnerable to fear and despair, and the more desperate and terrified we are, the easier it is for them to break us. We'll be swallowed by the bloody mist, trapped in a vicious cycle, and eventually suffer a total mental breakdown from sheer despair and isolation." After talking it through, they finally agreed to light the fire to serve as a beacon for their comrades. Staring at the blazing flames, Meng Chao felt a surge of conviction that this light would bring all the scattered examinees together. There's strength in numbers, and his eyes burned with a determination more resolute than ever before. "Trust me, we will definitely make it out of here alive." The massive bonfire lit by Meng Chao's group acted as a guiding light, piercing through the depths of the dark forest. Several students who had been shivering in fear, hiding in the shadows, saw the brilliant glow in the distance and gasped in relief. Overjoyed like children, they cried out, "Look, a light, there are people over there." Ignited with newfound hope, they began sprinting toward the beacon as fast as their legs could carry them. They rushed toward the fire, driven by the hope that the light meant other survivors. But some hesitated the moment they saw the flames, growing anxious and stopping to debate their next move. Someone lit a campfire. Are they trying to gather everyone? Should we make a run for the Transcendence Tower? But, fueled by their burning fighting spirit, they chose to stand and fight instead of fleeing. "They're calling for us to fight together. Turn back, quick, we need to find them." Everyone ran for their lives toward the fire, shouting in relief, "There's a campfire! It's our people! We're saved!" Seeing them rush over, Meng Chao quickly approached to check on them. "You guys must be exhausted. Hurry up and get some food in you. Rest up before the wolves get here." With that, everyone began sharing the freshly grilled meat with one another. They had barely let their guard down when their hearts leaped into their throats, and they screamed in terror. Everyone, run! A giant monster just showed up. Help! Yet, Meng Chao was so busy stuffing his face that he didn't notice a thing, forcing Luo Hai to rush over and warn him. Meng Chao, look over there. What is that? Is it a new monster? He blankly turned his head to look in that direction while still chewing. A split second later, the thunderous sound of heavy, rapid footsteps echoed through the area. It turned out to be Fei Xiong, cheerfully waving at Meng Chao, with a crowd of students happily running right behind him. But when Fei Xiong saw how many people Meng Chao had gathered, he was completely stunned. His face fell as he asked in disbelief, "How the heck did you gather so many people? You've got more manpower than me." Hearing this, Meng Chao didn't even blink or hesitate to shamelessly boast, "It's all thanks to my personal charm." He then turned the question on Fei Xiong, "What about you?" Fei Xiong immediately mimicked his tone and replied, "What a coincidence. I also relied on my personal charm." Cringing hard at his response, Meng Chao rushed over and pinched him, mocking, "You? Personal charm? Since when?" Fei Xiong coyly replied, "Of course I do." Meanwhile, Luo Hai had officially reached his limit with these two idiots. Finally, after hesitating for a moment, Fei Xiong leaned in and whispered the real reason. "Honestly, I told them my uncle is a general in the Red Dragon Army, and that my family has 2 deity realm powerhouses and 7 or 8 heaven realm experts. Plus, I said I have a tracking chip inside me, and if we just hold out for another 10 minutes, reinforcements will literally drop from the sky." That got them to follow me like obedient little puppies. Hearing this, even Meng Chao was dumbfounded, thinking, "Holy crap, this kid can talk a bigger game than me." Meng Chao quickly grabbed a massive, mouth-watering piece of meat and handed it to him. Pampering him with care, Meng Chao said, "Eat up to regain your strength. There's a brutal fight coming up, and we're going to need you to keep everyone's spirits high." He smiled deviously. Realizing they were wasting time, Meng Chao quickly instructed, "By the way, put on your masks and earplugs. That'll protect you from the blood mist." Fei Xiong obediently complied, saying, "Got it." Just like that, everyone quickly gathered in their respective groups, taking advantage of the brief respite to rest before the battle. Still curious, Fei Xiong couldn't help but ask, "Meng Chao, if you said we were thrown out and are actually super close to the city, why aren't we making a run for it?" Hearing this, Meng Chao patiently explained the current situation to him. "Sure, the city lights are on, but within a 10-mile radius, there are countless monsters lurking in the shadows. Running out there blindly is a one-way ticket to a grave." On the surface, everything looked peaceful, but there was no telling how many vicious beasts were hiding in the dense forest, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Under such chaotic conditions, especially with the Blood Moon Wolves' toxic blood mist, they had to be extremely careful and prepare themselves for a hard-fought battle. The blood-curdling growls of the beasts echoed through the air, signaling the start of a grim, impending clash. As everyone huddled around the campfire, Meng Chao suddenly shouted a warning, "They're here!" Hearing that, panic spread like wildfire among the students, and they cried out in terror, "We're surrounded by wolves! We're dead! What do we do? I don't want to die yet!" With a horde of ferocious and cunning monsters lurking right in front of them, ready to pounce, Luo Hai couldn't help but ask himself, "What now? If the wolf pack charges all at once, can we even hold them back?" In the end, Meng Chao remained the calmest. He stood up confidently and shouted to reassure them, "Don't panic, everyone. Our instructors taught us that individual Blood Moon demon wolves aren't that strong. As long as we keep our feet on the ground and don't let fear paralyze us, they can't touch us." Fei Xiong quickly chimed in, boosting the students' morale. "That's right, these beasts are nothing. I took down 2 of them by myself earlier, and it wasn't even a challenge." His words began to sway their anxious minds. Although they knew the Blood Moon Wolves were formidable, they couldn't just sit around and wait for death. But before they could figure out their next move, the Blood Moon Wolves emerged from the shadows. Seeing this, Luo Hai quickly barked a warning, "Meng Chao, the pack is making its move." Although he knew it would be incredibly hard to make them stand up and fight, he still tried his best to encourage them. "Don't be afraid. This is just the enemy trying to cause a panic. As long as we hold our ground, they can't do anything to us." In that situation, he was certain he had to find a way to boost everyone's morale. If things kept going like this, someone was bound to break first. Over by Fang Da's side, it looked like something was slowly falling from above, and everyone quickly screamed a warning, "Watch out above you!" However, The moment they saw an unfortunate student who had been torn apart and killed by the wolves, everyone lost their minds and screamed in terror. Ah, it's a dead body. The examinees, who had just barely regained a bit of courage, instantly scattered in sheer panic, sobbing and begging for someone to save them. But the wolves lurking in the shadows chose this exact moment to leap out and attack them. They ferociously rushed at the naive students, who lacked both the willpower and the combat experience to fight back, throwing them into an absolute panic. Fortunately for them, Xie Feng and Fang Da arrived just in time to back them up. In that desperate situation, Fei Qiang suddenly called out, "Meng Chao, what do we do now? Should we gather our classmates from 9th High? We should save as many as we can." Hearing his words, he was a bit skeptical at first, but once he realized the potential, he decided to play along. 9th High, that's it. Then, right in front of everyone, Meng Chao suddenly pointed his blade forward and ordered, "9th High, follow me." And right now, right in front of him and his comrades, was a pack of ferocious wolves charging at them like a storm. But they also showed an ironclad resolve, standing tall to face the enemy as they fiercely roared, "Kill!" As the leader, Meng Chao swung his blade back, powerfully shouting, "100 battles blade technique, first form." Next, everyone lined up in a single row, tightly gripping their weapons without a single hint of fear. Thanks to that, the entire pack of Blood Moon wolves was chopped into pieces by their sharp blades, using nothing but the raw power of facing the gale. Then Fang Da suddenly shouted, "First High, gather up. We can't let the key schools steal our spotlight." Seeing this, Xi Feng chimed in while quickly finishing off the wolves. "Second High, show some spirit, and teach these beasts just how formidable our Second High is." Hearing the two of them bounce off each other like that, Luo Hai felt a bit awkward, and thought, out of the 5-5-2-3 exam venue, I'm the only one from Jianzhong High. This is kind of embarrassing. Just then, a student suddenly called out, "Is there anyone from Jianzhong High? Call a few more people over and show them what Jianzhong is made of." This made him even more suspicious, and he wondered in doubt, could it be that this isn't just happening at our exam venue? Just like that, everyone stood up to fight, their hearts burning with a sense of unity, fiercely declaring, "7th High is all here, and our 5th High isn't afraid either." His sudden ability to redirect the crowd's mood so quickly even left Feixiong in awe, as he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Meng Chao, just a few words from you and you got these cowards to rise up. We're good to go now." But he knew they weren't out of the woods yet, so he replied, "Not yet." Silently, he prayed, "I hope what I'm worried about doesn't happen." Suddenly, a blood moon wolf let out a furious roar, appearing to be extremely angry. The blood mist around them seemed to thicken, and everyone's faces turned extremely cautious, as they didn't dare lower their guard for even a second. Without anyone realizing, a massive wave of blood moon wolves began pouring out from deep within the forest. But among them, one wolf appeared that looked completely different from the rest, causing Meng Chao's face to darken with worry the moment he saw it. It possessed a thick coat of pure white fur and razor-sharp teeth that could crush any prey, only adding to its ferocious appearance. Even Luo Hai was left completely frozen and speechless upon seeing its full form. Xie Feng was also so shocked that he couldn't utter a word, standing there in a daze as he quietly observed. What stood before Meng Chao now was no longer just another ordinary Blood Moon wolf with mediocre combat power, but the Blood Moon Wolf King, a nightmare-class beast with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent, looking as if it wanted to swallow its prey whole. Facing such a high-level enemy, Meng Chao didn't dare lower his guard for even a single second, as its gaze grew even colder, taking slow steps to lead the pack to attack them. Suddenly, the Wolf King gnashed its sharp teeth in extreme fury, trembling slightly as it let out low growls. Then, the Blood Moon Wolf King opened its jaws wide and spat out a blast of energy, directly attacking its enemy's willpower and fighting spirit. In that moment of absolute panic, Meng Chao didn't forget to warn them, "Everyone, watch out. It's the Blood Moon Wolf King's dread Blood Flame mental attack." But the situation had now completely changed. Their classmates were on the verge of a total collapse, retreating in terror at the sight of the Wolf King. "That is it. We cannot survive this anymore, and there is no way to escape. Everyone, run." Facing the sheer power and suffocating pressure of the Wolf King, he stood frozen in place, not daring to make a single move. Yet, the Blood Moon Wolf King seemed a bit off. In fact, this was not like its usual behavior at all. As luck would have it, this subtle movement caught Meng Chao's eye. It made him highly suspicious, sensing that something was seriously wrong. There is no way a mighty ultimate beast would be afraid of a bunch of students like us. It could easily slaughter rookies like us in seconds, so why send those low-level wolves to their deaths instead? There must be a catch. On top of that, what had bothered him from the very start was why it kept releasing that blood mist without actually going in for the kill. What on earth is it so worried about? This only made Meng Chao more suspicious. For a wolf king, it seemed incredibly hesitant, as if it was holding back out of fear. With just a quick glance, he could see the severe wounds on its belly, deep enough to expose its very bones. A dagger was still lodged deep in its upper body, with blood oozing out and soaking its white fur. And alongside that, crisscrossing wounds covered its legs, sparking a realization in Meng Chao's mind. It is injured. The person who did this must still be nearby. If we can just hold out until they get here, we will be saved. With that, he suddenly raised his sword, having found his purpose to fight. This time, no matter what, he would give it everything he had. Despite the heavy mental pressure from the Wolf King, Meng Chao stood tall to rally his classmates. Don't be afraid, everyone. The Wolf King is gravely injured and could drop dead at any moment. Its only goal is to scare us away. Don't let it fool you. Even though the beast kept trying to break their spirit, pushing them to panic and fear, they were on the verge of giving up and surrendering to their fate. Sensing their hesitation, Fei Xiong firmly spoke up. He is right. Running away will only lead to certain death. We must make our stand right here. If we could kill so many blood moon wolves already, there is no reason we cannot survive the next wave. Hold the line, and victory will be ours. But just as things were looking up, the Wolf King suddenly flew into a frenzy. It let out a terrifying, monstrous roar, and recklessly lunged straight at Meng Chao, catching him completely off guard and knocking him off balance. Faced with such sudden, overwhelming power, he could only marvel in shock. So fast. He looked back at the crazed Blood Moon Wolf King, which was unleashing a wave of pure rage to strike fear into its prey. Over and over, it bombarded him with its blood mist, trying to force him to back down and give up. Yet, Meng Chao refused to yield. He struggled to hold his ground, but the beast's sheer dominance was simply undeniable. Damn it! The gap between a normal human and a nightmare-level beast is not something that can be bridged by skill alone. After enduring a barrage of heavy attacks from the Wolf King, he had to admit that the mental toll on him was severe. Yet, deep in the Wolf King's eyes, there was only savage madness as it stared down the tiny but unyielding Meng Chao. Even so, facing a Wolf King that outmatched him in every way, he did not show a hint of fear or thought of giving up. Instead, his resolve only hardened. Watching the pack of Blood Moon wolves charge madly at them, his classmates screamed in panic. Ah! Those beasts are coming this way. Fei Xiong swiftly rushed forward, finishing them off in an instant with a single slash. All the while, he kept calling out for Meng Chao, deeply worried about his safety. Meanwhile, despite trying his best, Meng Chao could still feel the massive gap in speed between him and the Wolf King, prompting him to gasp inwardly. So fast! But instead of discouraging him, this only fueled his determination. He yelled furiously at the beast. Bring it on, you monster! At least I will take you down with me. Right at that moment, Principal Sun appeared out of nowhere. He roared fiercely, Die, you beast, and hurled a massive rock straight at the majestic Blood Moon Wolf King's face. Meng Chao was caught off guard by this move and could only hastily raise his arms to shield himself. The throw was so powerful that it left the Wolf King dazed and coughing up blood, its eyes momentarily losing their murderous glint. Then, a sudden shockwave rumbled, making everything feel as if it were about to explode. The small dagger lodged in the Wolf King's upper body was sent flying, and blood began to gush uncontrollably from its wounds. Try as he might to stay calm, Meng Chao stood frozen in shock, calling out blankly, Principal Sun! Without even looking back, the old man quietly told him to stay safe. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was secretly deducing that since Principal Sun was a broken star superhuman, he probably would not get easily swept away by this spatial rift. Yet, seeing the old man suddenly show up in the nick of time to face the savage, devastating onslaught of these Blood Moon wolves was truly a surprise to him. Watching the pack of wolves shift their targets and frantically charge at Principal Sun, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could he have jumped in there on purpose? Just to save us? With a wave of his hand, Principal Sun unleashed his extraordinary power, instantly wiping out the wild beasts with ease. But the real boss of this battle was still the Blood Moon Wolf King, who was currently letting out an angry, endless roar. At that sight, Principal Sun moved with supernatural speed, charging straight ahead. Leaping high into the air, He gathered all his internal energy into an iron fist, aiming right for the Wolf King. However, he quickly threw a massive boulder toward it. Despite being covered in wounds, the Wolf King was incredibly agile and easily dodged the attack. Without missing a beat, Principal Sun poured all his strength into his arm to put the pressure back on the Blood Moon Wolf King. With a terrifying glare, his fist packing even more destructive power, he roared, "You filthy beast, take this!" He lunged forward again and landed a direct punch, sending blood spurting from the beast's body. The Blood Moon Wolf King bared its teeth in absolute fury, its eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. Charging forward fiercely, the old man swung a lightning-fast fist to clash with the giant Wolf King, their bloody struggle erupting like violent bolts of lightning in the air. He followed up with a devastating kick that dealt massive damage, leaving the beast with no time to dodge as it coughed up blood on the spot. As the beast stumbled and lost its balance, the old man didn't stop, raising his leg to deliver another lethal strike. With a final, all-out effort, Principal Sun delivered a powerful kick, sending the monster crashing face first into the dirt. Seeing the beast lay motionless, Principal Sun assumed it was dead. He felt a wave of relief, thinking, "That beast went down faster than I expected." But it wasn't dead yet. Suddenly, the beast sprang back up and landed a painful blow right to the old man's face. Meng Chao realized what was happening and shouted a warning, "Principal Sun, watch out, it's not dead yet," but it was already too late. The impact was so massive that the old man was sent flying backward, coughing up blood in agony. This sight left Meng Chao deep in thought. How terrifying. Is this the true intelligence of a nightmare-class beast? Even a broken star superhuman like the principal can barely hold his own against it. Quickly supporting the old man, he called out in worry, "Principal." But the old man's expression remained firm as he quickly urged him, "Meng Chao, don't stay here. Get the other students and run." Still deeply worried, he protested, "But principal, you're injured." Yet, the old man didn't care at all. He said dismissively, "This minor scratch is nothing. With my spiritual flames accelerating my blood flow, it's barely a scratch." Principal Sun's eyes burned like two blazing fires of rage. Hearing this, Meng Chao still couldn't put his mind at ease. He hesitated, asking, "But can you really hold it off all by yourself?" The old man simply pushed him away and gave a stern reminder, "Get out of here right now. This is not something a high schooler should be worrying about." The moment the words left Principal Sun's mouth, the Wolf King clamped its jaws down, pinning his arms tightly. Its eyes glowed like a fiery hell as it roared in absolute fury, its bloody, scarred body radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. Seeing this, the old man felt a surge of doubt, thinking, "Is it trying to drag me out of my attack range?" He plunged down fiercely from midair, eyes blazing with a destructive aura, determined to deliver a lightning-fast finishing blow in this fateful moment. But the Wolf King refused to back down, charging forward with everything it had, determined to fight to the bitter end. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, the beast's massive maw swung open as it roared, ready to swallow everything in its brutal rage. At the same time, Principal Sun unleashed his ultimate move for a final showdown. The immense power of the Hoithian technique amplified the strike's destructive force. The battlefield turned into pure chaos as the two immense forces clashed, triggering a massive explosion. Meng Chao couldn't help but yell out in worry, "Principal Sun." His eyes were glued to the chaotic clash, filled with anxiety. He didn't dare blink for even a single second, terrified that the principal wouldn't be able to hold out on his own. Only when Principal Sun's figure finally became clear again did the explosive energy burst out like the wrath of the gods. Ripping through space with crimson lightning, it signaled the imminent release of a devastating power. In that split second, amidst the drifting smoke, Principal Sun stood tall and unyielding, facing off against the Blood Moon Wolf King. His eyes burned like fire, cold and utterly majestic, as if a single glance from him could incinerate anything in his path. Beside him, the Wolf King's eyes glowed crimson like a blood moon, radiating pure rage and savage power. It looked as though it could rip space apart with a single glare, but then, it suddenly turned around and fled, deep into the forest, without looking back. Watching the Blood Moon wolves flee one by one, Principal Sun clenched his fists and spoke with deep regret. "Students, I am so sorry for failing to check for turbulence in the space torrent beforehand, causing everyone to go through this disaster." He looked at them with a smile, offering his heartfelt praise. "Everyone did incredibly well. You truly showed the strength and spirit of Dragon City. You are all the pride of Dragon City. I have already contacted the rescue team, and they will be here in 20 minutes at the latest." For now, I will stay here to protect you, so please get some rest." Hearing this, the young students wept tears of joy. They cheered and shouted in excitement, "Awesome! We are saved! Hooray, hooray!" However, Meng Chao had other thoughts running through his mind. Always preparing for the worst, he thought, "First, I need to heal my wounds. These beasts won't let us rest so easily." So, he decided to spend 2,000 contribution points to exchange for a basic healing technique. Once it was done, the wounds on his body fully healed up. Meng Chao looked around and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one noticed. Fake Xiang suddenly burst with emotion and hugged him tightly, choked up with tears. "Chao, we won." Luo Hai also patted his back in admiration, saying, "Meng Chao, your performance was seriously unmatched." But he only replied humbly, "Yeah, it was all right." Amidst the joyful atmosphere, he couldn't help but look back over his shoulder. There stood the lonely figure of Principal Sunday. Meng Chao noticed that the principal's spiritual flame was highly unstable, unless he's severely injured. With that thought, he waved goodbye to the others. "You guys rest up first. I have something to ask Principal Sunday." Hearing this, though they were a bit confused, they agreed. "Sure." Meng Chao immediately ran toward him and called out softly, "Principal Sun!" A fiery presence, wrapped in fury and destructive power, as if a single strike could shake the world. Principal Sun's nose began to bleed uncontrollably due to his severe internal injuries. His tough armor had been sliced open, revealing severe, bleeding gashes that made Meng Chao gasp in shock. Fearing he would alarm the other students, Principal Sun quickly gestured for him to keep quiet. "Don't scare the other kids, and don't let those beasts realize." But that was the last thing on Meng Chao's mind. He looked at him with determined eyes and urged, "Principal Sun, you have a fatal wound. Why are you still channeling your spiritual energy? Sit down and rest right now. I have a medical kit here." But the old man could only reply helplessly, "I'm sorry, Meng Chao, I'm at my limit, but I cannot sit down, and I cannot withdraw my spiritual energy." Principal Sun's eyes were filled with an unshakable determination because, more than anyone, he knew, that beast is extremely clever. "I must do everything I can to unleash my full spiritual flame to keep it at bay." Having said this, he suddenly smiled with a look of pure satisfaction, as if this was the last thing he could ever do. He had made up his mind. Even if it cost him his life, he would maintain this state until the rescue team found them. With his vast knowledge, Meng Chao knew exactly what would happen next, so he could only look down and say, solemnly, "You are going to die." He was trembling with fear, yet he kept trying to persuade the old man. "In your current state, you should be resting in a healing capsule. You shouldn't even be moving a finger." Hearing this, he gently looked at him with eyes full of deep reflection and comforted, "Meng Chao, my boy, everyone has to die eventually." As a bloody mist began to drift through the forest and rustling leaves fell around them, Principal Sun's words echoed even deeper. "We all must die." In that moment, he spoke with absolute calm. Whether as a soldier of the Red Dragon Army, the principal of Ninth High, or just an ordinary citizen of Dragon City, in the end, we all die. With those final words, Principal Sun closed his eyes with peace. Meng Chao could no longer hold it in. His emotions overflowed, tears streaming down his face as deep regret filled his heart. "I know you're not afraid of death, but a hero like you shouldn't die in vain here." Hearing him say this, the old man froze for a long moment and repeated, "Me? A hero?" Watching the innocent young students waving at him from afar, a wave of unspeakable bitterness washed over Principal Sun's heart. He was consumed by self-blame. If I were a hero, why did I just stand by and watch these children fall into danger without stopping it? He looked down at the blood moon wolves he had slaughtered, his guilt deepening. If I were a hero, why did I have to slaughter these wolves like stray dogs? A furious flame burned across his cracked body, his eyes glowing with the embers of a dying spark, yet he stood tall like a warrior, refusing to fall, even in the face of death. Meng Chao closely watched the strange scene unfolding before him, thinking to himself with deep concern, the principal's spiritual flame is getting weaker. Dark clouds suddenly gather overhead, and a thick, crimson blood mist surges toward them. In the heart of the pitch-black forest, the two find themselves suffocating under a heavy atmosphere as glowing red currents of dark energy swirl around them, signaling a brutal battle ahead. With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and eyes blazing with pure bloodlust, Principal Sun stands in the center of the battlefield, like a raging god of war. It is as if he is ready to sacrifice the very last of his life force. Suddenly, his eyes widen in intense caution, revealing a glimpse of the immense agony he is enduring. Despite his ferocious power, Principal Sun cannot escape his fate as dark red blood begins to gush from his body. The sinister blood mist slowly swallows him whole. Yet, the tougher it gets, the more he refuses to back down, fiercely roaring, "Bring it on, you beasts!" An explosion as brilliant as a blazing sun tears through the air with blinding golden light, carrying a terrifying force of absolute destruction. There is no telling how much blood mist the enemies have unleashed just to break their fighting spirit. Before the old man falls, Meng Chao desperately tries to show his heartfelt respect. "Principal, to all of us examinees, you are a true hero." Hearing this, he pauses in thought before stating firmly, "If I am indeed a hero, then there is absolutely no reason for me to run when danger strikes." Seeing Meng Chao stay silent, he asks, "Isn't that right?" But Meng Chao's face is full of determination as he makes a proposal. "I will lead the others into the forest to slow down the wolves. That way, you can get some rest." But Principal Sun immediately stops him. He warns thoughtfully, "If you take them out there, you will all die." However, Meng Chao is absolutely determined, sparking a heated argument between them. "We just need to break through in the direction of Dragon City. The rescue team will be here in a few minutes." But what happens next catches Meng Chao completely off guard, and he asks in utter confusion, "You haven't actually contacted the rescue team, have you? You were just saying that to comfort everyone. The rescue team isn't far, but they won't make it in 20 minutes. It will take them at least an hour to find this place." Principal Sun narrows his eyes and declares with absolute resolve, "My mission is to hold the line before the rescuers arrive, doing everything I can to terrify these beasts so they won't dare come near. But your mission is to survive, to grow stronger, and to help Dragon City conquer these monsters once and for all." After holding out for so long, Principal Sun's body finally reaches its absolute limit. Fresh blood keeps pouring uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Meng Chao knows that the final, devastating moment has come, and he can no longer hold back his tears. His lips tremble uncontrollably as a faint, dying energy emanates from the old man's body. Yet, in his final moments, Principal Sun forces a weak smile and says, "I am no hero, just an ordinary man. But for us, humans, even when we know death is certain, we still choose to risk everything." At this, he pauses for a long moment before whispering, "Even if it means being torn to pieces, some things just have to be done, right?" Even on the brink of death, his only thoughts are for his students. He watches over them, completely ignoring his own need to consume beast flesh to restore his strength. "If I die before the rescue team arrives, you must rely on yourselves to carve out a path to survival." Moved to his very core by these heartfelt words, Meng Chao can no longer hold back the tears welling up from the depths of his soul. He weeps in deep sorrow, mourning a teacher he truly revered as a hero. In that moment, he knows with absolute certainty that this is the true awakening of a citizen hero. Then, he suddenly runs as fast as he can without looking back, leaving behind the others who are desperately trying to bottle up their raw emotions. No matter how heartbroken they are, they force themselves to eat more meat to boost their combat strength. But what is being forged here isn't something quantifiable, like speed, power, or cultivation realm. It is an unbreakable, unyielding resolve, forcing Meng Chao to silently shed tears of profound grief. Time passes peacefully like that until the next morning, when a breathtaking sunrise paints the sky. Principal Sun silently gazes at it one last time, before asking in deep contemplation, "Meng Chao, my boy, do you think Dragon City will still be as prosperous in the future as it is now?" Hearing this, his expression grows more determined than ever as he replies with absolute confidence, "Principal Sun, rest assured, the future Dragon City will be far more prosperous than it is today." At this, the old man's face darkens with a touch of melancholy as he asks thoughtfully, "Will the children of the future live happier lives, free from worrying about where their next meal comes from, or the constant threat of being devoured by monsters?" Meng Chao manages a faint smile and firmly assures him that the children of the future will definitely be much happier than they are today. Hearing this, the profound longing on Principal Sun's face becomes even more evident as he speaks with great effort. "Then, in that future, we will conquer the other world." With those final words, he closed his eyes tightly, as if he would never open them again. As his consciousness faded, a final question lingered in his mind. Would everything eventually return to Earth? Seeing him collapse limply, Meng Chao quickly reached out to catch him, keeping his body from hitting the cold ground. Trembling, he looked straight into the old man's gentle eyes. Filled with regret, he choked out, "I'm sorry, Principal Sunday I don't know if our future selves can really conquer this other world." As he spoke, his tears fell uncontrollably onto Principal Sun's face. He just couldn't hold back his overwhelming grief anymore. Meng Chao wept, crying his eyes out. He kept his gaze locked on the principal, slowly whispering, "We." Despite his own tear-stained face, the old man forced a weak smile, silently thinking of Meng Chao as a silly kid. He gently gripped Meng Chao's arm with pure affection and whispered a final, tender reminder, "It's okay if we can't conquer the other world. Just don't let it conquer us." The moment those words left his lips, his arm went limp and fell to the ground. In that heartbreaking moment, Meng Chao knew it was time to say goodbye to this legendary teacher. Devastated by the crushing loss, Meng Chao sat there, completely frozen. He looked like an empty shell of a man, when suddenly, a familiar paw appeared right in front of him. The Blood Moon Wolf King stepped closer, sizing up the situation before growling, "That old man, he's dead." Its blood-red eyes narrowed with a fierce glint, as if it was silently plotting its next move. Standing over Meng Chao and Principal Sun's corpse, the beast quickly grew irritated by the pathetic sight. Then, it suddenly snarled, "Run, leave this useless corpse behind." This cold demand pushed Meng Chao's rage to the absolute limit. Pulling himself together, he quickly tied his face mask back on and stuffed cotton plugs into his ears, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Staring at the beast with an expressionless face, Meng Chao asked coldly, "Are you trying to tell me what to do?" After speaking, he fell into deep thought. He realized that since this beast was heavily injured, it didn't want to waste its energy fighting a tough opponent like him. If it let him walk away, it could easily slaughter the remaining students to heal its wounds. Another thing holding him back was his original plan. According to the Blood Moon Wolfslayer quest, simply escaping would net him 5,000 contribution points. With his current stats, he was highly confident he could easily pass the National Undergraduate Entrance exam. Plus, with the help of the kindling system, running away seemed like an incredibly tempting option. Just then, the system interface popped up, displaying the details of the Blood Moon Wolfslayer quest. The quest objective was to escape the pursuit of the Blood Moon Wolf King while encouraging and rescuing as many other examinees as possible. The reward depended on the number of students he saved, ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 contribution points. Kindling status: 100 battles saber technique, perfect level, 29% proficiency. Total contribution points: 7,237. But then, Principal Sun's words echoed in his mind, sparking deep reflection. The old man knew he would die, yet he still gambled everything. Even if it means being torn to shreds, some things just have to be done, right? Meng Chao gripped the detonator tightly. Even if this choice was reckless and might ruin his chances of getting into college, he didn't care. His eyes narrowed as he made his final decision. To hell with it. Stealing his resolve, Meng Chao let out a roaring battle cry. "Kindling system! Max out my 100 battles saber technique! Explode!" This instantly provoked the Blood Moon Wolf King, its face twisting with pure rage. It roared in fury. "I was going to let you live. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Looking the beast dead in the eyes, Meng Chao calmly replied, "You might want to let me go, but I sure as hell won't let you." With that, Meng Chao ripped off his face mask. He began chugging down the potions he had prepared beforehand, thinking to himself, "Upgrading my technique consumes a massive amount of energy, right?" He shattered the empty bottles on the ground, feeling a sudden surge of overwhelming power. A satisfied smile played on his lips. All this raw, chaotic energy should be more than enough. Meng Chao gripped his saber tightly with both hands and charged forward, determined to put an end to the Blood Moon Wolf King once and for all. Realizing its warning had failed, the beast lunged forward to meet his challenge with terrifying, blinding speed. Meng Chao charged with overwhelming momentum, his glowing blade clashing violently against the giant, red-eyed beast. But in the heat of the brutal clash, the Wolf King landed a crushing blow, sending Meng Chao coughing up blood in agonizing pain. Losing his footing completely, he was thrown back by the beast's overwhelming power, unable to defend himself. He drifted helplessly in the air, enveloped only by the fading aura of his own spiritual energy. But the nightmare was far from over. Seizing the opening, the savage Wolf King lunged through the air, its jaws wide open to swallow him whole. Watching from below, Chu Feixiang cried out in a panic, "Meng Chao!" While Luo Hai yelled in equal desperation, "Meng Chao, watch out." But it was too late. The beast clamped its jaws down hard, biting deep into Meng Chao's arm. His eyes shot wide open in shock, his breath catching as his body tensed up in absolute agony. Yet, the brilliant aura surrounding him refused to fade, shining like a flickering beacon of hope in this brutal, life-or-death struggle. No matter how agonizing the pain was, he didn't utter a single word, silently gritting his teeth to endure it to the very end. Deep within Meng Chao's bloodshot eyes, it felt as though a massive power lay chained and imprisoned. Only when he broke through his absolute limit did those chains finally begin to shatter into pieces. Even with the white wolf's fangs sinking deep through his shoulder, Meng Chao gripped his saber tight, his eyes burning with fury as he prepared to strike back with an explosion of energy. This incredible sight left Fishong and Luo Hai, who were fighting off the wolves below, completely dumbfounded as they gasped. An absolute breakthrough at death's door. He's reaching the transcendent realm mid-battle. The Wolf King's razor-sharp fangs sank deep into his flesh, sending blood gushing out uncontrollably. At that moment, Meng Chao seemed to awaken a power from deep within, his entire body radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Gripping his saber tightly, covered in wounds from head to toe, he raised his weapon high. His eyes blazed with fury, his body enveloped in a fiery battle aura, ready to deliver the final blow as he roared, "Go to hell!" With that, Meng Chao channeled all of his power and burning rage into his saber, and brought it down in a devastating strike, right onto the beast's head, sending blood spraying everywhere. The force of the blow was so immense that his saber snapped clean in half, yet despite its own agony, the beast still refused to release Meng Chao's arm. Only after a long moment did the Wolf King let out a resentful roar and finally release its grip. But Meng Chao already had his own plan. Staring straight into its eyes, he sneered, "You think you can just push me away? In your dreams?" He then activated the Mad Bull technique once again, pushing his limits to keep locked in a deadly grapple until his body absolutely gave out. Squeezing with all his might to deliver a lethal blow, his glowing hand pierced straight into the giant beast's skull, bringing an end to the brutal clash as he slammed the creature forward, throwing it completely off balance. The massive body crashed through countless tree branches, sending them crashing down in a thundering heap. Even as it thrashed and ran wild in a frenzy, the Wolf King still stubbornly clamped down on Meng Chao's arm, refusing to let go. Worse yet, as the beast kept slamming into tree trunks, he took massive impact damage, his blood flowing non-stop. But no matter how excruciating the pain got, Meng Chao told himself, "Damn it, I will tear you apart, you filthy beast. I won't give you another chance to hurt humanity ever again." Just then, a set of brilliant, fiery patterns surged across Meng Chao's arm, leaving him momentarily dazed and confused. His sharp golden eyes gleamed with fierce determination, blending with the blazing sigils spreading across his body, radiating an extraordinary power and an unyielding will to win. More and more, Meng Chao could feel a powerful and incredibly familiar presence right by his side, as if guiding him. As he raised his hand to strike, it felt as though the man himself was standing right behind him, directing his movements. Meng Chao wondered in disbelief, "Is that you, Principal Son? Is this your heroic spirit?" Finding immense comfort in that warmth, his eyes burned with more resolve than ever before. Meng Chao channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into this final strike, and roared at the top of his lungs, "You piece of trash. This is Principal Son's last demon-subduing pull. Along with my ultimate mastery of the 100 Battle Saber technique, die." He then unleashed a devastating, frenzied strike straight at the beast with absolute authority. Meng Chao's face contorted with pure rage and determination, his eyes glowing red-hot like fire, while his hands crackled with brilliant golden energy, his battered yet solid physique still overflowing with power, and as he lunged forward with an explosive punch. A split second later, the collision triggered a violent blast that tore through the ground, sending a blinding pillar of fire and light shooting straight into the heavens. The chaotic scene below stood in stark contrast to the peaceful clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Meanwhile, as his classmates fought off the remaining wolves, the beasts suddenly let out panicked howls, before turning tail and fleeing for their lives, leaving everyone thoroughly bewildered. Are they scared? Are they running away? Realizing what was happening, the students erupted in sheer joy, cheering at the top of their lungs. "We won! Victory to Dragon City! Long live Dragon City!" But only Luo Hai was sharp enough to notice something was off, thinking to himself, "This isn't right. Their retreat is way too organized. The Wolf King's howl must have been some kind of order." The only logical explanation is that Meng Chao has severely wounded the Wolf King, forcing it to call the pack back for help. With that realization, Luo Hai's face darkened as he urgently rallied the crowd. They're going to rescue the Wolf King. Hurry up and follow me. Everyone instantly agreed, shouting, "Got it," before rushing after them. Though he had mobilized the group to help, anxiety still gnawed at him. He grit his teeth, silently praying, "Meng Chao, you've got to hang in there." In that life-or-death struggle, the Blood Moon Wolf King kept trying to overpower Meng Chao. Run away, human. But even though his arm is drenched in blood, he refuses to back down, his determination only burning hotter. It repeatedly warns him, saying, "My pack is coming soon. This is your last chance." But Meng Chao doesn't waver for a second. Without a shred of fear or worry, he fires back with absolute resolve. "Even if I get devoured by your pack, there is no way in hell I'm letting you escape my grasp." At this point, Meng Chao's hand is so close to reaching the Wolf King's brain, leaving him both frustrated and eager. Damn it. Just 20 centimeters. If I can just thrust 20 centimeters deeper, I can kill this beast once and for all. His will to win surges to its absolute peak. Gritting his teeth and forcing himself up, Meng Chao grabs its fur and screams with pure hatred. Die! He locks onto its head, shoving his right hand even deeper into its skull. In that moment of agony, the beast finally lets go of his hand. With his brown hair messy and his eyes ablaze with sharp, furious intent, Meng Chao growls, "Just die already." He delivers one final, decisive blow, officially putting an end to the Blood Moon Wolf King. Finally, he has achieved his goal. Tears of joy well up in Meng Chao's eyes as he thinks emotionally, "Principal Sun, I did it." However, danger still lurks, as the Blood Moon Wolf Pack remains hidden in the dark forest. Even though Meng Chao has lost consciousness, he can still feel Principal Sun watching over him, guiding him every step of the way. He even faintly feels the old man, gently patting his head right before everything goes black. By the time he completely passes out, the old man's silhouette fades away entirely. But in this critical moment, the entire Blood Moon Wolf Pack manages to track them down. They charge in like a wild tempest, driven absolutely mad with rage after witnessing Meng Chao slaughter their respected leader. Feixiong and Luo Hai rush over to back him up, but they seem to be a step too late. Feixiong screams in panic. Oh no! The wolves are all heading straight for Meng Chao. Realizing how dire the situation is, his eyes widen in terror as he desperately tries to wake him up. Meng Chao. A Blood Moon wolf lunges toward the unconscious Meng Chao, eager to avenge its fallen king. Suddenly, fresh blood splatters violently through the air in sharp red streaks. The wolves charging at Meng Chao are gunned down in the blink of an eye, completely wiped out. Meng Chao has narrowly escaped death once again. Luo Hai immediately recognizes the newcomers as the rescue team. The long-awaited help has finally arrived. Feeling the immense tension of the past few days finally lift, he lets out a deep sigh of relief. The rescue team is finally here. To honor the incredible sacrifices and contributions made by Principal Sun, the citizens decide to build a honeycomb-style vertical tomb for him in the underground of Dragon City. With a heavy heart, Teacher Yan Dong speaks on behalf of everyone. Today, we are gathered here to bid farewell to a regular citizen of Dragon City, Sun Daxing. Though he never claimed to be a hero, he was one of the very first in Dragon City to give up absolutely everything to protect humanity and our home. The respect everyone holds for Principal Sun is immeasurable, as he fought to protect the future of Dragon City until his very last breath. Tears well up in Teacher Yan's eyes as his voice cracks with emotion. Knowing that everyone is safe, his spirit will surely rest in peace. Principal Sun was always a noble, selfless man who put his students' well-being above all else. He stands in silence, staring at the coffin of the colleague he had worked alongside for so long, his heart heavy with grief. After the service, everyone gathers in the lobby of the building. At that moment, Feixiong pulls Teacher Yan aside, looking like he has something to say. Seeing him approach, the teacher gently advises, "Feixiong, make sure to visit Meng Chao at the hospital when you can. He's been in a coma for 7 days now. I know free time will only get scarcer from here on out. Once you guys start college, you won't have many chances to see each other." Hearing this, Feixiong replies with a heavy heart, "Yes, sir. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Yan." Meanwhile, at the hospital where Meng Chao is receiving medical care, Xiao Cao looks on in heartbreak at her brother, who lies unconscious and covered in bandages. Unable to hold back her tears, she sobs, "Bro, please get well soon. If you wake up, I promise I won't be lazy during my stance training anymore." Bro, everyone is saying you acted like a real hero this time, but unless I see it with my own eyes, it doesn't count. Staring at Meng Chao's tightly closed eyes, she cries out in agony, so wake up and bicker with me already. A single drop of water slips off a flower petal, mirroring the tears rolling down her cheeks as she desperately tries to wake her brother. Please wake up and argue with me. Why are you sleeping so much? Anymore. Bai Jiakao tightly held her brother's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out, a hero isn't supposed to look this pathetic. No, sleeping in like a lazy bum. That night, while Meng Chao was still unconscious in the hospital, his hands kept trembling and curling up. Sweat suddenly drenched his face as his eyes remained tightly closed in sheer exhaustion and pain. Completely drained after the battle, Meng Chao was restless, tossing and turning in discomfort throughout his long, deep coma. This went on until 7 days later, when his complexion finally improved a bit. A moment later, Meng Chao slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the empty ceiling in utter confusion. Bai Jiakao was fast asleep on a pile of books, completely unaware that her beloved brother had finally woken up. With a heavy head, Meng Chao thought to himself, so, it was all just a dream. It seems I was affected by the intense brainwaves emitted by the blood moon wolf right before it died. Throughout his long coma, he felt as though he had dived deep into the soul world of the Wolf King, wondering in bewilderment, but why would a place like that exist in the Wolf King's memory? What on earth were those blood pools and blood shadows? Could it be that these monsters aren't natural enemies, but bioengineered instead? With so many bizarre things, Meng Chao couldn't help but wonder. Even though I returned from the apocalypse, I still know so little about this mysterious other world. I guess I'll just have to get stronger before I can uncover those hidden secrets and truths. Just then, a surprise notification from the system popped up, leaving him slightly startled. It was a flood of alerts, including completed missions. Defeating the Blood Moon Wolf solo. Contribution points plus 9,999. Overcoming a stronger foe to kill the Blood Moon Wolf King. Contribution points plus 50,000. Overcoming a stronger foe to kill the Blood Moon Wolf King. Contribution points plus 50,000. Awaken the supernatural skill. Demon subduing. Reading this, Meng Chao grinned with satisfaction, sighing to himself, I'm someone who aims to be a hero like Principal Sunday. What even are contribution points? They're the least of my concerns now. Still, unable to hide his excitement as he looked at the system panel, he smiled eagerly. Let's see what new stuff I can unlock. The moment he opened it, Meng Chao was shocked to find he had received 8,888 mental strength, 15,000 magnetic force and speed, 19,000 advanced marksmanship, 9,999 mid-tier healing, with his current contribution points sitting at 31,453. Realizing what a massive jackpot he had hit, he was dumbfounded, thinking, is this the reward for breaking through my life limit? Did inflation hit the system too? After that, Meng Chao turned his attention to Bai Jiakao's random doodles in her notebook. Who would have thought that someone as noisy as her could sleep so incredibly peacefully? Still dreaming about food, Bai Jiasao mumbled cutely, just one more bite. Meng Chao was completely speechless. Questioning his entire life, he thought in disbelief, who would have guessed that the future Dark Witch sleeps with her mouth wide open like this? As she kept babbling in her sleep, I'm still not full. He helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, deep in thought. I did all that just to lower her corruption level by 10%. Is it because of her night demon bloodline? Or is there some crucial detail from my past life that I missed? What a massive headache. Meng Chao stared into the distance, lost in thought. Since private hospitals have better facilities than public ones, Elder Ning suggested that I transfer to the Spiritual Energy Therapy Center. The government only covers half of the private hospital bills, but Elder Ning and the Yan Corporation covered the other half. They only did this as a way of showing their gratitude to the old fire relayer. Thanks to the state-of-the-art medical equipment and the hard work of Elder Ning and Dr. Su, my body is recovering incredibly fast. Of course, this kind of recovery is only on a regular human level. Meng Chao looked at his palm, thinking grimly, the spiritual energy was just too violent. Even though I managed to awaken early and become a superhuman, and cleared the 3 main meridians in my right hand, it came at the cost of damaging my main meridian. In other words, I've become a so-called broken star superhuman. Under normal circumstances, my growth would stop at the Earth realm. But I don't care about the odds, I will definitely overcome this. Besides, being a broken star superhuman is still better than dying out there, right? He quickly threw on his coat. And that wasn't all. To honor my heroic actions in the forest, the Survival Committee, the Red Dragon Army, and the Supernatural Tower also awarded me medals. Those were 2 third-class silver medals and 1 fourth-class bronze medal. More importantly, these could give me bonus points on the college entrance exam. As for the Dragon City college entrance exam rankings, Meng Chao was currently in 34th place, and with his outstanding performance and bonus points, he was absolutely certain he'd ace the exams. He could basically have his pick of any of the big 5 universities. You could say Yan Feiru is the ultimate elite of Dragon City University, while Ning Xueshi is their absolute goddess. Like Dragon City Agricultural University, Dragon City Military University, Dragon City Medical University, Dragon City Industrial University, and Dragon City University of Science and Technology. Meanwhile, Meng Chao is still lying there, lost in thought. His mid-level healing skill can repair his main meridians, but it seems he can only fix one at a time, and the cost actually goes up every time he uses it. Still, he isn't about to give up. Meng Chao forces a smile to cheer himself up. 108 main meridians. With a number that high, I feel like even if I became the mayor of Dragon City, I still wouldn't be able to earn that many contribution points. But hey, there's always a way. Right in front of Meng Chao is a massive, high-tech tower stretching toward the sky, surrounded by rotating metal rings and swirling energy fields. He heads inside all by himself. Lost in thought, he marvels to himself, looking at the transcendent tower from here. It's truly magnificent. Just as he steps inside, he feels like someone is quietly following him, so he quickly turns around. It turns out to be Lahai, who walks up to greet him. Hey, classmate Meng Chao, thanks to you, I've finally awakened too. Look. With that, he holds out his arm to show Meng Chao his achievements. When Meng Chao sees the glowing meridian lines on his arm, his jaw drops in shock. Seeing his surprise, Lahai just smiles humbly and explains, I've unlocked 61 main meridians so far, which is barely enough to hold my own against the martial prodigies from Dragon City's top 2 universities. Walking beside him, he adds, Meng Chao, I asked you out today because I really wanted to thank you. If it weren't for your encouragement out there in the wild, and slaying those Blood Moon demon wolves, I probably wouldn't have gotten my dad's backing to awaken and become a transcendent so quickly. Seeing how polite he is being, Meng Chao simply replies, We fought shoulder to shoulder to carve a path through those wolves. There's no need to be so polite. If anything, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to the premium materials your dad produced, I was able to awaken this fast. Otherwise, I might not have made it in time for school. But no matter what, Lahai still feels deeply apologetic, wishing he could help Meng Chao repair his damaged meridians. Then, Lahai suddenly points to the wall and asks, Hey Meng Chao, did you know there's an ancient ruin right beneath the Transcendent Tower? Meng Chao openly shares what he knows. Yeah, I heard it's a relic left behind by an unfathomable stellar civilization. It was buried deep beneath this other world. It was only after our transmigration, through a series of geological shifts, that it was finally exposed to the world. The Transcendent Tower is actually a massive research center built around those ancient ruins. In fact, the entire tower was constructed right here specifically to study it. Lahai eagerly chimes in, This is a place of miracles where anything is possible. I believe as our exploration of the ancient ruins speeds up, we'll definitely overcome every technical hurdle. He excitedly rushes over, grabs Meng Chao's hand, and says with joy, I'm sure that one day, we'll find a cure for broken star transcendence, and you'll get your chance to stand at the very top of this tower. Hearing this, though a bit skeptical, Meng Chao replies with a polite but slightly confused, Thanks. Lahai chuckles softly and says, Anyway, let's not get bogged down in all that. He then leads him toward the registration desk. By law, all newly awakened transcendents must register here. Feeling a bit awkward with this sudden display of warmth, Meng Chao can only give an awkward nod and agree. Sure. Still unable to adjust to the warmth, he thinks to himself in confusion, I don't sense any malice from him. In fact, he actually seems quite genuine. Even so, I can't let my guard down. Why do I feel like this guy has another motive for inviting me here? Moments later, Meng Chao passes through the security gate, and his powerful transcendent energy successfully registers. Next comes a series of rigorous tests. Within seconds, the system chimes, iris scan complete, fingerprint scan complete. However, transcendent power comes with major risks. It is like walking on the edge of an abyss. These superhumans tread the abyss to protect Dragon City. But one wrong move, and they will become slaves to that very abyss, bringing absolute ruin to Dragon City or to themselves. This is why the Transcendent Tower requires all newly advanced superhumans to register. It prevents such disasters by stopping extreme cultivation methods that lead to chi deviation. Nearby, a man laughs maniacally and wildly. Ha ha ha. So this is the power of a Transcendent? Red Dragon Army, prepare to die. Ignoring all warnings, he roars, face your judgment. Meng Chao stands there, stunned. While Lahai scoffs in disgust, they think they can show off just because they have some skills. They're ruining things for ordinary people and transcendents alike. Those are the ones who get blinded by power, disregard the law, and stray onto the wrong path. People like him aren't even fit to be called human. They're just monsters in human skin. Utterly foolish. Luo Hai shook his head in disgust, thinking it was incredibly stupid. Meng Chao, on the other hand, could only sigh. Indeed, the rule of superhumans is to understand the law, obey it, and coexist peacefully with ordinary people, so that newly ascended superhumans would know which path is the right one. Luo Hai looked ahead and said, "Let's keep moving forward." Meng Chao was also overwhelmed by the modern, luxurious grandeur of this place. Is this the inside of the supernatural tower? Spiritual energy is everywhere. It's absolutely magnificent. He scanned the surroundings, then smiled and said, "My dad told me. This giant pillar is an ancient ruin stretching from deep underground all the way up 1,000 meters into the sky. It constantly extracts spiritual energy from deep within the earth and channels it directly into the supernatural tower. As soon as they stepped inside, they received a warm welcome. Welcome to the world of real superhumans." Meanwhile, Meng Chao's eyes lit up at everything around him. "My dad said they have everything here, and it's the best in Dragon City. The only thing is, you have to pay with superhuman coins. That's why those trading guilds outside can still survive. I really don't get what the supernatural tower is thinking. Why leave easy money on the table?" However, Meng Chao figured that if superhumans used regular currency for their transactions, Dragon City's economy would have collapsed long ago. And if ordinary people were left completely broke, society would fall apart, making Dragon City a total joke in this other world. Luo Hai found his words reasonable and chuckled. "Fair point. You can easily tell that's a golden hand squeezing the monster so hard it can't even fight back." His feet stomped right onto their heads, making them howl in agonizing pain with wide eyes and open mouths. It was an image of an authoritative old man choking its neck with one hand while grabbing its tail with the other. Standing before the artwork, Luo Hai proudly introduced, "This is the statue of Lei Zongkao, a true, noble man." Hearing that, Meng Chao nudged his shoulder with a grin. The two can be interchangeable. Just then, a lively discussion echoed from a distance, drawing a crowd. "The Red Dragon Army has tons of missions this time, and we're going to need a lot of hands. Count me in for this mission. Me too." At this point, he finally spoke up slowly. "Looks like those recent fog descents really pissed off the higher-ups. Dragon City is about to launch a new expansion. We're in luck. Even as freshmen, we stand a good chance of getting school missions to head deep into the fog and slay monsters." But seeing Meng Chao remain silent, Luo Hai asked bluntly, "What's up? Don't tell me you're one of those who oppose exploring the outside?" Meng Chao shared his honest thoughts. "No, it's not that. I just feel like launching an all-out offensive right now is a bit rushed. If we wait for the perfect opportunity to expand outward, we might shed far less blood." But Luo Hai merely smirked and replied, "The perfect opportunity? Time waits for no one, classmate Meng Chao. A lot of the colonization faction's ideas might sound arrogant or even overly aggressive, but with so many resources out there, if we don't fight for them, tens of thousands of us crammed in a single city will eventually suffocate and die." At that moment, a crucial realization struck him, and he thought, "Exactly. If even I can see this clearly, how could the higher-ups not have realized it? Those seemingly stupid decisions are just the result of different factions holding each other back. If I want to change the future, I must connect with the upper echelon and become an influential figure of my own." Moments later, Luo Hai suddenly led him to a certain spot and pointed the way, saying, "Meng Chao, over here." Meng Chao scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and replied, Coming." After taking a few steps inside, he caught sight of the person waiting and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. It was a towering man with badass tattoos covering his right arm, sitting with his back turned to him. The moment the man turned his head, Meng Chao instantly recognized him as the 6-star Heaven Realm Master, Luo Wu. Seeing Meng Chao enter, he immediately turned around, pushed himself up to stand, dripping with sweat. For some reason, standing before such a towering figure with such an overwhelming aura, Meng Chao felt a heavy weight of pressure. It felt as if his heart, packed with 100,000 bombs, was about to detonate the second their eyes met. Meng Chao frowned, silently marveling. What an incredible aura. Yet, putting all of that aside, he still took a firm and steady step forward. It was this simple gesture that made Master Luo Wu see him in a new light. He nodded in satisfaction and praised. Impressive courage. Then, offering a warm smile, he extended his hand and said, "Hello, classmate Meng Chao. Thank you for saving Ahai's life." Touched by his politeness, Meng Chao reached out to shake his hand and replied bashfully, "Master Luo, you flatter me." Luo Hai and I fought side by side. We simply watched each other's backs. While I was recovering, you provided me with so many precious medicines. I'm the one who should be thanking you. But Master Luo Wu dismissed it as nothing. With one more talent like you, Dragon City's strength grows just that much stronger. A few medicines are the least I could do. At all. Then, he patted his shoulder warmly, saying flat out that he had two main reasons for inviting him over today. This left Meng Chao completely bewildered. But as a straightforward man, Luo Wu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to business. First, as a father, I want to thank you for helping Luo Hai. And second, I'm also here representing the Superhuman Association. I want to commend you for your contribution. Saying this, he offered a warm, gentle smile, but then, he suddenly pulled out a saber and got right to critiquing him. Your saber technique is fierce and ruthless, capable of cutting through anything. It must have been passed down by a master. Master Luo Wu gently stroked the blade as he spoke, seriously pointing out his flaws. Your saber technique isn't bad, but it's way too aggressive. If you strike like this, your own blood vessels and nerves will be damaged before you even crack the beast's skull. It'd be a miracle if you didn't end up as a broken star superhuman. Then, he calmly looked him straight in the eyes and told him to watch closely. Let me help you make some tweaks. The moment those words left his mouth, he began demonstrating his lightning-fast speed. He demonstrated in person to guide Meng Chao. Every single slash he made was incredibly elegant and masterful. Just seeing Luo Wu swing his saber was enough to feel its overwhelming power. His strikes were incredibly fast, smooth, decisive, and precise, easily capable of taking down an opponent with a single blow. Even the way he sheathed his saber showed his seasoned, legendary aura. It was so fast and powerful that it made Meng Chao's hair stand on end. Meng Chao couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Even though the power decreased by 3%, the stability and fluidity have vastly improved. He truly lives up to his reputation as a 6-star, Heaven Realm superhuman. After finishing his guidance, Master Luo Wu stepped back and commented, "You landed a hit on the corner of the Blood Moon Wolf King's eye. You probably just stacked the 100 Battles Saber method and the Demon Subduing Slash on top of each other." Still, he found this highly intriguing. He remarked with satisfaction, "That's a pretty interesting approach. Let me help you perfect it." Watch closely. Realizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would help him improve further, Meng Chao kept his eyes glued to the scene. He didn't dare look away for even a second, intently watching every single move Master Luo Wu demonstrated. Luo Wu powerfully unleashed a fiery energy attack, creating bright, swirling vortexes in the high-tech training room filled with electronic data. It was a sharp, powerful, fiery blast that tore straight through the high-tech space. Master Luo Wu unleashed a devastating finishing blow with an overwhelming force that seemed ready to destroy everything. This left both Luo Hai and Meng Chao shocked and on guard. Seeing Meng Chao just standing there in a daze, he calmly explained, "Low-level superhumans who achieve great feats are qualified to receive guidance." While the two of them were still staring in sheer astonishment, he spoke up casually. "The destructive power is too high. The wall is about to break." This left both Luo Hai and Meng Chao barely able to believe their eyes. They thought to themselves, the training room's walls are made of high molecular material, almost like foam. It's tougher than glue. Is this move really that powerful? After pointing out a few key tips, he told Meng Chao to give it a try. "Meng Chao, it's your turn. Give it a shot." He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Having absorbed quite a few valuable lessons, Meng Chao immediately stepped forward to test his abilities. He put his skills on display with a determined look, unleashing a powerful strike wrapped in surging energy. Just like that, Meng Chao confidently showed off his skills. Right then, the system issued a notification. Successfully learned the superhuman skill. Demon subduing slash. Mastery, basic level, 1%. This rapid progress left Meng Chao slightly surprised. He smiled joyfully and thought to himself, with Master Luo Wu's guidance, I learned the demon subduing slash so fast. Master Luo Wu suddenly spoke up in a serious tone to advise him. Those who make contributions must be rewarded so that their fiery spirit can be passed down through the generations. This is the tradition of superhumans. But Meng Chao knew their intentions all too well. Carefully thinking to himself, the Luo family has their eyes on the modified version of the 100 Battles Saber method. They want to team up with me to promote it for free, and then profit off this martial art technique. Furthermore, he was certain they had heard something from Elder Ning, which was why they wanted to get on the good side of the old fire relayer. Luo Hai looked like he was smiling harmlessly, but Meng Chao had already seen right through him. This little fox Luo Hai's tail was finally showing. But on the outside, he just smiled and asked, Meng Chao, our future partnership won't be limited to just one cultivation method, right? What do you say? Hearing that, Meng Chao didn't answer, but instead countered, is this a partnership or a recruitment? Luo Hai went with the flow and asked, if it is recruitment, would you accept? He smiled, trying to strengthen his argument to convince him. We live in an era full of storms. Beyond the fog, who knows how many opportunities and risks there are. If you want to achieve great things, you absolutely must build your own team. Then, Luo Hai suddenly extended his hand in invitation, asking, if one day I build my own superhuman squad, would you be willing to be the vice captain? Meng Chao smiled shyly, scratched his nose, and asked, with your social circle, plus Master Luo's connections, are you really worried you won't find a suitable vice captain? This left him helplessly facepalming. What Meng Chao said was true, but to Luo Hai, those people weren't exactly reliable brothers he could trust with his life. I believe you're definitely going to excel in college. If I don't seize the chance to tie you to my side with mutual benefits right now, once you hit the big time, will you even recognize me? Well, that explanation sounded reasonable enough, but Meng Chao still had one more question. Makes sense. We do have a solid foundation to work together, but why can't I build the superhuman squad, and you be the vice captain? Luo Hai just laughed it off and replied, you're just a broken star superhuman. Hearing this, Meng Chao's face turned serious again, and with a slight smirk, he retorted, those are two completely different things. The reason he said this was because, in his eyes, although a broken star superhuman had fewer moves, every single strike was incredibly powerful. Luo Hai got the message and issued a direct challenge, basically saying, so, as long as I beat you in a fight, you'll agree to join my team? But Meng Chao didn't rush to answer. Instead, he counter-questioned, and what if I defeat you? Determined to recruit Meng Chao into his team, Luo Hai was set on winning no matter what. He stepped back to prepare his charge. Meng Chao didn't waste any time either, and instantly got into a combat stance. Just seconds ago, they were talking peacefully, but now, they stood as rivals ready to clash. With zero chill, both Meng Chao and Luo Hai charged straight at each other. Luo Hai opened with an epic combo, shouting, Meng Chao, take my soul-severing blade. Incredibly, with just a single swing of his hand, a powerful red streak of light burst forward. But as a true master, facing a challenge, Meng Chao responded with an equally devastating forward slash. With both of them unleashing overwhelming power, their attacks collided, triggering a massive explosion of energy. Facing a powerhouse like Meng Chao, Luo Hai couldn't help but feel thrilled, shouting, you really are something. Not wanting to be rude, Meng Chao quickly returned a storm-like slash of his own, replying, thanks for the compliment. Luo Hai locked his eyes forward, not daring to let his guard down for even a single second. His feet dragged heavily against the ground, kicking up trails of sparks on both sides. Luo Hai then launched himself forward, flipping through the air while taunting, too bad your broken star style lacks flexibility. Proving he was no pushover, Luo Hai spun midair like a whirlwind, prepping a devastating blow with his soul-severing blade. For the first time in this fight, Meng Chao started to feel a bit suffocated. Damn it, I don't have enough spirit channels. I can't keep spamming the demon-subduing slash, or my meridians will rupture. This is the biggest flaw of being a broken star superhuman. Luo Hai suddenly smirked with delight and shouted, Meng Chao, spirit channels are the foundation of the extreme kill style. The more channels you have, the more killer moves you can pull off. Refusing to back down, he continued to press Meng Chao to join his team. Before we get those spirit channels of yours fixed, you should just be my vice captain. In the blink of an eye, Luo Hai dashed forward, slipping right up to Meng Chao. But Meng Chao had already leaped high into the air. If they widened the gap, there'd be no way to land a blow. Meng Chao crossed his arms as powerful lightning energy crackled all over his body. Luo Hai instantly read his move, thinking, trying to create space to make up for your broken star limitations? Of course, he wasn't about to let Meng Chao gain the upper hand, so he quickly swung his blade to block the move. Luo Hai retreated while continuously unleashing powerful slashes forward. But that alone wasn't enough to stop Meng Chao. With his agile and flexible body, he dodged every single strike. Besides the extreme kill style, I can still look into the mecha style, the beast soul style, or even military gunfighting. In a massive place like Dragon City, I'll find a way to level up. Caught you off guard, didn't I? Meng Chao's hand was now just inches away from Luo Hai's face. Without a second thought, Meng Chao delivered a fatal slash, but luckily, Luo Hai reacted just in time and ducked his head. Luo Hai broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, just how on earth did this monster train? If his main meridians weren't blocked, his future realm might have even surpassed my dad's. Looks like if I don't put some real weight into this, I won't be able to make him my vice captain. Since things had come to this, Luo Hai decided to go all out and use this chance to test his newly cleared spirit channels. While Meng Chao's guard was down, Luo Hai's hand shot toward him at lightning speed. Meng Chao, look out! But before Meng Chao could even process what was happening, his hand lunged straight at him at lightning speed. Meng Chao, watch out! But before Meng Chao could even process what was happening, Luo Hai slammed his hand right onto his chest. The raw power from that strike hit Meng Chao so hard he coughed up a mouthful of blood, spraying it directly into Luo Hai's face. As the blood hit him, Luo Hai immediately sensed a chilling wave of killing intent. At that moment, Meng Chao's blood was still splattering through the air. Without missing a beat, Luo Hai lunged toward Meng Chao again. He suddenly remembered that the spirit fire shot from Meng Chao's left hand couldn't do a damn thing to him anyway. He figured he could just unleash his spirit energy and easily slit his throat. Right now, Luo Hai clearly had the upper hand. Seeing that the battle was basically decided, he stopped his advance and flashed a confident grin. Looks like I win. You okay? Meng Chao dropped his serious expression and laughed, saying, I'm good. That was a hell of a fight. I've got to say, teaming up with you is getting more and more interesting. Thanks for the invite today, and I really appreciate the pointers from Master Luo. I've got some stuff to take care of at home, but we should definitely spar again sometime. Seeing that Meng Chao was into it, Luo Hai eagerly asked, Hey, do you want to join my battle team? But Meng Chao just hit him with a question that completely blew his mind. Are you sure you actually beat me? Luo Hai froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded as he stared at him. What the heck was that supposed to mean? Was Meng Chao trying to deny it? After their earth-shattering duel, Luo Hai reported the whole fight back to Master Luo Wu. And that was pretty much how it went down. Even now, Luo Hai was still scratching his head over Meng Chao's bizarre question. Meng Chao said I didn't actually win, and I honestly don't get it. Sitting in front of his monitor, Master Luo Wu practically turned red with anger and slammed his hand onto the screen. If that had been a real life and death battle, and he aimed for your eyes, it wouldn't have just ended with your arm. Then, he raised his leg as if to kick forward. What is Meng Chao's absolute best skill? It's his marksmanship. He is a straight-up monster who can put 10 bullets through the exact same hole on a target. With gunplay that terrifying, how many people in construction high school could even hope to match him? After laying down that brutal reality check, the master swung his leg and kicked the air. He took your palm strike on purpose just now. His entire goal was to spray that mouthful of blood to completely block your vision. Master Luo Wu then reenacted Meng Chao's move to show him exactly what happened. That weird hand gesture you mentioned was actually a perfect shooting stance. He was aiming a muzzle right between your eyes. In a real fight, you'd be dead 100 times over. Do you get it now? Hearing all of this, the veins on Luo Hai's face bulged, looking absolutely shocked and terrified. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was back in his cozy apartment, using his white shirt to wipe away the remaining bloodstains. That fight wasn't a waste of time at all. In fact, I've managed to gain a whole lot from it.